Book 18, Chapter 7. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 7, Clayweg. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations and Culips. Exalted Celestials, your dad is not as powerful as the Exalted Celestials right now. But, once you grow older, your dad would be as powerful as them. Shin Yu said. Oh, Shin Si nodded his head thoughtfully. He suddenly turned to Chin Yu and said in a pleasantly surprised tone. Dad, don't you have a way to allow me to grow up faster? Make me grow up faster. Once I'm grown, Dad would be as powerful as the Exalted Celestials. Shin Yu was startled. He cannot help himself from laughing involuntarily. Shin Yu was able to allow Shin Si to grow up rapidly through the use of time acceleration. Merely, the development of the cosmos was not something that could be speed up through the use of time acceleration. What's wrong? Dad, what are you laughing about? Is my method not good? Shin Si looked to Shin Yu and asked confusedly. No, your dad is happy, he's happy. Shin Yu said with a smile. Little Si, after a couple more days, Dad will be holding a 100 days ceremony for you. At that time, your grandfather Jiang and them would all be gifting you gifts. Shin Yu stroked Shin Si's little nose. Gift? Shin Si's eyes shined. Dad, in that case, you should hold more birthday ceremonies and such for me. Shin Si said craftily. Last time you've held a 1-month ceremony and this time you're going to hold a 100-day ceremony. After that, how about doing a half year, 9 months, 1 year? Shin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Shin Yu still remember the scene of Shin Si holding onto all those gifts during the 1-month ceremony. It was truly too adorable. A little wimpy kid holding onto all those gifts that were even taller than him and running all around, how could it not be adorable? Little Si, the 1-month and 100 days ceremonies were the social customs of your dad's hometown. Do you understand now? After this year, you would only be able to have ordinary birthday ceremonies. Shin Yu said to Shin Si attentively. Inside the Universal Palace Hall of the Purple Mystic Mansion. The familiar faces sat down on the seats one after the other. Everyone was filled with smiles. Shin Si, who wore a red Duda belly band, was running around the Universal Palace Hall like a little fairy. Little Si, come to grandfather. Shin De extended his hand. Shin Si took a glance at Shin De with his black eyes. However, he did not immediately come over. Instead, he stared at Shin De's 2 hands. Shin De smiled. He flipped his hand and took out a wooden carving toy. After he slightly moved this wooden carving toy, it turned into a flying toy. Wah! Shin Si turned into a red light and rushed into Shin De's bosom, immediately snatched the wooden carving toy and started playing with it. This wooden carving toy was something that Shin De had requested a skilled craftsman from the immortal, devil and demon realm to make. It was created through meticulous efforts. It was capable of turning into numerous different types of toys. Furthermore, the toys it turned into could fly, walk, make noise and so on. Grandfather, why haven't Grandfather Jiang, Grandma Zhua, and them arrived yet? Shin Si asked Shin De. Shin De smiled and said. Don't worry. Your grandfather Jiang and them have gone to check out the Exalted Celestial Mountain. They will return very soon. Exalted Celestial Mountain? Grandfather Jiang and them loved going to that place, I also want to go and check it out. Shin Si said in a low voice. His round and plump eyes were fixed on Shin De. Grandfather, bring me there, can you do that? Shin De stroked Shin Si's little head. Little Si, even your grandfather has never gone there once. How could he bring you there? Oh, Shin Si immediately lowered his head dispiritedly. At this moment, sounds of footsteps were suddenly heard. From outside the Universal Palace Hall walked in Jianglan, Yifeng and Zhuoqiulin. Shin Yu also walked in alongside them. I've started to regret my decision to go to the Exalted Celestial Mountain a bit. Shin Yu smiled a self-mocking smile and said with a laughter. Oh? What happened? Inside the palace hall, Shin Feng asked directly. Shin Yu said with a smile. This time, when I accompanied Uncle Lan and them to the Exalted Celestial Mountain, once we arrived, the God Kings at the Exalted Celestial Mountain immediately grew tensed. They seemed to all be heavily on guard. However, after Uncle Lan told some of those God Kings that my son had been born, those God Kings all gifted many gifts to Little Si. Gifts? Shin Si's eyes shined. Like a monkey, he immediately ran over to Shin Yu, jumped onto him and hugged his neck. Dad, where are the gifts? Get down first, I'll give them to you. Shin Yu said. Shin Si's reaction was extremely speedy. In an instant, he had jumped down from Shin Yu's body. He then moved back a couple steps and looked to Shin Yu. Xing Yu immediately waved his sleeve and a lot of peculiar gadgets appeared before him. The majority of the gifts that Qin Si received were those that with playful and original designs. The majority of them cannot be considered as extremely precious items. They were at the very best third-rate grand mist spiritual treasures. Merely, to gift such items to a child was indeed very extraordinary. Wah! Qin Si's eyes was immediately opened wide like a round ball. His black eyes were filled with pleasant surprises. The banquet was extremely lively. Xing Yu and Jiang Li looked to their son's adorable performance and smiled so wide that their eyes squinted. However, after Qin Si continued to fool around for a bit longer, he ran over to Jiang Li's bosom and fell asleep. Little Yu, the three of us have prepared to go to the Exalted Celestial Mountain in 3 days' time and continue to be there all the way until the first portion of the Exalted Celestial Spiritual Treasure is born. Zhang Lan said to Qin Yu. You're in such a rush? Isn't this still very early? Qin Yu was a bit confused. After all, the floating slate had written about 10 years' time. However, not a single year had even passed by now. To go there so anxiously, were they planning to waste time there? Zhang Lan shook his head and said. No. Didn't you discover it this time when we gone to check out the situation? The battle in the shadows at that place was already extremely intense. We must go there earlier and better our relationship with certain people. Otherwise, if we waited till the end, even if we managed to obtain a portion of the 3 exalted celestial spiritual treasure portions, the other god kings would likely jointly attack us. Yifeng also nodded and said. Qin Yu, you ought to remember the god king's cage and the relief sculpture tunnel, right? The god king's cage covered the entire exalted celestial mountain. It has caused all of the god kings to be required to use the relief sculpture tunnel in order to leave. As for the relief sculpture tunnel, its entrance was not wide at all. As long as a single person blocked the entrance, the others must defeat this person head-on in order to enter. At that moment, if the Azura God King was to be the one blocking the entrance, then even if we managed to obtain a portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure, it would likely be extremely hard for us to take it away. Qin Yu nodded. The exalted celestial mountain was like a cage. Once entered, one could only exit through the relief sculpture tunnel. As for the relief sculpture tunnel, it was 10,000 meters long. Furthermore, one cannot fly or teleport in that. As long as there was a powerful enough person blocking the entrance, it would be impossible for others to leave even if they wished to. Thus, we plan to go and create some alliances with other god kings for the final battle. Zhang Lan said. The exalted celestial spiritual treasure was separated into 3 portions. In other words, there were 3 different items. This had caused the god kings to not be killing each other just for a single portion. Okay then. Qin Yu nodded. At the same time, Qin Yu had also came to a decision in his heart. After Uncle Lan and them left for the exalted celestial mountain, he planned to spread his new cosmos' spatial energy, extend it past the relief sculpture tunnel and carefully observe the interior of the exalted celestial mountain. The new cosmos' spatial energy was unable to touch the spiritual treasure origin cauldron, unable to touch the floating slate and unable to penetrate past the god king's cage. However, it was possible for Qin Yu's new cosmos' spatial energy to easily spread through the relief sculpture tunnel. When the banquet was over, everyone left the Universal Palace Hall. Qin Yu and Jiang Li proceeded to walk toward their own residences together. Jiang Li was also carrying Qin Si, who had fallen asleep in her bosom. Qin Yu. Suddenly, a voice sounded. That voice was very familiar. This voice, so familiar, Qin Yu suddenly quivered in his heart. He remembered whose voice this was. It was the voice of that silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster who had given him the 3 first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure. Qin Yu immediately turned around. Jiang Li also turned around. A silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster was smiling as he looked to Qin Yu. At the back of his head was 3 black horns that appeared like feathered crests. Hello. The silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster said to Qin Yu. Last time I had given 3 gifts to you on behalf of my master. And now, Qin Yu, you've actually really married and had a child too. Qin Yu recalled the scene from back then and began to sigh incessantly. From the scene back then until now, oh how short of a period of time it was. However, the change that he had made was truly great. He had eloped with Jiang Li and turned completely antagonistic against the sage emperors. Now, he had even consolidated his power and created a faction in the divine realm. Thank you, may I know who you are? I still do not know of your name yet. Qin Yu promptly said. You can call me Clayweg. The silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster said. Clayweg? This name, it sounds very special. Qin Yu said with a smile. The silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster smiled and said. Compared to the names of the people from the divine realm, my name is indeed a bit special. I have come today because my master would be personally coming over here later in order to congratulate your marriage as well as the birth of your child. Your master? Qin Yu's heart began to twitch. The strength of this silver-haired, silver-eyed youth, Qin Yu was unable to even determine that now. Even the Azura God King had never given him such a sensation. In that case, what about this youngster's master? My master had important matters to take care of the entire time before. Thus, he did not manage to come over on time for your marriage. He had originally planned to rush over for your son's 100 days ceremony. However, it would appear now that he would not be able to make it for the 100 days ceremony either. Qin Yu, wait a moment, my master would be coming right away. The silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster said with a smile. If the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was to see the ice-cold and ruthless Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial display such an appearance and speak in such a manner, he would definitely be shocked speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 8. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 8, Second Brother. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations and Killups. Wait a moment? Qin Yu would naturally not mind doing that. This silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster by the name of Claywig already possessed such an unfathomable strength, his master naturally possessed enough strength to make Qin Yu wait on him longer. Moreover, this silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster's master had gifted him 3 gifts. Qin Yu had still not had the chance to thank him yet. Brother Yu, is he the mysterious person that had gifted you 3 spiritual treasures? Zhongli asked Qin Yu via mind voice transmission. Seeing the appearance of the person before them, Zhongli recalled the appearance of the person that had gifted Qin Yu 3 first-rate grandness spiritual treasures that Qin Yu had described to her. The silver-haired, silver-eyed youth slightly smiled to Qin Yu. After that, he proceeded to stand there without saying anything. A quiet wait. The dark curtains of night had already covered the entire divine realm. At this moment, on this quiet passageway, only the lantern in the distance was faintly illuminating the place with its dusky light. Seeing as the silver-haired, silver-eyed youngster does not seem to have a desire to speak, Qin Yu also did not bother to stir up conversation with him. As for Zhongli, she was carrying Qin Si, who had fallen asleep and quietly standing at the side. Whoosh! Suddenly, wind. This wind was extremely strange. For wind to appear for no reason, this had caused Qin Yu to become alarmed. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked over in the middle of the air in the distance. Like walking down the stairs, this figure slowly walked down from the middle of the sky one step at a time. Each of this person's steps seemed to be stepping on the pulse of the movement of space. For some unknown reason, Qin Yu was unable to see clearly the appearance of the figure in the distance. Even with the help of the dusky lamplight, he still felt that the surroundings of this figure were extremely indistinct. Only after the figure finished walking down from the sky and entered into the passageway did his appearance become clear. His height was about the same as Qin Yu's. Merely, he appeared to be more sturdy than Qin Yu. He was radiating a sensation as if he was massive like the mountain yet elegant like the wind. Massiveness and elegance, the 2 different types of styles appeared together on this man's body. Buzz. When this man approached Qin Yu, the spatial movement of the space surrounding Qin Yu and them had actually turned different from the one of the outer world. It was as if there were 2 different spaces. Not spatial freezing, but instead it was changing the movement of the space? Qin Yu was overwhelmed with shock. The movement of space was something that could be changed? Qin Yu had never once dared to imagine such a thing. Master. The silver-haired, silver-eyed youth immediately bowed with extreme respect. That man lightly nodded. Only then did the silver-haired, silver-eyed youth stood back up. After that, he walked over to that man and stood motionless once more. He appeared like a bodyguard. Qin Yu carefully looked to the man who had arrived. The first thing he noticed was this man's eyes. The eyes were the windows to the heart. At the instant when Qin Yu saw this man's eyes, he felt that his heart was palpitating with fear. It was as if his heart and thought had been pierced through by another sword. What a powerful sword energy! With merely his gaze, it had caused my soul to quake in fear. Qin Yu was terrified. Such a figure was truly too frightening. He had given Qin Yu an impulse of immediately bringing his relatives and running into the new cosmos. An ordinary gaze from this man was capable of causing Qin Yu's soul to quake in fear. If this man wished to harm Qin Yu, then it would have been extremely easy for him to kill Qin Yu. However, his gaze also contained an amiable goodwill which caused Qin Yu to not be excessively tensed. I am Qin Yu, may I know who you are? Qin Yu asked courteously. The man had long dark brown colored hair. His pair of eyes were serene and hidden in depth like the abyss. On his face was an amiable smile. His thick and broad shoulders gave off a earnest and substantial sensation. His aesthetic body that appeared like a leopard allowed others to know that he possessed speed, power as well as intelligence. A practically perfect person. Qin Yu must admit. This person was the sole person that had caused his heart to tremble the most in the countless years that he lived. This man before him was not as handsome as Duanmu Yu and not as ice-cold as He Yu. However, he possessed a very special aura. Hello, Qin Yu. It is the first time we meet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Lin Mang, said Lin Mang with a smile. Senior Lin Mang, this is my wife Zhongli. This is my son, Qin Si. He had already fallen asleep. Qin Yu said courteously. This Lin Mang's strength was too frightening. His disciple, the silver-haired silver-eyed youngster, had already caused Qin Yu to quake in fear. As for Lin Mang, he was much more frightening than the silver-haired silver-eyed youngster. Faced with such a figure, Qin Yu ought to call him senior. Lin Mang lightly smiled and shook his head. There's no need to call me senior. If you do not mind, you can call me second brother. Second brother? Qin Yu was unable to contain his confusion. Even the silver-haired silver-eyed youngster who stood behind Lin Mang looked to Lin Mang with a bit of a confused expression. Why did he want Qin Yu to call him second brother? Could it be that there are people out there that their Qin Yu should call eldest brother or third brother and so on? You merely need to address me as second brother. In the future, you would naturally come to understand why. Lin Mang said with a light smile. Qin Yu smiled. Second brother. Qin Yu slightly bowed and said. Beside him, Zhongli also bowed and said. Second brother. Ha, Lin Mang grinned and laughed. However, even though Lin Mang was laughing, he was still giving off an extremely unflustered sensation. Qin Yu, sister-in-law, there is no need for you two to be too courteous. This ought to be your child, right? He's indeed very adorable. Oh, the Fire Origin spiritual pearl is still not completely refined. This Lin Mang extended his hand. When Lin Mang extended his hand, the others involuntarily looked over. Although Lin Mang's hand appeared to be very ordinary, it possessed a sparkling and translucent radiance. Lin Mang gently brushed his right hand on Qin Si. Immediately, Qin Si's body began to radiate with flames. Man? Qin Si opened his drowsy eyes. He rubbed his eyes and sensed the flames that were being emitted from his body. Suddenly, his droopy eyes suddenly opened. His eyes began to shine. Ah, the Fire Origin spiritual pearl has been completely refined. Yay! This is great, this is great. Qin Si was extremely surprised. As for Qin Yu and Zhongli, they were also extremely happy. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked. With merely a stroke of his hand, he was able to allow one to completely refine a first-rate grandness spiritual treasure. What sort of ability was this? Qin Yu was simply unable to comprehend this. This was something beyond Qin Yu's ability to comprehend. Dad, who is he? Qin Si pulled Qin Yu's sleeve and pointed to Lin Mang with his little finger. Qin Yu immediately said. Little Si, he is Dad's second brother that Dad just got to know. You can address him as second uncle. Second uncle? Qin Si roused his little mouth and looked to Lin Mang. Immediately after, he called in a very adorable manner. Second uncle. Upon hearing this, Lin Mang immediately started smiling. Second uncle, since my birth till now, my dad, my grandpa and the rest of the people had already given me gifts several times now. My other second uncles had also given me several gifts. Second uncle, what about you? Qin Si said those words one at a time. Lin Mang started to laugh involuntarily. I have already given you a gift. That Fire Origin spiritual pearl is something that I have given to you since a long time ago. Lin Mang said with a smile. Really? Qin Si turned around and looked to his father. Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Little Si, what sort of way of asking for gift is this? However, that Fire Origin spiritual pearl is indeed something that your second uncle Lin Mang has given you. Oh, in that case, the gift that second uncle need to give me could be one less. However, in that case, Dad, you owe me a gift. Qin Si's ability to calculate was truly marvelous. Qin Si looked to Lin Mang. His eyes were blinking continuously. However, he did not say anything. Lin Mang laughed. He then extended his hand. A golden spear appeared in his hand. Lin Mang handed over the golden spear to Qin Si. Little Si, this spear cannot be considered as a treasure. It's merely at the same level as the Fire Origin Spiritual Pearl. I'll gift this to you as a toy. Enjoy playing with it. Xinyu and Jiangli were overwhelmed with shock. A random spear that he casually took out was a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Furthermore, he even said that it cannot be considered as a treasure and as a toy. These words had caused Xinyu to be speechless. To be even able to gift a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure to a child as a toy. From this, one could deduce how frightening Lin Meng was. Xinyu, there's no need to think too much about it. In a short while, you'll be able to do what I just did. Lin Meng amiably smiled to Xinyu and said, "That stellar transformation martial technique of yours, when compared with my martial technique, it is not at all inferior." Xinyu's mind was moving rapidly. He had managed to deduce a lot of things in his heart by now. "Second brother, I wish to ask if you know who would become the new Exalted Celestial from this battle of the Exalted Celestial Mountain?" Xinyu directly asked. Lin Meng smiled and said, "Your question is rather direct. However, I can tell you about this in obscurity. This battle of the Exalted Celestial Mountain, all of those who are at the Exalted Celestial Mountain right now would not be able to become the new Exalted Celestial." "Not a single one? Not even the Azura God King?" Xinyu immediately thought of a lot of things in his mind. Xinyu naturally had a guess to the identity of the person before him. Xinyu was over 50% certain that this man before him, this Lin Meng, was likely the master of this divine realm's cosmos. Of course, this was merely his guess, because Xinyu did not dare to ask. Merely, the strength of the man before him was, without a doubt, extremely terrifying. He was even more frightening than the Exalted Celestials. After all, Xinyu had met the unfettered Exalted Celestial before. Xinyu had a feeling that if the Exalted Celestials were to compare with the Lin Meng before him, they simply cannot compare to him at all. "Xinyu, it's best for you to not know too much about what'll happen in the future. Otherwise, things would be boring then. However, I can tell you this, not long from now, you'll have another child." Lin Meng smiled to Xinyu and said. Xinyu and Jiangli were startled. "Another child? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 18, Chapter 9. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 9, Living World Seal. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. Ha, of course the more children there are, the better it is. To be honest, I love children the most. Merely, if we have too many kids, then Lear would have to suffer through hardships. Xinyu said with a smile. This caused Lear to blush. Xinyu immediately said, "Second brother, let's stop chatting in this passageway. It's better for us to go to the courtyard, sit down and slowly chat with one another." "What do you think?" "Good." Lin Meng nodded with a smile. After that, Xinyu, Jiangli, Lin Meng, the silver-haired silver-eyed youngster Claywig and the jumping around and occasionally playing with the golden spear Qin-Si all proceeded to walk toward the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, beside the ancient tree, Xinyu and Lin Meng were sitting across one another. As for the silver-haired silver-eyed Claywig, he was standing behind Lin Meng like a bodyguard. "Claywig, you can return first. I will return by myself later," Lin Meng said to the silver-haired silver-eyed youngster behind him. The silver-haired silver-eyed youngster immediately bowed. "Yes, master." The silver-haired silver-eyed youngster moved slightly and disappeared before Xinyu. "Lear, you can return to the room with little C and rest," Xinyu said to Jiangli beside him. Jiangli nodded her head cleverly and entered into the room with Qin-Si. In an instant, only Xinyu and Lin Meng remained in the courtyard. The wind caressed through a jug of wine and 2 wine cups. "Xinyu, I admire you greatly, did you know?" Lin Meng raised his wine cup. This was the first thing that he spoke. "Admire me?" Xinyu was startled. Back then, you obtained Lei Wei's half-completed stellar transformation martial technique. At that moment, the stellar transformation martial technique could only be considered a very ordinary cultivation martial technique with a bit novelty to it. Merely, the final few continuous transformations that you have made allowed the stellar transformation martial technique to reach an unprecedented level of achievement. You, without anyone else's assistance, were able to achieve your current level of achievement. I truly admire you, because when I reached your current level of achievement, I received the assistance of others. Lin Meng said with a self-mocking smile. Xinyu looked to Lin Meng with a pleasantly surprised expression. This Lin Meng knew that he possessed the new cosmos? Xinyu, that black hole stage of yours was truly astonishing. You actually managed to connect your Danton space with the Grand Mist space with that single step. When I discovered it back then, I was truly stunned. Lin Meng started to praise. Back then, I had also once comprehended that the theory that the human body was a cosmos. Merely, I had never once thought that one would be capable of connecting the body's Danton space with the grand mist space. After all, before that, I had never heard of the existence of the grand mist space. You too did not know about it. Yet you were able to succeed in doing it. It is truly amazing. It could also be considered as you being lucky. In actuality, the success of a genius usually requires a bit of luck. Lin Meng said with a loud laughter. Not delightful, truly not delightful. That is because according to the rules, the current you have still not completely succeeded yet. Thus, there are a lot of things that I cannot speak of. However, it will be quick, several tens of years of time would be sufficient. Lin Meng's face was filled with smiles. Qin Yu's heart moved. What does this Lin Meng mean by his words? Several tens of years of time would be sufficient? Does he mean that in several tens of years, my new cosmos will finish developing? Qin Yu understood the development speed of the new cosmos very well. A single cosmos was separated into 3 layers. The mortal realm was a layer. The immortal, devil and demon realm and the other countless sane level spaces was the second layer. The divine realm was the third layer. Among them, the mortal realm layer was the largest and most extensive. It was also the one that required the most time to form. As for the upper layers, because the amount of space that they needed to develop was less, the amount of time they required to form was also much smaller. Compared to the differences in the number of cosmic spaces that numbered in the 100 times. Several tens of years was indeed enough time for the entire cosmos to finish its development. After having chatted about the matters regarding the stellar transformation martial technique, Qin Yu and Lin Meng began to casually talk with one another. The two of them were chatting about all kinds of peculiar matters. They were enjoying the conversations greatly. The dark curtain of night dissipated and the light of daytime arrived. Qin Yu and Lin Meng were still seated across from each other at the round table. Second brother, I wish to ask why the spiritual treasure origin cauldron within the exalted celestial mountain is capable of forming an exalted celestial spiritual treasure? Qin Yu had been confused about this matter the entire time. Lin Meng smiled and said, as for that, you do not need to ask about it for the time being. In several tens of years, even without asking, you will come to understand the reason why. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. Second brother, I have discovered that you never give me a straight answer when I ask you about matters regarding the divine realm. You always answer me in riddles. There's nothing I can do. It's rules. I must abide by the rules. Lin Meng said while smiling. In that case, what about the name of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure that is about to appear this time around? You can tell me that, right? Qin Yu asked. Lin Meng smiled helplessly and said, fine. This cannot be considered important information. The exalted celestial spiritual treasure that shall arrive from the descent of the exalted celestial mountain this time around is called the Living World Seal. Living World Seal? Qin Yu was completely ignorant about it. According to the rules, this Living World Seal will split into 3 portions. Of these 3 portions, one will fly out of the spiritual treasure origin cauldron roughly every 10 years. Each of these 3 portions contains a portion of the temporal laws. Lin Meng said with a smile. Living World Seal, split into 3 portions. Qin Yu nodded in his heart. The Living World Seal was originally something that could be split into 3. When the Living World Seal splits into 3, it would form 3 seals that possess might comparable to first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures. They are respectively Blue Sky Seal, Rear Earth Seal and the one with the strongest power, All People Seal. However, becoming the exalted celestial is not something that one can accomplish just by being the strongest. It depends on the individual's achievements and virtue. Lin Meng said with a smile. Achievements and virtue? Qin Yu was stunned. Becoming the exalted celestial was dependent upon one's achievements and virtue? This was the first time he had heard such a thing. He had never heard the words achievements and virtue from the mouths of the exalted celestials or the god kings. Oh, achievements and virtue could also be called contribution, said Lin Meng with a smile. It is the contribution one has had toward the cosmos. As for how big one's contribution is, there's naturally a way to judge that. What are the achievements and virtues? It is not something that you think it to be. Much less you all, even the exalted celestials, do not know what the achievements and virtues are. Is it saving others? Even if you've saved billions of people, you would not possess a fraction of virtue. Even if you've killed millions of people, you would also not lose a fraction of virtue. The definition of achievements and virtues were simply not something that ordinary people could understand. Second brother, according to what you said, who would be the new exalted celestial is determined by their achievements and virtue. In that case, is the battle for it meaningless? Qin Yu was confused. The battle of the exalted celestial mountain for the three portions of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure, if it was meaningless to begin with, if the new exalted celestial was determined in the shadows, then was there for the god kings to fight for it? No, it's meaningful. Lin Meng smiled and said. That is because the three portions of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure each contains a portion of the temporal laws within it. If a god king were to obtain it, even if he cannot become the exalted celestial, his comprehension of the temporal laws would still increase. It might even be possible for him to become an exalted celestial by relying only on his own strength. However, in the entire history, there has not been a single exalted celestial that managed to become an exalted celestial through merely their own comprehension. Qin Yu added. Although there has not been one in the history, it does not mean that it is impossible for there to be one. Lin Meng smiled. Qin Yu was startled. He immediately also started smiling. That's right. For example, the Ashura God King, he had already comprehended time stop now. If he were to comprehend time reversal through the exalted celestial spiritual treasure, then he would naturally become an exalted celestial level expert. However, it was extremely difficult to comprehend this last step. Well then. Lin Meng stood up. He raised his head and looked to the sky. It is already daytime. It's also about time for me to return now. Lin Meng stared at Qin Yu. He smiled and said, I look forward to our meeting again in several tens of years. The next time we meet, we will be able to chat without any worry for the rules anymore. I'll see you again in several tens of years. Qin Yu replied with a smile. The two of them smiled to each other. After that, Lin Meng's body turned dim like a phantom. In the end, he directly disappeared before Qin Yu. Achievements and virtue? The determination of one's achievements and virtue, I reckon it was determined by the master of the divine realm's cosmos. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled. He then no longer bothered to think anymore. To Qin Yu, the status of exalted celestial did not possess any attractiveness. Thus, achievements and virtue was not something meaningful to him. His path ought to be the pursuit for the successful development of the new cosmos. Exalted celestial spiritual treasure, living world seal. The living world seal will be separated into three portions. One is the blue sky seal, the other is the back earth seal, and the last one, the all people seal. Which seal will be the first to appear? Qin Yu's gaze was cast toward the west. At the same time, his new cosmospatial energy rapidly covered the entire divine realm like a violent wave. Qin Yu's new cosmospatial energy passed through the relief sculpture tunnel and entered the exalted celestial mountain. In an instant, it entered the ravine that contained the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Merely, Qin Yu's new cosmospatial energy was unable to touch the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Several days later, the three great god kings, Jianglan, Suqiulin and Yifeng, entered the exalted celestial mountain. Soon, they mixed themselves in with the others and began pulling connections, either friendly or antagonistic. All of the god kings were in a state of restraint. As the exalted celestial spiritual treasure had not appeared yet, all of the god kings were capable of enduring patiently. However, once the exalted celestial spiritual treasure appeared, the 40+ god kings present would all begin to fight each other with their lives on the line. While waiting, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had gone by. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 10. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 10, The Birth of the Blue Sky Seal. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. Drip drop. Several drops of spring water fell down from an high altitude. They were sparkling, translucent and reflecting the light. The water droplets all landed on the mossy boulder within the ravine. They shattered upon hitting the boulder and sprayed in all directions. Beside this mossy boulder were two men and a woman. They were sitting in a cross-legged position. It was Suqiulin, Jianglan and Yifeng. On the exalted celestial mountain, several tens of god kings were scattered about the mountain at various locations. The various god kings were all located at locations surrounding the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. The spiritual treasure origin cauldron was located in the center of the ravine. Each of its totems radiated a mysterious aura. Yifeng took a glance at the spiritual treasure origin cauldron in the distance. He then took a glance at the other god kings. After that, he smiled to Jianglan and said, Brother Jianlan, did you notice that during the descent of the exalted celestial mountain this time around, with all of us gathered on the exalted celestial mountain, that big brother of yours, Zhang Fan, has been extremely enthusiastic and frequently comes into contact with the various other god kings? Zhang Lan lightly smiled. Zhang Fan was indeed a god king with an extremely bright mood in the ravine. He had come in contact with all the other god kings. Even many of the hidden god kings managed to develop a pretty good relationship with Zhang Fan. My big brother? Humph. Zhang Lan coldly humped indifferently. Back when he was selecting the son-in-law at the utmost North Sage Emperor's palace, in a situation where Qin Yu was standing in the dominant position, Zhang Fan still chose Zhou Xian. Ever since that time, I have thought that there is an 80 to 90% chance that Big Brother selected Zhou Xian for the purpose of becoming an exalted celestial. Other than becoming an exalted celestial, there are no other possibilities that would make Big Brother renounce Qin Yu. Zhang Lan said directly. Renounce Qin Yu? Yifeng also started to smile. Now that you mention it, it is truly laughable that your brother renounced Qin Yu. Without mentioning Qin Yu's current strength and status, even his strength and status before ought to be enough to have moved him. Regret? Zhang Lan's gaze was cast toward Zhang Fan, who was in a corner of the ravine. At this moment, Zhang Fan was chatting with another god king with smiles on his face. Zhang Lan said with a sneer. Although Zhang Fan is smiling right now, the greater Qin Yu's accomplishments, the deeper his regret will be. The two of you, quiet down. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Zhuo Qiulin, who had her eyes closed and quietly training the entire time, opened her eyes. She glanced at Zhang Fan and Yifeng. Zhang Fan and Yifeng glanced at each other. They smiled and then stopped saying anything. Seeing their reaction, Zhuo Qiulin was finally pleased. She closed her eyes and continued to quietly train. Brother Zhang Fan, I too understand all that you have said. I reckon that when compared to that Azura God King, all of us are in a disadvantaged state. If we don't unite against the Azura God King, then the Azura God King would be able to obtain all three portions of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Brother Zhang Fan, please rest assured. At that time, I will definitely stand out too. A bald-headed man said to Zhang Fan with smiles on his face. Zhang Fan nodded cheerfully. Widespread Law's God King is truly reasonable. As long as all the rest of us unite against the Azura God King, he won't be able to do whatever he wishes just by relying on his own strength. In that case, I shall not bother the Widespread Law's God King anymore. Farewell. Zhang Fan clasped his hands and then left the location where the Widespread Law's God King was at and returned to the location where he originally did his quiet training at. Zhang Fan sat in a cross-legged position. However, his train of thoughts was extremely complicated. According to the last exalted celestial mountain, of the three portions of exalted celestial spiritual treasure, it ought to be the last portion that contains the most temporal laws and is the strongest. That last portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure, I must definitely obtain that. Thus the only time I should ask the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial to help will be for obtaining that final portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure. As for the two before that, the first portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure will end up in the Azura God King's hands. However, as for the second portion, I must try my best to obtain that. Zhang Fan was pondering about all the possibilities of what might happen. Among all the God Kings that were currently in the exalted celestial mountain, the Azura God King was the strongest. However, although the Azura God King was very powerful, he had also caused a lot of God Kings to fear him in their hearts. If the various God Kings were to unite against him, then the Azura God King would only at the most be able to obtain the first portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Using the opportunity of the first portion, will combine the strength of several tens of God Kings to force the Azura God King back. Once the Azura God King is forced back, the remaining God Kings here will all possess about the same level of strength. At that time, the 8 great sage emperors will be the strongest. Brother Zhou Hua and Brother Shinta had agreed to help me. In that case, how could I possibly not obtain the second portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure? Humph. According to Zhang Fan's plan, the exalted celestial spiritual treasure was separated into 3 portions. For the first portion, it would be obtained by the Azura God King. As for the second and third portions, Zhang Fan planned to obtain both of them. Right now, the only variable is Qin Yu. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed. Cold light flickered through them. Among all the God Kings present on the exalted celestial mountain right now, the Azura God King was the strongest person. Following him were the 8 great sage emperors. If no one else were to come in, then perhaps Zhang Fan's plan would really be feasible. Merely. What about Qin Yu? Qin Yu, who possessed strength comparable to that of the Azura God King. Would he fight his way to the exalted celestial mountain at the crucial moment? Spatial freezing and cosmic spatial energy. The combination of these two moves possessed a power no weaker than the time stop. Furthermore, Qin Yu also possessed the divine spear waning snow. With such strength, if he chooses to fight his way here, everything would become unknown. If Qin Yu were to help me. Then, Jiang Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He threw this thought out of his head. To have Qin Yu, who possessed strength greater than the 8 great sage emperors, to assist him, it was only possible if time could turn backwards. Time elapsed. Since the descent of the exalted celestial mountain, 9 years had passed. According to what was written on that floating slate, roughly every 10 years, a portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure would fly out. Roughly 10 years. It was a very vague wording. At this moment, all of the god kings in the ravine of the exalted celestial mountain were in a state of absolute alertness. They were all ready to fight and plunder for the portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure that would be born at any moment. Big brother. And Sun softly called. Sun Lian and Lu Lian also looked at the Azura God King Luo Fan, who stood before them with his hands behind his back. Luo Fan was a very outstanding leader. He was also someone that Sun Lian and them respected greatly. Sun Lian also frowned and said, "Big brother, the situation is not good. Based on how those god kings have been interacting with one another and how they occasionally glance over at our place, I fear that many of the god kings have grown wary of us. Perhaps they might even be planning to attack us as a group." Luo Fan was still lightly smiling. It was like he would not be surprised even if the heavens suddenly collapsed on him. Sun Lian, Little Lian, you do not need to worry. How could I possibly not be able to guess what those god kings are thinking in their hearts? However, a group of non-united sheep is unable to win against a wolf. What I am concerned the most right now is not them. Instead, it is Qin Yu, who has not appeared this entire time. Luo Fan said in a low voice. Qin Yu? Sun Lian and Sun and Lu Lian were all startled. In the past couple years, Qin Yu had never appeared on the exalted celestial mountain. This caused them to subconsciously think that Qin Yu was not planning to fight for the treasures. Qin Yu's strength is not inferior to mine. Luo Fan's voice was like a whisper. To be able to resist the attack from the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial twice, even if they were only 2 casual attacks, his strength was already extremely terrifying. When Qin Yu was fighting against the God Kings of the Thunder Punishment City, Luo Fan was paying close attention to the battle. Later on, the 2 sudden attacks, although he did not see who it was that launched those attacks, anyone with half a brain could guess who it was. A single aura 8 elements attack and a sword energy attack. The attack power of these 2 attacks were something that no God King would be capable of executing on their own. Has Qin Yu returned? Lu Lian was also a bit worried for her big brother. I don't know. Luo Fan slowly exhaled. Regardless of whether Qin Yu returns or not, this first portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure is definitely mine. A sharp light flashed through Luo Fan's eyes. Time passed. All of the god kings in the ravine of the exalted celestial mountain were growing more and more tensed. Fog City. Inside the Purple Mystic Mansion. On the shore beside the inner lake of the Purple Mystic Mansion was an area with a meadow. On the meadow sat Qin Yu, Zhongli, Heiyu, and Bai Ling drinking tea and chatting with one another. At the airspace above the lake was a 10-meter wide and 10-meter long enormous water screen. The water screen was displaying the scene of the ravine of the exalted celestial mountain. Heiyu moved his chess piece and then raised his head and glanced at the water screen. The spiritual treasure origin cauldron on the water screen was still the same as before. Big brother, it has been over 9 years now. Why hasn't this blue sky seal appeared yet? Heiyu asked. Qin Yu was not worried. It will naturally be born when it should be born. Cannon, checkmate. With my cannon and my horse, you're done. Heiyu was startled. He looked at the chessboard for a long time. In the end, he could only concede. Dad. A sharp and clear sound was heard. Qin Yu smiled and looked over. A handsome blazing youngster holding a golden spear streaked across the vast sky in a blink of an eye and flew over to Qin Yu. He immediately hugged Qin Yu. How was it? Were the days outside all right? Qin Yu said with a smile. Ever since birth, Qin Si had fused with the first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure Fire Origin Spiritual Pearl. His strength was already comparable to that of heavenly deities. Furthermore, because of the Fire Origin Spiritual Pearl, he was able to easily sense the cosmic origin energy and managed to easily comprehend the spatial laws. It had been less than 10 years, but he has already reached the high-level heavenly deity stage. Fire Origin Spiritual Pearl and the Golden Spear. The two first-rate grandmist spiritual treasures. Qin Si's strength was truly frightening. All those heavenly deities outside are too weak. There were even some people who wanted to rob me. I directly set flames on their buttocks and burned them off. Hee hee, Qin Si laughed happily. Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from laughing. Practically all of the God Kings in the Divine Realm were at the exalted Celestial Mountain right now. In the entire Divine Realm, other than the God King from the Western Sea's Blood Sea, there were truly not many people that could match Qin Si. Little Si. Zhongli walked over with a smile on her face. Mom! Qin Si's eyes shined. He immediately ran over to Zhongli immediately after. His round eyes were fixed upon Zhongli's stomach. Mom, when will I get a younger brother or sister? Zhongli's stomach was once again swelling now. Evidently, what Lin Meng had predicted was extremely accurate. Qin Yu would have more than a single child. When? Your sibling is better than you. You stayed in your mother's stomach for 36,000 years. And now, your mother has only been pregnant for over 3 months and her stomach is already this big. I reckon that 10 months of pregnancy will be enough for her to give birth this time. Qin Yu said with a smile. It was strange indeed. This time, Zhongli had only been pregnant for over 3 months but her stomach was already swelling. According to this pace, 10 months of pregnancy would be about the time it would take. Why were the two pregnancies so different? Dad, why did that big cauldron on the water screen start shining? Qin Si pointed to the water screen and said. Qin Yu, Zhongli, He Yu, and Bai Ling all turned to look at the water screen. At this moment, the 4 totems of that simple and unadorned spiritual treasure origin cauldron all possessed faint light rotating around it. At the same time, the top of the spiritual treasure origin cauldron was completely shining. All of the God Kings in the ravine had stood up. The spiritual treasure origin cauldron is shining? The blue sky seal is about to be born? Qin Yu had a smile on his face. Uncle Lon, do you need my assistance? Qin Yu directly sent a voice transmission. Inside the ravine of the exalted Celestial Mountain. All 40+ God Kings present were now standing up. They were all looking at that radiating spiritual treasure origin cauldron located in the center of the ravine. Hearing Qin Yu's voice transmission, Zhonglan merely shook his head. Little Yu, the exalted celestial spiritual treasure and I, if I were to obtain it, then it would be my luck. If I cannot obtain it, then it would be my fate. Zhonglan conversed with Qin Yu through divine awareness voice transmission. Knowing Uncle Lan's attitude toward the matter, Qin Yu stopped asking anymore. At this moment, within the ravine, the 40+ God Kings were separated into various small groups. The groups were either made up of 3 or 4 people, or 1 or 2 people. What's happening with this spiritual treasure origin cauldron? A God King asked. The other God Kings did not reply. All those that have experienced the previous exalted celestial mountain's descent all knew that this signified that the spiritual treasure origin cauldron was about to spit out the first portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Buzz. The spiritual treasure origin cauldron suddenly started to tremble. The light on the surface of the spiritual treasure origin cauldron became even more bright. Whoosh! Practically at the same moment, 20+ figures, with a whoosh sound, appeared before the airspace above the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. At the same time, the spiritual treasure origin cauldron spurted out a cyan light. The 20+ figures all proceeded to try to catch that cyan light at the same time. All these 20+ individuals were people who had experienced the previous descent of the exalted celestial mountain. They knew that the tremble of the spiritual treasure origin cauldron signified the first portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure was to be born. Ha! One of the 3 great sage emperors of the utmost western region's Mount Blazing Flame, Shintanyen, was the first to grab the cyan-colored light. Once he obtained the cyan-colored light, the light immediately vanished and turned into a cyan-colored seal. The other 20+ individuals immediately rushed toward Shintanyen. Humph! Seeing that the others were rushing toward him, Shintanyen immediately used his teleportation. His figure moved, however. The white spiritual pearl above the utmost southern sage Emperor Duanmu Yun started to shine brightly. Shintanyen became unable to teleport away. Spatial freezing. Shintanyen's expression took a huge change. However, at the very moment when he caught the first portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure, he was already prepared to be surrounded and attacked by others. Time acceleration. His speed had reached its limit. Like a mirage, he strangely turned into 2. The 2 Shintanyens began to fly in 2 different directions. Furthermore, these 2 people both possessed the aura of Shintanyen. It was simply impossible to identify who was the real Shintanyen using divine awareness. Whoosh! 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 The god kings that had surrounded him started attacking at practically the same time. Rays of attacks were flying toward the two different Shintanyen's. Among them, one of them was immediately annihilated. Shintanyen's true body was rushing toward the foot of the exalted celestial mountain like a madman. Humph, even you tried to obtain the exalted celestial spiritual treasure? A black whip suddenly appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. He directly lashed out toward Shintanyen's true body. Shintanyen's expression changed. HFF. Wind suddenly stopped. Zhang Fan, Shintanyen, and three other god kings beside them all suddenly became immobile. They seemed to have their bodies stopped. It was impossible for them to move. An elegant figure flew past Shintanyen. The Azura god king Luofan, like an elegant painter, gently stroked his finger across Shintanyen's body. That cyan-colored seal was obtained by Luofan. PFFF: With blood like a blooming flower spraying down the vast sky, Shintanyen's body slanted and split into two. The two parts of his body directly fell to the ground. Shintanyen died. Time stop, powerful indeed. On the meadows beside the lake in the purple mystic mansion, Qin gasped in admiration after seeing this scene on the water screen. Hey you, little Qin Si, Qin De, Qin Feng, Qin Zhang and a large group of other people were all focused deeply upon this great battle performed by the god kings. The attacks of god kings, each and every one of them were powerful enough to split the heavens and earth. Although they looked simple, if one were to get hit by the attack, then one would become gravely injured. Beside the exalted celestial mountain, the various god kings were flying over rapidly. Bang! 7 or 8 rays of light shined in the region of space where the time stop was. The time stop was broken through. Zhang Fan and them immediately recovered their mobility. Humph! The Azura god king sneered and cast a glance at that group of people. He who blocks me shall die. The Azura god king's blood-reeking and grim voice sounded throughout the entire exalted celestial mountain. As for the Azura god king himself, he was rapidly flying towards the foot of the exalted celestial mountain. That was because the only entrance, the relief sculpture tunnel, was located there. As for why he did not teleport, that was because at the beginning of this battle royal, the 8 great sage emperors seemed to have a mutual agreement, and all used the spatial freezing. The combined spatial freezing from the 8 great sage emperors was so powerful that even the exalted celestials would have to use their exalted celestial spiritual treasure in order to break through it. As for the god kings, it was simply unable for them to break it. Flew. Rapid flying. The sound of the wind whistling. Behind the Azura god king Luofan were the 3 other god kings Lu Lian, Sun Lian, and En Sun. The 4 of them proceeded to rush down with an attitude of killing whatever it is that blocked their path, be it God or Buddha. Wherever they passed, not a single god king dared to block them head-on. However, Luofan's flying speed gradually slowed down. His brows also started to crease together. When he flew to the location before Relief Sculpture Tunnel, he completely stopped. He was unable to go forward. That was because 21 god kings were currently blocking the entrance of the Relief Sculpture Tunnel. Among them were 4 sage emperors. While the other god kings were pinning him down, the rest of the god kings had already rushed over to the entrance of the Relief Sculpture Tunnel. Whoosh! 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 Zhang Fan, Shintanyen, and them had also arrived from behind. They flew over to the 21 god kings. After that, Zhang Lan, Yifeng and Zhuqiulin had also flew over. One side was only 4 god kings whereas the other side was led by the 8 great sage emperors. The difference in number between the two groups of people was truly too great. In order to handle Luofan, you all actually join hands. Even at this moment, Luofan still had a slight smile on his face. He was not worried in the slightest. Luofan. The utmost South Sage Emperor Duan Muyun said coldly. If you wish to obtain this portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure with only your own strength, then you would be dreaming. Enough with the portion of exalted celestial spiritual treasure, that's extremely awkward to say. Let me tell you all its name. This cyan seal is called the Blue Sky Seal. The Azura God King held the Blue Sky Seal in his hand and said in with a light smile. Blue Sky Seal? All of the God Kings remembered this name. You all truly wish to block my path? Luofan said soft and slowly. Zhang Fan, Duan Muyun, Zhou Hua and them glanced at each other. In the end, Zhang Fan walked out and said in a clear voice. Luofan, it is not impossible for us to give you this Blue Sky Seal. However, you must agree to a condition from us. Speak. Luofan said directly. Zhang Lan smiled and said. It's very simple. After you obtain this blue sky seal, you are not allowed to contest for the next two portions of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure. As long as you vow that to the heavens, we shall allow you to leave. None of those god kings had any objections. There was no doubt about the Azura god king's astonishing strength. If they were to anger him and make him go to the extreme, then of the god kings gathered here, many would end up dying. However, if they were to let the Azura god king leave, then he would likely use the same method to obtain the second and the third portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Thus, the only option was to force him to give up on the next two portions. No can do. Luo Fan said that directly. Jiang Fan hurriedly said, Luo Fan, you have already comprehended time stop. This blue sky seal also contains a portion of the temporal laws within it. Through it, it might be possible for you to comprehend time reversal. At that time, wouldn't you still become an exalted celestial? Humph. Ridiculous. Luo Fan had a cold expression. It is impossible for me to give up the next two portions of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Are you saying there is no margin of discussion? The expressions of Jiang Fan, Shin Tuyen, Duan Muyun, Huang Fuyu, Tang Lan, and them all changed. The other god kings were all frowning coldly. At this moment, one's standpoint must be firm. They must finish the strongest Azura god king. Otherwise, the other god kings would not have any opportunity. Fog City's purple mystic mansion. Xin Yu began to laugh. According to what Lin Meng said on the day of Little C's 100 Days ceremony, none of the god kings on the exalted celestial mountain are able to become the exalted celestial. Of course, that includes the Azura god king as well as the 8 great sage emperors. What reason is there for them to bother fighting? It's already destined that they would not be able to become an exalted celestial. Xin Yu felt sorrowful for those people. Without knowing their own fate, they were fighting and scheming against each other. On the exalted celestial mountain, the various god kings were standing together. Even Jianglan, Zhuqiulin, and Yifeng were standing at the corner of the group of god kings. They were led by the 8 great sage emperors. Across from them were the 4 god kings led by the Azura god king Luofan. No matter what, I will definitely not give up on this exalted celestial spiritual treasure. If you all truly wish to block my path, then, today, I shall open the floodgate to a massacre. The Azura god king's expression grew cold. Suddenly, a scarlet-colored ruler appeared in his hand. Blood ruler Life Sunderer. It was the first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure that the craftsman god Cheho Yuan had crafted for the Azura god king. It was also a grand mist spiritual treasure with an extremely frightening offensive power. Seeing this blood ruler, the expressions of the 8 great sage emperors all changed. Time stop and a first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure. If they wished to kill the Azura god king, at the very least more than 10 god kings would die today. Zhou, Jiang Fan, Duan Muyun and the other sage emperors were all conversing with one another through voice transmission. They were intensely discussing what to do. Wait. Zhou suddenly spoke out. What else is there to say? The Azura god king Luofan said in a cold voice. Zhou said solemnly. Luofan, we asked you to not compete for the exalted celestial spiritual treasure from now on and you're unwilling to accept that. In that case, we shall take a step back. At the same date of the birth of the second and third portions of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure, you are not allowed to contest for them. However, on the day after that, you would be allowed to contest for them. How is that? This proposal was already a decision that the 8 great sage emperors didn't wish to make. What a joke! Whoever obtains the portion of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure would immediately hide themselves. If a god king hides himself, who would be able to discover them so easily? The radiance of the blood ruler in Luofan's hand began to shine deeper. In an instant, the expressions of the 8 great sage emperors changed. A battle was inevitable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 11. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 11, Massacre. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. On the water screen above the inner lake of the Purple Mystic Mansion, the Azura God King and the other God Kings led by the 8 great sage emperors were confronting one another. A battle could occur at any moment. Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, Qin De, Feng Yuzi and the rest of them all held their breaths. The might of the 8 great sage emperors joining hands is extremely terrifying. Qin Yu was also a bit curious as to what this Azura God King had as his trump card. For him to be willing to fight these 8 great sage emperors head-on, could it be that he truly has a trump card that can break through the blockade of the 8 great sage emperors? Little Lin, Sun Lian, Little Lian, the three of you, listen carefully. When I start fighting, you three are to run as far away as you possibly can. Hide yourselves in a certain corner of the exalted celestial mountain, make sure to not show yourselves. Also, do not attack anyone. Understand? The Azura God King Luofan held the blood ruler in his hand as he said to them through divine awareness voice transmission. Big brother. Sun Lian and Sun and Lu Lian all displayed a worried expression. Merely, the decision of the Azura God King was something that no one could change. Furthermore, if they were to think about it carefully, the three of them were able to determine what their big brother had in his mind. As long as the three of you don't attack them first, those God Kings won't recklessly risk their own lives and attack you. As for them wanting to handle me? Humph, after I obtain the blood ruler, I have yet to have an opportunity to truly kill others. The corners of the Azura God King's lips were raised. At this moment, Zhou Hua, Zhang Fan, Duan Muyun, Shin Tian, Huang Fuyu, Tang Lan, Mu Qin and Pu Tai Hong, these 8 sage emperors moved out at the same time. Of the 8 great sage emperors, Zhou Hua, Zhang Fan and Duan Muyun formed the 3 abilities. TL, 3 abilities, much like the Trinity, is a set of 3 which is composed of heaven, earth and man. Huang Fuyu and the other 4 sage emperors just so happened to possess the power of the 5 elements. They formed a 5 elements formation array. The 5 sage emperors led by Huang Fuyu, the spiritual pearls above their heads began to shine even more brightly. The 5 different kinds of origin energies began to fuse with each other, creating a complementary effect. Brother Huangfu, us 3 will block this relief sculpture tunnel. The 5 of you can go and kill that Luo Fan. Jiang Fan said directly. The combination of Jiang Fan, Duan Muyun and Zhou Hua was able to block the relief sculpture tunnel and make Luo Fan unable to enter. Huang Fuyu, Tang Lan, Shin Tuyen, Mu Qin and Pu Tai Hong smiled confidently. In unity, the 5 of them charged towards the Azura God King Luo Fan. The combined might of the 5 sage emperors, that held the power of the 5 elements, was so great that it was even more powerful than when the 6 great sage emperors joined hands against Qinyu above the southern sea. Whoosh! Facing the 5 great sage emperors rushing toward him, Luo Fan, like a sharp arrow, launched himself backwards. He actually did not even bother to take them on. Coward! Huang Fuyu coldly shouted. He waved his hand. A 5-colored ray of blade light was shot out from Huang Fuyu's palm. This ray of 5-colored blade light immediately proceeded to chase after Luo Fan with an astonishing speed. When Luo Fan's flying trajectory changed, this 5-colored blade light followed. The 5-colored blade light was extremely fast. Luo Fan was standing on the blood ruler, his speed was naturally extremely fast. However, the 5-colored blade light was constantly getting closer to him. Who? Luo Fan suddenly did an arc in the middle of the air. He began to rush toward the 10+ God Kings in the distance. The expressions of the 10+ God Kings that were gathered there immediately took a huge change. In panic and chaos, they immediately began to run away. These God Kings were not familiar with one another nor did they possess a cooperation formation array technique. For them to gather together to face the Azura God King, they would only be killed. Seeing the God Kings running away in disarray, Luo Fan had a grin smile on his face. Trying to run? Standing on the blood ruler, his speed was much faster than ordinary God Kings. With a single turn, he closed in on the group of God Kings. And at this moment, the 5-colored blade light had also reached his body. Ha! Luo Fan's speed suddenly increased by a bit. At the same time, the blood ruler Life Sunderer appeared in his hand. Bang! The blood ruler brazenly collided with the 5-colored blade light. At the moment of their collision, the 5 different origin energies within the 5-colored blade light immediately erupted. Merely, Luo Fan actually did not bother to block it head-on. Instead, he tried to divert as much of the energy from the 5-colored blade light's explosion to the side. Bang! Like a blooming firework, the 5-colored origin energies started to fly toward the 6 closest God Kings that were running away. Ah! The expressions of those God Kings immediately took a huge change. Right away, one by one, those God Kings began to use their abilities with their life on the line. Bang! The sound of origin energies colliding with grandest spiritual treasures was heard. In an instant, blood had dyed the vast sky red. Meat and bones were flying all over. There were even God Kings falling down from the sky. After the explosion. Of the 6 God Kings, the 3 God Kings that were furthest away and the God King that possessed relatively stronger power, were merely seriously injured and vomiting blood. As for the other 2 God Kings that were closer and weaker, they had been turned to tatters by the 5 origin energies. As for the Azura God King Luo Fan possessed the blood ruler to weaken the attack, thus his body had only received a portion of the origin energies attack. On top of that, Luo Fan had a second-rate defensive Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Thus, he barely sustained any damage from this attack. Not good. Huang Fuyu's expression turned ugly. Brother Huang Fu, it would seem that it's not suitable for us to use ranged attacks on this Luo Fan. He is capable of luring our attacks to the other God Kings and use it to attack them. Mu Qin frowned and said. They had not injured Luo Fan and had already mistakenly killed 2 God Kings. If this continued, how many God Kings would die in order for them to kill Luo Fan? Ranged attacks possess less control and also less attack power. It's better for us to fight him at a melee distance. Huang Fu, you could only come to this decision. There are certain situations where melee attacks give the biggest advantage in a fight. However, in other situations, ranged attacks might provide better advantages than melee. Once they decided to go melee. With the flying speed of the Sage Emperors, it was extremely difficult for them to catch up to Luo Fan, who stood on the Blood Ruler. Ha, Huang Fuyu, Putai Hong, what are you all doing? Are you planning to admit defeat? Standing on the Blood Ruler in the air, Luo Fan looked to the 5 great Sage Emperors and laughed. Huang Fuyu and them remained silent. Brother Jiang Fan. Huang Fuyu directly sent a divine awareness voice transmission to Jiang Fan. We plan to fight him in melee range. Merely, in terms of speed, we might not be able to match this Luo Fan. Quickly arrange some God Kings to create a large formation to guard the relief sculpture tunnel. Then the 3 of you can come over and join us in killing this Luo Fan. Our 2 groups of people shall join forces and pincer attack him. In this way, the effect would be a lot better. Jiang Fan immediately made his decision. Okay, I'll immediately arrange that. You all, keep that Luo Fan busy for a while. Immediately after, Jiang Fan looked at the God Kings beside him. Everyone, that Luo Fan is extremely cunning. Us 3 Sage Emperors are also going out to chase and kill him. However, this relief sculpture tunnel, we have to leave it at your hands. I will now choose 16 people to create a great formation array to defend this relief sculpture tunnel. What does everyone think about this? While Jiang Fan was arranging for the 16 God Kings to set up the great formation array, Huang Fuyu and them continued to chase after Luo Fan. Whoosh! Streaking across the sky like a ray of light, Luo Fan charged into a God King. It was the Jade Ripple Lake Tang Clan's Tang Lu. Seeing Luo Fan rushing toward him, Tang Lu's complexion immediately turned pale. His speed was simply unable to compare to Luo Fan's. Big sister! Tang Lu immediately cried out for help toward the Tang Clan's clan leader. Southwest Sage Emperor Tang Lan. Merely, Tang Lan was currently in the 5 Elements Great Formation Array and was simply unable to reach him in time to save him. Second brother. Tang Lan's expression also took a huge change. Whoosh! At this moment, Huang Fuyu stopped regarding anything else. He immediately created 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights in succession. Luo Fan nearly sneered. Immediately after, the blood ruler in his hand streaked through the air and created a red ray of light. It ripped through space and slashed toward Tang Lu's head. When this blood ruler's red ray of light approached him, Tang Lu felt as if his entire body was fixed. He was unable to move at all and could only frighteningly watch as the blood ruler's red ray of light slashed through his neck. No! Tang Lan snarled from the bottom of her heart. However, it was all useless. Tang Lu's head tumbled down from his body like a ball. The true spirit within Tang Lu's soul had directly been attacked and shattered by the red ray of light. Another God King died. Whoosh! Luo Fan's speed was increased to the pinnacle. Following behind him were 3 rays of 5-colored blade light. Just like this, Luo Fan began to rush toward 2 God Kings not far from him. Seeing this scene, those 2 God Kings immediately scattered in shock and began flying toward 2 different directions. Of the 2 God Kings, Luo Fan could only chase after a single one. Without even bothering to think, Luo Fan began to chase after the God King that belonged to the 8 great divine families of the Huangfu clan, the 100 Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxiang. Earlier, Huangfu Liuxiang was chatting with a hidden God King when the disaster befell her. This devil, why is he chasing after me? Alarmed, Huangfu Liuxiang was rapidly fleeing. The current her did not possess the slightest bit of calm at all. Faced with the Azura God King, all she could do was run away. She did not even have the slightest intention of resisting. Luo Fan frowned. She's running pretty fast. And at this moment, the 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights grew closer and closer to his body. If he did not block them now, then those 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights would reach his body. Stop! Luo Fan suddenly shouted lowly and immediately. The second level of the temporal laws, time stop. The space had completely stopped. The 5 great Sage Emperors were stopped. Huangfu Liuxiang, who was rapidly fleeing for her life, was also stopped. The 3 rays of 5-colored blade light had also stopped. The only person that wasn't stopped was Luo Fan himself. Luo Fan was still flying toward Huangfu Liuxiang. Bang! The spiritual pearls above the heads of the 5 great sage emperors began to shine even greater. In merely an instant, the time stop was broken through. However, an instant was all that it took for Luo Fan to reach Huangfu Liuxiang. After the time stop was broken through, the 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights continued to chase after Luo Fan. PFFF. Luo Fan held the blood ruler in his hand. Huangfu Liuxiang was only able to take out her cyan ribbon in time. Am I going to die? Huangfu Liuxiang was reluctant to die. However, when faced with Luo Fan's blood ruler, she simply did not have the ability to resist him at all. Bang! Dot. A golden-colored sword ray suddenly streaked across the vast sky and collided with the blood ruler that Luo Fan held in his hand, causing his attack to be a bit sluggish. This instant of time was sufficient for Huangfu Liuxiang to escape the incoming blood ruler strike. Big brother. Huangfu Liuxiang looked at Huangfu Lei in the distance, who had saved her life. She was extremely moved. Earlier, Huangfu Lei had shot out a sword ray. He was simply unable to reach them in time. Humph. Luo Fan had a cold expression on his face. He had never been reluctant in killing members of the 8 great divine families. The blood ruler in his hand was brandished once more. Truly annoying. Luo Fan's expression changed. The 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights was already near his body. His body suddenly turned around. At the same time, he blocked the 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights with his blood ruler that he held. The 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights all exploded. Move! At this moment, Luo Fan was trying his hardest to stop the time. Merely, the origin energy contained within the 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights were truly too powerful. Time stop had only stopped the 3 rays of 5-colored blade lights from exploding for an instant before they continued onward with their explosions. Bang! The fierceness of the explosion had caused even the rocks of the exalted celestial mountain to rupture. As for Luo Fan himself, because he managed to obtain a bit of time through his time stop, he was only lightly wounded. Luo Fan! An furious roar was heard. Luo Fan's complexion changed. Pincer attack? Luo Fan had already noticed a long dragon composed of electric snakes, and a mix of black and white colors flying towards him. That was the combined attack of Zhouhua, Zhang Fan, and Duan Muyun. The might of this attack was something that Luo Fan did not dare to test for himself. The relief sculpture tunnel is still blocked. Luo Fan immediately discovered the great formation array formed by the 16 God Kings that had tightly sealed the relief sculpture tunnel's entrance. Earlier, when he was fighting against 5 sage emperors, Luo Fan was still in a relatively relaxed position. However, once the 8 sage emperors separated into 2 groups to pincer attack him, Luo Fan would truly be put in a disastrous state. Haha, it seemed that you all have forgotten that I, Luo Fan, before ascending to the divine realm, was a cultivator of the Azura Devil Path. Luo Fan's savage and reckless laughter sounded. His laughter was filled with the intention to kill. Killing intent had flooded Luo Fan's chest. His path to massacre had started. Standing on the blood ruler, Luo Fan's figure started to move strangely. His speed had even reached his peak. The 8 great sage emperors' 2 groups continued to crisscross and chase after Luo Fan. Whoosh! Luo Fan crisscrossed through a God King. That God King's body was immediately split into 4 pieces and fell from the sky. Bang! As for the price of that attack, it was that Luo Fan had received another attack from the 8 great sage emperors. Merely, Luo Fan, by relying on his time stop, his second-rate defensive grand missed spiritual treasure in cancelling out the might of the attack with his blood ruler, only received minor injuries from each encounter. Whoosh! Luo Fan once again streaked through the side of 2 God Kings. One God King's body was immediately split open and turned into blood mist. As for the other God King, he vomited a mouthful of blood. He was lucky enough to survive. PFF. Luo Fan also vomited blood. Every single time, he would desperately massacre God Kings while being attacked by the 8 great sage emperors. Luo Fan was literally walking a tightrope. He himself had sustained heavy injuries by now. It's about time. Luo Fan looked at the 8 sage emperors chasing to kill him from behind. He still had a light smile on his face. All that had occurred was within his control. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire exalted celestial mountain started to slightly tremble. At the same time, cyan light from the sky illuminated the entire mountain. The exalted celestial mountain was immediately dyed cyan in color. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 12. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 12, A Step Back. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. In the enormous Exalted Celestial Mountain, the current state of the God Kings there was somewhat ridiculous. 16 God Kings had formed a great formation array blocking the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. Many of the relatively weak God Kings had even directly hidden themselves inside the relief sculpture tunnel, fearing that Luo Fan might kill them. As for Jianlan, Zhuqiulin, Yifeng, and a couple other powerful God Kings, totaling a number close to 10, were gathered together. They did not fear Luo Fan coming at them. To Jianlan and them, Luo Fan did not possess the capability to kill them in a flash. Moreover, standing behind Jianlan, Yifeng, and them was Qinyu, the person that Luo Fan possessed the most restraining fear toward. Facing the 8 great sage emperors, Luo Fan was able to escape through the use of his speed. However, what about when facing Qinyu? He would rather offend the 8 great sage emperors than Qinyu. This was the plan that Luo Fan had determined. It wasn't that he feared Qinyu, but rather that he did not possess enough assurance of Qinyu. One should only do something one wasn't certain about at the end of the line. Misty cyan light illuminated the entire exalted celestial mountain. Neither the 8 great sage emperors nor the Azura God King Luo Fan used their divine awareness to search for the source of the cyan light. However, when they looked toward the direction of the cyan light, they discovered that it was the floating slate. Merely, their divine awarenesses was unable to touch the floating slate, and thus they did not know what sort of change had occurred to the floating slate. Everyone, let's stop for the time being. What do you all think? The Azura God King Luo Fan turned around and looked at the 8 great sage emperors. The 8 great sage emperors glanced at one another. Within their eyes was a trace of anger. If this Luo Fan didn't have the Blood Ruler Life Sunderer, his speed would definitely not be able to surpass ours. Then it would be impossible for him to rely on his speed to escape. The hearts of Zhouhua, Zhang Fan, and them were filled with grievances. Even with all 8 sage emperors attacking at the same time, they were actually still unable to catch Luo Fan. Although their combined attack was powerful, Luo Fan's time stop, his first-rate Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure and his defensive second-rate Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure were able to allow him to survive their attacks. If this Luo Fan were to truly risk his life, Zhang Fan's heart shivered. It was impossible for them to kill Luo Fan in an instant. If Luo Fan were to risk his life in battle with the 8 great sage emperors to the death, then, even if they managed to kill Luo Fan today, there would likely be 3 or 4 deaths among the 8 great sage emperors. Who among the 3 or 4 people that would end up dying would be decided by Luo Fan. The 8 great sage emperors did not wish to die. They did not want to fight to the death with Luo Fan. Luo Fan, if you have something to say, then speak it quickly. Zhou was said in a clear voice. At the same time, the 8 great sage emperors had a mutual understanding and all stopped their attack. A smile appeared on the corner of Luo Fan's mouth. It was exactly the same as he had planned. There's no need to rush in talking about our matters. Currently, a change has occurred to that floating slate. Let's go and check out that floating slate first. After that, we can chat about our matter. What do you all think? As Luo Fan said that, the blood ruler that he held was being lightly swinged by him. It was as if he was ready to fight again at any moment. The 8 great sage emperors all cursed in their hearts. The Azura God King who had managed to comprehend time stop was already frightening enough. Yet, that Che Ho Yuan actually gave him the Blood Ruler Life Sunderer that possessed an astonishing offensive power. Wasn't this literally giving a tiger wings? Fine. In that case, we shall agree to what you say and go check out what change has occurred to the floating slate first. After that, we will settle the matter between us. Zhou was said coldly. Luo Fan lightly smiled. After that, he waved his sleeve and turned into a ray of light rushing toward the summit of the exalted celestial mountain. The 8 great sage emperors glanced at one another. They all nodded in their hearts and then also proceeded to fly toward the summit of the exalted celestial mountain. Let's also go check it out. Yifeng, who had been watching from the sidelines the entire time, said with a smile. Zhuqiulin, Jianlan, and the other God Kings that were relatively powerful also nodded. This group of people also turned into rays of light and flew toward the summit of the exalted celestial mountain. As for the 16 God Kings that had formed the formation array blocking the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel, they didn't dare to leave their positions because they feared that Luo Fan might turn back and escape when they leave. Fog City. On the meadows beside the inner lake of the Purple Mystic Mansion, Qinyu and them were currently watching all that was occurring within the exalted celestial mountain on the water screen. 8 God Kings. In merely a short moment, 8 God Kings have died. This Azura God King is truly, at this moment, Heiyu was smacking his lips increasingly. The scene of the Azura God King massacring the other God Kings was clearly seen by them. In merely a short moment, 8 God Kings had died. This is merely the beginning, Shinyu said with a light smile. Shinyu could tell very well that although 8 God Kings had died in succession earlier, they did not have a major effect to the other God Kings. This was especially true for the 8 great sage emperors. Practically none of them had any reaction. Those God Kings that were weaker coming over to try their luck by dipping their fingers on the exalted celestial spiritual treasure, who could they possibly blame for their deaths? The floating slate? Shinyu's spatial energy had covered the entire exalted celestial mountain. Thus, he was naturally able to hear the conversation between Luo Fan and them. Merely, the spiritual treasure origin cauldron and the floating slate, they were 2 items that Shinyu was unable to touch with his spatial energy. Shinyu also did not know what was written on the floating slate. The scene on the water screen changed. Many of the God Kings were flying toward the summit of the exalted celestial mountain. They were all looking at the floating slate in the middle of the summit that was emitting a boundless cyan light. Shinyu was only capable of simulating the appearance of a floating slate. As for what exactly was written on the floating slate, Shinyu simply had no idea. Seeing the shocked expression of Luo Fan, Zhang Fan and them, the content on the floating slate ought to have changed. Shinyu speculated in his heart. In the past there were only 7 rules carved on the floating slate. However, what about now? Exactly what was it that had caused Luo Fan and them to be so shocked? Big brother, what is written on that slate? Heiyu asked. Shinyu shook his head. I do not know. Dad, you also cannot see it? Shinsi's adorable brows frowned. Shinyu stroked Shinsi's little head. He smiled and said, Little C, Dad is not omnipotent. The creator of this exalted celestial mountain is stronger than Dad. When thinking of the creator of the exalted celestial mountain, Shinyu involuntarily thought of Lin Meng. Shinyu had yet to figure out Lin Meng's strength. However, the portion that he managed to sense was already enough to cause his heart to tremble. Shinyu's gaze was turned to the water screen. What exactly is written on that floating slate? Shinyu frowned. Immediately after, he began to carefully listen to the conversation between Luo Fan, the 8 great sage emperors and them. Only through their dialogues could Shinyu determine what was written on the floating slate. Luo Fan, Zhou Zhang Fan and the other sage emperors, Zuochilin, Yifeng, Jianglan and the other powerful god kings, and Sun Lian and Lu Lian, these 3 god kings from the Azura Sea. These groups of people were all raising their heads and looking at the floating slate. A few rows of golden words appeared on the floating slate. This exalted celestial spiritual treasure that will be born from the spiritual treasure origin cauldron this time is called Living World Seal. The Living World Seal is separated into 3 portions. They are respectively the Blue Sky Seal, Back Earth Seal and All People Seal. The strength of the Blue Sky Seal and the Back Earth Seal is hardly any different. Of the 3 seals, the All People Seal contains the most temporal laws and is the strongest. When someone obtains the 3 seals and fuse them together to form the Living World Seal, this person will become the new exalted celestial. Although it was just a series of simple sentences, they had enlightened Luo Fan and them. Blue Sky Seal, Back Earth Seal, All People Seal, Luo Fan murmured in a low voice. His eyes were flickering with light. Now knowing the difference in strength of the 3 seals, he was able to change his plan. At this moment, Zhang Fan was secretly rejoicing. It's exactly as I thought. The strongest portion, the most important portion is indeed the final portion, the All People Seal. With the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, this All People Seal is mine for sure. Zhang Fan's heart was filled with confidence. Even Emir Azura God King was able to put the 8 great sage emperors in such a difficult situation. If the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial were to join the fray, who could possibly be able to stop him? The All People Seal was certainly going to be Zhang Fan's. Ha ha! Suddenly, a bright and clear laughter sounded through the entire exalted celestial mountain. Even the 16 God Kings who were blocking the passageway at the bottom started to spread their divine awarenesses outward to survey what exactly had happened. Zhou Zhang Fan, I know very well what the 8 of you demand of me. However, it is impossible for you to make me give up on the Back Earth Seal and All People Seal. However, if I were truly to fight to the death against you all, I, Luo Fan, know myself and my strength. I know that I would not be able to escape. However, of your 8 sage emperors, at the very least half of you all would die alongside me. Do you all not admit that? Luo Fan looked to the 8 great sage emperors with a smile on his face. Zhang Fan, Zhou and them were silent. Zhang Fan merely slightly nodded his head to display that what Luo Fan said was true. This was without a doubt. You all said that when the Back-Earth seal and the All-People seal is born, you wanted me to not fight for it. Isn't this request too harsh? How about this? From today till the date of the birth of the new exalted celestial, I will not take a step onto the exalted celestial mountain. For that, you all are to let me go out safely. What do you think? Luofan smiled as he looked to the 8 great sage emperors. The 8 great sage emperors were startled. In an instant, the 8 great sage emperors understood Luofan's intentions. Luofan planned to obtain the blue sky seal and then vow to not step onto the exalted celestial mountain until the birth of the new exalted celestial. However, although Luofan would not be stepping onto the exalted celestial mountain, he could guard the relief sculpture tunnel's entrance from the outside of the exalted celestial mountain. Guarding the entrance is actually not that easy to do. This Luofan is not Qinyu. He is not able to use spatial freezing. As long as I immediately teleport once I exit the relief sculpture tunnel, there is still hope of escaping. Zhang Fan began to think in his heart. The other sage emperors were also considering Luofan's proposal. As for Luofan, he was looking at the 8 great sage emperors with a smile on his face, quietly waiting for their responses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 13. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 13, Oath. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. On the summit of the exalted celestial mountain, the 8 great sage emperors were standing opposite the Azura God King. Following what the Azura God King had said, the situation had once again turned into a deadlock. Should they agree to it? The 8 great sage emperors were all having a major headache. We absolutely cannot let this Luofan go. If we let him go, we would definitely suffer boundlessly. The utmost West Sage Emperor Shintuyen said via Divine Awareness voice transmission. His brother Shintuyen had already been killed by the Azura God King. Thus, Shintuyen was itching to immediately kill Luofan. Not satisfactory. Duanmuyun said to the other sage emperors through Divine Awareness voice transmission. Luofan possesses a first-rate grandness spiritual treasure and also knows the remarkable ability of time stop. If he were to risk his life, it would be impossible for us to kill that Luofan without having casualties among the 8 of us. Who among us is willing to die? Once Duanmuyun's voice transmission was said, all of the sage emperors grew silent. Interesting. This Luofan took a small step back but still caused the 8 great sage emperors to hesitate like so. Xinyu, who was observing this scene, had a smile on his face. Who will end up becoming the new exalted celestial? Xinyu began to become curious in his heart. According to what the mysterious Lin Meng had said during the 100 days ceremony of his son, Qin Si, none of the god kings on the exalted celestial mountain would be able to become the new exalted celestial. Thus, the candidates for becoming the exalted celestial were limited to a couple people. Jiang Lan, Zhuqiulin, Yifeng, Zhangli, Qinyu, and that mysterious blood sea expert. Translation Nations, can someone fact-check IET on this LOL? Of course, it was also possible for it to be a newly emerged god king, but I also do not know whether what this Lin Meng has said was true or false. Qinyu thought in his heart. From the way he saw it, this Azura God King Luofan was truly in a position of superiority. Jiang Fan, Zhou Hua, have you all finished pondering? While the 8 great sage emperors were intensely discussing this matter, Luofan's voice sounded. Luofan still had the same smile on his face like a refined scholar. However, all those that knew him knew about how cold and grim he was in killing others. We've come to a decision. Zhou Hua spoke as the representative. This Zhou Hua had a cold expression on his face. Luofan, us 8 great sage emperors will agree to your demand. We will allow you to leave. From today till the birth of the new exalted celestial, you are not allowed to step foot on the exalted celestial mountain. Ha, delightful. Luofan laughed heartily. Luofan, it's best that you go and vow to the heavens. Otherwise, the 8 of us would find it hard to trust your words. Zhou Hua did not bother to give Luofan any face at all and directly said this to him in a cold manner. Luofan did not mind it. He smiled and said, "Of course. I shall vow to the heavens." Immediately after, Luofan kneeled down on the summit of the exalted celestial mountain. In a clear voice, he oathed. From today after I leave the exalted celestial mountain all the way till the birth of the new exalted celestial, within this period of time, I, Luofan, vow to never step onto the exalted celestial mountain. If I were to step onto the exalted celestial mountain, then the heavens shall punish me. Heaven shall punish me. Heaven shall punish me. Heaven shall punish me. This echoed through the entire exalted celestial mountain. Only at this moment did the 8 great sage emperors have tranquil expressions on their faces. I have already made my oath to the heavens. You all ought to carry out your promise too. Luo Fan looked at the 8 great sage emperors with a smile on his face. The 8 great sage emperors glanced at one another. They all nodded in their hearts. After that, Zhou flew to the sky and said in a loud voice to the god kings below. All the various god kings below, open the relief sculpture tunnel and allow this Luo Fan to leave. Leave? No, no. Of the 16 god kings who created the formation array blocking the relief sculpture tunnel, someone immediately voiced their rejection. Sage emperors, this Azura god king killed 8 god kings in succession. My good brother was also killed by him. We must definitely pay him back in blood. Kill the Azura god king. We must definitely kill him. Another god king roared out loud. However, only those several god kings were shouting loudly. As for the other god kings, they did not wish to become enemies with the Azura god king Luo Fan. Luo Fan had already displayed his strength earlier. Killing ordinary god kings was like cutting apart vegetables for him. Whoever wants to kill this Luo Fan, feel free to come forward. I, Luo Fan, will definitely take you on. The Azura god king Luo Fan said with a loud laughter. Once Luo Fan said those words, the several god kings that were shouting earlier immediately grew silent. Fighting against Luo Fan? Earlier, they wanted the 8 great sage emperors to handle Luo Fan. Now that the 8 great sage emperors had even refused to do that, if they were to fight against Luo Fan themselves, they would only be seeking death. Naturally, they all became quiet. Of the 16 god kings, many of them began to fly away voluntarily, opening the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. With several god kings leaving, the other god kings all began to fly out of the relief sculpture tunnel. In the end, the few god kings that wished to take revenge on Luo Fan also moved aside from the relief sculpture tunnel helplessly. Seeing this scene, Luo Fan merely sneered in a low voice. Zhou, Zhang Fan, Duan Muyun, in that case, I shall comply with the promise and leave now. Luo Fan lightly smiled. He stepped onto the blood ruler and turned into a red ray of light and flew toward the entrance below. Sun Lian, and Sun and Lu Lian also flew after Luo Fan. Just like this, before the 30-plus god kings, Luo Fan and the 3 other god kings from the Azura Sea casually entered the relief sculpture tunnel and then disappeared before the view of the various god kings. The first portion of the Exalted Celestial Spiritual Treasure Living World Seal, the Blue Sky Seal, was for the time being obtained by the Azura god king Luo Fan. Because of this, Luo Fan had also vowed that he would not step onto the Exalted Celestial Mountain until the birth of the new Exalted Celestial. That Blue Sky Seal can be Luo Fan's. However, the next seal, the Back Earth Seal, is definitely going to be mine. Zhang Fan gazed at the various god kings in the surrounding. Among the remaining people, Zhang Fan believed that he, with the assistance of Zhou Huo and Shen Tuyen, was the strongest group. He was certain in obtaining the Back Earth Seal. As for the most important all-people seal, with the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, Zhang Fan did not worry for that in the slightest. Zhang Lan, look at those 8 great sage emperors. Now that Luo Fan had left, these 8 great sage emperors immediately separated into 3 groups. Yi Feng said with a light smile. Zhang Lan took a glance there. He nodded and said, Duan Mu Yun, Tang Lan, and Mu Qin is together. Huang Fu Yu and Pu Tai Hong is together. There's also Zhang Fan and the other 2. No matter how good the relationship between the 8 great sage emperors were, when faced with the Exalted Celestial Spiritual Treasure's enticement, they would still be divided. Yi Feng, God King Zhuqiulin. Zhang Lan looked at Zhuqiulin. Towards Zhuqiulin, Zhang Lan held a deep level of respect. If you have something to say, then speak. Zhuqiulin said impatiently. Zhang Lan said with a smile. As far as I know, Lear is pregnant again. This time around, she will likely only need 10 months to give birth to the child. There is still about 10 years till the emergence of the Back Earth Seal. Shall we return to the Purple Mystic Mansion? Pregnant? Zhuqiulin's eyes shined. Immediately after, Zhuqiulin waved her gown, turned into a ray of light and reached the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel below. Zhang Lan and Yi Feng glanced at one another. They smiled and proceeded to chase after. Mist lingered around the fog city. This was the location of the Divine Realm's 4th Ascender power. The master of this location, Qinyu, was the second god king of the Divine Realm that was greater than the 8 great sage emperors. Because of the existence of Qinyu, many people wanted to join the Fog City. In merely 10 years of time, the Fog City had become bustling with activity. The Purple Mystic Mansion floating on the sky above the Fog City, this was the location where the residents of the Fog City yearned for. Merely, ordinary heavenly deities do not possess the qualifications to go into it. Inside the purple mystic mansion. Before the water screen originally gathered a large group of people watching it. However now, many of the God Kings had left and many others had entered quiet training. Thus, everyone knew that there would be close to 10 years of peace. As such, many of the Qin descendants had left. Currently, only Qinyu, Jiangli, Heiyu, and them remained on top of the meadows. Lear, Uncle Lan, Uncle Yifeng and Zhuqiulin are on their way back. I reckon they'll arrive here in a short moment. Qinyu had listened to the dialogues between the God Kings clearly. Jiangli lightly nodded. Mom, is the child in your stomach a younger brother or a younger sister? Qinsi placed his ears on Jiangli's stomach. He was slightly frowning. It seems that he or she moved. Seeing Qinsi acting like this, Qinyu smiled. Little C, go and play by yourself. Don't disturb your mom anymore. Qinyu said with a smile. Qinsi nodded cleverly. Yes, Dad. Immediately after, Qinsi left. After that, Qinyu, Jiangli, Heiyu and Bai Ling were chatting with one another. Big brother, it's been a long time since that monkey had come back. Do you know what he's doing outside? Heiyu suddenly thought of Ho Fei. He asked, concernedly. With an intention, Qinyu immediately spread his spatial energy out and covered the entire divine realm. Oh, Fei Fei is still with the two girls. However, it seems that Fei Fei has encountered some troubles. Qinyu had a slight smile on his face. What happened? Heiyu immediately asked. Brother Yu, what happened to Fei Fei? Jiangli also grew worried. Bai Ling also looked over at Qinyu. Qinyu lightly smiled. He waved his hand and the water screen before them appeared Fei Fei, Hongyun and Zixia. In the sky above the ocean, between clouds and mist, Ho Fei, Hongyun and Zixia were standing there. Zixia, what did you say? Ho Fei's eyes were immediately opened wide like a sphere. Zixia had a pained expression on her face. With her back facing Ho Fei, she said in a low voice. Big brother Huangyu, go away. Stop coming over to find me anymore. In the future, let's never meet again. With a whoosh, Ho Fei's complexion had turned pale. Zixia, last time we met, you even said that this time, we could. Ho Fei looked at Zixia with shock. Don't say any more. Zixia shouted at Ho Fei. Big brother Huangyu, there won't be a good outcome for us if we are together. Forget about it all. As she said that, Zixia was unable to help her tears from flowing out of her eyes. Hongyun, who had been silent at the side the entire time, also had an unsightly expression on her face. Little Huangyu, do not tangle with Lil Sis Zixia anymore. If you continue on like this, not only would Lil Sis Zixia not have a good ending, you would also not have a good ending. Us of the Blood Sea Palace do not possess freedom. Hongyun shook her head and said helplessly. If Lil Sis Zixia were to truly be together with you, then if the enforcement squadron from the Blood Sea Palace were to set off, then the consequences would be unthinkable. Bullshit. Ho Fei's eyes were displaying a faint red light. His entire person appeared to have gone deranged. What bullshit Blood Sea Palace? No matter who it is, they cannot obstruct Zixia and I. Whoever tries to obstruct us, I will smash them to death with my stick. Ho Fei had gone mad. His body turned into a flash. Immediately, he arrived beside Zixia. He grabbed Zixia's hand and stared at her with his dark red eyes. However, when he saw the tears on her face, the crazed Ho Fei was startled. Zixia, you cried. Unable to help himself, Ho Fei wanted to extend his hand to wipe away Zixia's tears. Big brother Huangyu, go away. With great difficulty, Zixia turned her head around and said. Not long ago, when Zixia and Hongyun returned, they had inadvertently asked their palace master whether those from the palace was allowed to marry those outside of the palace. They did not expect the palace master's attitude to be that determined. She had completely shattered their hope. To the people of the Blood Sea Palace, the palace master was a paramount existence. No one was allowed to go against the palace master. Those who go against the palace master will die without any exception. Zixia, don't worry about it. Who cares what that Blood Sea Palace is? Whoever wants to snatch you away from this granddaddy ho, I will directly smash them to death. Fuck. I do not believe that there are people that dare to snatch away this granddaddy ho's wife. Ho Fei directly hugged Zixia and held her deep within his bosom. Wife? Zixia was startled. Although the relationship between Ho Fei and her was close, it had not reached such a state. Zixia, don't worry. No matter what happens, I will be able to shoulder it. Ho Fei embraced Zixia and said to her ears softly. At this moment, Zixia felt that she was drifty. Her entire heart had been intoxicated. If I were to die in Big Brother Huang Yu's embrace like so, I would have no regrets. Xia thought in her heart. Faced with Hou Fei's gaze, Xia lightly nodded. Hou Fei immediately started smiling. He was smiling rejoicefully. Xia, you've become muddled. What you're doing, not only will you harm yourself, you'll also harm little Huang Yu. Beside them, Hong Yun became worried. Impatiently, she said. Hou Fei frowned. He lowered his head and looked at Xia within his bosom. Xia was also looking at him. Their eyes were fixed upon one another. Xia, I am going to tell you something. Huang Yu is not my real name. My real name is Hou Fei. Hou Fei suddenly said in a soft voice. The smile on Xia's face was so brilliant. She did not take note of what Hou Fei had said at all. She merely continued to look at Hou Fei. Suddenly. Xia, Hong Yun, the two of you have some extreme nerve. You actually dared to go against this great palace master's order. A clear and cold voice sounded. A woman with long crimson-colored hair, crimson-colored eyebrows and crimson-colored gown appeared in the middle of the air. She was coldly looking at Hou Fei, Hong Yun and Xia. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 14. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 14, Blood Sea Queen. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. Seeing this crimson-gowned cold-looking woman that had suddenly appeared, Xia and Hong Yun's complexions instantly turned deathly pale. Frightened, the two of them were shivering. After that, their legs grew weak and then they kneeled down onto the ground. Palace Master. Xia and Hong Yun were so afraid that they became unable to say a single word. They merely kneeled respectfully and lowered their head, not daring to raise it at all. Their bodies were also shivering non-stop. Palace Master? She is the Palace Master? Hou Fei instead frowned. He was not timid in the slightest. He frowned and carefully inspected this red-gowned woman that had suddenly appeared. Inside the Fog City's purple mystic mansion, Xinyu, Zhongli, Heiyu, and Bai Ling saw this scene through the water screen. At this moment, Heiyu was also startled. Big Brother, who was that woman that suddenly appeared? It seemed that to those two girls called Xia and Hong Yun, this crimson-gowned woman is very frightening. Zhongli slightly frowned. She also couldn't recognize who this crimson-haired, crimson-eyebrowed, and crimson-gowned woman was. Such distinctive features, one would definitely be able to recognize her if they had seen her before. When Xinyu, Zhuqiulin, and Zhongli were at the Blood Sea, when they encountered the surprise attack from the Blood Sea God King, the three of them had directly escaped into the new cosmos. Only after the three of them disappeared did the Blood Sea God King appear. Thus, they also did not know about the appearance of the Blood Sea God King. Although Zhongli do not know who she was, Xinyu had a slight suspicion already. That was because at this moment Xinyu's spatial energy had covered the entire divine realm. That included the crimson-gowned woman. The special aura emitted by that crimson-gowned woman was exactly the same as the one he felt from the Blood Sea. Could it be that the super expert from the Blood Sea is her? Xinyu frowned and said in a low voice. The super expert from the Blood Sea? Zhongli looked at Xinyu in shock. When mentioning the super expert from the Blood Sea, Zhongli naturally understood what Xinyu meant. The mysterious super expert from the Blood Sea was capable of time stop. There was no need to doubt her might. Who? Blood Sea's super expert? Confused, Heiyu and Bai Ling looked to Xinyu. Xinyu had a slight smile on his face. Xiao Hei, don't be anxious. It would seem now that Fei Fei's love affair is not one that with a smooth sailing. Things are getting more and more interesting now. Let's continue watching. Heiyu immediately started smiling. It seemed that his big brother was planning to watch passively. Xinyu, Zhongli, Heiyu, and Bai Ling continued to look at the water screen. Appearing on the water screen, Hou Fei was loudly speaking to the crimson-gowned grim woman. Palace Master? Senior, you are Xia and Hong Yun's Palace Master? Hou Fei looked at the Blood Sea God King and said with a slight bow. Although he said senior, he did not have an appearance of respect. Huang Why Big Brother Hou Fei? Seeing Hou Fei acting so arrogant, Xia was immediately alarmed. She repeatedly tried to hint to Hou Fei with her eyes. At the same time, she began to respectfully provide an explanation for Hou Fei. Palace Master, Big Brother Hou Fei does not know who Palace Master is. That's the reason why he was acting disrespectful towards you, Palace Master. Please forgive him. The Blood Sea God King merely humped coldly. Forgive? The Blood Sea God King's cold pair of eyes glanced at Ho Fei. Ho Fei felt as if his entire body was being cut apart by knives. He was unable to refrain himself from shivering. This palace master, it seemed that she's truly powerful. I am Ho Fei from the Fog City. May I know who palace master might be? Ho Fei introduced his identity. After all, he liked Xixia and Xixia was someone from the Blood Sea Palace. Thus, Ho Fei did not wish to end up in too great of a deadlock with this palace master. Ho Fei also knew of his big brother Qin Yu's status. Thus, he figured that if he were to throw Qin Yu's sign out, then the other person ought to be willing to give him some face. Ho Fei of the Fog City? The Blood Sea Queen cast a glance at Ho Fei. Her eyes were filled with confusion. That's right, might the palace master know of the city master of our Fog City, Qin Yu? Ho Fei continued to say with a smile. Is here such a place called Fog City in the Divine Realm? The Blood Sea Queen frowned and instead asked. Among all the various cities of the Divine Realm, I have never heard of a city called Fog City. When was this city formed? The Blood Sea Queen looked at Ho Fei. Ho Fei had become speechless. There's actually someone who doesn't know of the Fog City in the Divine Realm? Palace Master, this Fog City is a city that was formed in the past 10 years. That city master Qin Yu is also an extremely powerful god king. Hong Yun, who was kneeling, immediately raised her head and explained. Hong Yun knew very well that the Blood Sea Queen would generally be bitterly training and thus do not know the matters of the Divine Realm. Formed in the past 10 years? This Qin Yu is an extremely powerful god king? How powerful is he? Are you saying that he's as powerful as the Azura God King and the 9 secluded God King? The Blood Sea Queen asked. To the Blood Sea Queen, only the Azura God King and the 9 secluded God King were capable of causing her to be on guard. Merely, the 9 secluded God King had died back then. Thus, in the entire Divine Realm, the Blood Sea Queen only minded a bit about the Azura God King. This subordinate does not know. However, this God King Qin Yu is indeed very powerful. He once killed 2 of the Thunder Punishment City's God Kings in a major battle. Hong Yun continued. The Blood Sea Queen's crimson-colored eyebrows were raised. She looked at Hong Yun. The Thunder Punishment City's God Kings? Of the 8 great sacred lands of the Divine Realm, only the Thunder Punishment City was capable of making the Blood Sea Queen fearful. After all, the Thunder Punishment City had an exalted celestial behind them. The Blood Sea Queen, who had experienced the previous descent of the exalted celestial mountain, she knew very well the terror that was the exalted celestials. He actually dared to kill the God Kings of the Thunder Punishment City? The Blood Sea Queen became curious of this Qin Yu. Yes. Hong Yun said respectfully. These past years, Hong Yun and Xixia had been outside of the Blood Sea Palace. Thus, they knew many things of the Divine Realm. The 2 God Kings that Qin Yu killed were respectively the Thunder Martial God King Zhou Tong and the Thunder Nightmare God King Zhou Wulian. Zhou Yin also died? The Blood Sea Queen was startled. The Blood Sea Queen clearly remembered the deranged youth who enjoyed slaughter to his heart's content on the exalted celestial mountain. Never did she imagine that in a blink of an eye, that deranged youth had also died. The Blood Sea Queen looked at Ho Fei. With the Blood Sea Queen's strength, she determined that Ho Fei was merely a high-level heavenly deity with a single glance. Actually, maids like Hong Yun and Xixia were numerous in the Blood Sea Palace. She did not care about them at all. However, the Blood Sea Queen cared deeply about her face. She had once said that the women of the Blood Sea Palace were not allowed to marry others. Qin Yu? The Blood Sea Queen began to ponder in her heart. I have never heard about this Qin Yu before. Among the God Kings from 6 quadrillion years ago, there wasn't one called Qin Yu either. This Qin Yu, where exactly is he from? Immediately after, the Blood Sea Queen looked at Ho Fei. Ho Fei. The Blood Sea Queen said coldly. Ho Fei slightly bowed on the side and was waiting for the Blood Sea Queen's speech. The Blood Sea Queen continued. Ho Fei, I do not care where you are from. The women of my Blood Sea Palace are not allowed to marry others. I shall give you a final chance. If you leave now, I will spare your life. The reason the Blood Sea Queen came out from the Blood Sea Palace this time around was all for the matter of the descent of the exalted celestial mountain. As for the matters regarding Hong Yun, Xixia and Ho Fei, she was merely conveniently taking care of them. Because of the mysteriousness of this Qin Yu, the proud and arrogant Blood Sea Queen had decided to give Qin Yu some face and spare Ho Fei. Spare my life? Ho Fei was furious. Palace Master, what might you be planning to do with Xixia and Hong Yun then? The Blood Sea Queen took a glance at Xixia and Hong Yun. Them? Xixia went against my orders and dared to intertwine with men outside of the Blood Sea Palace. She naturally has committed a capital offense. As for Hongyun, she did not announce this matter. Humph, she shall be restricted of liberty for 100 million of years as a small discipline. Thank you Palace Master for sparing Big Brother Ho Fei's life. At this moment, Xia was kowtowing and thanking. At the same time, she looked to Ho Fei. She said to him through divine awareness voice transmission. Big Brother Ho Fei, leave quickly. No one could go against the Palace Master. Do not worry about me anymore. Go away. Xia had actually already guessed what the result would be if her Palace Master were to discover her actions. Merely, in the past, she and Hongyun were wishfully thinking because the Blood Sea Queen hardly ever comes out. However, unexpectedly, they were discovered this time around. Ho Fei's expression immediately sunk. Faint red flames were also being emitted from his pair of eyes. Ho Fei firmly stared at the Blood Sea Queen. Fucking woman, Ho Fei, is my woman someone that you can kill as you please? Today, I am going to bring Xia away. I shall see what you can do about that. A tyrannical aura began to emit from Ho Fei's body. Big Brother Ho Fei. Little Huang Yu. Both Xia and Hongyun grew anxious. A high-level heavenly deity wanted to fight against the Blood Sea Queen? Wasn't that courting death? Xia and Hongyun were so worried that they were about to cry. The two of them were continuously trying to talk Ho Fei out of him through their divine awareness voice transmission. However, Ho Fei completely ignored it. He merely looked at the Blood Sea Queen angrily. An ant trying to shake a tree. The Blood Sea Queen smiled coldly. She waved her sleeve and 16 crimson-colored figures appeared beside her. All 16 of this crimson-colored figures possessed a strange aura. 16 blood slaves? When Xia and Hongyun saw the 16 figures, they were immediately stunned. The legendary strongest squadron of the Blood Sea Palace had actually appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 15. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 15, Dark Cyan Single Aura Stick. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. Inside the Purple Mystic Mansion. Those 16 people, Xinyu frowned. The auras of the 16 individuals were extremely strange. What had caused the most astonishment to Xinyu was that among the 16 individuals, 2 of them were God Kings. 2 God Kings were actually willing to be her subordinates? Xinyu was shocked. Even Sun Lian and Sun and Lu Lian of the Azura Sea were, although subordinates of the Azura God King, nominally the brothers and sister of the Azura God King. However, these 2 God Kings wore red clothes and were respectful like servants. No, those gazes. Xinyu finally noticed the expression of the eyes of these 16 crimson figures. Even those 2 God Kings possessed extremely lifeless gazes. Lifeless? Had it been normal God Kings, how could their expressions possibly be lifeless? 16 crimson figures. 2 God Kings and 14 high-level heavenly deities. All their expressions were extremely lifeless. What might be the cause of that? Could they be blood slaves? Xinyu remembered the time when he was at the Western Sea and what the mysterious expert of the Blood Sea said. Back then, that mysterious expert was planning to turn Xinyu, Zhongli, and Zhuoqiulin into blood slaves. Xinyu became on guard. Above the sea and between the clouds, 16 crimson-colored figures were lined in a row. Their expressions were all lifeless. Big Brother Ho Fei, those are blood slaves. Their bodies are practically indestructible. Quickly, run away. Xia anxiously said to Ho Fei via voice transmission. Ho Fei, however, continued to stand there. He did not try to escape at all. 13, 14, 15, 16, go and capture that Ho Fei. The Blood Sea Queen said indifferently. Immediately, 4 crimson figures turned into 4 rays of light and flew toward Ho Fei. These 4 blood slaves were the relatively weaker ones among the 16 blood slaves. They were merely high-level heavenly deities. However, once they became blood slaves, their bodies had become practically undying. Unless the attack from their opponent was truly too terrifying, it would be practically impossible for their incorporeal blood slave body to be harmed. Whoosh! Gale whistled. The 4 crimson figures had already arrived and surrounded Ho Fei. Ho Fei merely smiled coldly. He then angrily hissed. His hissing noise soared to the sky. A stick suddenly appeared in his hand. He directly swept his stick across and swept all 4 figures in succession. It's useless. The body of blood slaves are not that easy to hit. Seeing Ho Fei attacking with his stick, the Blood Sea Queen possessed absolute confidence in her blood slaves. She even began to think that the stick would sweep through the blood slaves like sweeping through mist and would be unable to injure them in the slightest. Bang! Streams of aura circled around the dark cyan single aura stick. The dark cyan single aura stick streaked across the vast sky and ruthlessly smashed on the 4 crimson figures. The 4 crimson figures appeared as if they had received a mortal wound and fell from the sky. After they flew halfway down the sky, these 4 crimson figures directly exploded and turned into flying ash. The Blood Sea Queen was startled. She looked at Ho Fei with a shocked expression. How is that possible? No high-level heavenly deities are capable of defeating a blood slave, much less killing a blood slave. The Blood Sea Queen possessed absolute confidence on the blood slaves that she had crafted. Ho Fei held the dark cyan single aura stick in one hand and loftily looked to the Blood Sea Queen. Whatever abilities that you have, feel free to show them all. I shall see what could you possibly do to me. Ho Fei was filled with confidence. Oh, the Blood Sea Queen carefully sized up Ho Fei. Soon, her gaze was completely focused upon the dark cyan single aura stick. Immediately, the Blood Sea Queen's gaze had instantly turned passionate. That weapon, could it be? The Blood Sea Queen's heart was shivering. She immediately shouted in a low voice. Number 2, go and catch that Ho Fei. Remember to not use spatial laws. Give him a chance. The Blood Sea Queen was a bit tensed. If that stick of his were capable of defeating Number 2's bent blade head-on, then it ought to be a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. The Blood Sea Queen was carefully paying attention to it. Yes. The Number 1 and Number 2 among the 16 blood slaves were the 2 God Kings among the 16 blood slaves. These 2 God Kings were caught by the Blood Sea Queen a long time ago and then turned into 2 blood slaves by her. A black bent blade appeared in Number 2's hand. Holding the black bent blade, Number 2 arrived before Ho Fei with a flash. Holding the dark cyan single aura stick, Ho Fei immediately started fighting Number 2. The bent blade would occasionally disappear before everyone's gaze and occasionally reappear. It was extremely devilish. As for Number 2 himself, he would frequently use teleportation. Faced with the God King Number 2's attack, Ho Fei was placed in a difficult situation. He could only try his best to block with his dark cyan single aura stick time after time. Ah, Ho Fei snarled. The dark cyan single aura stick that he held in his hand appeared like a rain dragon rushing out of the sea and began to spread through all directions. That Number 2 directly teleported away. Even without using spatial laws to restrict Ho Fei, Number 2 was still capable of easily trampling upon Ho Fei. Bang! The black bent blade violently collided with the dark cyan single aura stick. Number 2's black bent blade trembled. Immediately after, it disappeared once more. As for that dark cyan single aura stick, it violently smashed toward Number 2 with an endless amount of power. Right. The eyes of the Blood Sea Queen, who had been observing the entire time, shined brighter and brighter. Her heart was filled with excitement. How many years had it been? What the Blood Sea Queen wished for the most was obtaining a powerful weapon. The Azura God King obtained Life Sunderer, but she continued to only have a second-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. To the Blood Sea Queen, who possessed the remarkable ability of Time Stop, a second-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure was not something that possessed much use. What she yearned for day and night was a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. However, the number of first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures was truly too small. The 8 Great Sage Emperor's Clan Protection spiritual treasures were items that only the 8 great divine families could inherit. As for the other first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures, they were even rarer. The defensive Vast Territory could indeed be considered a powerful spatial spiritual treasure. Merely, to the Blood Sea Queen, whose body was a blood sea to begin with, Vast Territory was an item of no worth. What she needed was an offensive first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. And now, a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure actually appeared in the hand of a high-level heavenly deity. For it to appear in the hands of a high-level heavenly deity, wasn't this practically presenting it to her on a silver platter? To be able to completely contain Number 2's spiritual treasure, it is evidently a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. This Ho Fei's luck is truly great. Merely, from today on, this first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure shall be mine. The Blood Sea Queen had a grim smile on her face. The Blood Sea Queen indifferently ordered. Number 2, don't bother playing with him anymore. Directly kill this Ho Fei. Palace Master. Xia immediately grew anxious. Want to kill me? Ho Fei licked his lips. He closely clenched onto the dark cyan single aura stick that Jinyu had crafted for him. He was ready to attack at any moment. Number 2's figure had appeared. Yeah, Ho Fei snarled. He held the dark cyan single aura stick and was about to smash it toward Number 2. Number 2 coldly stared at Ho Fei. Suddenly, Ho Fei felt that the space surrounding him had been completely sealed off. A boundless amount of spatial energy held him in oppression. He was unable to move at all. He snarled. The stream of aura that covered the surface of the dark cyan single aura stick started to tremble. The space surrounding Ho Fei started to tremble. Seeing this scene, the Blood Demon Queen became even more excited. Good, what a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. The better this weapon was, the more she wanted it. Chi, the space once again grew oppressive. Ho Fei felt that the oppression from the space became even greater. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move in the slightest. When the gap between individuals was too great, their weapons became useless. Kill him. The Blood Sea Queen ordered indifferently. The Blood Sea Queen had felt that it was unworthy for her to personally kill Ho Fei. As he was merely a high-level heavenly deity, it was sufficient to just have a blood slave do the killing. Whoosh! Hearing the order from the Blood Sea Queen, Number 2 immediately set off to attack. The black bent blade was hacked down from Number 2's hand and turned into a black ray of light as it flew toward Ho Fei. Big brother! Ho Fei howled. A sound was heard. Chi, as if it had encountered a powerful resistance, that black bent blade barely managed to move a foot forward and then was unable to move anymore. After that, Number 2 became unable to move again. Since you've restricted my second brother, I shall restrict you. This makes things even. An indifferent voice sounded. A black-gowned man appeared in the air. Big brother, you've finally come. Why didn't you appear sooner? I had already broken the seal that you gave me right at the beginning. Yet, you insisted on waiting till the final moment to appear. Ho Fei mumbled his complaints. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled. Fei, you now know the difference between your strength and your opponents, right? This time, when you return, make sure to carefully train. Ho Fei laughed with a hee-hee sound to Qin Yu. After that, he flew over to Zixia and Hong Yun. He immediately helped Zixia back on her feet and said to her, Zixia, my big brother has come. It's all fine now. In the future, you also do not have to worry about that whatever palace master. Ho Fei was extremely confident of Qin Yu. The Blood Sea Queen's expression sunk. Her gaze was fixed upon Qin Yu's body. Her ice-cold voice sounded. So you're that Qin Yu? As expected of someone who could escape from my time stop. The Blood Sea Queen had already recognized who Qin Yu was. Oh, so young lady, you are that mysterious expert from the Blood Sea. It seems that I have finally managed to see young lady's appearance. Last time, I was scared away without seeing young lady's appearance. I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Qin Yu said with a smile. Young lady? The Blood Sea Queen's complexion grew even more ugly. She, the Blood Sea Queen, had existed since time of the birth of the divine realm. It was merely that at the beginning she was merely the Blood Sea. It was only later that she obtained spiritual intelligence and managed to cultivate herself into an exceptional God King in the end. With her seniority, how many people were actually qualified to address her as young lady? Zixia and Hong Yun looked at this scene with amazement. The domineering and insufferably arrogant Blood Sea Queen actually did not directly attack when facing Qin Yu. Unable to refrain herself, Zixia asked via divine awareness voice transmission. Big brother Ho Fei, this big brother Qin Yu of yours, is he truly capable of defeating the palace master? Regardless of whether it were Zixia or Hong Yun, neither of them possessed much affection for the Blood Sea Queen. They merely feared her. If it weren't for the fact that they feared the Blood Sea Queen's strength, they would likely have already run away. Zixia, Hong Yun, you two can rest assured. With Big Brother here, we will all be fine. Ho Fei said with extreme confidence. Zixia and Hong Yun looked at Qin Yu and the Blood Sea Queen with nervousness. This mysterious Qin Yu and the domineering Blood Sea Queen, who exactly was more powerful among them? The Blood Sea Queen's eyes squinted. Coldly, she said. Qin Yu, I also know of your ability to escape. Today, I shall speak clearly. If you give that Ho Fei stick to me, I shall spare you all. This includes Zixia and Hong Yun, I am also able to spare them. Is there a need for you to spare them? If I wish to leave, no one can stop me. Qin Yu said with a light smile. The Blood Sea Queen became completely certain now. Back then, when Qin Yu, Zhuqiulin and Jiang Li received her time stop yet escaped with a teleportation. This Blood Sea Queen had been guessing the entire time who it was that possessed that remarkable ability. From the sound of it now, it ought to be this Qin Yu. The Blood Sea Queen immediately sneered and said. Qin Yu, I know you have the means to escape with them. However, Qin Yu, you ought to understand that the current you possessed a base. That fog city is your territory. While you can escape once, you cannot escape for your entire lifetime. If you were to truly escape, then I will directly eliminate that fog city. What the Blood Sea Queen feared the most was Chinyu's remarkable ability that allowed him to continue to teleport while being affected by time stop. Eliminate the fog city? Chinyu smiled as he looked at the Blood Sea Queen. Blood Sea Queen, today I shall not escape with teleportation. I shall fight you openly. How about that? If you lose, then you ought to forget about the matters regarding Hofei, Zixia and Hongyun from today hence. Not escape with teleportation? A slight cold grin appeared on the Blood Sea Queen's mouth. Humph Chinyu, if you were to not escape with teleportation, I am able to fight you right now. As for Hofei, Zixia and Hongyun, I am disinclined to care about the matters regarding Zixia and Hongyun. However, Hofei, that stick of his, I am determined to obtain it. The Blood Sea Queen had yearned day and night for a first-rate grandmist spiritual treasure for countless years. At this moment, how could she possibly give up on it? Chinyu lightly nodded. Stick? Oh, so you want a first-rate grandmist spiritual treasure? Chinyu immediately understood. Practically all God Kings possessed the same yearning for first-rate grandmist spiritual treasures. The Blood Sea Queen nodded. If you were to win against me today, I shall gift you a first-rate grandmist spiritual treasure. Chinyu said with a smile. Do you even have one? The Blood Sea Queen sneered. Palace Master, Chinyu is the Divine Realm's new craftsman god. Beside them, Hongyun spoke out. Hearing that, the Blood Sea Queen looked at Chinyu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 16. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 16, The Collision of Bodies. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. The gaze that the Blood Sea Queen looked at Chinyu with now contained a trace of astonishment. She had originally thought Chinyu to be a newly emerged super expert. However, she had never once imagined that he would be the new craftsman god. That was because even geniuses would require a long time in order to consolidate one's experience and ability to become a grandmaster artifact craftsman. Yet, it had been how long since Chinyu appeared? The Blood Sea Queen suddenly laughed. Her long crimson hair gracefully drifted. Her crimson gown was fluttering in the wind. Chinyu merely continued to calmly look at the Blood Sea Queen. Chinyu possessed admiration toward this Blood Sea Queen. To be able to force God King level experts into becoming blood slaves, this was not something that anyone could do. Admiration. To the Blood Sea Queen, Chinyu had an admiration of a senior looking down upon a junior. Ever since he knew of his cultivation path, Chinyu knew that the so-called God Kings and even the Exalted Celestial does not amount to much when his new cosmos finish its development. Thus, Chinyu did not bother to fight for the Exalted Celestial's spiritual treasure. The current Chinyu was peacefully staying in the Fog City's Purple Mystic Mansion. If others do not provoke him, he would also not be inclined to provoke others. That was because at his current state, Chinyu had possessed enough strength to defend himself. New craftsman god, good. The Blood Sea Queen's gaze grew passionate as she looked at Chinyu. As for her face, she was displaying an excited smile. Chinyu, from today on, you may become my Blood Sea Palace's Vice Palace Master. You are free to utilize all of the maids and blood slaves of the Blood Sea Palace. It is also fine for you to give Zixia and Hongyun to your brother. How about it? Vice Palace Master? Chinyu was startled. The Blood Sea Queen's gown continued to flutter freely in the wind. As for herself, she was laughing. What my Blood Sea Palace lacks the most is good weapons. You, the new craftsman god, are most suited to be a member of my Blood Sea Palace. Chinyu started to laugh involuntarily. You're planning to force me to become your Vice Palace Master? Chinyu smiled as he looked at the Blood Sea Queen before him. Beside them, Hofei, Hongyun and Zixia were all keeping their silence. Experts at the level of Chinyu and the Blood Sea Queen were capable of talking with one another equally. As for them, they did not have the qualifications to butt in. I ask you, are you willing? The Blood Sea Queen looked to Chinyu. Chinyu lightly shook his head. The Blood Sea Queen did not mind in the slightest. She continued to say with a smile. Last time with that Cheho Yuan, I also wanted him to be my Vice Palace Master and craft artifacts for me. Unfortunately, I was obstructed by that Azura God King. That Azura God King explicitly told me that he planned to safeguard the Cheho Yuan. This time around, I shall see who shall safeguard you. Oh, your invitation failed and now you're planning to use force? Chinyu stood in the air. His legs were within the clouds. His hands were twisted around his chest as he displayed a smile while facing the Blood Sea Queen before him. Within his eyes was indifferent confidence and not the slightest trace of cowardice. The Blood Sea Queen's long, shapely eyebrows were raised. She coldly laughed. Immediately after, she lifted the gown on her left hand. The 12 blood slaves immediately turned into 12 blood silhouettes and flew into the Blood Sea Queen's gown. The Blood Sea Queen's fine and white jade-like sparkling and translucent right hand was extended from her gown. Suddenly, a crimson-colored blur appeared in the surroundings of the Blood Sea Queen. After that, the crimson-colored blur began to rapidly shrink. In the end, it turned into a long trident. She knew, this weapon is something that I had crafted through tens of millions of years of effort and with the help of my origin energy. Its name is called the Blood Trident. Its strength is comparable to a second-rate grandest spiritual treasure. The Blood Sea Queen lightly opened her red lips. Her face was filled with confidence. Shinyu extended his hands to the two sides. A pair of gloves immediately appeared on his hands. These gloves are called the Snowflake Gloves. They are a second-rate grandest spiritual treasure and also something that I personally crafted. Shinyu's mind was peaceful like water. Immediately after, he pointed to an empty space and spoke. Spatial, freezing. Immediately. On the sky above the ocean, the 100,000 radius area space instantly stopped moving and became frozen. Shinyu was not required to use origin spiritual pearls like the 8 great sage emperors when using spatial freezing. As his soul had absorbed the 8 great origin energies, it was extremely easy for him to use spatial freezing. Furthermore, his spatial freezing was already at the peak level. Spatial freezing? The trump ability of the 8 great sage emperors. How do you know that? The Blood Sea Queen's heart immediately grew tensed. Her extremely confident attitude had also changed. She had now become cautious. Shinyu smiled but didn't speak. Shinyu must admit that this Blood Sea Queen's knowledge of information was truly lacking. It was likely that she had never bothered with the matters of the divine realm before. Shinyu's battle with the God Kings from the Thunder Punishment City was an enormous matter. Practically all of the God Kings knew about it. However, this Blood Sea Queen actually didn't know about it. Humph, so what if you know spatial freezing? The Blood Sea Queen then sneered. She held the crimson blood trident, turned into a crimson-colored blur and appeared before Qin. Shinyu's eyes shined. What speed? It is likely that the Azura God King's speed when he was riding the Life Sunderer is inferior to this Blood Sea Queen's speed. At the same time, Shinyu's two hands appeared like blooming lotus flowers. Countless lotus silhouettes proceeded to rush towards the blood trident. The Blood Sea Queen only felt that her blood trident seemed to have been engulfed by an endless vortex. The resistance on her weapon became greater and greater. She had become unable to continue to pierce it forward. Comparing strength with me? The Blood Sea Queen smiled in anger. The blood trident was violently moved. Those countless lotus silhouettes were shattered in an instant like bubbles. The blood trident appeared before Shinyu in the blink of an eye. Shinyu was unable to refrain his surprise. He immediately used his hands to block it. Bang! The snowflake gloves directly collided with the blood trident. Shinyu felt a burst of sharp pain on his hands. The sharp pain had caused Shinyu to have no choice but to fly backwards to retreat from that frightening attack power. This is a second-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure? How could its attack be this powerful? Shinyu looked at that blood trident with a slight surprise. His snowflake gloves were also a second-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Why was the gap between them so great? Shinyu's new cosmos spatial energy covered the Blood Sea Queen. He began to carefully inspect the aura of the Blood Sea Queen. Through that, he came to a speculation. Earlier, this Blood Sea Queen said that the Blood Fork was a weapon that she had crafted through using her own origin energy. What is her own origin energy? Shinyu began to guess. Actually, the Blood Sea Queen's true form was the Blood Sea. As for the Blood Sea, it was birthed from the boundless ocean of the divine realm. The origin energy that the Blood Sea contained could be considered as a sort of origin energy that the divine realm's ocean contained. It was extremely special. If another person were to be using the blood trident, then its might would only equal that of a normal second-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. However, when the blood trident was used by the Blood Sea Queen whose true form was that of the Blood Sea, its might was much stronger. Humph. Shinyu, this palace master here has yet to even use her time stop. Yet, you're already planning to admit defeat? At this moment, the Blood Sea Queen had a smile on her face. She naturally knew the offensive power of her blood trident. No. Shinyu shook his head with a smile on his face. What happened earlier was merely me warming up. Xi Yu extended his hand. A spear suddenly appeared within his hand. This spear was completely black but possessed a faint dark and yellow color. As for the spearhead of this spear, it possessed wisps of twisting blood. Xi Yu's #1 weapon. Divine Spear Waning Snow. At the first moment she saw the Divine Spear Waning Snow, the Blood-Sea Queen's eyes contracted. With her eyesight, she naturally managed to sense the extraordinariness of the Divine Spear Waning Snow. Furthermore, for Xi Yu to take it out now, it was evident that this spear's might was stronger than the gloves. Could it be another first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure? The Blood-Sea Queen thought in her heart. No matter how much imagination the Blood-Sea Queen possessed, she would never dare to think that the weapon Xi Yu held in his hand was much stronger than first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures. Humph, even if it's a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure, one must still see who the user of it is. The Blood-Sea Queen felt a burst of envy and anger in her heart. Immediately, she snarled. At the same time, the blood trident in her hand began to rapidly spin around. Whoosh! Because of the spinning of the blood trident, a crimson-colored vortex appeared with the Blood-Sea Queen as the center. The attractive force of the vortex became more and more frightening. What sort of ability is this? Hou Fei was stunned. Hou Fei, Zixia and Hong Yun had already flown far away since before the battle began. They were capable of watching the fight from afar. Holding the Divine Spear Waning Snow in his hand, Xi Yu continued to stand in the middle of the air motionlessly. Whoosh! That blood trident carried with it a frightening revolving energy and ruthlessly pierced toward Xi Yu. As for Xi Yu, he merely casually waved the Divine Spear Waning Snow in his hand. The blood trident that had stored up power for a long time carried along with it a large amount of power and attacked. It firmly collided with Xi Yu's Divine Spear Waning Snow. It collided with the dark and yellow energy of the Divine Spear Waning Snow's shaft and then was knocked back flying. Bang! The sound of an intense collision. Holding the blood trident, the Blood-Sea Queen appeared like a mortal receiving a shock. Her body twitched from the collision. At the same time, she was knocked back flying. Xi Yu took a glance at the blood trident that was still unscathed. Oh, it can actually restore itself in an instant. Marvelous, marvelous. Receiving the Divine Spear Waning Snow's violent backlash, second-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures would generally disintegrate. Merely, this blood trident received the Blood-Sea Queen's origin energy to restore itself in an instant. Thus, it came out unscathed. The Blood-Sea Queen stopped her throwback. She looked at Xi Yu. Her gaze was cold and detached. It seems that I have underestimated you. Whatever other tricks you have, feel to use them. Don't you possess the remarkable ability of time stop? Xi Yu looked at the Blood-Sea Queen and said with a smile. The Blood-Sea Queen smiled coldly. You even want to try to force me to use time stop? Oh. Xi Yu stood other than engrossingly. He really wanted to see what other tricks this Blood-Sea Queen possessed. The Blood-Sea Queen extended her hand. The blood trident in her hand disappeared. My strongest weapon is my undying body. The Blood-Sea Queen stared at Xi Yu. Even first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures would find it difficult to injure my body. The Blood-Sea Queen's true form was that of the Blood Sea. That enormous Blood Sea had turned into a living creature. In terms of peculiarity, it was comparable to Xi Yu's variation Lotus clone. The toughness of the Blood-Sea Queen's body had reached a frightening degree. With her undying body, in the last descent of the exalted celestial mountain, the Blood-Sea Queen managed to preserve her life. After hiding herself and training for this many years, she had managed to comprehend time stop. Perhaps it might be because her true body was that of the Blood Sea. The Blood-Sea Queen loved hidden seclusion training the most. A single seclusion training session could last for billions of years. This was also the reason why she knew so little about the rest of the divine realm. Whoosh! A crimson figure immediately arrived beside Xi Yu. The Blood-Sea Queen was spinning. Her right leg was like that of a whip. It carried a boundless energy and ruthlessly smashed towards Xi Yu. Facing the incoming leg, Xi Yu merely smiled. A cyan figure flew out from within Xi Yu. This cyan figure also ruthlessly kicked with his leg. Bang! The two legs stuck each other. Their bodies were both extremely tough and durable. The sound of the collision was extremely frightening. Fortunately, the space had been frozen by Xi Yu. Otherwise, it would have shattered. The crimson figure moved. It then stopped. Amazed, she looked at the black-gowned Xi Yu and the cyan-gowned Xi Yu. This is your clone? The Blood-Sea Queen had experienced the toughness of the cyan-gowned Xi Yu's body earlier. The cyan-gowned Xi Yu slightly clasped his hand and said, Blood-Sea Queen, my body's toughness is what I pride myself in the most. Let's spar with one another and see whose body is toughest. What do you say? The Blood Sea Queen smiled confidently. Her body's toughness was also her most confident aspect. She did not believe that there would be anyone who could injure her body. Good. After she said that, the Blood Sea Queen instantly appeared before the cyan-gowned Chinyu. Blade-like legs, thrusting fists, knee strikes, absolutely barbarous close-ranged attacks continued time after time. Bang! 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 The repeated collisions. The two people appeared to be berserk. Between the movement of the gown, that Blood Sea Queen's white jade-like long legs and arms appeared. However, her long legs and arms were as tough as first-rate Grandmist spiritual treasures. Ah! The cyan-gowned Chinyu and the Blood Sea Queen suddenly separated. However, immediately after, they proceeded to charge into one another with an even faster speed. Bang! A terrifying sound of collision sounded from the location of the collision and spread in all directions. Just the sound of that collision had caused Ho Fei and them who were watching the battle from afar to be frightened. Chi-Chi like a stone being shattered, cracks appeared on the cyan-gowned Chinyu's body. The Blood Sea Queen smiled. Her body was also violently trembling. After that, the Blood Sea Queen's body crumbled and turned into a lump of crimson-colored liquid. However, in an instant, that crimson-colored liquid once again formed into the Blood Sea Queen. At this moment, the Blood Sea Queen had an expression of excitement. Ha, you've lost. Bang! The cyan-gowned Chinyu instantly turned into cyan gas. However, in an instant, that cyan gas turned into the cyan-gowned Chinyu once again. The smile on the Blood Sea Queen instantly disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 17. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 17, Sudden Transformation. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. There were experts in the divine realm that possessed clones. However, no matter how tough their clones were, there was still a limit to them. Once one's opponent's attack surpassed the limit that the clones could bear, those clones would explode and shatter into bits. As for the Blood Sea Queen, her true form was that of the Blood Sea. This had caused her body to be practically indestructible. What she prided in the most was her body. She believed that in the entire divine realm, her body's defense was the strongest. However, never had she imagined that today she would meet an expert who possessed a clone whose body's toughness was comparable to hers. Chinyu, you are worthy of my admiration. The Blood Sea Queen stared at Chinyu. However, her expression was extremely calm. With an intention from Chinyu, the cyan-gowned Chinyu turned into a blur and entered into Chinyu's body. Holding the divine spear Waning Snow, Chinyu calmly looked to the Blood Sea Queen. With a smile, he said, Blood Sea Queen, I ought to have the qualifications for you to use time stop on me now, no? The Blood Sea Queen's expression was indifferent. Stop. The Blood Sea Queen looked to Chinyu. She slightly opened his red lips and said that word. Immediately, the surrounding clouds stopped moving. Even the seawater below stopped moving. The splashes of the seawater remained in the air, they have stopped falling down. An area of silence. This entire world had no sound nor movement. However, Chinyu had a smiling expression in his eyes. The current Chinyu felt that he was unable to move at all. Time stop was indeed extremely mysterious. However, he was not worried for the slightest. Because he cannot move, does it mean that the Blood Sea Queen would be able to move? Chinyu, wouldn't it do if you admitted your defeat sooner? You absolutely insisted on forcing me to use this move. The Blood Sea Queen said with a light smile. I also know that you can still teleport away at this moment. There's a saying from the Dual Domain Islands Buddhism domain, while you can escape once, you cannot escape for eternity. If you were to escape, then I would go and destroy your fog. The Blood Sea Queen's voice suddenly stopped. This? The Blood Sea Queen no longer had the mood to continue to leisurely speak. At this current moment, she had been completely shocked by her state. That was because the current her was incapable of moving at all. Restriction, oppression. Boundless amount of spatial energy had been suppress her body, fixing it in location and causing her to be unable to move at all. How is this possible? Didn't you use spatial freezing? How is it that you're still able to use spatial energy to oppress me? The Blood Sea Queen was in a state of shock and alarm. What one does not know was the most frightening. At this moment, the Blood Sea Queen was completely confused. She was unable to understand where exactly did the spatial energy that oppressed and restricted her came from. Buzz the divine spear Waning Snow that Chinyu held in his hand was trembling unceasingly. At the same time, the dark and yellow energy on the shaft of the divine spear waning snow was soaring. Bang, dot. Like a ruptured bowstring. The surrounding clouds once again began to move. The sea that had originally been stopped once began to flow. Those splashes of water droplets fell down. The sound of the sea was heard once more. Time stop had been broken. Shinyu looked to the Blood Sea Queen with a smile on his face. At this moment, the Blood Sea Queen possessed an immense and unbelieving shock and fear. Blood Sea Queen, it indeed required some time for me to break apart your time stop. In normal circumstances, that short period of time would be sufficient for you to kill me. Unfortunately, you had been bound. I am also able to stop you from moving. I am able to break your time stop. Are you able to break this move of mine? Boundless amounts of New Cosmos' spatial energy were flowing over from the New Cosmos in an unending stream. The oppression from the New Cosmos' spatial energy grew greater and greater. No matter how strong the Blood Sea Queen was, she was unable to match the boundless amount of New Cosmos' spatial energy. Shinyu, last time you weren't this powerful. With a pale complexion, the Blood Sea Queen, who was in a state of shock, said these words. Last time, the Blood Sea Queen had planned to use spatial freezing to capture Qinyu, Zhongli, and Zhuoqiulin to make them into blood slaves. If Qinyu possessed the strength to resist her, how would he possibly escape in a panic last time around? That's right, I still do not know spatial freezing last time. Qinyu admitted with a smile. Blood Sea Queen, didn't you plan to force me to become your Vice Palace Master earlier? It would seem now that you do not possess that opportunity. With a flip of his hand, Qinyu placed away the divine spear waning snow. As for Hofei, Zixia, and Hongyun, they also flew over. Big brother. At this moment, Hofei was extremely happy. Immediately after, he flew over to the Blood Sea Queen and started checking her out from head to toe. He even clicked his tongue a couple times. Blood Sea Queen, right? You're so ferocious earlier. Yet, what about now? Aren't you still just a bug? Gaiga Hofei had resumed his naughtiness and mischievousness. Humph. The Blood Sea Queen took a cold glance at Hofei and humped. Her disdain for Hofei was completely contained within her humph. Hongyun, Zixia. The Blood Sea Queen's gaze was cast toward those two girls. Before the Blood Sea Queen, Hongyun and Zixia were extremely reserved. Even though the current Blood Sea Queen had already lost her mobility, they were still reserved. Slightly nervous, they respectfully said. Palace Master. The accumulated power is too deep. Seeing this scene, Shinyu sighed in his heart. Even if a tiger was to have its teeth pulled out, its imposing aura was still capable of frightening ordinary animals. Hofei, bring Zixia and Hongyun with you and return first. I still have matters to chat with this Blood Sea Queen. Shinyu smiled to Hofei and said. Hofei nodded. Humph. A cold humph was sounded from the Blood Sea Queen. Shinyu looked to the Blood Sea Queen with a surprised expression. Blood Sea Queen, even at this point, you're still not being cooperative? Shinyu saw that the Blood Sea Queen do not even possess mobility anymore. He believed that for her to feign a haughty appearance was truly a bit too ridiculous. I have said. The Blood Sea Queen's gaze swept through Hofei, Zixia, and Hongyun. It then landed on Shinyu. That if you, Shinyu, is willing to become my Vice Palace Master, I am then going to allow Zixia and Hongyun to be together with Hofei. Yet, if you do not agree, then this Hofei could forget about being together with Zixia and Hongyun. Shinyu started to laugh involuntarily. Ha, red-haired woman, are you mad? Hofei had instead grew angry. He directly pointed at the Blood Sea Queen and yelled. You do not even possess the ability to move, yet you still want to prevent me from being together with Zixia. You are truly dreaming. Shinyu looked to the Blood Sea Queen with a smile on his face. Blood Sea Queen, although my second brother's words were a bit haughty, but they were also reasonable. Are you perhaps suggesting that at your current state, you possess the ability to prevent my second brother from being together with the two girls? The Blood Sea Queen smiled indifferent. Shinyu, for you to force me to this state, you ought to be proud. The Blood Sea Queen said tranquilly. Immediately after, the Blood Sea Queen dissipated in the air. Bang! Like the world was subsiding, countless amount of crimson-colored seawater was being spread in all directions. The amount of crimson-colored seawater was too great. It had covered the everywhere. In practically an instant, it had covered the 100 of millions area in the sky. It continued to cover the region of sky above the Western Sea. Even portions the sky above the Divine Realms continent had been covered by it. A boundless amount of crimson-colored sea. Just like this, it extended through the sky. Xinyu, this is the Blood Sea that was formed by the Divine Realm's ocean when the Divine Realm was born. The Blood Sea Queen's cold voice sounded from the boundless crimson-colored sea. As long as the Blood Sea doesn't dry out, I will forever remain existing. Moreover, although your spatial freezing's range is great at 100,000 miles, but it is much smaller compared to my sea. It's not even 1/10,000th of my Blood Sea. The amount of area my true form covered has already surpassed the range of the spatial freezing. The current me is already capable of using teleportation. Xinyu, as long as I wish for it, I am able to destroy your fog city at any time. That Blood Sea Queen's cold voice continued to resound. However, what was strange was that the voice of this Blood Sea Queen was something that only Xinyu could hear. Even Hofei, Zixia and Hongyun who stood near Xinyu was unable to hear it. Destroy my fog city? Xinyu lightly smiled and said. I can guarantee you that even if you were to try to destroy my fog city, you would not be able to harm a single resident of my fog city. Xinyu was totally able to teleport the entire fog city into the new cosmos. I believe you. The Blood Sea Queen's voice was dull. Xinyu, your strength has won my respect. I promise you that I would not go and destroy your fog city. As an exchange, you would also have to promise me that you would not come and create troubles for my matter. Xinyu immediately managed to guess what the Blood Sea Queen planned to do. To be able to attract the Blood Sea Queen, other than a first-rate grandest spiritual treasure, it would likely only be the exalted celestial mountain. Blood Sea Queen, I also wish for you to agree to a matter from me. Xinyu looked to Hofei, Zixia and Hongyun. In the future, you are to not involve yourself with matters of these three. Ha, what a joke. That boundless Blood Sea started to tremble. I had already said earlier that I would only agree to not care about them three if you were to agree to become my Vice Palace Master. Of course, if you were to be willing to gift me a first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure, I would also not involve myself with them. Xinyu also became a bit furious. This Blood Sea Queen, she truly pestered endlessly. Could it be that she thought that a first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure was something that easy to craft? Fei, you three return first. Zixia, Hongyun, do not resist. Xinyu's new cosmos' spatial energy directly covered the three of them. While confused, Zixia and Hongyun were sent to the Purple Mystic Mansion alongside Hofei. At this moment, only Xinyu himself was facing the boundless Blood Sea that was floating in the sky. Blood Sea Queen, Hofei, and them have already left. What could you possibly do now? Xinyu said coldly. From today on, you can forget about damaging the livelihood of those three. The boundless Blood Sea was continuously moving up and down. At the same time, before Xinyu, the Blood Sea had fused together and formed the Blood Sea Queen. Her eyes were filled with fury. Xinyu, I, the Blood Sea Queen, had always done as I said. Unless you gift me a first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure, otherwise, that Hofei could forget about being together with people from my Blood Sea Palace. Xinyu, did you think that Zixia and Hongyun not being beside me means that I cannot control their life and death? Hearing this, Xinyu's heart trembled. Not good. Recalling the peculiar ability that the Blood Sea Queen had that allowed her to craft blood slaves where even God Kings could have their consciousness wiped out and become her puppet, from this, Xinyu knew that the Blood Sea Queen possessed a very high level of ability in controlling others. This Blood Sea Queen, if she were to do something to Zixia and Hongyun, Xinyu's expression changed. Seeing the change in Xinyu's expression, the Blood Sea Queen displayed a smile on her face. Xinyu, you should have thought about why I am so confident that I can prevent them from being together even though I knew you possessed the ability to teleport them away. Well then, Xinyu, now, tell me, are you willing to gift me a first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure? Xinyu grew silent. Xinyu's heart was filled with anger. He was really unwilling. In terms of strength, the Blood Sea Queen before him was no match for him at all. However, the Blood Sea Queen's true form was that of the boundless Blood Sea. It was truly too difficult to extinguish this Blood Sea. It is likely that before I could exterminate the Blood Sea Queen would have already killed Zixia and Hongyun. Xinyu felt helpless. In Xinyu's mind, Hofei was a child that never grows up. He was naughty, mischievous, and violent. It was rare for Hofei to like a girl. If this girl was to die, then how could he face his brother? However, must we truly give the Blood Sea Queen a first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure? Shuaiyun, give me some face. In the future, do not make things difficult for Hofei, Zixia and Hongyun and stop threatening Xinyu here. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the Blood Sea Queen's mind. This divine awareness voice transmission had caused the Blood Sea Queen's expression to change. There's no other way, I could only agree to her first. Xinyu considered for a long time. This was the only decision he could come up with. However, at this moment, Xinyu, do not wreck my business, and I would likewise not do anything to Hofei, Zixia, and Hongyun. Thus, farewell. The Blood Sea Queen said suddenly. Immediately after, the Blood Sea Queen turned into a red light and disappeared into the horizon. Xinyu was startled. He had prepared to agree to her. So why did this Blood Sea Queen give up? Strange, strange. Xinyu was standing in the middle of the air. He thought for a long time but was still unable to think of the reason why she gave up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 18. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 18, 10 Years. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. The Blood Sea Queen's sudden abandonment of her plan had caused Xinyu to be confused for a long time. Afterwards, since he was unable to understand why, Xinyu decided to give up on thinking about it. He directly teleported and returned to the Purple Mystic Mansion. Inside the Purple Mystic Mansion, it was tranquil and peaceful. Many of the Qin descendants were also sparring with one another or discussing about techniques while drinking tea. Utmost Supreme Third Elder. Seeing Xinyu walking over, many of the Qin descendants began to greet him with bows respectfully. Xinyu nodded his head with a smile. After that, he began to proceed directly toward the location where Hofei, Zixia, and Hongyun were located at. After entering the courtyard that belonged to Hofei and the two girls all turned their head around. Big brother. At this moment, Hofei's eyes were filled with excitement. He immediately ran over and hugged Xinyu vigorously. After that, he exclaimed and said in a loud voice, "Big brother, you have saved my entire lifetime's happiness. If that Blood Sea Devil woman were to truly be able to have her way today, then my living would be inferior to my death." Xinyu was startled. He then proceeded to resist his intention to smile. This Fei, he's still the same as before. Little Yellow, Hofei, what kind of words are those? Hoyun stared fiercely at Hofei with her almond eyes. After that, she turned to Xinyu and said gratefully, "Lord Xinyu, Hongyun and her sister Zixia thank Lord Xinyu for saving our lives." Xinyu looked at Hofei. He then looked at Zixia and Hongyun. He smiled and said, "Well then, I shall also not bother you three anymore." Lord Xinyu, that Hongyun wanted to say something but Xinyu directly turned around and left. Not bother the three of us? What does Big Brother meant by that? Hofei frowned. He took a glance at Hongyun beside him and muttered, "Zixia and I being together have nothing to do with this Hongyun. Big Brother Hofei." Zixia called in a low voice. Hearing that, Hongyun's brows were slightly knit together. However, immediately after that, Hongyun laughed. "Little Huangyu, it goes without saying that I have no business with you. Did you think that you're our big brother? You're merely a high-level heavenly deity, who would care about that? However, I must still thank you. It's because of you that we managed to escape from Palace Master's control." Immediately after, Hongyun looked at Zixia. She held Zixia's hand and said with a smile, "Lil sis Zixia, in the future, you can be together with your big brother Hofei. As for me, I'll go and play around in this Purple Mystic Mansion for some time first. If I ever become bored, then it would also be pretty good for me to go to the Fog City below to live." Big sis Hongyun, Zixia wanted to say something, but Hongyun extended her hand and blocked her mouth, preventing her from speaking. "Well then, in the future, I will either be in the Purple Mystic Mansion or the Fog City. Us sisters have plenty of time to meet each other again. Men, I would not bother you two anymore." Hongyun turned around while smiling. Without looking at Hofei and Zixia, she directly left. Seeing the back figure of the leaving Hongyun, Hofei frowned. "What's going on? Why do I feel a bit reluctant to part with her when I see her leave? Could it be that I have feelings for this Hongyun? Fuck, what the hell is this? When I see this Hongyun, I only want to quarrel and fight with her. How could I possibly have feelings for her?" Hofei thought in his heart. However, suddenly, Hofei's body was stunned as if it had been struck by lightning. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the front. A sparkling and translucent teardrop rolled down like a bright pearl. It slowly rolled down. It seemed that it took a very long time for the teardrop to reach the slate on the courtyard. A sound was heard. Pop. A sharp and crisp sound of collision. That teardrop shattered into many pieces. Hofei raised his head and looked towards the back figure of Hongyun. However, at this moment, Hongyun had already disappeared before his eyes. Hofei had lost the smile that he had on his face. Instead, he had a serious expression on his face. Big brother Hofei, you should not have treated big sis Hongyan like that earlier, Zixia said to Hofei. However, when she saw Hofei's expression, she was startled. Hofei, who would usually be laughing and playing around, rarely display such an expression. Big brother Hofei, what's wrong? Zixia promptly asked. Hofei suddenly woke up. He looked at Zixia and deliberately laughed loudly and shook his head. It's nothing. I was merely thinking about our days of happiness in the future. Thus, I became stunned from happiness. Seeing that Hofei was still smiling mischievously like before, Zixia also smiled. Merely, while he was chatting and laughing with Zixia, Hofei glanced in the direction of the courtyard's entrance. In the depths of his heart, Hofei was hoping to see that red silhouette once more. Peaceful and comfortable days continued. Jiang Li's stomach grew bigger by the day. Every day, Xin Yu would be pampering her. Jiang Lan, Zuoqiulin and Yifeng were also extremely concerned about the second child between Jiang Li and Xin Yu. Gentle breeze brushed past. The tree leaves were gently moved, emitting a rustling noise. Underneath the big tree that required 3 people to encircle it, Xin Yu, Jiang Lan, Zuoqiulin and Yifeng were drinking tea and chatting about matters concerning the exalted celestial mountain. That Azura God King is powerful indeed. In merely a short moment, he managed to kill 8 God Kings. Yifeng took a light sip off his cup of tea and gasped as he said that. Zuoqiulin also nodded. As for Jiang Lan, he smiled and said, if we carefully think about it, this Azura God King Luofan, all the God Kings he had attacked were carefully selected by him. Of those 8 God Kings he killed, none of them were from the Ascender's powers. Xin Yu was startled. Immediately, the scene of the Azura God King Luofan killing the various God Kings appeared before Xin Yu. Among those 8 God Kings that were killed, Xin Yu did not know many of them. He only knew 3 of them. Furthermore, those 3 God Kings were people that Xin Yu came to know during the first time he crafted a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure, where the God Kings from the 8 great divine families came to congratulate him. The 3 God Kings that Xin Yu knew, they were indeed all from the 8 great divine families. That's right, of the 8 God Kings that were killed, 4 of them belonged to the 8 great divine families and the other 4 were hidden God Kings. Yifeng had existed for a very long time, thus he was able to identify all of the God Kings. Jiang Lan suddenly looked at Xin Yu. Little Yu, I've heard from Lear and them that not long ago, you fought against a super expert. Lear and them saw it through the water screen. Tell us, who was that super expert? Oh, that super expert is the Blood Sea Queen. Xin Yu directly replied. Blood Sea Queen? Jiang Lan, Zuoqiulin and Yifeng all frowned in confusion. Zuoqiulin's eyes suddenly shined. She said to Xin Yu. Xin Yu, you said Blood Sea, could it be that super expert that we did not even manage to see at the Blood Sea who used time stop on us? Precisely. Xin Yu nodded with a smile. Time stop? You said time stop? Jiang Lan and Yifeng were both shocked. They looked at Xin Yu in astonishment. Xin Yu nodded and said. That Blood Sea Queen is extremely powerful. Her defense is extremely powerful too. She could be considered as having an indestructible body. As for her attack power, I reckon she's only a tier below the Azura God King. The Blood Sea Queen was extremely powerful. However, she does not possess an offensive first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. If comparing only their offensive power, then she was indeed a bit inferior to the Azura God King. Indestructible body, time stop? Jiang Lan and Yifeng glanced at one another. No matter how hard the two of them think, they were unable to think of such a super expert in the divine realm. Xin Yu suddenly had a thought. He promptly said, Uncle Lan, Uncle Yifeng, according to the conversation that I had with her, this Blood Sea Queen's true form is that of the Blood Sea. When the divine realm was born, the Blood Sea was also born. After that, she was born. I believe, this Blood Sea Queen ought to have participated in the previous battle of the exalted celestial mountain. Xin Yu remembered clearly that the Blood Sea Queen had told Xin Yu to not disturb her business. Something that could cause the Blood Sea Queen to concern herself with so much, he reckoned that it could only be the exalted celestial mountain. Furthermore, this Blood Sea Queen was born a very long time ago. Thus, he reckoned that she would have had participated in the previous exalted celestial mountain. Brother Jiang Lan, do you know? Yifeng and Zuoqiulin both looked at Jiang Lan. Between the 3, Jiang Lan was the one who was most familiar with the matters from back then. Jiang Lan remained silent for a moment, he then shook his head and said, According to what little you said, this Blood Sea Queen ought to be very powerful. However, in the battle of the exalted celestial mountain 6 quadrillion years ago, among all the powerful God Kings that were recognized, there was no such Blood Sea Queen. The stronger one was, the easier one would be recognized. However, Jiang Fan does not even have a trace of recognition for the Blood Sea Queen. Uncle Lon, if you cannot think of who she is, then don't bother thinking about it. It might also be that my speculation was mistaken. Qin Yu said with a smile. However, I reckon that the Blood Sea Queen ought to be going to the exalted celestial mountain. At that time, I will identify her to you all. Jiang Lan nodded while smiling. If that Blood Sea Queen is truly as powerful as you say, the reason why she did not contest for the Blue Sky Seal ought to be for the purpose of hiding her strength and to have the Azura God King become the target of everyone's attack. Qin Yu lightly nodded. Currently, the Azura God King had already vowed to never step foot onto the exalted celestial mountain till the birth of the new exalted celestial. Once the Blood Sea Queen steps foot onto the exalted celestial mountain, she would become the strongest individual within it. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, several months had passed. Inside the courtyard, Qin Yu's royal father Qin Di, his brothers Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, Hofei, and Heiyu, his seniors Feng Yuzi, Jiang Lan, Yifeng, and Zuoqiulin. Essentially, a lot of people were gathered at the courtyard. Qin Yu was quietly sitting there. He held a cup of tea with his right hand. That cup of tea was slightly trembling. One could sense Qin Yu's tense and nervousness just from the trembling of the cup of tea. Beside him, Qin Di patted Qin Yu's shoulder. You've already experienced it once, why are you still so nervous this time? Qin Yu looked at his royal father and smiled helplessly. I guess so. I'm not trying to be nervous, but my hand is trembling without my control. As he said that, his gaze would occasionally cast toward the room. His wife was currently within the room. Dad, do you think it would be a younger brother or a younger sister? Qin Si was extremely lively. His gem-like black eyes would occasionally look toward the room. Qin Yu carried Qin Si and placed him on his leg. He stroked Qin Si's head and said, Little Si, regardless of whether it's a younger brother or a younger sister, you cannot bully him or her. His second child had only stayed in his wife's stomach for so long, it was likely that this child would not possess the astonishing strength that Qin Si had. Qin Si's little nose wrinkled. Dad, if someone dared to bully my little brother or little sister, I will open a hole on their body with my spear. As he said that, Qin Si waved the little golden spear in his hand a couple times. The group of people in the surrounding all started laughing. Wah, the sound of a baby crying was heard. Immediately, the laughter in the courtyard stopped. Qin Yu's eyes shined. He moved and immediately arrived in the room. Qin Yu already knew that his second child was born. In a flash, close to 10 years had passed. Snowflakes fluttered in the sky. Countless snowflakes sprinkled down. In the purple mystic mansion's inner lake were numerous pavilions. Within one such pavilion was Qin Yu and Jianli, both dressed in white, sitting beside a tea table. On the tea table was a warm pot of wine. Qin Yu and Jianli were drinking wine in the pavilion and watching the snow. Rumble. The lake that was originally calm and peaceful suddenly started to vibrate. Qin Yu and Jianli raised their heads. They saw that suddenly a 3-meter-long enormous wave had appeared on the surface of the lake. That wave continued on forward non-stop. On top of the wave stood a red battle-gowned youngster. On the neck of this youngster sat an adorable child. Jianli looked to the two children. She was smiling so hard that her eyes squinted. Her face was filled with the radiance of a warm, caring mother. She immediately shouted, Little Si, little Shuang. The red battle-gowned youngster turned his head and looked over. That adorable child's eyes shined as he looked towards Qin Yu and Jianli. Dad, Mom. That child shouted excitedly. Big brother, quickly, go there. That red battle-gowned youngster's leg moved. He turned into a ray of red light and arrived at the pavilion. As for that wave, having lost the red battle-gowned youngster controlling it, it also suddenly collapsed. The surface of the lake gradually returned to its peaceful state. Little Shuang, you're messing around again. Little Si, you cannot always bring your younger brother and fool around. Your younger brother does not possess the ability to fly. If he were to fall into this lake, then it would be problematic. Jianli immediately started lecturing. Qin Si had already grown up now. He was no longer the child that loved to mess around. He had grown a lot more sensible. As for Qin Yu's second son, Qin Shuang, he was instead extremely naughty. Merely, this Qin Shuang's cultivation ability was extremely ordinary. He was about the same as the ordinary children of the divine realm. Generally, the children of the divine realm had to spend a long time to pass the divine tribulation and become a low-level deity. I truly wonder when little Shuang will be able to undergo the divine tribulation. Qin Yu had no choice but to gasp at the fact that little Shuang's and little Si's aptitudes differed greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 19. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 19, The Birth of the Back Earth Seal. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. It had already been 10 years since the Blue Sky Seal was born. However, that spiritual treasure origin cauldron showed no activity at all. No one knew when the Back Earth Seal would be born. Inside a pavilion within the inner lake, Xinyu was sitting cross-legged by himself. However, his soul had been completely fused with the new cosmos. The development speed of the current new cosmos was growing faster and faster. The cosmos was separated into 3 layers. The most complicated mortal realm layer had already been completed. As for the immortal, devil and demon realm layer cosmic space, it had reached the final section of its development. Chi. A boundless amount of grand mist spiritual energy was frantically rushing in. One after another, the cosmic spaces of the new cosmos second layer were being formed. I reckon in another year or 2, this new cosmos second layer will be finished forming. Xinyu opened his eyes. He had a smile on his face. Xinyu was looking forward to the completion of the new cosmos second layer space. He wanted to know what level his strength would reach once the second layer space finished completion. This exalted celestial mountain's spiritual treasure origin cauldron is showing no activity at all. When will the Back Earth Seal be born? With an intention from Xinyu, the new cosmos spatial energy followed the relief sculpture tunnel and entered the exalted celestial mountain. Within the ravine of the exalted celestial mountain, Jianlan, Zhuoqiulin and Yifeng were still together. At this moment, practically all of the God Kings in the ravine were on alert. They all knew that the Back Earth Seal could appear at any moment. Compared to the number of God Kings who were waiting for the birth of the Blue Sky Seal last time, the number of God Kings in the ravine this time was much lower. The Azura God King Luofan as well as the 8 God Kings he killed were not here anymore. However, there was an increase of a God King. Jianlan was unable to refrain himself from gazing at that long crimson-haired woman in the distance. Brother Jianlan. Yifeng sent a divine awareness voice transmission to Jianlan. According to Qin Yu's identification, this long crimson-haired woman is that mysterious super expert who can use time stop. You truly cannot recognize this long crimson-haired woman? After Qin Shuang was born, Zhang Fan and them had returned to the exalted celestial mountain. When they arrived here, Qin Yu had immediately identified this long crimson-haired woman as the Blood Sea Queen. When Qin Yu asked Jianlan if he knew who she was, Jianlan had said that he doesn't. However, as time passed, Jianlan became uncertain in his response. Jianlan frowned. He seemed to be hesitating. I'm not sure. Jianlan replied. Not sure? If you recognize her, then you do. If you don't, then you don't. Why do you say you're not sure? Yifeng was a bit unsatisfied with Jianlan's response. Brother Jianlan, if there's something you want to say, then just say it out directly. Jianlan said via divine awareness voice transmission. Brother Yifeng, this Blood Sea Queen, by merely her appearance and aura, I seem to have never seen her before. However, these years, I have been taking note of her frequently. From her smiles, scowls and her simple movements, I determined that she appeared to resemble an old friend of mine deeply. Old friend? Yifeng looked to Jianlan. That old friend of mine is called Shuiyun. She is a pure girl who rarely speaks. Back then, Shuiyun had formed in group with the unfettered God King and fought for the exalted celestial mountain's spiritual treasure together with him. Jianlan said in details. Joining hands with the unfettered God King? You're speaking about the unfettered exalted celestial, right? Yifeng was a bit shocked. That's right. It's just that in the future, the unfettered God King got lucky, and obtained the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure and became the new exalted celestial. As for Shuiyun, she remained an ordinary God King. After that, she had concealed her identity and disappeared. Jianlan frowned and took a glance at the Blood Sea God King in the distance. However, Shuiyun from back then, her strength was truly ordinary. Furthermore, her aura and gaze was not this fierce as this Blood Sea Queen. I am unable to believe that the Shuiyun who was pure like a piece of white paper would change this greatly. Merely, some of her movements resemble the Shuiyun from back then. That's why I suspected that she might be Shuiyun. Of course, it's merely a suspicion. Jianlan said via voice transmission. Yifeng nodded. Brother Jiang Fan, God King Zhuoqiulin. Yifeng suddenly sent a divine awareness voice transmission to them. Zhuoqiulin also opened his eyes and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and continued to speak via voice transmission. I remembered a matter. Now that the Azura God King is no longer at the exalted celestial mountain, in terms of only strength, I believe that if the three of us were to join hands, we would be quite a power to reckon with. We ought to be possessed the opportunity to obtain the back earth seal. Zhuocholin's eyes shined. Both Zhuocholin and Jianlan, back when they did not have a first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure, already possessed strength that was close to that of the sage emperors. And now, Jianlan possessed the gauze feather blade and Zhuocholin possessed the 10,000 willow scepter. The strength the two of them possessed definitely surpassed that of ordinary sage emperors. As for Yifeng, he also possessed the first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure vast territory. If the three of them join hands, their strength was definitely no weaker than three sage emperors joining hands. That's right, it's promising. A trace of rare excitement flashed past Zhuocholin's eyes. Because the Azura God King is not present anymore, the current 8 great sage emperors are not united. Zhang Fan, Zhou Hua, and Shen Tuyen are in a group. Duan Mu Yun, Tang Lan, and Mu Qin are in a group. The remaining other 2 are in a group. The 8 great sage emperors are not united. As for that Blood Sea Queen, she does not possess an offensive first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure. If we were to be careful, there's hope for us to obtain the back earth seal. Zhang Lan grew silent for a moment. In that case, let's plan carefully. Zhang Lan was also looking forward to the back earth seal. Immediately after, these 3 god kings began discussing with one another and began planning how to contest over the back earth seal. Zhang Fan, Shen Tuyen, and Zhou Hua were all sitting there quietly. Zhang Fan would look to the spiritual treasure origin cauldron in the center of the ravine every now and then. The back earth seal that was about to appear from the spiritual treasure origin cauldron and was something that Zhang Fan was anticipating for a long time. He planned to obtain the back earth seal first and then obtain the all-people seal with the help of the thunder punishment exalted celestial. If he were to succeed, then the chance of him, Zhang Fan, becoming an exalted celestial would be extremely great. Like habit, Zhang Fan once again looked over to the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Right when he was about to habitually redraw his gaze, he was suddenly stunned. That was because he discovered that the spiritual treasure origin cauldron was actually shining with light. Zhang Fan's eyes immediately started shining. Shintu, Zhou Hua, quickly, the back earth seal is about to be born. Zhang Fan immediately reacted and called out for the other 2 through divine awareness voice transmission. Zhang Fan did not create any movement in fear of alarming the other god kings. He was hoping that the other god kings would discover this later. However, all of the god kings were on high alert. The slight change in the illumination of the surrounding of the spiritual treasure origin cauldron had caused practically all of the god kings to look over to it. The back earth seal is about to be born? The eyes of the Blood Sea Queen who stood at a corner of the ravine suddenly shined. The Blood Sea Queen had hid her strength and entered onto the exalted celestial mountain. The other god kings, for example the 8 great sage emperors, had not discovered her astonishing strength at all. The Blood Sea Queen licked her lips and shot a glance at the several sage emperors in the distant. Humph, having not seen each other in 6 quadrillion years, never would I expect that no one recognized me. It would seem that my change is truly great. However, this is good too. To not be taken note of by you all, I would be able to catch you all off guard and obtain the back earth seal. As the Azura God King was not present anymore, the Blood Sea Queen was extremely confident. Chi. The 4 totems on the 4 sides of the enormous spiritual treasure origin cauldron began to emit faint lights. As for the space above the spiritual treasure origin cauldron, the light there was dazzling. All of the god kings had stood up. All their gazes were focused upon the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Buzz. Suddenly, the spiritual treasure origin cauldron began to tremble. The light above the spiritual treasure origin cauldron instantly became more intense. Practically all of the god kings present began to immediately fly toward the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Spatial freezing. Of the 8 great sage emperors, 5 of them had used spatial freezing at practically the same time. No matter who it was that obtained the back earth seal, they would not be able to teleport to the relief sculpture tunnel. Whoosh! The spiritual treasure origin cauldron suddenly started shaking. A ash-black light was shot out with a frightening speed. This ash-black light was extremely strange. It actually did an arc and then rushed into the mountain rock of the ravine and entered into the depths of the exalted celestial mountain. Stupefied. The several tens of god kings that were originally flying all stopped in mid-air. They tried to use their divine awareness to penetrate through the exalted celestial mountain. However, the rocks and stones of the exalted celestial mountain was extremely unusual. The divine awareness of the several tens of god kings were unable to penetrate through those rocks and stones. Many of the god kings had spread their divine awareness out and began to take note of the various locations. Although they were unable to penetrate the rocks of the exalted celestial mountain with their divine awareness, they were able to wait for the back earth seal to fly out of the mountain once more. However, they waited a long time, but there was no movement from the back earth seal at all. It was as if the back earth seal had grown fond of staying within the rocks of the exalted celestial mountain. Hide! A god king of the Putai clan, Putai II, shouted loudly. Immediately, he used a special hiding technique specific to the Putai clan. The Putai clan, who was proficient in hiding techniques, was defeated this time around. Putai II tried using the hiding technique numerous times, but he was unable to enter into the rocks of the exalted celestial mountain. It would seem that we could only use weapons to dig through the exalted celestial mountain. Zhang Fan frowned. However, once he thought of the enormous size of the exalted celestial mountain. How tough are the rocks of this exalted celestial mountain? Zhang Fan looked to the rocks on the surface. However, suddenly, bang! A loud sound was heard. A god king suddenly used the enormous axe that he held and hacked down toward the mountain rocks. Various small crushed rocks were sent flying. A little hole half a meter long appeared. Evidently, not only Zhang Fan thought of digging through the exalted celestial mountain, the other god kings had also thought of it. Furthermore, someone had already started digging. I've used 80% of my attack power but only managed to create a small hole. That god king gasped in a low voice. At this moment, Zhang Fan had realized the toughness of the rocks of the exalted celestial mountain. He then looked to that practically boundless enormous mountain. With such digging speed, when would we be able to dig through the entire exalted celestial mountain? Let alone. The exalted celestial mountain had descended from the heavens. Unless they have no other choice, the god kings also did not dare to break and ruin this exalted celestial mountain. Whoosh! 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 One by one, god kings began flying toward all directions. Yifeng looked to Zhang Lan and said, Brother Zhang Lan, that back earth seal currently hid itself in the depths of the exalted celestial mountain. The rocks of this exalted celestial mountain are extremely strange. It is impossible for us to penetrate through it with our divine awareness. No one knows where the back earth seal would reappear at. How about the three of us separate and go to 3 different locations to wait for it? Perhaps we might be lucky and obtain the back earth seal right as it reappears. Once we obtain it, it might even be possible to leave right away. What Yifeng had said was actually what many god kings were thinking. If a group of people were to remain in the ravine, then when the back earth seal reappear, then it would likely be the strong individual who would obtain the back earth seal. This exalted celestial mountain possessed a range of several 100,000 miles. Its height was several million miles tall. Due to spatial freezing, one cannot teleport in this enormous floating mountain. However, by flying, it would still take a very long time to move about. Brother Yifeng, there's no need to rush. Zhang Lan said with a light smile. What was meant to be ours would be ours. If it wasn't meant to be ours, then even if we risk our lives, we would also not be able to obtain it. Moreover, if the 3 of us separate and wait for the appearance of the back earth seal, then even if one of us were to be lucky and obtain it, he or she might still be intercepted by others. It's better for the 3 of us to stay together. If we were to obtain it, then with the 3 of us joining hands, ordinary people would not be able to snatch it from us. Zhang Lan looked at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and said no more. As for Zhuo Qiulin beside them, she took a glance at Zhang Lan and also grew silent. Not many god kings would care so little about the back earth seal like Zhang Lan. All of the god kings flew to the various different locations of the exalted celestial mountain. They were monitoring everything with their divine awareness at all times. Shintu, Zhou Hua, do not be too far away from me. If any of the 3 of us were to obtain the back earth seal, the other 2 could go and provide assistance to him. Zhang Fan was standing in the sky. His divine awareness was completely spread out. Both Shintu Yan and Zhou Hua were close to 10,000 miles away from Zhang Fan. The 2 of them were also carefully observing their surroundings. While the various god kings were carefully monitoring and waiting for the emergence of the back earth seal, time seemed to be passing extremely slowly. A cup of tea's time seemed like half a year. Yifeng, look at those god kings, they're all. Zhang Lan pointed to some god kings in the distance with a smile. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ash-black light directly emerged from beside Zhang Lan's foot. With rapid speed, it was shot toward Zhang Lan. As if it was a reflex, Zhang Fan caught the ash-black light. Pop! His hand trembled. Zhang Lan looked to his hand. An ash-black seal was lying on Zhang Lan's hand. On the surface of this ash-black seal were 3 special characters. Those characters were something that Zhang Lan did not know at all. However, for some unknown reason, 3 words naturally appeared into Jiang Lan's mind. Back Earth Seal. Back Earth Seal? Jiang Lan was stunned for a moment. Beside him, Yi Feng and Zhuqiulin also took note of this. The two of them were also stunned. Stop looking anymore, let's leave quickly. Jiang Lan suddenly managed to react. He immediately sent a divine awareness voice transmission to the two. Yi Feng and Zhuqiulin also managed to react. Like 3 rays of light, the 3 of them began to rapidly fly toward the foot of the exalted celestial mountain. As for the other god kings who discovered the Back Earth Seal with their divine awareness, they were currently rushing toward Jiang Lan and them from the other locations of the exalted celestial mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 20. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 20, Encounter After Encounter. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by me. The Back Earth Seal has appeared. The god kings who had covered the exalted celestial mountain with their divine awareness practically simultaneously discovered the emergence of the Back Earth Seal. Without the slightest amount of hesitation, all of the god kings from the various locations of the exalted celestial mountain sped up to their limit, turned into several tens of rays of light and rushed toward their target, Jiang Lan. Whoosh! Standing on the first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure gauze featherblade, Jiang Lan's speed had reached an excessive level. Even Zhuqiulin and Yi Feng was a bit slower than Jiang Lan. Proceed according to our original plan, Zhuqiulin said via divine awareness voice transmission. Got it. Jiang Lan and Yi Feng both replied with a brief response. Fortunately, the 3 of them had already thought of how to escape from the numerous god kings should they obtain the Back Earth Seal. The exalted celestial mountain was too huge. Furthermore, those god kings had split up to the various locations too quickly. Only when Zhang Fan reached half of the distance downward did the first god king manage to intercept him. However, behind this god king were numerous other god kings rushing over in succession. It would seem that the second half of the journey would be more difficult. A rare trace of excitement was shown in Jiang Lan's eyes. How long had it been since I had this feeling of my blood burning? At this moment, Jiang Lan felt as if his entire body's blood were flaring up. He felt as if his body was filled with an inexhaustible amount of energy. Ao Tun, even you want to block my path? Jiang Lan directly shouted to the first god king to intercept him with his divine awareness voice transmission. Ao Tun was one of the 3 great god kings of the Mount Blood Devil. However, in terms of strength, Ao Tun was much inferior to Jiang Lan. There's much less of a need to mention the current Jiang Lan who possessed a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Ao Tun thought of the difference between their strength. I am weaker, trying so hard, am I trying to throw my life away? Ao Tun hesitated. This caused his attack to become a bit slower. Whoosh! Standing on the gauze feather blade, Zhang Fan did a curve and directly threw Ao Tun behind to the distant. With Jiang Lan's speed, if his opponent was to slightly hesitate, then he would be able to throw them off. A sonic boom was heard. Jiang Lan's speed was too fast. Zhuqiulin and Yi Feng followed behind Jiang Lan. The distance between the 3 of them was not far. Whoosh! 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 4 god kings charged toward them from ahead. Of those 4 god kings, 2 of them were sage emperors. They were respectively Jiang Fan, Zhou Hua, Zhou Ran and Jiang Xing. These 4 god kings were naturally people Jiang Lan knew very well. Second brother, give me that Back Earth Seal. Jiang Fan rushed toward him from ahead and said via divine awareness voice transmission. Humph, ridiculous, said Jiang Lan through divine awareness voice transmission. In merely the time of the voice transmissions, the 2 groups had passed a distance of several thousand miles and run into each other. Jiang Lan directly violently sent his divine awareness into Jiang Xing and Zhou Ran's minds. You 2 are also planning to block me? Jiang Xing was someone who had grew up hearing about Jiang Lan's legends. Facing the Jiang Lan that was cold, stern, rapidly charging toward them and have no hesitation at all, Jiang Xing started to slightly slow down on his flying speed. That Zhou Ran was also someone intelligent. He knew of the gap between them. It would do if I just stay behind the eldest uncle. Zhou Ran directly started flying behind Zhou Hua. Back Earth Seal, I am determined to have it. It was Jiang Fan's last divine awareness voice transmission. By now, the distance between Jiang Fan and Jiang Lan was only several hundred meters. Before the rapid flying speed of the 2 great god kings, several hundred meters was a distance they would surmount in less than the blink of an eye's time. A black spiritual pearl appeared above Jiang Fan's head. It was the clan protection spiritual treasure, Dark Origin spiritual pearl. A black battle armor appeared on his body. A black spear had also appeared in his hand. As for Jiang Lan, the gauze feather blade that he had under his foot had instantly appeared in his hand. Jiang Fan and Jiang Lan had encountered one another. Boom! The sound of sonic boom was heard. Jiang Fan and Jiang Lan intertwined past one another. With an even faster speed, Jiang Lan thrillingly streaked past Zhou Hua. As for Zhou Ran and Jiang Xing, the two of them did not dare to block him at all. Zhuqiulin and Yifeng streaked across these four god kings in two curves. Zhou Hua and them did not bother to block Zhuqiulin and Yifeng. That was because Jiang Fan, who had fought Jiang Lan head-on, had fell to the surface of the exalted celestial mountain. Brother Jiang Fan, what's happened? Zhou Hua immediately flew over to Jiang Fan. There was blood on the corner of Jiang Fan's mouth. He turned around and looked downward. At this moment, Jiang Lan and them had already disappeared before them. He could only faintly hear the terrifying noise of the sonic boom and collisions. Evidently, more battles were occurring below the mountain. I'm fine. Jiang Fan shook his head. He slightly pulled back his eyes. I merely did not expect for my second brother to utilize time acceleration to a state of perfection. His perfect usage of the time acceleration actually made it so that my origin energy was unable to harm him. Yet, he managed to hack me down with a slash of his blade, but... When Jiang Fan thought of this, his heart was still palpitating with fear. Had it not been for the clan protection treasure Dark Origin Spiritual Pearl's defensive ability, then Jiang Fan, who had received a blade strike from the gauze feather blade, would likely not only vomit a mouthful of blood. This powerful? Zhou Hua was surprised. I had long since known that my second brother is extremely powerful. Back then, when he didn't have a first-rate grandmist spiritual treasure, I already did not have absolute certainty in winning against him. Now that he has the gauze feather blade, I'm already no match for him. Jiang Fan felt a bit regretful in his heart. That was because the gauze feather blade was given to Jiang Lan by Jiang Fan. Back then, during the public room search, the first gift that Qin Yu presented was this gauze feather blade. At that time, Jiang Fan was considering about increasing the strength of the floating snow city and gifted the gauze feather blade to Jiang Lan. Who would have thought that during the final groom choosing moment, he had selected Zhou Hua, which caused Jiang Lan to fall out with him completely. Qin Yu had given Jiang Fan the gauze feather blade. However, in the end, it ended up in Jiang Lan's hands. This was unavoidably a kind of equilibrium. Once he thought of Qin Yu, Jiang Fan's heart became twitchy. No matter what, I must definitely obtain this back earth seal. Jiang Fan flew to the sky once more. Brother Jiang Fan, you're still planning to chase after them? Beside him, Zhou Hua was surprised. Jiang Xing and Zhou Ran also looked to Jiang Fan. They had all experienced Jiang Lan's flying speed. Jiang Lan's flying speed was much faster than them. If they were to chase from behind, the distance between them would only grow larger. It was impossible for them to catch up. Jiang Fan said via divine awareness voice transmission. Don't worry. There are people intercepting them en route. They are definitely unable to maintain their high speed the entire time. Moreover, there are people blocking the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. The entire exalted celestial mountain only has a single entrance and exit of the relief sculpture tunnel. It is impossible for my second brother to be able to get out so easily. Those words resounded in Zhou Hua, Zhou Ran and Jiang Xing's minds. As for Jiang Fan, he had turned into a ray of black light and began to fly downward chasing after Jiang Lan and them. Zhou Hua, Zhou Ran and Jiang Xing hesitated for a moment and then also started flying over. Brother Jiang Lan, stop. Various divine awareness voice transmissions were sounding in Jiang Lan's mind unceasingly. Majority of those people were Jiang Lan's old friends. Many of them possessed good relationship with Jiang Lan. However, as the matter involved the back earth seal, these god kings would not be acting modest toward Jiang Lan. Stop. A cold expression appeared in Jiang Lan's eyes. Many of the god kings possessed pretty good relationship with him. However, when he encountered them earlier, there were still a couple god kings that had the intention to kill him. They showed no quarter at all. At this moment, there were bloodstains on Jiang Lan's cyan gown. Those bloodstains included his own blood as well as others' blood. I'm not interested in killing others, my goal is to rush downward with the fastest speed. This was Jiang Lan's way of thinking. This was also the reason why Jiang Lan had never tried to kill any of those god kings that intercepted him. He had merely cast them away and continued onward. With his flying speed, as long as he cast them away, they could forget about catching up to him. In terms of speed, perhaps only the Azura God King was comparable to Jiang Lan, who stepped on the first-rate grandness spiritual treasure Gauze Featherblade. After all, none of the 8 great divine families' clan protection spiritual treasures were flying-type spiritual treasures. Although they all possessed first-rate grandness spiritual treasures, the speed of the 8 great sage emperors were a bit slower than Jianglan's. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhuge Liang and Yifeng did a curve and continued onward toward the relief sculpture tunnel's entrance below with rapid speed. The two of them were a lot more relaxed compared to Jianglan. In the entire journey downward, not a single God King had tried to stop them. Practically all of the God Kings had gone to stop Jianglan. Brother Jianglan's speed in evading those people is pretty quick. Yifeng had a delighted expression on his face. Zhuge Liang's expression was still cold and indifferent. She directly said via divine awareness voice transmission, "Humph, it's merely because those God Kings are not united and that the truly powerful God Kings had not acted yet. There are many sage emperors waiting at the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel." Yifeng's expression had also grew solemn. What those sage emperors were thinking was very simple. No matter what, Jianglan would be required to go past the relief sculpture tunnel in the end. Thus, if they were to block the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel, they would be able to stop Jianglan. Whoosh! An unremarkable crimson-colored ray of light flew to the several hundred-meter location beside the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. The crimson-colored ray of light stopped and turned into a person. It was the Blood Sea Queen. When the Blood Sea Queen discovered that the back-earth seal had been obtained by Jianglan, she immediately proceeded to rush toward the relief sculpture tunnel with all her might. As there was no one blocking her and her speed was extremely fast, she had arrived at the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel before Jianglan. Humph, those sage emperors, they are truly believing themselves to be immensely powerful. The Blood Sea Queen cast a glance at Duan Muyun, Tang Lan, Huang Fuyu and them who stood before the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. "I'll have you all fight against Jianglan and them first." Afterwards, the Blood Sea Queen had planned extremely well. Although her strength was pretty good, she would still be some danger if she was to face off against the sage emperors, Jianglan and them. What was the most important was, those sage emperors do not know of her strength at all. Hiding her strength. Only attacking at the crucial moment. PFF. The gauze feather blade brought with it a smear of blood as it streaked through the vast sky. Standing above the gauze feather blade, Jianglan's speed grew slightly slower. Immediately after, he resumed his max speed once more and continued flying downward. As for the God King behind Jianglan, Huang Fulei, he was looking to Jianglan's back view. He knew very well that Jianglan had spared his life earlier. If Jianglan was to spend a bit more time, then it would be all that was required for him to kill Huang Fulei. At the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. At this moment, 11 God Kings were gathered there. Of these 11 God Kings, 5 were sage emperors. As for the other 6, they were the Blood Sea Queen Shui Yun, the 3 God Kings of the Azura Sea Sun Lian, Lu Lian and Insun, the Mount Blood Devil's Blood Devil Queen Yucha and lastly Duan Muyu who stood distantly at the side. Whoosh! Before he even arrived, the air had already started to shake up. From this, one could imagine Jianglan's speed. Tang Lan, Brother Muqin, the two of you join hands and block Jianglan. Duan Muyun stared at the ray of light that was flying toward them rapidly in the distance and arranged the plan through divine awareness voice transmission. Jianglan was, after all, only Jianglan. He was not the Azura God King nor was he Qinyu. 2 God Kings joining hands was sufficient to stop Jianglan. Moreover, there were other God Kings present here. We don't have to be anxious. Huang Fuyu said via voice transmission to Pu Taihong beside him. The two of them were in the same party. Attack! Duan Muyun suddenly shouted through divine awareness voice transmission. Tang Lan and Muqin eyes began to shine. They turned into blurs, bringing a blue-colored and cyan-colored frightening energy. The two of them charged toward Jianglan. Muqin, Tang Lan? Jianglan's gaze grew colder. The gauze feather blade that he stepped on disappeared. It reappeared in his hand. At this moment, Zhuge Liang and Yifeng had already arrived at the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel from the side. The two of them looked to Jianglan. According to plan, this was not yet the time for them to act. No matter what, their enemy right now could only be left to Jianglan to handle by himself. Brother Jianglan, it's all on you now. Yifeng began to await for Jianglan. As for Zhuge Liang, she was still cold and indifferent. Merely, her gaze had continued to remain on Jianglan. Before the gazes of the numerous God King, Jianglan began to fight against Muqin and Tanglan. A dazzling light ray. As if the space-time was fluctuating, before everyone's eyes, Jianglan became fuzzy. The flow of time surrounding his body was being violently changed continuously. Time acceleration, at this moment, it had been used to its max. Time acceleration could be used to this level? The Blood Sea Queen who was several hundred meters away from the battle was shocked. Even though she had comprehended time stop, but in the usage of time acceleration, she must admit that she was inferior to Jiang Lan. PFFF. Blood sprinkled through the sky. Jiang Lan, Mu Qin and Tang Lan crisscrossed one another. Although Jiang Lan's complexion had turned deathly pale, his speed had practically not been reduced. He only left behind a series of blurs and continued onward toward the relief sculpture tunnel. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 21. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 21, Leave Everything to Me. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Jiang Lan, he. Tang Lan and Mu Qin both suddenly stopped. They turned around and looked to the view of Jiang Lan's back. The two of them were both horrified. Jiang Lan's strength was definitely stronger than theirs. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was still impossible for him to escape that easily before two sage emperors. This Jiang Lan, he clearly possessed the strength to fight against the two of us. Yet, instead, he chose to be injured but still refused to reduce his speed. Mu Qin and Tang Lan were both extremely clear about what had happened. The two of them did not receive any injuries, yet Jiang Lan was injured. Duan Muyun's expression changed. Facing Jiang Lan, who was rushing over rapidly with peak-level aura, Duan Muyun had grew a bit apprehensive. How could he be able to block Jiang Lan by himself? Right at this moment. Brother Duanmu, let's attack together. Huang Fuyu's voice sounded in Duan Muyun's mind. Duan Muyu did not have the slightest hesitation. Attack! Huang Fuyu, Pu Tai Hong, and Duan Muyun was prepared to attack. However, at this moment, someone acted before them. A red-colored sea wave charged toward Jiang Lan. Retreat. Huang Fuyu, Pu Tai Hong, and Duan Muyu all felt a burst of palpitation. Gurgling. The sound of the moving water was suddenly heard. Some flowers and plants fell from the air and directly surrounded that red sea wave. Huang Fuyu immediately understood who had happened. Vast territory. When Huang Fuyu, Duan Muyun and them surrounded and killed Zhuqiumei, they had once chased after Yifeng to kill him too. Yifeng had used the vast territory to delay the sage emperors and fled with his life afterwards. Vast territory was a spatial spiritual treasure. It was capable of turning into bamboo, river, flowers, plants, and trees. What's going on? The Blood Sea Queen felt that her surroundings suddenly changed. She had surprisingly been caught in a space. Furthermore, the restrictive ability of this space was truly excessive. It would also not be that easy for her to break through this space. What is this? How come I've never heard of it before? The Blood Sea Queen's heart was filled with annoyance as well as anger. She was about to immediately use time stop. However, Yifeng, who had been waiting beside her, immediately used vast territory. According to their plan, Yifeng was in charge of holding up the Blood Sea Queen. Although the Blood Sea Queen was powerful, she does not possess a first-rate offensive Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Thus, it would take a long time for her to break through the vast territory. That long period of time was sufficient enough for Jiang Lan to escape. Brother Jiang Lan, I've taken care of the greatest problem for you. The rest is up to you two now. Yifeng said via divine awareness voice transmission. When Huang Fuyu, Pu Tai Hong and Duan Muyun saw that this mysterious expert who had suddenly attacked was trapped by the vast territory, they immediately stopped hesitating. The three origin spiritual pearls appeared above their respective heads. The three of them all proceed to charge toward Jiang Lan. Three sage emperors joining hands to take care of Jiang Lan. If they were to allow Jiang Lan to escape even with this, then the three of them would have no face to see others anymore. However, Chi-Chi, countless green willow branches covered the entire sky and charged toward the three sage emperors. The number of green willow branches was truly too numerous. It was so much that the three sage emperors were unable to dodge them in time. They had become trapped by the countless willow branches. First-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. 10,000 willows. The reason why the scepter 10,000 willows was called 10,000 willows was because it possessed this ability to bind others. The God King of Death Zhuqiumei had finally acted. Break! Huang Fuyu, Duan Muyun and Pu Tai Hong's expression changed. They immediately activated their origin energies to shake apart these willow branches. However, they had miscalculated. When they activated their origin energies, they were only able to slightly shake those willows branches, they were unable to shake it apart. Humph, trying to struggle out of the binding, how could it possibly be that easy? Zhuqiumei sneered. Immediately after, a flash of black light shined through her eyes. Not good. Huang Fuyu and the other two all felt a burst of unusual energies being transmitted from the countless willow branches. Those energies were directly attacking their soul. Furthermore, it was obvious that those energies were extremely proficient in attacking the soul. The form of attack that the God King of Death was most proficient in. Combined with the scepter 10,000 Willows, it could practically be considered as perfection. Bang! The three sage emperors all felt as if their souls were being bitten by bugs. The light of the three origin spiritual pearls above the three sage emperors' heads started to increase in brilliance. The three origin spiritual energies immediately reached a frightening level. The scepter 10,000 Willows immediately started to tremble violently. Humph, consider yourselves lucky. Zhuqiulin also sensed that the scepter 10,000 Willows had reached its limit. To bind three sage emperors simultaneously was extremely exhausting on the 10,000 Willows. However, this short period of time had already allowed Jianlan to rush into the relief sculpture tunnel from the side. Let's go. Yifeng took a glance at Zhuqiulin. The two of them also rushed into the relief sculpture tunnel. As for the several god kings beside the relief sculpture tunnel, Sun Lian, Lu Lian, and Sun, Blood Devil Queen and Duanmuyu, they did not bother to stop Jianlan at all. Go, proceed onward, you all could be allowed to be happy for a bit longer. Seeing that Jianlan, Yifeng and Zhuqiulin had all entered into the relief sculpture tunnel, and Sun displayed a smile on his face. And Sun, Lu Liang and Sun Lian did not bother to stop them at all. That was because they knew that the Azura God King Luofan was currently waiting at the other end of the relief sculpture tunnel. With the Azura God King Luofan's strength, catching Jianlan and obtaining the back earth seal was simply easy like stretching his hand. Bang! The countless amount of flowers and plants in the sky suddenly disappeared. This was because Yifeng had taken back his first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure Vast Territory. Once that Blood Sea Queen got out from the Vast Territory, she immediately looked to her surrounding. Merely, Jianlan had already disappeared. Where is Jianlan? The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan's cold and sharp gaze was cast onto Sun. And Sun complied with her request and answered. Jianlan and them have already entered into the relief sculpture tunnel. I'm afraid they'll soon arrive at the other end. The Blood Sea Queen tightly clenched her teeth. She planned to scheme against others but was instead schemed against. She had originally thought that all of those god kings did not recognize her. Even if they do, she was certain that they would not know about her current strength. The only god king who knew of her strength, Qinyu, was not present at all. Unfortunately. She didn't know at all that Qinyu was capable of directly surveying everyone present in the exalted celestial mountain through his new cosmos' spatial energy. He had then informed her identity to Jianlan, Zhuqiulin and Yifeng. To calculate but miss the major variable in the equation, how could the Blood Sea Queen possibly not fail? The exalted celestial mountain was located above the boundless Azura Sea. At the foot of the exalted celestial mountain, on the water surface below the relief sculpture tunnel's entrance, there was currently a small boat. Above the small boat currently lay a man. The temporal laws is truly profound. In the history of the divine realm, there were several individuals who managed to comprehend time stop. However, those who were able to truly comprehend time reversal with their own strength, there was none at all. The Azura God King Luofan gasped. Ever since he obtained the Blue Sky Seal, Luofan had returned to his headquarters and created a training place with time increased to 10,000 times. Although only 10 years had passed in the outside world, Luofan had actually researched the Blue Sky Seal for close to 100,000 years. This Blue Sky Seal contained a portion of the temporal laws. Among them, it also contained a portion that concerned time reversal. However, the temporal laws contained within it were only fragments, especially that portion in regard to time reversal. It was truly too few. Because of that, Luofan was unable to use the Blue Sky Seal to comprehend time reversal. It's about time for someone to come out now. Luofan looked to the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. Luofan had actually created a minor barrier at the entrance. This barrier does not possess any harm nor does it have any restrictive ability. However, once anyone came out from the entrance, that barrier will immediately inform Luofan of it. At that time, Luofan would directly use time stop as if it was a reflex. He planned to directly stop whoever it was that obtained the back earth seal and then snatch the back earth seal from them openly. At this moment, Jianlan, Zhuqiulin and Yifeng, one ahead and two following, were rapidly running toward the exit. Inside the relief sculpture tunnel, they were unable to fly. Thus, they could only run. Their speed was extremely fast. In merely a blink of an eye, they reached the exit of the relief sculpture tunnel. We've arrived. Jianlan, Zhuqiulin and Yifeng began to shine. We've finally succeeded. Yifeng was overjoyed. He directly said via divine awareness voice transmission. Brother Jianlan, God King Zhuqiulin, once we exit here, we are to immediately use teleportation and return to the Purple Mystic Mansion. do not hesitate in the slightest. I fear that the Azura God King would be outside. It was extremely likely for the Azura God King to be outside. However, Jiang Fan and them cannot do anything about it. The only thing they could do was to rely on their reaction, rely on their speed. It would be determined by whether Jiang Lan and them could execute their teleportation faster or the Azura God King could activate his time stop faster. PFF. Jiang Lan was the first to rush out of the relief sculpture tunnel. However, Jiang Lan didn't know at all that when he rushed toward the exit, a very minor barrier had been activated. Without the slightest hesitation, the Azura God King who was on top of the small boat activated time stop. Time stop. The waves above the Azura Sea suddenly stopped moving. Even the floating small boat became a bit slanted following the stopped wave. However, it did not fall back down. At this moment, Jiang Lan had only just rushed out of the relief sculpture tunnel. Zhuo Jiulin and Yifeng had also just stepped past the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. Before they were able to teleport, their figures were already stopped. Without the slightest movement. Oh no! Jiang Lan, Zhuo Jiulin and Yifeng all felt that the situation had turned bad. At the same time, they also cursed in their hearts. This Azura God King, his reaction speed, wasn't it too fast? However, there was nothing they could do. All that effort for another person's gain. Jiang Lan, Zhuo Jiulin and Yifeng all felt helpless and angry. Back Earth Seal? At this moment, Luo Fan had stood up from above his small boat. He smiled as he looked to Jiang Lan, Zhuo Jiulin and Yifeng. Are you all very upset? Very angry? However, it's all useless. This Back Earth Seal would be mine after all. Luo Fan moved his body and arrived before Jiang Lan. After that, right when Luo Fan was excited. Whoosh! Jiang Lan, Zhuo Jiulin and Yifeng disappeared before his eyes. The Azura God King Luo Fan's eyes grew wide open. He firmly looked to the front. How is this possible? How could one possibly teleport under time stop? Luo Fan was stunned. Suddenly, Luo Fan thought of a person. Qinyu, could it be Qinyu? Encountering such an incredible matter, Luo Fan could only think of Qinyu. When Qinyu fought against the 4 great god kings of the Thunder Punishment City, he had used spatial freezing but was still capable of teleportation. Just from this, one could speculate that he would be able to teleport under time stop. Furthermore, the relationship Jiang Lan, Zhuo Jiulin and Yifeng had with Qinyu was nothing ordinary. Other than Qinyu, Luo Fan was unable to think of anyone else capable of doing such. Are you very upset? Very angry? However, it's all useless. This Back Earth Seal would be ours after all. Words practically the same as what Luo Fan had said earlier sounded in Luo Fan's mind. The Azura God King Luo Fan was unable to help himself from smiling helplessly. It's indeed you, Qinyu. However, I reckon those sage emperors and god kings would not give up on it so easily. The Azura God King Luo Fan took a glance at the relief sculpture tunnel. At this moment, people were rushing out of the relief sculpture tunnel. Before the inner lake of the Purple Mystic Mansion. Many people were gathered before the water screen and were watching the battle that was happening on the exalted celestial mountain. The air fluctuated. Jiang Lan, Zhuo Jiulin and Yifeng appeared out of thin air. Earlier, Jiang Lan and them were trapped. However, they had now arrived at the Purple Mystic Mansion. This sort of contrast had brought immense joy to the 3 of them. They looked to their surroundings and immediately realized that they had returned to the Purple Mystic Mansion. Little you, thank you. Jiang Lan looked to Qinyu. Uncle Lan, you all should go and hide yourselves in the new cosmos for the time being. I had created a palace with a time acceleration of 100,000 times at the new cosmos's Purple Mystic Star's East Hazy Mountain. You all should go there to comprehend this Back Earth Seal. Qinyu said with a smile. According to the rules the 3 of us had determined, this Back Earth Seal had reached Jiang Lan's hands first. Thus, Jiang Lan shall be the one who shall obtain this Back Earth Seal. Zhuo Jiolin's hoarse voice sounded. Yifeng also nodded. Okay. In that case, Uncle Lan, quickly seize the time and research the Back Earth Seal. Qinyu said with a smile. Within Qinyu's manner of speaking was a trace of urgency. That was because Qinyu had discovered that many god kings had rushed out from the relief sculpture tunnel. I fear that those god kings would not give up so easily. Jiang Lan said with a frown. Jiang Lan knew very well that if it was the Azura God King who obtained the Back Earth Seal, then those God Kings might not continue to chase after the Back Earth Seal due to their fear of the Azura God King's strength. However, the person who obtained the Back Earth Seal was Jiang Lan. Although Jiang Lan was powerful, he had not reached an unparalleled level like that of the Azura God King. Rest assured. Uncle Lon, leave everything to me, Qin Yu said with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 22. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 22, Intimidation Technique. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Little Yu. John Lon looked to Qin Yu. Within his eyes were concern and worry. The enemies this time were not merely one or two god kings. Instead, it was the 8 great sage emperors and the various god kings. Furthermore, there was also the Azura god king and the Blood Sea Queen. Once these people joined hands, then it was likely that even Qin Yu would not be able to withstand them. Rest assured, Uncle Lon. Qin Yu smiled and said. They are indeed pretty frightening if they were to join hands. However, I am also not a fool that would fight them head-on. If I am truly unable to withstand them, then I would just escape to the new cosmos. Beside them, Jin Feng, Hofei, He Yu and a large amount of people that included Zhang Lan and them all started to lightly laugh. Since Qin Yu had the idea of escaping, then they would be reassured. Uncle Fu. Qin Yu turned around and looked behind him. Uncle Fu was standing behind the group of people. Hearing Qin Yu's call, Uncle Fu immediately walked over and prepared himself for Qin Yu's order. Go and arrange the matters. We are to close the entrance of the Fog City and isolate it from the outside world. If any danger were to occur, then I would immediately teleport the Fog City along with the Purple Mystic Mansion into the new cosmos. Qin Yu said with a light smile. The surface of the Fog City was covered with Qin Yu's formation array space. Once the city gates become closed, the entire Fog City would be within the formation array space. As long as Qin Yu wished for it, then those people within the Fog City would be transported to the new cosmos without them even knowing about it. Yes, Master. Uncle Fu directly complied. Little Yu, with what you're doing, I feel relieved. In that case, I will be going to the new cosmos's purple mystic star. Zhang Lan nodded to Qin Yu and then directly proceed to fly upward above the purple mystic mansion. In the Fog City, there was a channel that specifically led to the new cosmos. Of course, if outsiders wished to go through that channel, they must first obtain Qin Yu's consent. Otherwise, even if they reached the channel, they would still not be able to enter into the new cosmos. Seeing that Uncle Lon had left, Qin Yu also felt satisfied. I've finally done something for Uncle Lon. Qin Yu was extremely grateful for Zhang Lan in his heart. Merely, in the past, Qin Yu never had a chance to repay him. Now that a chance to repay him had arrived, and he also possessed the strength to do something. Qin Yu's new cosmos' spatial energy immediately covered the entire divine realm including the inside of the exalted celestial mountain. Naturally, Qin Yu clearly knew all of the movements, speech and even the gazes of the god kings. The 8 great sage emperors, over 20 ordinary god kings, the powerful Azura god king and the Blood Sea Queen were all gathered outside the relief sculpture tunnel. Surrounding these god kings was a barrier. However, before Qin Yu's new cosmos' spatial energy, that barrier could be considered as non-existent. Never would I have expected for you, the Azura god king, to be remaining outside of the relief sculpture tunnel's entrance. The utmost west god king Shintuyen said with a grin of dissatisfaction. Last time, you, the Azura god king, had vowed to the heavens before all of us. It seemed that you did not have any ambition for the exalted celestial spiritual treasure. However, now it seems that, humph. Mu Qin, who had an ugly expression, also said with a grin of dissatisfaction. Mu Qin and Shintuyen possessed great hatred for the Azura god king. That was because the northeastern region's Forest Ocean City only possessed 2 god kings. One was Mu Qin and the other was Mu Chan. Last time, during the birth of the Blue Sky Seal, the Azura god king had killed 8 god kings. Among them, 4 were from the 8 great divine families. They were respectively Shintunyen, Mu Chan, Duan Mulu, and Tang Lu. Now, the northeastern region's Forest Ocean City only had a single sage emperor remaining. The utmost western region's Mount Blazing Flame also only had 2 god kings remaining. Thus, Mu Qin and Shintuyen naturally harbored endless hatred for the Azura god king. I've never said that I would not fight for the Back Earth Seal and the All-People Seal. I had merely mentioned that I would not step foot onto the exalted celestial mountain. The Azura god king Luofan knew very well in his heart that these 2 people were trying to pick a fight with him. Enough, everyone, quiet down first. Zhou Hua's voice sounded. Immediately, the sound of discussions began to fall. Many god kings all looked to Zhou Hua. At this moment, Jiang Fan, who stood beside Zhou Hua, had a relatively pale complexion. In the short exchange earlier, many god kings had become injured. Jiang Fan as well as many other god kings were all injured by Zhang Lan. As for Duan Muyun, Huang Fuyu, and Pu Tai Hong, they were injured by the God King of Death Switch Yolin. Although the three great sage emperors had only received a single attack, their souls were all infringed upon. If they were to simply try to recover, then it would take at least 10,000 years for them to resume their former conditions. Yet, right now, in this crucial moment, they could only take precious spiritual pellets to recover their souls. Before we talk about the matter regarding the Back Earth Seal, I wish to ask you, Azura God King, about how Jiang Lan escaped from your hands. Zhou Huo looked to the Azura God King. Ask away. The Azura God King said with a light smile. Zhou Huo said in confusion. Azura God King, you are waiting right outside of the relief sculpture tunnel. I believe that with your strength, it would not be hard for you to capture Jiang Lan. However, how did Jiang Lan escape then? Could you provide an explanation for us? Xin Yu. The Azura God King said indifferently. During the crucial moment, that Qin Yu acted and obstructed me. He saved away Lan and them. When Zhou Huo heard the name Qin Yu, his eyes shone coldly. Even Zhou Ran, who stood behind Zhou Huo, started to clench his fist. His trace of killing intent started to leak out from his body. The Thunder Punishment City possessed immense hatred for Qin Yu. In the battle before the descent of the exalted celestial mountain, Qin Yu had killed Zhou Wulian and Zhou Tong. He had caused the might and fame of the Thunder Punishment City to decrease immensely. Even their status dropped greatly. He killed my father and my second uncle. Countless amount of killing intent was once again burst forth from Zhou Ran's chest. However, once he thought of Qin Yu's strength, Zhou Ran began to feel helpless. The gap between him and Qin Yu was truly too great. Much less him, even the sage emperors were no match against Qin Yu. How could he possibly be able to avenge his father and second uncle? In order to take revenge, other than grandfather disposing Qin Yu himself, the only other option would be these God Kings here. Zhou Ran glanced at the surrounding God Kings. The 8 great sage emperors and the Azura God King were all present. Once these people join hands, it would not be difficult for them to kill Qin Yu. Zhou Huo was thinking about the same thing as Zhou Ran. The two of them had communicated with each other through divine awareness voice transmission. Everyone ought to know by now that Jiang Lan, Yi Feng as well as that mysterious woman were all related with Qin Yu. Although we do not know where Jiang Lan is now, going to the Fog City to find Qin Yu is definitely our best option. It is also the most direct method. Zhou was said with a clear voice. The sage emperors and god kings in the surrounding began to ponder. In the end, they all nodded. No matter where Jiang Lan was located at, if they were to try to deal with Jiang Lan, they must first prepare to handle Qin Yu. Furthermore, they do not know where Jiang Lan was currently hiding at. Thus, their only option was to go to the Fog City to find Qin Yu. This Qin Yu is very powerful. If we were to proceed to the Fog City ununited, I'm afraid that we would be defeated by that Qin Yu in succession. The word searcher God King of the Dual Domain Island said indifferently. Between everyone present, our strength is both strong and weak. It is not too late for us to make preparations before going. Furthermore, from the battle earlier, many God Kings and Sage Emperors were injured. If we are to fight against Qin Yu, we must definitely be in our best state. If anyone is not in possession of any spiritual pills to recover their souls, then go and borrow some from other God Kings. This Dual Domain Island's word searcher God King's words were immediately responded by many God Kings. Even Zhang Fan and them nodded in agreement. If the group of God Kings were to not unite, then perhaps they would be able to face off against Jiang Lan. However, once they encountered Qin Yu, who was even stronger than Jiang Lan, then they'd be eaten by him in succession like eating peas. Zhou Ran, who was behind Zhou, was stepped forward. He said in a clear voice. Currently, we have the 8 great sage emperors, 25 ordinary God Kings and the Azura God King. The Azura God King is powerful enough to take on Qin Yu on his own. With the 8 great sage emperors joining hands, they will be even more powerful. The 25 ordinary God Kinds are able to form 2 great formation arrays, the 16 people 4 divisions illusion defensive array that required to form and the 9 people. What a joke. The Blood Devil Queen of the Mount Blood Devil started laughing. Form great formation arrays? I do not feel at ease forming formation arrays with you, all of the 8 great divine families. Who knows, I may be instead sneak attacked by someone if I am not careful. I also do not agree. The Blood Sea Queen, who had been silent the entire time, spoke coldly. One should use one's own ability in seizing the Back Earth Seal. Inside the Purple Mystic Mansion, Qin Yu had his eyes closed and was using his new cosmos' spatial energy to hear the debate between the God Kings. In the end, under the reconciliation led by Zhou Ran, Zhou Huo and Jiang Fan, the God Kings reached an unanimous agreement. It's time for me to get on the stage now. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He then stood up. On the meadows beside him, Jiangli was currently chatting and laughing with Bai Ling and many other women. Brother you. Jiangli looked to Qinyu with a confused look. Lear, I will be going out for a bit. You all can remain here. Qinyu entrusted her that and then directly teleported away from the purple mystic mansion. Outside of the fog city. The clouds were curling. Qinyu appeared within the boundless clouds. He gathered a lump of floating clouds and then sat on top of it. He placed a small table before him. On the small table was a pot of wine. Leisurely, he was pouring and drinking wine by himself. After a long while. Whoosh! A surging energy whistle was heard from afar. The countless amount of clouds that surrounded Qinyu were immediately dissipated. The sky in the range of several tens of thousand miles had immediately turned completely clear. However, that surging energy did not even manage to meddle with Qinyu's hair. 30+ figures appeared before Qinyu. The 8 great sage emperors, the Azura God King, the Blood Sea Queen and other God Kings. They were all surprised when they saw Qinyu. Facing all these God Kings, Qinyu was actually sitting there drinking undisturbed. Qinyu raised his head and took a glance at the various God Kings. You all have only arrived now? Qinyu took a stretch and then stood up. I've already finished drinking this pot of wine. Furthermore, before that, I had stayed in my mansion for a long while already. To be honest, your speed was truly very slow. Qinyu said with a slight smile. He swept his unconcerning gaze at the 30+ God Kings. Azura God King, Blood Sea Queen. Qinyu's gaze slightly stopped on these two people's bodies. Among all these God Kings, only these two made Qinyu slightly on guard. Of course, when the 8 great sage emperors joined hands, they would also be very frightening. Qinyu, quickly have Jianglan hand over the back earth seal. You aren't participating in the battle for the exalted celestial mountain yet still involved yourself in our matter. Are you courting death? That Zhou Hua said coldly. Zhou Hua possessed immense hatred toward Qinyu. At this moment, he did not fear Qinyu. You want Uncle Lan to hand over the back earth seal? What a joke. I wish to ask you all, last time when the blue sky seal was born, was it not the Azura God King who obtained it? Why don't you all go and demand the Azura God King to hand over the blue sky seal? Perhaps were you all thinking that my Uncle Lan is an easy target to bully? That I am an easy target to bully? Cold light flashed through Qinyu's eyes. The jug of wine in his hand was immediately crushed into dust. The Azura God King lightly smiled and said, Qinyu, when I obtained the blue sky seal, I had vowed to never step foot on the exalted celestial mountain. Only though this. Uncle Lan could also vow to never step foot on the exalted celestial mountain. Qinyu immediately interrupted the Azura God King's words. He then cast his gaze at the 8 great sage emperors. If Uncle Lan were to vow that, are you all willing to let him go? The 8 great sage emperors were stunned. Qinyu. Standing behind Zhou Ran pointed to Qinyu and shouted. Today, the 8 great sage emperors, the Azura God King and the various other God Kings have all gathered here. We have come to try to speak with you and advise you. However, you showed no sincerity at all. Instead, you're speaking of sophistry. Humph, today, all these God Kings have come for the purpose of obtaining the back earth seal. You go and have Jianglan hand that over. If he were to hand it over, then everything would be well. If he were to refuse. When Zhou Ran said those words, the 8 great sage emperors started to conscientiously gather together. They seemed to be prepared to act together. Even the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen were staring at Qinyu. If he were to refuse? You're telling me if he were to refuse? Qinyu looked to Zhou Ran. Are you threatening me? Earlier, Qinyu had observed the discussion among the God Kings through his new cosmos' spatial energy. This Zhou Ran had been persuading the God Kings to act together the entire time. Evidently, this Zhou Ran still possessed great hatred for Qinyu. Zhou Ran's eyes were filled with anger. His heart's killing intention was surging. So what if I threaten? Spatial freezing. The space in the several tens of thousand miles range immediately became frozen. Whoosh! Practically at the same moment when Qinyu used spatial freezing, he teleported over to Zhou Ran's side. With lightning speed, he thrust the divine spear waning snow that he held in his hand. The speed was immensely fast. Impudent. Zhou Hua and the other sage emperors all grew angry. Zhou Ran wished to escape with teleportation. However, he was unable to teleport. How could he evade this spear strike from Qinyu? Beside him, Zhou Hua cast his black whip toward the spear that Qinyu held. The dark and yellow energy on the surface of the divine spear waning snow slightly trembled. It managed to break loose that black whip. The divine spear waning snow directly thrusted into Zhou Ran's chest. A frightening energy rushed into Zhou Ran's brain. Bang! Zhou Ran's brain exploded. He died on the spot. I do not like being threatened by others. Holding the divine spear waning snow in his hand, Xinyu cast his gaze at the surrounding god kings. When those god kings discovered that they were incapable of teleportation but Xinyu was still able to teleport, they had all begun to quake in fear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 23. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 23, Another Azura God King. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Whoosh! The group of God Kings seemed to have been frightened. They all flew backwards several hundred meters with lightning-fast speed. All the God Kings present, including even the 8 great sage emperors, had maintained distance from Xinyu. Xinyu, you. Zhou Hua pointed at Xinyu angrily. Zhou Ran had died. From today on, their Thunder Punishment City only had him, Zhou Hua, the Sage Emperor, as the sole God King. Before this, Zhou Wulian and Zhou Tong were also killed by Xinyu. How could Zhou Hua possibly not harbor hatred against Xinyu? The hatred that he had for Xinyu had already penetrated through his soul. What is it? Northwest Sage Emperor, you have something to say to me again? Xinyu looked at Zhou Hua with a light smile. However, he was holding the divine spear waning snow with one hand as if he was able to act at any moment. Zhou Hua pointed at Xinyu. His mouth moved a couple times. However, he was unable to say anything. At this moment, of the 30-plus God Kings present, they each possessed their own thinking in their hearts. Those God Kings with ordinary strength were all relatively fearful of Xinyu. Under spatial freezing, Xinyu was still able to teleport. However, the other God Kings were unable to teleport at all. With only this, Xinyu had seized the absolute initiative. In the eyes of all the God Kings present, other than the Azura God King Luofan, there was no God King present who could take Xinyu head-on. These God Kings did not know of the Blood Sea Queen's true might. After all, when she was at the Exalted Celestial Mountain, before she was able to use Time Stop, she had been trapped by Yi-Foam. Xinyu swept his gaze through the God Kings. He displayed a slight smile on his face. Everything is going exactly as I imagined it to be. My sudden killing of Zhou Ran gave these God Kings a feeling of their lives not being in their control. That has already caused these God Kings to fear me from the bottom of their hearts. They no longer have the tyranny that they displayed at the beginning, but what's the most problematic now is the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen. They are both capable of using Time Stop. Once they use Time Stop, I will become unable to move. Furthermore, the attack power of the 8 great sage emperors joining hands is also extremely frightening. Xinyu also felt pressure. If the Azura God King, the Blood Sea Queen and the 8 great sage emperors were to join hands, then he could only escape with teleportations. Xinyu. The Blood Sea Queen's voice sounded in Xinyu's mind. Xinyu looked over at the Blood Sea Queen. The two of them exchanged glances for a slight moment. The Blood Sea Queen had a confident smile on her face. Xinyu, you ought to know very well at this moment that if the 8 great sage emperors were to join hands, you'd become unable to withstand them at all. Furthermore, there is the Azura God King. On top of that, there's also me. Xinyu, you are, without a doubt, going to lose. The Blood Sea Queen's divine awareness voice transmission sounded in Xinyu's mind. Xinyu's gaze shifted from the Blood Sea Queen's body and turned to the 8 great sage emperors for a moment. However, his focus was on the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen. At the same time, he said via divine awareness voice transmission to the Blood Sea Queen. Blood Sea Queen, you ought to know very well of my strength. What you said was correct, it is impossible for me to take on you all by myself. This is especially true since there's you and the Azura God King too. However, you ought to understand that even if I cannot win against you all, I can still escape. Under spatial freezing, none of you are capable of teleportation. Only I can teleport. With this, I am standing in the invincible position. Blood Sea Queen, what do you think? The Blood Sea Queen was stunned. She then began to clench her teeth. Her gaze had also grew gloomy and cold. She cursed in her heart. This Xinyu, how is he capable of teleportation under spatial freezing? Among everyone, only he is capable of teleportation. Before the battle even began, he was already in a state of being undefeatable. Seeing the Blood Sea Queen's expression, Xinyu smiled. Xinyu, have Jianglan hand over the Baccarat seal. I truly do not wish to fight against you. I wish that you don't force me to do that. The Azura God King's voice sounded in Xinyu's mind. Xinyu looked over at the Azura God King. At this moment, the Azura God King Luofan was firmly looking at Xinyu with his bright eyes. Suddenly, a large shout was heard. Xinyu, before all these God Kings, you actually killed Zhou Ran so nonchalantly. You have truly not placed us in your eyes. Did you perhaps thought that you would be able to resist all these God Kings by yourself? Zhang Fan's eyes were flickering with light. His entire person was filled with an oppressive aura. Xinyu, have Jiang Lan hand over the Back Earth Seal. If you do so, we will spare your lives. Otherwise. Seemingly as if they are on the same wavelength, the 8 great sage emperors immediately took their positions and formed a great profound formation array. The 8 origin spiritual pearls were radiating dazzling light. The different color cosmic origin energies began to scatter in all directions unceasingly. They fused with one another, complementing each other. A frightening aura was being emitted from the 8 great sage emperors. Xinyu grew alarmed. When the 8 great sage emperors join hands, even the Azura God King would not dare to take them on. Single aura 8 elements, its strength is astonishingly frightening. Xinyu still remember the single aura 8 elements that the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had used and the scene of it destroying the Fog City. If he were to confront it head-on, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. The only option for him was escaping. Haha. Xinyu suddenly faced upward and started laughing. All of those God Kings had a sense of uncertainty in their hearts. Immediately after, Xinyu stopped his laughter and looked at Zhang Fan and the other sage emperors. 8 great sage emperors. Humph, it is true that your combined single aura 8 elements possesses astonishing might. However, if you want to threaten me with that, then, you are dreaming. If you want to attack, then go ahead. The fogs of the foggy marsh started to slowly gather at Xinyu and them again. Between the endless fog, Xinyu stood in the air. In his hand was the divine spear Waning Snow. On his face was an indifferent smile as he faced the 8 great sage emperors. I shall remind you all. During that moment when you all attack, that shall be the same time when I attack. I shall see if you all will be able to kill me first or if I'll be the one to kill you all first. The figure of Xinyu who held the divine spear Waning Snow suddenly started to change. He turned into 2. The cyan gown Xinyu and the black gown Xinyu stood alongside each other. Immediately after, the cyan gown Xinyu disappeared before the God Kings with a teleportation. He directly arrived at a location several hundred meters behind the sage emperors. The cyan gown Xinyu and the black gown Xinyu were both standing in the air. Between them were the numerous God Kings. Jiang Fan, Zhou Hua, Duan Muyun, Shen Tuyen became hesitant. Brother Jiang Fan, this Xinyu is capable of teleportation. However, we are not. If we were to truly fight Xinyu head-on, even though the single aura 8 elements is capable of pursuing the target, our losses may also be very great. Duan Muyun said via divine awareness voice transmission. The 8 great sage emperors communicated with one another through their gazes. The 8 great sage emperors who used to be extremely domineering, had started to hesitate and waver now. When Xinyu was in a stalemate against the 8 great sage emperors, the Azura God King and the Blood Sea God King, Jiang Lan was in a newly constructed palace on the new Cosmos Purple Mystic Star's East Hazy Mountain. He was sitting cross-legged, calmly comprehending the Back Earth Seal. The time within this palace was increased by 100,000 times. Xinyu had originally waited a while for the God Kings in his Purple Mystic Mansion. After that, he went to the clouds and drank a jug of wine. When the God Kings finally arrived, it had been 4 to 6 hours later. 4 to 6 hours was 400 to 600,000 hours to Jiang Lan who was training in the palace. It was close to 20,000 days. In other words, it had been over several tens of years. To Jiang Lan, calmly training for several tens of years was an immense progress. In the Blue Sky Seal, the contents regarding time acceleration was the greatest. As for time stop, it came in second. Time reversal was the most sparse. As for the Back Earth Seal, it contained the greatest content of time stop. Second to time stop was time acceleration. As for time reversal, it was still the least amount. As for the most important all-people seal, it contained the most information regarding time reversal. Time stop and time acceleration, on the other hand, the rest were more sparse. However, even if one obtained the all-people seal, it would still be extremely hard for one to comprehend time reversal. That was because the most important 2 portions regarding time reversal was contained within the Blue Sky Seal and Back Earth Seal. Without those 2 portions, it would be extremely hard for one to comprehend time reversal. The information regarding time reversal in the Blue Sky Seal was truly too lacking. This was also the reason why the Azura God King Luofan had practically achieved no improvement in the temporal laws even after studying it for that many years. After all, he had obtained the Blue Sky Seal. John Lon, on the other hand, had obtained the back-earth seal. John Lon had already reached the limit of comprehension for time acceleration. Even toward time stop, John Lon already managed to vaguely touch upon its borders. Merely, he had been lacking for a clear understanding of the final comprehension the entire time. The back-earth seal just so happened to contain the most content regarding time stop. The current John Lon was like a thirsty desert traveler who had suddenly discovered an oasis with limpid sweet water. He immediately began to research and comprehend the time stop without stopping. The current John Lon had become completely engulfed into the world of temporal laws. While John Lon was researching and comprehending, time passed. However, he did not notice it at all. On a certain day when he had researched and comprehended for 80 years, John Lan's body started to slightly tremble. After that, he opened his eyes. It seemed as if he had a smile on his face. However, it also seemed as if he was crying. Time stop, I am able to cause the time to stop now. However, I am unable to stop the time when Ame and I were together. John Lan's face were covered with a boundless bleakness. In merely 80 years, John Lon had managed to uncover the layer of muslin that covered time stop. Once he managed to break through that layer, he managed to completely comprehend time stop. To be able to comprehend time stop so fast, it was also related to temporal laws that John Lon had already comprehended. Merely. Although he had comprehended time stop, John Lon was not at all happy. The current John Lon was recalling all the scenes of him being together with Suochome. Occasionally, he would smile like a fool. Occasionally, he would sigh desolately. He wished deeply to stop the time from back then. He wished to return back to the days of being together with Suochome and allow those happy days to stop forever. However, it was impossible. Suochome's true spirit had been shattered. Even if an exalted celestial were to use time reversal, they would still not be able to resurrect Suochome. John Lon recalled the final moments of Suochome's life. Those two pearl-like resplendent drops of tears streaked across the vast sky and streaked across the space. One tear entered John Lee's body. The other tear entered the spatial cracks. After drifting for countless years, it finally reached the body of an ordinary youngster from the mortal realm. Little Yu, that's right, Little Yu is still fighting against the God Kings outside. John Lon had suddenly woken up. He had completely woken up from his reminiscence. Phew! John Lon suddenly stood up. Having comprehended time stop, John Lon did not have the ambition to continue to try to comprehend time reversal. Firstly, the amount of information regarding time reversal in the back-earth seal was truly lacking. Secondly, Qin Yu was outside helping him handle the numerous God Kings. The John Lon from before was only capable of handling one or two Sage Emperors. When facing the numerous God Kings, John Lon was unable to withstand them at all. However, the current him had now attained astonishing strength. He possessed a first-rate grandness spiritual treasure and also possessed the remarkable ability of time stop. The current John Lon was practically a new Azura God King. Compared to the Azura God King, his strength was not inferior at all. Hopefully I can make it in time. Whoosh! John Lon immediately turned into a ray of light and flew out of this palace that Qin Yu had especially constructed. After that, he followed the channel and returned to the Purple Mystic Mansion. He flew out of the Purple Mystic Mansion and flew towards the location where Qin Yu was encountering the various God Kings. Regardless of whether it was the Azura God King or the Blood Sea Queen, they were uncompromising against Qin Yu. In the end, they had finally become furious. Although they feared Qin Yu, they were still confident in defeating Qin Yu should everyone join hands. Brother Luo Fan, the preparation is ready. Zhang Fan said via Divine Awareness voice transmission. At this moment, the 8 great sage emperors had secretly forged an alliance with the Azura God King. They have determined to act together. The 8 great sage emperors did not ask for the Blood Sea Queen to help them. That was because they still did not know how powerful the Blood Sea Queen was. The Blood Sea Queen herself also did not say anything. However, Qin Yu needed to be careful of the Blood Sea Queen. Ha! Qin Yu laughed joyously. At the same time, his laughter contained a trace of madness. Qin Yu cast his glance at the various God Kings. Within his eyes was a trace of blood thrice. It's been a long time since I've fought. Come. Qin Yu held the divine spear Waning Snow in his hand. He faced the numerous God Kings without the slightest amount of fear. The 8 great sage emperors, the Azura God King and the others were all extremely careful. However, right at this moment, a sonic boom caused the space to fluctuate. A figure was rapidly flying over from the Purple Mystic Mansion in the distant. Confused, Qin Yu turned around to look. When he saw who it was that was coming, he became even more confused. Uncle Lon? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 24. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 24, The Cold Massacre. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Wearing cyan clothes and stepping on the gauze feather blade, Jianlan streaked through the sky and was flying towards Qinyu and the numerous god kings. His frightening speed even shook space. It's Jianlan! Standing beside the 8 great sage emperors, Wang Fuliushan was the first one to shout in surprise. Immediately, all of the focus of those god kings landed on Jianlan. It's indeed Jianlan. This Jianlan actually came out by himself. Duan Muyun was pleasantly surprised. The eyes of the Azura god king Luofan and the Blood Sea queen Shuiyan both started to shine. Their gazes were focused on Jianlan, who was rapidly flying over. They had both begun to feel restless. The two of them were both confident in handling Jianlan. Jianlan flew over to Qinyu's side. He smiled and nodded to Qinyu. Little you. Qinyu was extremely confused. Uncle Lan ought to be training in the new cosmos. It had only been a short while, how come he had come out already? Regardless of whether it was Qinyu or the other god kings, they were all thinking that it had only been half a day since the battle for the Back Earth Seal at the Exalted Celestial Mountain. However, Jianlan himself had actually already trained for several tens of years. Merely, Qinyu had thought that even if Uncle Lan had trained for several tens of years, it would still be unlikely for him to increase his strength greatly in nearly several tens of years. Jianlan, hand over the Back Earth Seal right away. Duan Muyun was the first to shout at him. Whether it was Duan Muyun or Zhang Fan, the two of them were people with ambitions. Otherwise, the two of them would not be leading a faction each and fighting each other in the divine realm for so many years. Both Duan Muyun and Zhang Fan wished to become exalted celestials. Naturally, they wanted to obtain the Back Earth Seal, one of the 3 seals, greatly. Second brother, hand over the Back Earth Seal. Otherwise, you'll only be harming yourself. Zhang Fan said with a cold expression. Jianlan took a glance at his big brother Zhang Fan. He then looked at Zhou Hua, Duan Muyun, and the other sage emperors. His expression suddenly turned ugly. That was because Jianlan had recalled the time when Zhuo Qiumei was surrounded and killed by these sage emperors who had joined hands. Compared to back then, the scene now resembled it greatly. In fact, the spectacle had become even greater. You want me to hand over the Back Earth Seal? That cannot be done. Jianlan said indifferently. Jianlan, even if you don't want to have it over, you'll still have to hand it over. The Azura god king Luofan said coldly. At the same time, a blood ruler appeared in his hand. It was the blood ruler Life Sunderer. Since you've come, then you can forget about leaving. The Blood Sea Queen also said with a cold smile. The various god kings all began to show killing intent in their eyes. Even those ordinary god kings started having confidence now. When facing Qinyu, they did not have any certainty. However, when facing Jianlan, once they joined hands, even if Jianlan possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be killed. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 bursts of sharp aura suddenly started surging from the front and back. Only at this moment did the 8 great sage emperors, Azura God King, Blood Sea Queen and the others recall the black gown Qinyu before them and the cyan gown Qinyu behind them. You wish to kill my Uncle Lan? Humph, I shall see if you have the life to do that. Qinyu said coldly. He immediately brandished his divine spear Waning Snow and was about to attack. However, beside him, Jianlan actually extended his hand and stopped Qinyu. Qinyu was startled. He was completely puzzled. Why did Uncle Lan stop him? Qinyu turned around to look to Jianlan. Jianlan fixed his gaze on Qinyu. With a smile, he said. Little you, these god kings have come for me. Allow me to handle them. Uncle Lan, by yourself? Qinyu was shocked. Not only Qinyu, even the god kings in the distance felt baffled by these words. They had all experienced Jianlan's strength before. They admit that Jianlan's strength was powerful. However, he was only at the most comparable to 1 or 2 sage emperors. If he were to fight against that many god kings, then he would definitely be killed. This Jianlan, was he trying to court death? Many god kings all looked at Jianlan in confusion. At this moment, Jianlan said to Qinyu via divine awareness voice transmission. Little you, although it has only been half a day outside, I have already trained for several tens of years in the new cosmos. In these several tens of years, I have already reached a higher step in the comprehension of the temporal laws. Reached a higher step? Uncle Lan had originally already reached the limit of time acceleration. In that case, a step higher would be In an instant, Qin Yu managed to understand. However, when he thought of the answer, Qin Yu became even more unwilling to believe it. It had only been several tens of years. However, Uncle Lan had managed to comprehend time stop. Now, in the divine realm, other than Uncle Lan, only the Azura God King Luofan and the Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan managed to comprehend time stop. Uncle Lan, did you really manage to comprehend time stop? There's no need for you to not believe me. Jian Lan said to Qin Yu with a smile. Little Yu, when have I ever lied to you? I have indeed comprehended time stop. All of these people have come for me. You only need to remain at the side and watch as I handle this matter. If I am truly unable to handle this, it would not be too late for you to help then. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Uncle Lan, be careful. Qin Yu possessed absolute confidence in Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan smiled and nodded to Qin Yu. After that, Qin Yu started to coldly look at the 8 great sage emperors and the other god kings. He coldly humped and flew to the side. The black gown Qin Yu flew over to a location close to the Azura God King. As for the cyan gown Qin Yu, he too had moved. He flew over to a location close to the Blood Sea Queen. When the God Kings saw that Qin Yu and Jian Lan were exchanging gazes, they all guessed that Qin Yu and Jian Lan were likely talking with one another through divine awareness voice transmission. The God Kings had originally thought that Qin Yu would stop Jian Lan from throwing his life away. However, to their surprise, Qin Yu actually moved to the side. From what it seemed, Qin Yu was actually persuaded by Jian Lan. Zhang Fan, Zhou Hua, and them exchanged gazes. Brother Zhang Fan, this second brother of yours is actually planning to take us all on by himself? Do you perhaps understand why that is the case? Zhou Hua asked Zhang Fan through divine awareness voice transmission. Zhang Fan shook his head. I think that it might be because he wants to settle his own matter himself. This is the only possible explanation, replied Zhang Fan. This answer was something that Zhang Fan himself found unconvincing. Not a single God King among all these present at the scene could believe that in merely half a day, Jiang Lan would go from a state where he had originally only comprehended time acceleration to the limit, to a super expert who managed to comprehend time stop. At this moment, Jiang Lan coldly looked to the 8 great sage emperors. Don't you all want the back earth seal? If you have the ability to kill me, then the back earth seal will naturally become yours. Holding the gauze feather blade in his hand, Jiang Lan coldly looked at the various God Kings. The God Kings were all communicating with one another through divine awareness voice transmission. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Qin Yu. The current Qin Yu, his true body, the black gown Qin Yu, was located opposing the Azura God King. As for the cyan gown Qin Yu, he was located near the Blood Sea Queen. Brother Luofan, I do not wish to fight against you. I hope that you would not force our weapons to collide with one another. Qin Yu looked to the Azura God King and said via divine awareness voice transmission. You merely need to quietly remain there and watch. The Azura God King started to frown. He took a glance at Qin Yu. Immediately after, the Azura God King started smiling. You are this confident of Jian Lan? The Azura God King ridiculed. Qin Yu lightly smiled and maintained his silence. Blood Sea Queen, during my Uncle Lan's fight against those God Kings, I hope that you do not join in. As long as you do not act, I too will not act. If you were to act, then I would have no choice but to stop you. At the same time, Qin Yu had also sent a voice transmission to the Blood Sea Queen. His clone, the cyan gown Qin Yu, was firmly fixed upon the Blood Sea Queen. The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan's heart was filled with anger. She knew very well of how powerful this clone was. This clone's body's toughness was comparable to hers. Furthermore, the clone was also capable of teleportation. If she were to truly start fighting the clone, then she would likely find it extremely problematic too. Humph, even if I do not act, your Uncle Lan will still die, said the Blood Sea Queen angrily through divine awareness voice transmission. There is no need for you to worry about that, but... The black gown Qin Yu and the cyan gown Qin Yu had reached a deadlock with the 2 super experts, the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen respectively. As for Jian Lan, he was facing the 8 great sage emperors as well as the other God Kings. Not knowing when to give up. Attack! Duan Muyun said via divine awareness voice transmission. The other 7 sage emperors all nodded. In an instant, the great formation array the 8 great sage emperors formed suddenly started to scatter. They separated into 2 groups, Wangfuyu, Putai Hong, Shintuyen, Tang Lan and Mu Qin, the 5 sage emperors who controlled the origin spiritual energies of the 5 elements, and the 3 sage emperors Jiang Fan, Duan Muyun and Zhou Hua. The 8 great sage emperors had split into 2 group formations. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the 8 great sage emperors proceed to attack Jianlan. The 5 elements origin formation array was led by Huangfu Yu. With a wave of Huangfu Yu's hand, a 5-colored blade ray appeared. The blade ray directly proceeded to hack toward Jianlan. Jiang Fan, Duan Muyun, and Zhou Hua also joined hands. Led by Zhou Hua, he waved his hand and 2 rays of sword-shaped origin energies proceeded to fly towards Jianlan. This Jianlan, his strength is much inferior compared to Qin Yu. If he were to receive one of those attacks, then he would likely be seriously injured. Once he becomes gravely injured, I will be able to directly kill him. A cold and fierce light flashed through Huangfu Liuxian's eyes. Not only Huangfu Liuxian, the other god kings had all flown over from the sides at practically the same time. They did not proceed to confront Jianlan directly. Instead, they were circling the sides. These god kings were waiting for Jianlan to become injured. Once Jianlan got injured, they would swarm in to kill him and snatch away the back earth seal. Catching the fish by the neck. Jianlan lightly laughed. Facing the 5-colored blade ray that was approaching him, he stepped onto the gauze feather blade and reached the limit of his speed. He did an arc and flew over the 5-colored blade ray from the side. The 5-colored blade ray also turned around. Furthermore, the speed of the 5-colored blade ray was much faster than Jianlan's speed. When Jianlan took his curve, the direction where he was flying toward just so happened to have a group of Ascender God Kings. Those ordinary God Kings were separated into their own groups. For the most part, the God Kings of the Ascender powers were close to each other and the God Kings of the 8 great divine families were close to each other. Not good, Jianlan is flying over, God King AO2, God King Zixing, God King Yucha, Floating Mist God King, Widespread Laws God King, Word Searcher God King Sun, God King Lulian, God King Sun Lian and the many other God Kings who were originally planning to obtain small benefits from the sidelines were all startled. However, shortly after, these Ascender God Kings all gathered together and prepared to handle Jianlan. They were not worried in the slightest. With this many God Kings of the Ascender powers gathered here, how could they possibly fear Jianlan who had only managed to comprehend time acceleration to the peak? These people all took out their own respective spiritual treasure weapons. Whoosh! The 5-colored blade ray was in the front and the 2 sword rays were following behind. The flying speed of the blade ray and sword rays were much faster than Jianlan's. In merely the blink of an eye, they were about to reach Jianlan's body. And at this moment, Jianlan was several tens of meters from the God Kings of the Ascender powers. God King Ao Tun, Blood Devil Queen Yucha and the other God Kings only saw Jianlan's lips slightly moved. Suddenly, in an instant, the entire world stopped emitting any sound. Wind stopped moving. Clouds stopped drifting. Even the 5-colored blade ray and the 2 sword rays which were shot out by the sage emperors stopped in their tracks. Furthermore, not a single one of them were able to move anymore. Seeing the 5-colored blade ray and the 2 sword rays that stopped moving. Time stop. Jiang Fan was stunned. Zhou Hua was stunned. All of the 8 great sage emperors were stunned. The 10 God Kings from the Ascender powers were also stunned. The hidden God Kings were all looking at this scene with foolish expressions. Even the Azura God King Luo Fan and the Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan who knew time stop had grown silent. The Divine Realm now had another God King who knew time stop. Although the 10 God Kings from the Ascender powers were incapable of moving, Jianlan was still able to move. PFFF. The dark blade ray turned into a beautiful curve as it streaked through the sky. Jianlan's movement was extremely graceful. The gauze feather sword in his hand gracefully slashed toward the God Kings of the Ascender powers. However, the 8 great sage emperors immediately woke back up from being stunned. They immediately increased their origin energies. At the same time, the 10 Ascender God Kings also began to sharply increase their energies. Bang! The air began to flow once more. The sound resumed once more. Even the 5-colored blade ray and the 2 sword rays began to move once more. Time stop had been broken through. Nearly, in the period of time that time stop was active, 4 of the 10 Ascender God Kings had died and 1 seriously injured. At this moment, the Blood Devil Queen Yucha was lingering with fear. Had the time stop not been broken through by the last moment, then she would likely had also died. The corpses of the 4 God Kings sprayed blood in the air and then fell to the ground. The 4 God Kings that were killed by Jianlan were respectively God King Otun of the Mount Blood Devil, God King and Son of the Azura Sea and Widespread Laws God King and the Word Searcher God King of the Dual Domain Island. Little in. The Azura God King Luo Fan suddenly roared angrily. As for the black gown Qinyu who stood opposing the Azura God King, his gaze immediately grew sharper. His right hand that held the divine spear Waning Snow also started to tighten its grip. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 25. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 25, Fierce Action. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The Azura Sea possessed 4 great god kings. The leader among them was the Azura god king Luofan. To Luofan, God King and Sun was a younger brother who possessed a great spirit of loyalty and self-sacrifice. However, his younger brother had been killed right before his eyes. Sadness, regret, anger. In an instant, all sorts of chaotic feelings flooded the Azura god king Luofan's mind. The killing intent that he had in his heart also soared. Zhanglan, Luofan snarled with anger. The blood ruler life sunderer that he held in his hand was giving off a mournful sound, and its eye-catching crimson-colored light immediately became much more vibrant. The blood ruler immediately flew under Luofan's foot. Luofan was planning to immediately rush over to kill Zhanglan. However, Xinyu would not allow the Azura god king to go handle Zhanglan. From a state of not moving, Luofan's speed instantly reached its peak. He rushed over. However, when he only managed to rush with all his speed 2 or 3 meters, Luofan felt that he seemed to have crashed into an extremely hard boulder. Bang! Luofan firmly crashed into a spatial wall that Xinyu had created in an instant. Luofan felt that his head was a bit dizzy. However, when Luofan planned to break apart the spatial wall and continue onward, he discovered. Up and down, left and right, front and back, he was covered by spatial walls from all directions. It was like Luofan was trapped by a cage and could only move about in a small scale range of several steps. Xinyu, it's definitely Xinyu. Luofan immediately thought of Xinyu. Other than Xinyu, there was no other person who could trap him like so. The current Luofan appeared like a ferocious trapped lion. Luofan angrily turned his head around and looked at the black-gowned Xinyu who stood not far from him in the sky. At this moment, Xinyu was holding the divine spear waning snow and coldly looking at Luofan. However, he was not moving. Luofan, do not forget about the agreement that we had at the beginning. Xinyu's voice sounded in the Azura god king Luofan's mind. If you were to act and attack, then you'd be forcing me to act and attack also. Luofan took a deep breath and then looked at Xinyu with his cold gaze for a long time. Spatial wall, as Luofan looked at Xinyu, he began to gradually calm down. According to what Luofan knew, the space had been frozen right now. Logically, it was impossible for one to use spatial walls to trap another. However, Xinyu managed to do it. Furthermore, Luofan was unable to sense the spatial energy that had trapped him at all. As a god king who has control over the spatial laws, it sounded a bit ridiculous for him to not be able to sense the spatial energy. However, this was a fact. These spatial laws, it's the spatial laws from my new cosmos. Xinyu was smiling in his heart. He possessed sufficient confidence. Luofan looked at the divine spear waning snow that Xinyu held in his hand. The divine spear waning snow had displayed its astonishing strength many times already. Whether it be the time on the utmost northern Sage Emperor's palace or the battle against the Sage Emperors above the southern sea, the divine spear waning snow's strength was already revealed. His attack power ought to be stronger than mine. Furthermore, he's able to control the special spatial energy to bind me under such circumstances. In addition to that, he is able to teleport. Luofan felt that his heart was hurting. His rationality had told him that it was impossible for him to break away from Xinyu's binding. Little one, I am sorry. Luofan said in a soft voice. In the end, Luofan decided to remain silent. He would not be able to accomplish anything by acting. Instead, he would only make Xinyu become completely antagonistic against the Azura Sea. This was not something that Luofan wished to see. As a leader, he must first consider the people who were still alive. Xinyu, I will not act. Merely, if that Zhanglan attacks people from my Azura Sea again, then I shall not give up unless I die, said the Azura god king Luofan via divine awareness voice transmission. Xinyu smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Lan would not kill any of your Azura Sea's people again. Xinyu guaranteed Luofan through divine awareness voice transmission. Following which, Xinyu's indifferent gaze shifted from the Azura god king and looked toward Zhanglan. At this moment, Zhanglan already had a trace of bloodstain on the corner of his mouth. However, his injury was not severe. Xinyu, who was monitoring the battle with his spatial energy, knew very well that this injury was resulting from Uncle Lan blocking the 5-colored blade ray and the 2 sword rays with his gauze feather blade, time acceleration, and time stop. The offensive power of origin energies were truly too great. Truly marvelous. Xinyu smiled as he looked to Zhanglan's attack. Zhanglan's usage in time acceleration was truly exquisite to the extreme. Wherever Zhanglan's body passed, the flow of time at that region would be changed unceasingly. With spacetime changing constantly, Jianlan's speed was also extremely weird. It's extremely difficult for the 8 great sage emperors to catch Uncle Lan. Although that Azura God King had also comprehended time stop, he is inferior to Uncle Lan when it comes to time acceleration. Qin Yu judged in his heart. In time acceleration, the greater one could accelerate the time, the better one's accomplishment was said to be. Thus, when one's acceleration of time reached the limit, then one could consider to have reached the peak of time acceleration. The step above that was the time stop. As for how one used time acceleration, that would be determined by experience. For example, among individuals who were able to accelerate time by 1,000,000 times. Some people only knew how to accelerate time by 1,000,000 times rigidly. Uncle Lan, on the other hand, knew how to ingeniously change the acceleration of time irregularly and unceasingly, to achieve an ingenious result. This was experience. Or, in other words, a talent for battle. Jiang Fan, Zhou Hua, Duan Muyun, and the other sage emperors all had extremely complicated feelings right now. Never had they imagined for there to be a super expert that was comparable to the Azura God King appearing from the 8 great divine families. Time stop. It was a remarkable ability that these God Kings had sought to have in even their dreams. However, it now appeared in Jianglan's hands. Second brother. Jiang Fan's heart seemed to have overturned. He was both filled with joy and sorrow. Within the sky covered by dense fog, several tens of rays of light were traveling back and forth with rapid speed. Jianglan's flying trajectory was extremely fast and elegant. Although many ordinary God Kings feared Jianglan, overcome by greed, they also began to fly and encircle him, preparing to attack at any moment, when they saw that he was injured by the origin energies. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Jianglan flew through a practically perfect trajectory and proceeded to directly fly toward Huangfu Lei. That Huangfu Lei's expression changed. He immediately also began to utilize all of his skills to attack Jianglan. With a single breath, he cast forth 8 sword rays. At the same time, he also started to rapidly evade the incoming Jianglan. 8 sword rays, this was the strongest attack that Huangfu Lei had. These 8 sword rays appeared like a single net and blocked Jianglan's path. Practically all of the God Kings in the surroundings were looking at Jianglan. They were waiting to see how Jianglan would handle these sword rays. These God Kings thought that even if Jianglan doesn't receive any injuries, his speed would still slow down. Whoosh! Jiang Fan Light smiled as if he did not see the 8 sword rays. As if he had entered another parallel space, Jianglan easily shuttled through the 8 sword rays without being injured at all. Entered into another space? That was of course not the case. All of the God Kings present were no average individuals. They were all able to tell that it was an extremely exquisite usage of time acceleration. However, Jianglan shifting through those sword rays had caused the distance between him and Huangfu Lei to increase. Amazing! Seeing Jianglan flying through the sword rays, Huangfu Lei gasped in admiration. Liu Xiang, let's distance ourselves. This Jianglan is hard to deal with. Huangfu Lei said to Huangfu Liu Xiang via divine awareness voice transmission. From the exchange, Huangfu Lei came to know of the insurmountable gap between him and Jianglan. No. Huangfu Liaoxiang's gaze was continuously fixed upon Jianglan. Big brother, it is true that Jianglan's strength is powerful, but didn't you see that his injury grew even more severe every single time he took on the origin energies? Huangfu Liaoxiang had still not given up. Liu Xiang, don't think about that anymore. Didn't you see that Qin Yu had been standing in the side the entire time? From the way I see it, if that Jianglan was unable to handle it anymore, that Qin Yu would likely set out to assist him right away. Huangfu Lei persuaded. Qin Yu? Huangfu Liaoxiang said confidently. Big brother, didn't you see that Qin Yu is in a stalemate with the Azura God King? It's impossible for Qin Yu to act. Once he acts, that Azura God King would also act. Thus, we do not have to consider about Qin Yu. Moreover, that Qin Yu also possesses somewhat of a friendly relationship with us. Even if he were to attack, he likely would not try to kill us. Huangfu Lei didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. When you are planning to kill Qin Yu's Uncle Lan, how can Qin Yu possibly still be lenient toward you? If Qin Yu were to hear what Huangfu Liaoxiang said, he would definitely ridicule incessantly. Whoosh! Sonic booms from Jianglan's rapid flying were being heard unceasingly. However, the sound of sonic booms suddenly stopped. For the sound to suddenly disappear, everyone knew that Jianglan had used time stop again. Bang! A mournful sound was heard. A blade ray hacked down a green-gowned old man from above. As if he had not done anything, Jianglan continued flying ahead. Bang! Time stop disappeared. That green-gowned old man who was motionless before suddenly started moving. From head to hip, the green-gowned old man was chopped into two. The blood, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, large intestine and small intestine flowed out from his body. The two halves of the old man fell from the sky. As for the true spirit of this green-gowned old man, it had long since been split into two by the blade strike. Another god king died. Seeing this scene, many god kings were intimidated and became worried. John Lan was too powerful. Furthermore, he possessed a first-rate grandest spiritual treasure. In terms of speed, the 8 great sage emperors were inferior to John Lan. This god king who died ought to be a hidden god king. Xinyu took a glance at the corpse of the dead green-gowned old man. Xinyu was able to guess what John Lan was planning by doing all this. What John Lan was doing was slaughtering to intimidate others. If his opponents were to continue to chase him, then he would continue to kill them. He would continue to kill until his opponents began to tremble in fear, until they did not have any confidence left. Actually, the targets of John Lan's killings had also undergone selection by him. From the birth of the divine realm till the 12 quadrillion years afterwards, John Lan was a member of the 8 great divine families. Thus, he had mostly incurred hatred with those of the ascender powers. Of course, within the 8 great divine families, there was also a small portion of god kings with bad relationship with John Lan. Bang! John Lan once again used the gauze feather blade in time stop to block the 5-colored blade ray. However, even though he did that, John Lan still felt as if his body had been struck by lightning. Blood directly rushed out of his throat and seeped out from the corner of his mouth. John Lan gazed to his surroundings. Suddenly, John Lan fixed his gaze on Huangfu Liuxiang, who was not far from him. From the start till now, this Huangfu Liuxiang had been hovering around John Lan the entire time. She had planned to kill him at any moment. Huangfu Liuxiang, I have already spared you twice. John Lan's divine awareness voice transmission sounded in Huangfu Liuxiang's mind. Huangfu Liuxiang was startled. Immediately after, she saw that John Lan had turned into a ray of light and was rushing towards her. Actually, from the start till now, John Lan possessed 2 opportunities to kill Huangfu Liuxiang. However, because he saw that Huangfu Liuxiang belonged to the 8 great divine families, he had been flying toward other god kings the entire time and spared her life. However, John Lan discovered. Although he was sparing the lives of the god kings from the 8 great divine families, other than Duanmuyu, Zhang Xing, and a few other, the remaining god kings were all restless and prepared to kill him at any moment. John Lan finally became ruthless. He no longer bothered to take into consideration that they were from the 8 great divine families. Ah! Huangfu Liuxiang was greatly shocked. She immediately waved her hand and cast several rays of green ribbons toward John Lan. A coldness appeared in John Lan's eyes. His mouth slightly moved. Time stop. The flying green ribbon stopped moving. Huangfu Liuxiang had also become motionless. Liuxiang. Huangfu Lei, who had already retreated far away, was unable to save her in time. He could only watch as John Lan fly past Huangfu Liuxiang like a lightning. A moment after, time stop disappeared. Huangfu Liuxiang's body powerlessly fell from the sky. Shintuyin, Duanmu Rufeng, Putai Tu, Tang Xiang, and many other god kings of the 8 great divine families were shocked. John Lan had finally decided to kill the god kings of the 8 great divine families. Uncle Lan. Seeing this scene, Xinyu smiled and nodded. Xinyu saw that John Lan's ruthlessness had achieved its result. Not only the god kings from the ascender powers and the hidden god kings, even the god kings from the 8 great divine families no longer dared to approach him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 26. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 26, A Step Back. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Whoosh! The god kings from the 8 great divine families all began to fly one by one into the distance. As for the several hidden god kings who had stayed with the god kings from the 8 great ascender powers in hopes of achieving greater gains, upon seeing that the god kings from the ascender powers and the 8 great divine families all distanced themselves, as well as the figure of John Lan who was rapidly rushing towards them, these several hidden god kings also flew far away to escape. In the blink of an eye, not a single god king remained in John Lan's nearby vicinity. They should have done this in the beginning. Zhou, however, had a trace of joy on his face. He immediately waved out 3 sword rays that contained the 3 origin energies towards John Lan. As for Huangfu Yu, who led the other group of 5 sage emperors, his face appeared to have a layer of cold frost covering it. His gaze was firmly fixed upon John Lan in the distance. John Lan, I want you dead. The current Huangfu Yu was filled with killing intent. After all, John Lan had killed his younger sister earlier. Huangfu Yu coldly waved his hand. He waved out 3 5-colored blade rays at once. This was the most powerful attack of the 5 Sage Emperors. 3 5-colored blade rays began to fly toward Jianlan with rapid speed. 3 sword rays and 3 5-colored blade rays pincer attacked toward Jianlan from 2 different directions. Their speed was so fast, much faster than Jianglan's speed. Now that all of those god kings had distanced themselves from Jianlan, Jianlan was also unable to attack the other god kings. The situation has turned a bit bad. Seeing this scene, Qinyu slightly frowned. Uncle Lan is still a relatively prideful person. It's better that I wait till the time when he cannot withstand it anymore to save him. Qinyu restrained his urge and did not immediately act. Jianlan was faced with the combined attack of the 3 sword rays and the 3 5-colored blade rays. Time acceleration. Surprisingly, Jianlan sped up the sword rays and blade rays. The 3 sword rays and the 3 5-colored blade rays, the speed acceleration of the 6 of them were all different. This caused the 6 rays of attack that was originally supposed to hit Jianlan at the same time to appear before Jianlan in sequential orders. When the first blade ray approached Jianlan, bang, dot. Time stop. Jianlan once again used time stop. He then slashed down upon the blade ray with the gauze feather blade. Immediately, the 5-colored blade ray exploded. Jianlan immediately distanced himself from the explosion. However, the explosion of the origin energies had caused time stop to be broken. Bang! 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 5 continuous explosions. In the time of a flick of a finger, Jianlan had used the gauze feather blade to defeat 5 attacks. PFF. Jianlan spurted out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was pale like white paper. Due to Jianlan using time acceleration, these 5 attacks came in succession. This allowed Jianlan to be able to face this many attacks at once. However, even though he had split them into 5 succession attacks and blocked them one by one, Jianlan was still seriously injured. How could the origin energies be that easy to block? Although he possessed a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure and a second-rate defensive Grand Mist spiritual treasure, Jianlan was still seriously injured when facing the attacks of the 8 Great Sage Emperors. The might of the 8 Great Sage Emperors is indeed powerful. If one does not possess a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure, then even the God Kings who have comprehended time stop would not be a match for them. Qinyu gasped in surprise. Zhou Hua and Huang Fuyu continuously sent off more attacks. Once again, many rays of 5-colored blade rays and sword rays were sent forth. The frightening origin energies contained within them, Jianlan was able to sense it without even encountering them. The attack power was truly too powerful. Uncle Lan, do you need my help? Qinyu asked Jianglan through divine awareness voice transmission. No need. Jianlan's response was extremely firm. Worried, Qinyu started to clench his fist. Currently, all of the ordinary God Kings had fled far away. They were all watching the progress of the battle from afar using their divine awareness. Without the burden of the other God Kings, the 8 Great Sage Emperors were able to attack without the slightest consideration. As for Jianlan, he was also unable to kill God Kings anymore. Bang! 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 With the gauze feather blade, Jianlan blocked 3 attacks in succession. However, every time he blocked an attack, his complexion became a bit more pale. When he finished blocking 3 attacks, Jianlan's complexion turned to an unprecedented dark and dull color. However, this time around, there was a total of 6 rays of attacks. Jianlan had only managed to block 3 rays. Huang Fuyu and them displayed ruthless smiles on their faces. As for Jiang Fan, his heart was feeling extremely complicated. No matter what, Jianlan was still Jiang Fan's younger brother. Whoosh, dot. Qinyu could not care about what Uncle Lan thought anymore. He directly used the new Cosmos spatial energy and teleported Jianlan over to his side. Where'd he go? Zhou Hua, Duan Muyun, Huang Fuyu and them were originally watching Jianlan on the verge of death. However, at that moment, Jianlan suddenly disappeared. They immediately started looking to the surroundings. Immediately after, the 8 Great Sage Emperors all saw Jianlan beside Qinyu. Little you, thanks. Jianlan lightly smiled to Qinyu. Immediately after, he flipped his hand and took out a spiritual pellet and swallowed it. Jianlan's injuries were being recovered with a rapid speed. The sky outside of the fog city was covered with dense fog. Within this endless fog were the vaguely visible 8 Great Sage Emperors. Their gowns fluttering in the wind, the 8 of them were standing alongside one another. With cold gazes, they looked at Qinyu and Jianlan. Jianlan, hand over the back earth seal. Zhou Hua of the 8 Great Sage Emperors shouted furiously. Qinyu did not have the slightest smile on his face. His expression was ice cold. Like icicles, his gaze swept through the 8 great sage emperors. Hand over the back earth seal? Zhou Hua, are you all not a bit too confident? Did you really think that you all, the 8 great sage emperors, are unequaled? These 8 great sage emperors actually also caused Qinyu to have headaches. The clan protection spiritual treasures of the 8 great divine families were capable of being used offensively and defensively. Not only did they defend one's body, they were also able to protect one's soul. Qinyu had used his divine spear Waning Snow to attack the sage emperors before. However, it was hard for even the divine spear Waning Snow to kill the sage emperors with a single strike. Using the divine spear Waning Snow, his first attack would cause the sage emperors to become gravely injured. Only the second attack would kill the sage emperors. However, at this moment, he was not facing a single sage emperor. Instead, it was all 8 sage emperors. It was indeed extremely difficult for Qinyu to deal with the 8 sage emperors who were gathered in one place. Qinyu, are you capable of blocking our attack? Zhou Hua sneered. The other 3 god kings of the Thunder Punishment City were all killed by Qinyu. Toward Qinyu, Zhou Hua could be considered as having hatred as deep as the ocean. Ridiculous. Qinyu glanced at the 8 great sage emperors with an unconcerned expression. I am capable of teleportation. I am able to easily dodge your attacks. However, what about you all? From my attacks, even if you all were to not die, you'd still be severely injured, but the great formation array formed by the 8 great sage emperors, how could its defense possibly be something that you could break? Zhou Hua, who led the group, had a face filled with confidence. Qinyu was slightly startled. Suddenly, Qinyu came to realize that once the 8 great sage emperors joined hands, their 8 origin energies would complement each other. Not only would their attack power increase greatly, their defensive power would also increase greatly. It was likely that after the 8 great sage emperors formed their great formation array, then even if they were to stand there and allow Qinyu to attack them, it would still be hard for Qinyu to harm them. Oh, as expected of the 8 great sage emperors. You all have some ability. Qinyu said with a mocking smile. At that moment, Duan Muyun spoke and said, Qinyu, it's good that you understand. Promptly have Jianlan hand over the back earth seal. If you do, then we will forget about all that had happened today. Otherwise, we will. Otherwise you would what? Come on, tell me, I truly want to know. Qinyu looked at the 8 great sage emperors confidently. The 8 great sage emperors were stunned. They all knew that Qinyu was capable of teleportation even under spatial freezing. However, they were incapable of teleportation. Thus, even if their attack power was astonishing, how could they possibly be able to harm Qinyu? Qinyu. Zhou Hua stood forward and said furiously. If you all were to not hand over the back earth seal, then our 8 great sage emperors' single aura 8 elements attack would directly explode on your fog city, turning both the fog city and your purple mystic mansion into dust. Qinyu's eyes began to squint. Within those narrowed eyes leaked a cold light. Bang! A boundless amount of the new cosmos spatial energy suddenly restricted the movements of the 8 great sage emperors. The 8 great sage emperors felt as if they were tied up by ropes. They were unable to move at all. You all are courting death. Qinyu said coldly. The expressions of the 8 great sage emperors all took a huge change. They all felt that they were unable to move. Without the slightest hesitation, the 8 of them all used the special ultimate technique of the clan protection spiritual treasures. Buzz. Qinyu felt that the entire divine realm was shaking. A frightening energy burst forth from the 8 great sage emperors. The new cosmos spatial energy that he had used to bind the 8 great sage emperors was actually burst apart. The 8 spiritual pearls floating above the 8 great sage emperors' heads started to spin around. Frightening origin energies were running through the world. The 8 great spiritual pearls actually completely linked with this cosmos cosmic origin. Facing this cosmos cosmic origin, Qinyu's new cosmos spatial energy simply did not possess sufficient power to oppress it. The 8 great sage emperors are indeed worthy of being the 8 great sage emperors. You got some skills. Qinyu's eyes shined. Immediately after, Qinyu disappeared. Wait! Huangfu Yu suddenly shouted. Qinyu's voice once again sounded beside the 8 great sage emperors. Holding the divine spear Waning Snow, Qinyu looked at Huangfu Yu. Huangfu Yu, I owe you a favor. Go ahead and speak, what do you want? Huangfu Yu squeezed out a smile to Qinyu. Qinyu, we each take a step back, what do you think about that? Each take a step back? Qinyu was confused. How? Huangfu Yu exchanged gaze with Duan Muyun in them. After that, Huangfu Yu said to Qinyu with a smile. How about this, we do not want the back earth seal on Jianlan anymore. However, Jiang Lan must promise to not contest for the all-people seal. How about that? Qin Yu felt angry. At the very most the same as the Azura God King. Uncle Lan could promise you all that from today till the birth of the new exalted celestial, he will not step foot upon the exalted celestial mountain. Qin Yu said coldly. Huangfu Yu and them shook their heads. They were unable to accept that. If this was the case, then even if one among them were to obtain the all-people seal, Jiang Lan could also wait for them outside of the relief sculpture tunnel. You treat the Azura God King like that yet treat my Uncle Lan like this? Are you looking down on me, looking down on my Uncle Lan? Qin Yu's killing intent was hovering. Little you can agree to it. Jiang Lan's voice sounded. Agree? Qin Yu turned around and looked at Jiang Lan. Qin Yu did not understand why they must tolerate such as he did not fear the 8 great sage emperors at all. If they were to fight, then so be it. The 8 great sage emperors wanted to destroy his fog city, but can't he also destroy their thunder punishment city, Mount Blazing Flame and the other sacred lands? Jiang Lan lightly smiled to Qin Yu. He then looked to the 8 great sage emperors. His gaze swept past the various sage emperors. I, Jiang Lan, swear upon the heavens that as long as you, the sage emperors, do not come and disturb me and the people of the fog city, I will not go in contest for the all-people seal. Zhou Hua and them glanced at each other. After that, they all flew away one after another in silence. From this encounter with Qin Yu, those god kings and sage emperors realized that the fog city was not a place that they could offend. The side of the fog city possessed Qin Yu and Jiang Lan. The two of them were both super experts. Even if the 8 great sage emperors joined hands, they would also be unable to do anything to them. Everyone knew that the strongest power of the divine realm was no longer the Azura Sea nor was it the 8 great sacred lands but instead the fog city. This battle had consolidated the status of the fog city. Qin Yu and Jiang Lan stood there and watched the 8 great sage emperors and the other god kings leave one after the other. They've finally left. Qin Yu said with a smile. There's someone still present. Jiang Lan looked at the 2 people on the side. The Azura God King Luofan and the Blood Sea Queen Shui Yun had yet to leave. The Azura God King Luofan firmly took a glance at Jiang Lan. His glance contained killing intent. However, in the end, Luofan still turned around and flew away. As for that Blood Sea Queen Shui Yun, she instead flew towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu. The Blood Sea Queen looked at Qin Yu. I wish that you do not go and compete for the all-people seal with me, but... From the point of view of the Blood Sea Queen, Jiang Lan and the Azura God King were both not allowed to enter the exalted celestial mountain. Thus, the all-people seal would be hers to take. Merely, she still possessed restraining fear for Qin Yu. Why should I? Qin Yu smiled and said. The Blood Sea Queen said coldly. Because of the agreement that we had back then. I have spared Hong Yun and Zixia's lives. Thus, you are not to disturb my battle for the all-people seal. Okay, I will definitely not disturb your battle for the all-people seal. However, if you do not have the ability to obtain the all-people seal, then it should be fine for me to act, no? Qin Yu said with a smile. The Blood Sea Queen humped coldly. However, she was satisfied with Qin Yu's reply. From the Blood Sea Queen's point of view, since the Azura God King, Jiang Lan, and Qin Yu were all not going to compete with her for the all-people seal, it would be impossible for her to not obtain the all-people seal. Blood Sea Queen, since I promised you this, I also wish to ask you, last time, you have initially threatened me for a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure with Zixia and Hongyun's lives, but why did you suddenly give up on that later? Qin Yu had been confused about this the entire time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 27. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 27, Inquire. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. When she heard this question, the Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan raised her eyebrows. She actually had a rare smile on her face. With a smile as she looked at Qin Yu, she said, Qin Yu, if you truly want to know the answer to that, then I'll tell you if you were to help me obtain the all-people seal. Hearing that, Qin Yu wanted to rain curses on this Blood Sea Queen. It was merely a simple question. Yet, this Blood Sea Queen was acting all secretive. Qin Yu lightly smiled. Blood Sea Queen, consider it that I haven't asked. Uncle Lan, let's return. After that, Qin Yu turned around and said to Jiang Lan beside him. Jiang Lan slightly nodded and the two of them turned into 2 rays of light and flew toward Fog City in the distance. As the Blood Sea Queen saw the figures of Qin Yu and Jiang Lan disappear into the vaguely visible Fog City in the distance, she lightly laughed twice. Interesting, interesting. Immediately after, the Blood Sea Queen's figure moved and disappeared from the dense fogs. Countless bolts of arm-width lightnings were running through the heaven and earth. In the center of all these lightning bolts was a floating city. Thunder Punishment City. The Thunder Punishment City remained the same as it was billions of years ago. Merely, of the 4 god kings of the Thunder Punishment City, 3 of them had died. Only the Northwest Sage Emperor Zhouhua remained. Thunder Punishment City. Inside that small and secluded courtyard manor the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial lived. Nervously, Zhouhua walked to the outside of the entrance to the courtyard manor. His heart was filled with worries. Seeing this closed entrance gates, Zhouhua hesitated for a long time before finally extending his hand to knock on the gates. Right when he extended his hand, the courtyard manor's gates opened by themselves with a squeak. "Huar, come on in." The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's sonorous and powerful voice sounded. "Yes, Lord Father." Zhouhua complied respectfully. After that, he entered into the courtyard manor. At this moment, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had his hands behind his back and was standing in the center of the courtyard with his back facing Zhouhua. His silhouette was still that tall and straight, but when Zhouhua saw the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, his worries and feelings of grievance all burst forth at once. He immediately bowed and said sorrowfully, "Lord Father, Zhou Ran has also died. Lord Father, please attain justice for them." Zhouhua felt truly powerless. When faced with Qinyu, Zhouhua had no means of handling him at all. The 8 great sage emperors were powerful. Even when they faced the Azura God King, they would still be able to threaten him. However, when faced against Qinyu, it was likely difficult for them to even harm Qinyu. And this time around, Jiang Lan's strength had suddenly increased. He had become a super expert comparable to the Azura God King. The current Fog City possessed Qinyu and Jiang Lan, the 2 super experts. Even if the 8 great sage emperors joined hands against them, they would still be unable to do anything to them. They had no choice but to admit that the Fog City was now the #1 power of the Divine Realm, but if he wanted revenge, the only way possible was to rely on his father, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. "Huar, do not be anxious," the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial said indifferently. His voice seemed to not even contain the slightest anger. After that, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial turned around. His hawk-like eyes looked to Zhouhua. "The descent of the Exalted Celestial Mountain has placed numerous restrictions upon your father. Regarding Qinyu, we should exercise forbearance." Father, hearing what the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had said, Zhouhua felt a burst of pain. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial gaze was clear and cold. Indifferently, he said, "Huar, there is no need for you to be too pained. Let the dead be dead. Those who are alive are still alive. You still have a son. Among Zhou Xian's generation, there are still many Zhou descendants." Zhouhua curbed his mood and stood to the side respectfully. Now that the Exalted Celestial Mountain has descended, both I and the other Exalted Celestials are all not allowed to act as we wish. Right now, we will allow the Qinyu to remain free and unfettered for several tens of more years. Cold lights flashed through the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's pair of hawk eyes. When the new Exalted Celestial is born, it shall be the time for my Origin Sin Sword to carry out its punishment. Although the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was an Exalted Celestial, he still possessed concerns in his heart. His third son Zhou Yan, aka Zhou Wulian, was the most loved child of the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. The death of Zhou Wulian had caused the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial to possess unforgettable hatred for Qinyu. Merely, the words of his eldest martial brother the Floating Feather Exalted Celestial were still lingering by his ears. "Martial younger brother, according to the rules, from the descent of the Exalted Celestial Mountain till the birth of the new Exalted Celestial, you only have a single opportunity to attack. As for that opportunity, you have already promised it to Jiang Fan. Now that the Exalted Celestial Mountain has descended, if you were to attack Qinyu now, then you would be violating the rules. In that case, I can only implement the punishment of the heavens and kill you on behalf of Master. Kill you. Directly killing the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial." Just thinking about it caused the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's heart to shiver. The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial was never one to joke around. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial knew this very well. He was certain that if he were to truly attack Qinyu, it was likely that even before he could kill Qinyu, he would already be killed by the Floating Feather Exalted Celestial. As for whether the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial possessed the ability to kill him, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial did not doubt this in the slightest. "I can only wait until the new Exalted Celestial is born." The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's eyes narrowed. The red mark in between his eyebrows grew even more bright. The date when the new exalted celestial is born shall be the date of Qin Yu's death. Actually, the thunder punishment exalted celestial possessed another opportunity to deal with Qin Yu. That is the time when Zhang Fan has him act. When Zhang Fan had him act for him, if Qin Yu just so happened to be contesting for the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure, then he could kill Qin Yu openly. Merely. If Qin Yu does not go to contest for the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure but instead continues to stay peacefully in the Fog City, then the thunder punishment exalted celestial possessed no justifications for going over to kill Qin Yu. Fog City, inside the purple mystic mansion. Above the grandiose inner lake with a circumference of 100 miles were numerous pavilions situated all around the lake. A long winding pathway connected the various pavilions through the entire inner lake. Qin Yu and Jian Li were slowly walking through the path. They looked to the surging lake water. It had already been a year or two since the battle for the Back Earth Seal. In these years, Qin Yu had been living his life comfortably. "Brother Yu, how come I haven't seen Xiao Hei in the past couple months?" Jiang Li said in confusion. In the Purple Mystic Mansion, Qin Yu would frequently be together with He Yu and Ho Fei. As for Jiang Li, she would frequently be together with Bai Ling and Zi Xia. Thus, Jiang Li naturally had seen Ho Fei and He Yu frequently. However, in the recent days, Jiang Li had not seen He Yu. "Oh, you're asking about Xiao Hei?" Qin Yu recalled the scene from several months ago. Time that, Qin Yu was chatting with He Yu and Ho Fei. They were discussing about the various god kings of the divine realm. However, He Yu suddenly stopped in mid-speech. When Qin Yu and Ho Fei looked to He Yu in confusion, he remained startled for a bit longer before reacting and immediately telling Qin Yu and Ho Fei. "Big brother, monkey, while we were speaking earlier, I seem to have sensed that I managed to comprehend something. I'm going to immediately enter seclusion training." As he said that, He Yu did not bother to waste any time. He immediately moved and disappeared before Qin Yu and Ho Fei. "Lear, I think Xiao Hei managed to comprehend something and thus decided to enter seclusion training. Perhaps Xiao Hei would be able to reach the God King stage this time around," Qin Yu said with a smile. Jiang Li also nodded. Little Shuang has come." Jiang Li suddenly saw Qin Shuang jumping and shouting in a pavilion to the distant. Dad, Mom, this Qin Shuang shouted very lively and also ran very fast. Seeing her son, Jiang Li smiled so deeply that her eyes narrowed. She immediately walked over joyfully. Qin Yu also walked over with a smile on his face. However, right after he took 2 steps, Qin Yu's expression changed. "Lear!" Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Surprised, Jiang Li turned around and looked to Qin Yu. Her gaze showed her confusion. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled eccentrically. "Lear, it would seem that I will also have to enter seclusion training for 10 days to half a month, but..." "Seclusion training? Brother Yu, you're going to enter seclusion training?" Jiang Li was completely confused. "The second layer space of the new cosmos is on the verge of completion," Qin Yu said with a smile. Hearing that, Jiang Li displayed a joyous expression on her face. "Ah, that's truly wonderful. Brother Yu, after the second layer space of the new cosmos is completed, how much stronger will you become?" Jiang Li was not certain about these things. "I'll tell you when I return. I'll be leaving for the new cosmos now," Qin Yu said. And then Jiang Li held Qin Shuang, who had already ran over to her, and nodded to Qin Yu. "Dad, are you leaving?" Qin Shuang's black eyes looked to Qin Yu in confusion. With a smile, Qin Yu stroked Qin Shuang's head. Dad would return in 10 days to half a month's time. After that, Qin Yu took a glance at Jiang Li and then disappeared. Inside a space of the new cosmos' second layer space, Qin Yu appeared. He looked to the boundless cosmic stars that surrounded him and then directly closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged within the cosmic space. In his mind, the constant development of the various locations in the new cosmos appeared. At this moment, the second layer space of the new cosmos was already close to completion. Practically all of the cosmic spaces of the new cosmos' second layer space had been completed. Only a small number of cosmic space was collapsing, vibrating, and condensing constantly. They were gradually moving toward stability to a final stable cosmic space. Buzz. When the various spatial slabs condensed together, the cosmic spaces of the new cosmos' second layer space finally turned into one entity. The second layer space was finally completed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 28. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 28, Storing Up Power. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. the mortal realm layer of the cosmic space, as well as the immortal, devil and demon realm level layer. Now, the enormous cosmos first and second layers were both completed. Countless cosmic spaces were transmitting spatial energy and temporal energy through one another. Within the various cosmic spaces, the cosmic origin energies were present. Chi. A boundless amount of grand mist energy was entering the new cosmos from the grand mist space. The highest layer of the new cosmos, the new divine realm, was also slowly developing. This was the last layer. Once the new divine realm was complete, the new cosmos would also be completed. Man? Xinyu, who was sitting cross-legged within the cosmic outer space, opened his eyes. He slightly frowned. With an intention, he disappeared from the cosmic outer space and returned to the divine realm's fog city's purple mystic mansion. On top of the inner lake, Xinyu was standing above the lake water. Stop! Xinyu said softly. With Xinyu as the center, in a range of several miles, the flow of time seemed to have received a very powerful binding and suddenly came to a stop. The flowing lake water stopped moving. The surrounding sounds all disappeared. A noiseless world, a silent world. In this small region, other than Xinyu, everything else was stopped. Now that the new cosmos second layer is completed, I can be considered as being able to use time stop in this divine realm cosmos. Xinyu also felt a burst of excitement in his heart. In the new cosmos, Xinyu was the ruler. However, in the divine realm, Xinyu was not unequaled. Time stop. My time stop is different from the time stop that the Azura God King, Uncle Lan, and them use. Xinyu had a smile on his face. Xinyu's time stop utilized the new cosmos temporal energy. It is useless to use spatial oppression on God Kings who have comprehended spatial laws. The same logic applies to using time stop on God Kings who have comprehended time stop. It would also not affect them. Xinyu knew very well. Whether it was Jiang Lan, the Azura God King, or the Blood Sea Queen, they could only use their time stop on the 8 great sage emperors and the other God Kings. For example, Jiang Lan was unable to stop the Azura God King using time stop. That was because all 3 of them had comprehended time stop. Thus, they cancelled each other out. They do not fear the time stop that originates from the divine realm's temporal laws, but they will fear my time stop. Xinyu became even more confident. Once he used time stop, even the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen would become unable to move. The Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen are unable to use their comprehension of the temporal laws to break apart Xinyu's time stop. They could only break it apart through force. To break a time stop with force required a large amount of time. That period of time was more than sufficient for Xinyu to kill them. The Blood Sea Queen could change into her true form. However, under time stop, you were simply unable to change into your true form at all. Xinyu smiled indifferently. Now that he could use time stop, Xinyu's strength had absolutely surpassed the Blood Sea Queen and the Azura God King. In the entire divine realm, perhaps only an exalted celestial could bring about fear to Xinyu. Brother Yu. Zhang Li's voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Xinyu turned his head around and looked. He saw that on the shore of the inner lake, Zhang Li was standing together with Qin Xuan, Qin Si, and them. Xinyu knew that all of those people were his relatives, brothers, and friends. In order to protect his relatives, brothers, and friends, he needed sufficient strength. Only through possessing stronger strength would he be able to obtain tranquil and happy days. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 to 8 years. However, Heiyu was still in seclusion training and had yet to come out. After all this time had passed, the people of the Purple Mystic Mansion all began to pay attention to the exalted Celestial Mountain. Many of the people in the Purple Mystic Mansion would frequently come to the inner lake and watch the water screen. Through the water screen, they were able to see what was happening in the exalted Celestial Mountain. According to the time frame, the All-People Seal ought to be appearing soon. On the exalted Celestial Mountain. Currently, the number of God Kings on the exalted Celestial Mountain was much lower compared to the time when the exalted Celestial Mountain first descended. The 2 massacres from the Azura God King and Jiang Lan had killed over 10 God Kings. Currently, there were only 20+ God Kings there. Brother Zhang Fan, we don't have to discuss how to contest for the All-People Seal? Shen Tuyen walked to Zhang Fan's side. Confused, he asked through Divine Awareness voice transmission. Shen Tuyen and Zhang Fan's relationship was extremely good. Last time, Zhang Fan had asked Shen Tuyen and Zhou Hua to assist him in fighting for the Back Earth Seal. Furthermore, he had even set up many plans. However, this time around, Zhang Fan had actually not had any discussion with Shen Tuyen. Zhang Fan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Brother Shintu, there is no need for you to exert yourself this time around. You can just stay at the side and watch quietly. Zhang Fan said with a smile. Zhang Fan's smile was extremely ordinary. However, within his ordinary tone of speech was his absolute confidence. To Zhang Fan, that all people's seal was already in his pocket. Brother Jiang, you're this confident? Shen Tuyen smiled and looked to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled mysteriously. He did not bother to explain himself. Brother Shintu, you can just calmly wait for the birth of the all-people seal. As he said that, Zhang Fan's gaze was cast toward the spiritual treasure origin cauldron in the center of the ravine. The all-people seal is definitely mine. Zhang Fan's voice in his heart was that resolute. For this all-people seal, how much had Zhang Fan given up? For the purpose of being able to obtain the all-people seal with absolute confidence, Zhang Fan had given up his daughter, given up his brother, given up Qinyu who could have become his supporter. He had also been pushed to the opposing side by Qinyu. All of this was so that he could obtain the help of the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. After giving up all that, Zhang Fan felt a bit of unwillingness in his heart. However, if he were to have the opportunity to choose again, he would still make such a selection. That was because the help of an Exalted Celestial was a surefire. Zhang Fan swept his gaze over the surrounding Sage Emperors and God Kings. He displayed a slight cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Majority of these God Kings possessed greed for the all-people seal. They all wished to obtain the great luck like the unfettered God King from back then and become the new Exalted Celestial. In order to become the new Exalted Celestial, all of those God Kings were willing to take risks. You all, not a single one of you will be able to win. Zhang Fan said softly in his heart. The Blood Sea Queen was proudly standing at a corner of the ravine. Regardless of which God King it was, the Blood Sea Queen did not care about them. I am Duan Mu Yun, may I know who you, the utmost South Sage Emperor walked over with smiles all over his face. Duan Mu Yun also possessed greed for the all-people seal. From his point of view, since Jiang Lan and the Azura God King were both not present now, he possessed a high possibility in obtaining the all-people seal. Humph. The Blood Sea Queen took a glance at Duan Mu Yun. She did not even bother to respond. Duan Mu Yun's eyelids jumped. He laughed 2 hollow laughs and then left tactfully. However, Duan Mu Yun remembered this Blood Sea Queen in his heart. To be willing to respond to him like so, at the very least it meant that the other person possessed sufficient strength. All people seal. The Blood Sea Queen looked at the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Within her eyes was a shine of anticipation. Unfettered, last time it was you who became an exalted celestial. This time, it shall be my turn. Since the birth of the Back Earth seal, 10 years had passed. Currently, the all-people seal could appear from the spiritual treasure origin cauldron at any moment. None of the God Kings dared to lower their guard. If one were to ask who was the most relaxed, then it would likely be Zhang Fan. There were that many God Kings on the exalted celestial mountain. However, outside of the exalted celestial mountain, there was also a single God King lying in wait. If my speculation was correct, of the 3 seals, this all-people seal ought to contain the greatest portion of comprehension regarding time reversal. The Azura God King Luofan was standing on a small boat as he looked at the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. After training for this many years, the greatest desire of Luofan was likely to become an paramount exalted celestial. Days passed. The 20+ God Kings on the exalted celestial mountain and the single God King outside of the exalted celestial mountain were all waiting quietly. After about half a year passed. Boom! All of a sudden, the rumbling noise of countless thunders were heard. The thunder noises resonated through the entire divine realm. What's happening? The Azura God King Luofan raised his head and looked over in confusion. He immediately spread his divine awareness in all directions. As for the God Kings within the exalted celestial mountain, they too had heard the rumbling noise of thunders. Duan Mu Yun, Zhang Xing, and over 10 others immediately went out of the relief sculpture tunnel. Even Zhang Fan exited the relief sculpture tunnel. Oh, brother Luofan. Zhang Fan, who had exited the relief sculpture tunnel, saw the Azura God King Luofan and immediately greeted him with a smile. The existence of Luofan did not concern Zhang Fan in the slightest. Luofan also slightly nodded to Zhang Fan. Brother Zhang Fan, from this thunder noises, furthermore the fact that there is an endless number of 7-colored auspicious clouds in sky above the direction of the fog city, could it be that this fog city has obtained another God King? Zhang Fan's divine awareness also instantly discovered that there were 7-colored auspicious clouds above the fog city. The sky was also covered with lightning and thunder. For it to be located in the sky above the fog city, this newly emerged God King naturally belongs to the fog city. Zhang Fan said in an ordinary tone. Although his tone was ordinary, his heart was ferociously twitching. The strength of this fog city was truly too great. When the sound of the thunder gradually disappeared, the God Kings were also prepared to enter the relief sculpture tunnel and return to the exalted celestial mountain. However, right at this moment, rumble! Countless thunder once again sounded through the entire divine realm. Many God Kings were stunned. Generally, a God King would only be born into the divine realm after a very long time. However, now, it seemed that another God King had been born. There was hardly any time between the emergence of the two God Kings. At this moment, the close to 10 God Kings who had been staying in the exalted celestial mountain also came out. 2 God Kings, in such a short amount of time, 2 God Kings were actually born. From the birth of the divine realm till now, it seems like this was the first time such a thing has happened. Shen Tuyen said with a gasp of surprise. The 2 God Kings that were born, the first one was from the Fog City. As for the second one, was actually from the Thunder Punishment City. Duan Muyun displayed a surprised expression. These God Kings immediately discovered that 7 colored auspicious clouds appeared in the sky above the Thunder Punishment City. Brother Zhou Hua, congratulations, congratulations. Duan Muyun immediately turned around and clasped his hands to Zhou Hua with a smile on his face. Zhou Hua also displayed a slightly amazed expression. Immediately after, he displayed a joyous expression and clasped his hands to the surrounding God Kings. Everyone, I shall take a journey back first. After he said that, Zhou Hua did not waste any time and directly disappeared from the sight of the various God Kings with a teleportation. Inside the Thunder Punishment City. Inside the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's secluded small courtyard manor. At this moment, Zhou Xian was here. Ha, Xiener, good, very good. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, who had been cold and grim the entire time, had a cheerful expression across his face. He was laughing happily. As for Zhou Xian, he was standing at the side and lightly smiling. Last time around, Zhou Xian had made his decision to enter seclusion training and not come back out unless he reached the God King level. Never did he expect for himself to actually become a God King after training for so many years. However, after he came out, Zhou Xian also discovered that 3 of their Thunder Punishment City's 4 God Kings had died. Zhou Xian did not understand why his grandfather did not go and kill Qin Yu to avenge them. Grandfather, that Qin Yu. Enough. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial raised his hand to stop Zhou Xian. In the period of time when the Exalted Celestial Mountain has descended, your grandfather is unable to act as he wishes. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial loved and pampered Zhou Xian greatly. Among all the descendants of the Zhou clan, the ones that the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial truly loved were Zhou Wulian and Zhou Xian. That was because Zhou Xian was his first grandson. When Zhou Xian was born, he had given a talisman seal that he spent a great deal of time crafting to Zhou Xian. That talisman seal was capable of protecting Zhou Xian from the attack from a first-rate grandest spiritual treasure. From merely this, one could tell how fond of Zhou Xian the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was. Lord Father. Zhou Hua walked in from the courtyard manor's entrance. Once he walked in, he immediately called out for his father respectfully. However, Zhou Hua's face was filled with joy. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial nodded while smiling. It is currently the important time when the All-People Seal would be born. You've actually also returned. However, it's alright. The All-People Seal is Zhang Fan's to have. Zhou Hua also nodded. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was about to personally act. Who could possibly be able to stop the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial? This All-People Seal was destined to be Zhang Fan's. Grandfather, it seemed that when I became a God King, there was another person that became a God King. Furthermore, it's someone from the Fog City. Do you know who it is? Zhou Xian asked. Zhou Xian was extremely curious as to who it was that became a God King at practically the same time as him. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's expression sunk slightly. He coldly humped and said, It's that Qin Yu's brother, He Yu. He Yu? Zhou Xian immediately recalled who it was. He was pretty familiar with matters regarding Qin Yu. He knew that He Yu was the same as Qin Yu, someone who had cultivated up to the divine realm step by step from the mortal realm. Even this Qin Yu's brother, a mixed-breed bird's cultivation is this fast. Zhou Xian became even more envious. Suddenly, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial raised his brows. He seemed to have sensed something. The All-People Seal is about to be born. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial said in surprise. It's about to be born? Zhou Hua and Zhou Xian were both shocked. Immediately after, the two of them both clasped their hands to the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial and asked to be excused. After that, the two of them left the courtyard manor and teleported to the Exalted Celestial Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 29. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 29, The Birth of the All-People Seal. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Inside the purple mystic mansion. The water of the 100-miles-wide inner lake was currently moving up and down and giving off waves. They softly smacked onto the shore. On the shore, over 100 descendants of the Qin clan were currently sitting around tables. Originally, this group of people were chatting and laughing with one another. However, suddenly, the spiritual treasure origin cauldron started shining. Qin Si's surprised voice sounded. Immediately, the 100-plus people all simultaneously turned around to look to the water screen. Each and every one of them were unable to take their eyes off the water screen and were holding their breaths. The final marvelous show. Qin Yu smiled and watched as he sipped on his tea. This time around, none of the god kings of the Fog City had gone to the exalted celestial mountain. That was because Jiang Lan had already vowed that he would not contest for the all-people seal. Since Jiang Lan was not going, the god king of Death Suiqiulin and Yifeng had also decided to not go. At this moment, the god kings of the Fog City, Qin Yu, Zhongli, Heiyu, Jiang Lan, Suiqiulin and Yifeng were all sipping their tea and watching the show from the water screen. The atmosphere of the Fog City was extremely relaxed. However, the atmosphere in the exalted celestial mountain was extremely tense at this moment. Whoosh. Two figures appeared outside of the entrance to the relief sculpture tunnel. It was the Northwest Sage Emperor Zhou Huo and Zhou Xian who had just become a god king. Right after the two of them appeared, they noticed the Azura god king Luofan who was not far from them. Zhou Huo and Zhou Xian glanced at each other. The two of them both possessed a smiling expression within their eyes. The two of them were both certain that the Azura god king Luofan was destined to fail this time around. For the thunder punishment exalted celestial to act, who could possibly stand before him? The all-people seal was destined to be Jiang Fan's. Oh. The Azura god king had also noticed this pair of father and son. He lowly laughed. Zhou Huo and Zhou Xian directly entered the relief sculpture tunnel. After they entered the relief sculpture tunnel, the two of them began to rapidly run. This relief sculpture tunnel was extremely strange, one cannot teleport or fly in there at all. Xiener, after we reach the exalted celestial mountain, be well behaved and stay beside brother Jiang Fan and I. You must definitely not go and contest for the all-people seal. Allow those people to fight merrily for the all-people seal first. Zhou Huo told his son. I understand. Zhou Xian also had a smile on his face. When grandfather acts, I truly wonder what sort of expressions those god kings, who think they will be able to obtain the all-people seal, will have. Zhou Huo also started smiling. Although this father and son were chatting with one another, their speed had not slowed down in the slightest. In an instant, the two of them had arrived on the exalted celestial mountain. When the two of them entered the exalted celestial mountain, there just so happened to be a sage emperor who used spatial freezing. Buzz. Although Zhou Huo and Zhou Xian were at the foot of the exalted celestial mountain, they were still able to see the beam of light coming from the ravine split in between the exalted celestial mountain. Evidently, the spiritual treasure origin cauldron was currently shining. Within the ravine, the Blood Sea Queen, Ma Tian, and many other hidden god kings, the several god kings of the Ascender powers and the 10+ god kings from the 8 great divine families, when the spiritual treasure origin cauldron shined, two groups of people were the first to react. All people seal. Duanmu Yun's eyes shined. He immediately soared into the sky. Mu Qin and Tang Lan followed behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, the three of them directly charged toward the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Other than them, there was also the group composed of Huang Fuyu and Pu Tai Hong. When Huang Fuyu and Pu Tai Hong saw that the spiritual treasure origin cauldron was shining, they too rushed toward it without the slightest hesitation. Go ahead, fight for it. Jiang Fan was still calmly standing within the ravine. He merely raised his head and looked to the various sage emperors soaring into the air to contest for the all-people seal. Jiang Fan even decided to add oil to fire and used spatial freezing to make the degree of spatial freezing even stronger. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden ray of light soared from the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Right when the golden ray of light soared out, it immediately gave off an endlessly oppressive aura. Merely by the sensation of its aura, one could tell that it was a tier higher than the blue sky seal and the back earth seal. It would seem that the 8 great sage emperors are also not united. Go ahead, fight each other, fight until both sides suffer. I shall act after you're all injured. The Blood Sea Queen was calmly watching this scene from the sideline. She was not anxious in the slightest. In the entire exalted celestial mountain, there was not a single god king capable of making her feel fear. As long as the 8 great sage emperors were not united and fought each other until they both suffer, it would be extremely effortless for the Blood Sea Queen to obtain the all-people seal. The golden light was rapidly shot out of the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. Duan Muyun's figure moved. He was actually the first one to approach that golden ray of light. Seeing the all-people seal before his eyes, his gaze immediately grew blazing with passion. The origin energy from the light origin spiritual pearl above his head immediately became activated. A layer of origin energy appeared on his hand, covering it. Duan Muyun extended his hand and grabbed toward the golden ray of light. Bang! Duan Muyun felt a burst of violent vibration within his palm. Only after a bit of time did the vibration stop. Duan Muyun took a quick look at his palm. On his palm was a golden seal. On the seal were 3 very special characters. They were characters that he had never seen before. However, when seeing these 3 unknown characters, the words all people seal naturally appeared in his mind. Brother Duanmu, be careful. Mu Qin shouted to him through divine awareness voice transmission. Duan Muyun immediately grew alert. A large golden hand started to grab toward his hand. Duan Muyun immediately determined that the large golden hand was formed by the Huangfu clan's gold origin energy. Brother Huangfu, this all-people seal is mine. You should give up on it. Duan Muyun said via divine awareness voice transmission with a smile on his face. He immediately proceeded to fly toward the foot of the exalted celestial mountain. Humph, Brother Duanmu, it's still too early to decide who this all-people seal belongs to. Huang Fuyu and Pu Tai Hong immediately started chasing after him. Mu Qin and Tang Lan also started to chase after Huang Fuyu and Pu Tai Hong from behind. 5 rays of light rapidly started flying towards the foot of the exalted celestial mountain. Behind these 5 rays of light were the God Kings from the Ascender Powers, the Hidden God Kings, Zhang Xing, Duan Muyu and many other God Kings in the sidelines. They too were rapidly chasing after them. You want to catch up to me? With only your speed? There is barely any difference between the speed of us 8 great sage emperors. Duan Muyun took note of Huang Fuyu behind him with his divine awareness. He then displayed a confident smile on his face. The 8 great sage emperors had practically the same speed. Thus, it was impossible for Huang Fuyu to catch up to him. However, right when Duan Muyun was rapidly flying toward the relief sculpture tunnel located at the foot of the exalted celestial mountain, he suddenly discovered 2 people flying toward him from ahead. Duan Muyun immediately determined who they were. Zhou Hua. Not good. What a cunning Jiang Fan, he actually sent 4th people to intercept me here. Duan Muyun's heart immediately grew tense. Jiang Fan, Zhou Hua and Shen Tuyen belonged to a group. Both Duan Muyun and Huang Fuyu knew about that. Earlier, when the all-people seal was born, that Jiang Fan actually did not go in contest for it. Duan Muyun had been puzzled by that the entire time. And now, seeing Zhou Hua flying toward him, he immediately came to a realization. Zhou Hua, you think you can stop me with only you? Duan Muyun shouted angrily through divine awareness voice transmission. Zhou Hua was extremely confused by this angry shout. Stop him, dot. Zhou Hua and Zhou Xian were merely flying upward from below so that they could be able to see the scene of others contesting for the all-people seal from above. However, never would he have expected that he was confused by this Duan Muyun. However, Zhou Hua's reaction speed was also extremely fast. Xiener, let's avoid him. Zhou Hua immediately said to Zhou Xian via divine awareness voice transmission. Yes, father. Zhou Xian also knew his father's intentions. Zhou Hua and Zhou Xian did an arc as they flew, they directly toward the side, avoiding Duan Muyun, allowing him to continue downward without any obstruction. Duan Muyun was completely confused. However, although he was confused, he still continued to rapidly fly toward the foot of the exalted celestial mountain. Zhou Hua and Zhou Xian immediately discovered Jiang Fan and Shen Tuyen who were flying in their direction without any sense of urgency. Immediately, Zhou Hua grouped up together with Jiang Fan. Strange, could it be that this Huang Fuyu was going to allow this Duan Muyun to escape this easily? Jiang Fan said with a light smile. I think that Huang Fuyu had thought that we would block them and thus did not truly act to stop him. Zhou Hua thought of it for a bit and then said. Jiang Fan also nodded in agreement. Indeed. Huang Fuyu had long discovered that Zhou Hua was flying upward from below. He had originally thought that Zhou Hua would stop Duan Muyun. However, to his surprise, Zhou Hua did not intercept him but instead moved aside. This Duan Muyun, he can't be thinking that he would be able to escape this easily now, right? Immediately after, with an intention from Huang Fuyu. Whoosh! 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 At once, over 100 golden rays of light was shot toward Duan Muyun. Each and every golden ray of light was formed by gold origin energy. Their offensive power was extremely astonishing. No matter what, this Duan Muyun would not let himself be attacked by those golden rays of light without doing anything. Whoosh! The white light on Duan Muyun's body's surface started flourishing. The light origin energy formed a defensive layer around his body. At the same time, Duan Muyun was also rapidly dodging the incoming golden rays of light. He managed to dodge one golden ray after another. Even if one or two were to land on him, he would still be able to withstand them through his body's defensive ability. However, the over 100 golden rays of light that Duan Muyun managed to dodge suddenly turned into 100 plus golden ribbons. These 100 plus golden ribbons formed an enormous golden net. It just so happened to block Duan Muyun's flying path. Not good. What a cunning Huang Fuyu. Upon seeing this golden net, Duan Muyun knew right away that he would not be able to escape from it by only flying. It was impossible for him to break the golden net with merely ordinary attacks. Furthermore, if he were to avoid it by going around it, his flying speed would not be able to match the speed of the golden net that was formed by origin energy. Duan Muyun stopped in his tracks. Brother Huangfu, are you truly forcing me to fight against you? Duan Muyun shouted through his divine awareness voice transmission. Immediately, several tens of rays of white-colored light whips appeared in his hand. Each of the light whips was 100 meters long and possessed the width of an arm. Immediately, several tens of white-colored lights started rushing toward Huang Fuyu. Seeing this move, Huang Fuyu's expression changed. A light membrane created by his gold origin energy immediately covered his body. He also started to rapidly dodge. However, those light whips were several meters wide. The lashing of several tens of whips, how could he dodge all of them? Reckless and fierce lashings of the whips. Huang Fuyu seemed to have hit himself with a golden eggshell and was allowing those whips to lash him. Bang! 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 A series of collision sound of light origin energy and gold origin energy was heard. Fortunately, the gold origin energy possessed stronger defense. When faced with the continuously coming several tens of whips, Huang Fuyu had only received a slight vibration, shaking the blood within his body. Duan Muyun retrieved his light whips. Brother Huangfu, you're also trying to compete against me? Duan Muyun's face was filled with confidence. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the God Kings below had all arrived. Mu Qin and Tang Lan both flew over to Duan Muyun. Pu Tai Hong had also flown over to Huang Fuyu's side. As for the other God Kings, they had all flown to the sides and were watching the show passively. As for the Blood Sea Queen, who had a cold expression on her face the entire time, she too was with the other God Kings and standing on the side. The sage emperors present did not know at all that this Blood Sea Queen was also capable of time stop. After all, she had never used this move in front of them. It's extremely easy for Brother Mu Qin and Sister Tang Lan to pin down the two of you. Thus, I am naturally able to easily leave. Duan Muyun looked at Huang Fuyu and said. Huang Fuyu and Pu Tai Hong started frowning. They only had 2 people, but Duan Muyun had 3 people. Brother Jiang Fan, Huang Fuyu looked at Jiang Fan. However, right when he first opened his mouth, Jiang Fan immediately smiled and said, Return back to your own fight, I shall watch from the side. There is no need for you all to involve me. Huang Fuyu immediately became speechless. These words were truly ruthless. He clearly voiced that he was not going to interfere. As for the hidden God Kings and the Ascender God Kings who had experienced the slaughter from both the Azura God King and Zhang Lan in succession, they too would not rashly interfere. They also knew not to act unless it was the optimal moment. The number one priority was to survive. Huang Fuyu looked at Duan Muyun. He then looked at Tang Lan and Mu Qin on either sides of Duan Muyun. Tang Lan controlled the water origin energy, whereas Mu Qin controlled the wood origin energy. The two of them were both people who were proficient in defense and trapping others. It was absolutely possible for the two of them to easily pin down Huang Fuyu and Pu Tai Hong. Brother Duanmu, go ahead and leave. I shall watch you leave. I truly do not believe that you could return to the Lightland City safely. Remember that there's an Azura God King outside. Huang Fuyu humped and said. There is no need for Brother Huangfu to worry about that, I naturally have my means. Duan Muyun lightly laughed and then took a glance at the surrounding God Kings. After that, he smiled and proceeded to fly toward the foot of the exalted celestial mountain. Duan Muyun was extremely complacent to be able to leave with the all-people seal this easily. They actually didn't fight? Truly disappointing. The Blood Sea Queen spoke out loud. At this moment, the Blood Sea Queen who was at the corner finally acted. She waved her sleeve and then a crimson-colored water wave charged toward Duan Muyun. That water wave was so fast that it arrived before Duan Muyun in a blink of an eye. Humph! Duan Muyun was about to use his origin energy. However, he suddenly discovered. Other than the crimson-colored water wave that was moving, the air and the surrounding have all stopped moving. Even he himself was incapable of moving. The cosmic origin energy that he possessed was also unable to move. Time stop. Duan Muyun's complexion immediately turned pale without the slightest trace of color. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 30. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 30, The Fall of a Sage Emperor. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. How could there be anyone using time stop? Impossible. Neither Jianglan nor the Azura God King is here. Duan Muyun was extremely anxious, extremely terrified. Time stop. The time stop had only stopped him. He was only a single Sage Emperor. Had it been all 8 Sage Emperors joining hands, then they could easily use their powerful origin energies to forcibly break the time stop. However, if he wanted to break the time stop by himself, then it would require a very long period of time. Buzz. The white spiritual pearl above Duan Muyun's head was shining brighter. However, this light seemed to have been under restriction and was incapable of expanding. Under the time stop, the movement of the light origin energy was completely stopped. What's happening? Why is Duan Muyun not moving? Jiang Fan, Zhou Hua, Wang Fuyu, and the other god kings above were all confused. Right when they were confused, a crimson-colored figure arrived at Duan Muyun's side in a blink of an eye. Once Duan Muyun saw the Blood Sea Queen, he immediately recognized that the person before him was the cold god king who did not bother with anyone else. No, Duan Muyun was angrily howling in his heart. However, on the surface, he was not moving in the slightest. Even speaking was impossible for him. The Blood Sea Queen held a blood fork with one hand and ruthlessly pierced it through Duan Muyun's head. Because of the fact that the light origin energy was unable to move due to time stop, Duan Muyun's body did not have much defense at all. PFFF. The blood fork directly pierced into Duan Muyun's head. Blood started to fly out. Jiang Fan, Zhou Hua, Wang Fuyu, and the other god kings in the distance were all stunned. From the time when Duan Muyun's body was stopped till the time when the Blood Sea Queen attacked, it was merely a blink of an eye. The other god kings were simply unable to react in time. This spiritual pearl even possesses defense for one's soul. The Blood Sea Queen cried out in surprise. When the blood fork entered Duan Muyun's head, the special energy of the Blood Sea Queen immediately started to attack Duan Muyun's soul. However, it was blocked by a layer of origin energy that covered his soul. Poochie. The blood fork ruthlessly thrust itself into the soul. In an instant, it pierced the soul over 100 times. Under time stop, the origin energy stopped flowing. Thus, the origin energy that protected Duan Muyun's soul did not receive any more energy from the light origin spiritual pearl. In the blink of an eye, the blood fork ripped apart Duan Muyun's soul and shattered his true spirit. How could this be? At the moment when his true spirit was shattering, Duan Muyun was still finding all this to be unbelievable. He, who was one of the 8 great sage emperors, was actually going to die. He, one of the sage emperors who have never died since the birth of the divine realm, was actually going to die today. Ha, the Blood Sea Queen pulled out her blood fork. In her hand was the all-people seal. She started to happily laugh. As Duan Muyun had died, the Blood Sea Queen naturally removed the time stop. Duan Muyun's corpse immediately fell from the sky powerlessly. Merely, the light of the white light origin spiritual energy suddenly started to shine vigorously. Buzz. The light origin spiritual pearl who had already lost its master started to shine to an unprecedented level. However, its tremble seemed to be a wail for its master's death. The utmost South Sage Emperor Duan Muyun had died. Silence. All of the god kings were silent. Perhaps even if the Azura God King were to die, they would also not be this shocked. That was because an expert at the level of the Azura God King had already died in the last battle of the Exalted Celestial Mountain. However, the 8 great sage emperors were existences who have existed since the birth of the divine realm and continued to exist the entire time. As for the 8 great sage emperors themselves, they all knew that they were in charge of one of this cosmos's 8 great origin energies that stabilized the entire cosmos. They had believed themselves to be people who would never die. Although in theory, for people like Jianglan and the Azura God King who could use time stop, they would be able to kill 1 or 2 sage emperors. However, that was after all a theory. In actuality, there had never been a sage emperor dying. In this battle of the exalted celestial mountain, numerous god kings had died. However, the sage emperors remained living. The sage emperors had thought that they would continue to be fine. But earlier, the utmost South Sage Emperor Duanmu Yun had died. Duanmu Yun, he died? Zhou said in shock. Beside him, Jianglan, Shen Tuyen and them were also in a state of chaos. The shock to them was truly too great. The 8 great sage emperors had always been the 8 great sage emperors. Yet now, one had died. Father! Suddenly, a mournful voice sounded. The voice was so mournful that it could shiver one's heart. Duanmu Yu, who had been staying at the side and never participating in the contest for the treasures the entire time, was shivering slightly. His eyes were reddened. He was firmly staring at the Blood Sea Queen. Big brother! Duanmu Rufeng also shouted. During the massacre from the Azura God King last time around, one of the God King from the Lightland City, Duanmu Lu, had already died. Never did he expect that in such a short amount of time, the leader of the Lightland City, Duanmu Yun, would also die. Currently, the remaining God Kings of the Lightland City was only a woman, Duanmu Rufeng, and Duanmu Yu, who had only became a God King not long ago. Ha, 8 great clan protection treasures, I have obtained one today. The Blood Sea Queen laughed loudly. Complacently, they extended her hand toward that light origin spiritual treasure. The current Blood Sea Queen was extremely confident. However, at the moment when the Blood Sea Queen tried to grab the light origin spiritual pearl, the origin energy of that white light origin spiritual pearl suddenly moved violently. A non-opposable energy directly forced the Blood Sea Queen away to the side and made her unable to approach the light origin spiritual pearl. Man? An ownerless item is still resisting? The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyun was shocked. Whoosh! After that, the light origin spiritual pearl turned into a ray of light and directly flew toward that Duanmu Rufeng as if it possessed intelligence. The light origin spiritual pearl appeared before Duanmu Rufeng. A drop of blood also floated out from Duanmu Rufeng's finger. After the light origin spiritual pearl absorbed this drip of blood, its radiance became dim and it directly hovered over to above Duanmu Rufeng's head. The light origin spiritual pearl immediately began to radiate numerous rays of light. Like a light ribbon, those lights spread all around. The surging origin spiritual energy that was spread around was so powerful that it was not at all weaker than Duanmu Yun's. A new utmost southern sage emperor, Duanmu Rufeng. Sounds of surprise filled the purple mystic mansion. She finished refining it so easily? Qin Yu was also a bit surprised. Generally, it required a very long period of time to refine a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. However, this light origin spiritual pearl was actually refined by Duanmu Rufeng in a blink of an eye. Furthermore, if she had not completely refined it, then it would be impossible for her to utilize this much of the origin energy. This is very normal. Zhang Lan said with a smile. Uncle Lan, this shouldn't be the case. Qin Yu looked to Zhang Lan. Zhang Li, Heiyu, Zhuqiulin, Yifeng and them also looked to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan lightly smiled and said, to be honest, the death of Duanmu Yun is a great shock to me. When the Divine Realm was born, 8 clan protection spiritual treasures descended from the heavens. They just so happened to be fused with the bloodlines of the 8 great divine families. These 8 great clan protection spiritual treasures were extremely peculiar, regardless of which spiritual pearl it was, only those who possessed a matching bloodline were capable of refining and absorbing it. These 8 clan protection spiritual treasures, they do not care about anything else other than the bloodline. Zhang Lan knew about these secrets. Only the bloodlines? Qin Yu thought for a bit and then nodded. No wonder when Duanmu Yun died, the ownerless light origin spiritual pearl would automatically fly toward Duanmu Rufeng. Something's amiss. Qin Yu remembered the fire origin spiritual pearl that Lin Meng had gifted to his son. That fire origin spiritual pearl was identical with the clan protection spiritual treasure of the Shinta clan. Uncle Lan, Little C's fire origin spiritual pearl ought to be identical as the one that the Shinta clan possessed. Why is it that Little C was capable of refining this fire origin spiritual pearl? Qin Yu asked. Zhang was slightly startled. He then shook his head and said, I am also uncertain about that. However, I knew very well that the clan protection spiritual treasures of the 8 great divine families absolutely requires the special bloodlines of the 8 great divine families to refine. It is simply impossible for others to refine them. Although Little C's fire origin spiritual pearl is also a fire origin spiritual pearl, but I think that it only appears to be identical but is actually different from the Shinta clan's fire origin spiritual pearl. Qin Yu's heart moved. Xin Yu remembered his second brother Lin Meng. This Lin Meng had given the Fire Origin Spiritual Pearl and then waved his hand on Qin Si's body. With only that, Qin Si's Fire Origin Spiritual Pearl was completely refined. For it to be related to this mysterious second brother of mine, everything is possible. Qin Yu thought in his heart. When the old Sage Emperor dies, that Light Origin Spiritual Pearl will automatically find a new owner. Both Duanmu Rufeng and Duanmu Yu are God Kings. Merely, Duanmu Rufeng has already comprehended time acceleration and is not someone that Duanmu Yu can match up against. Furthermore, Duanmu Rufeng is also of the Duanmu clan's first generation, the same generation as Duanmu Yun. Thus, her bloodline is more pure compared to Duanmu Yu. Zhang Lan said with a smile. It is extremely natural for the new utmost South Sage Emperor to be Duanmu Rufeng. On the exalted celestial mountain, the Sage Emperors all had sunken and gloomy expressions. One by one, they began to fly toward the Blood Sea Queen. However, the Blood Sea Queen appeared to have not noticed them at all and continued to stand there with her blood fork. Her crimson-colored gown and her long crimson hair were all drifting with the wind. Ha, are you all thinking about killing me? Ha, how could I, the Blood Sea Queen, possibly fear you all? The Blood Sea Queen stood in the air and said with a tone of absolute dominance. The Sage Emperors, including that new utmost South Sage Emperor Duanmu Rufeng, all possessed gloomy expressions. For a Sage Emperor to be killed, the other Sage Emperors naturally also grieved. You even dared to kill a Sage Emperor? Blood Sea Queen, today, you shall be buried alongside brother Duanmu Yun. Zhou Hua said coldly. The other 7 Sage Emperors began to surround the Blood Sea Queen. However, the Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan seemed to not worry in the slightest and continued to stand there. You all want to bury me alongside that Duanmu Yun? Interesting, interesting. The Blood Sea Queen was high-spirited. She had a completely confident appearance. Even if I, the Blood Sea Queen, was to be killed by you all, at least 2 or 3 of you 8 great Sage Emperors shall join my death. Zhou Hua, Zhang Fan, Huang Fuyu, say, who do you think I should kill? The Blood Sea Queen asked with a smile on her face. The Sage Emperors were all trembling in their hearts. For the Blood Sea Queen to be able to kill Duanmu Yun that easily, they were all able to speculate that the reason that Duanmu Yun was incapable of moving was likely because he had been affected by Time Stop. Time Stop. Another God King who knew Time Stop appeared in the Divine Realm. The Sage Emperors were confused the entire time why this Blood Sea Queen did not flee after she snatched away the All-People Seal. Could it be that this Blood Sea Queen was truly planning to fight against them with her life on the line? The Sage Emperors have grew a bit terrified in their hearts. I'm not going to wait anymore, I'll have the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial act. Zhang Fan made his decision. Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Zhang Fan directly called via Divine Awareness voice transmission. Zhang Fan knew very well that the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's Divine Awareness had covered the entire Exalted Celestial Mountain the entire time. Zhang Fan, what's the matter? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's voice sounded directly in Zhang Fan's mind. Zhang Fan replied respectfully. Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, you also know about the current situation. Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, please act immediately and control the God Kings on the Exalted Celestial Mountain as well as the Azura God King outside of the Exalted Celestial Mountain. As for whether you shall kill them, Senior can decide that. You merely need to make it so that they do not obstruct me. Very well. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial replied. Ha ha. 8 great Sage Emperors, look at the scared witless expressions that you all have. A bunch of cowards. Did you perhaps think that I, the Blood Sea Queen, would truly risk my life fighting you all? Truly hilarious. Everyone, farewell. The Blood Sea Queen laughed complacently. Immediately after. Boom! Countless amount of crimson-colored sea water covered the entire Exalted Celestial Mountain in an instant. The amount of crimson-colored sea water was truly too great. In an instant, it covered the entire Exalted Celestial Mountain and spilled out of the Relief Sculpture Tunnel and even covered practically half of the Azura Sea outside of the Relief Sculpture Tunnel. The boundless Blood Sea was floating above the Azura Sea. What a large crimson-colored sea. How did this sea come to be? Zhang Xing and the other God Kings were all stupefied. They do not know why such an enormous sea suddenly appeared on the Exalted Celestial Mountain. Whoosh! This boundless Blood Sea immediately started shrinking again and turned into the crimson-gowned Blood Sea Queen. The Blood Sea Queen looked to the Azura God King Luofan outside of the Relief Sculpture Tunnel with a smile on her face. Luofan, were you waiting for me? Unfortunately, the method in which I came out surpassed your imagination, right? Actually, even if you use time stop, it would also be useless against me. After one comprehended time stop, one was able to easily break apart time stop. Seeing this Blood Sea Queen, the Azura God King Luofan was momentarily speechless. After seeing the Blood Sea Queen's true body, he knew right away that it would be very difficult for him to kill her. Farewell. The Blood Sea Queen laughed complacently. Little girl. Suddenly, a hand lightly tapped the Blood Sea Queen's shoulder. The Blood Sea Queen's smile immediately disappeared. In shock, she turned her head around. A purple-gowned silver-haired old man was standing behind her indifferently. A single gaze from him seemed to be able to pierce through her soul. You do not have to leave, continue to stay here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 31. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 31, Exalted Celestial Acting. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. The sharp gaze of the purple-gowned silver-haired old man caused the Blood Sea Queen's heart to shiver. She especially took note of that dazzling red mark at the center of the old man's eyebrows. The Blood Sea Queen, who had never seen the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial before, did not know that the person who had came was the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. However, the strange aura of the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial caused the Blood Sea Queen to not even dare to have the intention to resist. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial waved his hand, and then the all-people seal that the Blood Sea Queen managed to obtain started to float. It directly floated toward the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's pair of sharp eyes took a glance at the all-people seal. He smiled indifferently and said, All-people seal, little girl, you've gone through all the trouble of fighting for the all-people seal, but this all-people seal already has a preordained owner. Preordained owner? The Blood Sea Queen became confused. Merely, she did not ask him. After that, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial began to fly toward the Exalted Celestial Mountain's relief sculpture tunnel. As for the all-people seal, it was floating before the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial and flying toward the relief sculpture tunnel with him. Right at the moment when the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial patted her shoulder, the Blood Sea Queen discovered that she was unable to move at all. However, the Blood Sea Queen still held a thread of luck in her heart. Binding, could he still bind me after I turn into my true form? The Blood Sea Queen possessed exceptional confidence in her true form, the Blood Sea. When the Blood Sea Queen tried to turn into her true form, she discovered that the binding in her surrounding was frighteningly powerful. That enormous binding power actually caused her to be unable to turn into her true form. How is that possible? The Blood Sea Queen quaked in fear. Who is he? The Blood Sea Queen looked to the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, who was swiftly flying toward the relief sculpture tunnel. The Blood Sea Queen's true form was that of a hundreds of millions of mile-wide Blood Sea. If one wanted to bind the Blood Sea, the amount of energy that was required was astonishingly large. However, this silver-haired old man managed to bind her without batting an eyelid. For the gap between them to be this great, the Blood Sea Queen could only think of a single possibility. Could it be that he's an exalted celestial? The Blood Sea Queen was unable to think of anyone else other than the exalted celestials who could possess such strength. It was said in legends that no matter how powerful a god king was, before the exalted celestials they would all be powerless ants. It would now seem that the legend was not a baseless claim. When the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was flying toward the relief sculpture tunnel, he took a glance at the Azura God King, who was in midair and unable to move. Who are you? The Azura God King Luofan was filled with an endless amount of astonishment. Ever since the moment this purple-gowned silver-haired old man appeared, the Azura God King felt that he had been bound by a powerful binding power. The current Azura God King was unable to move at all. All he could do was blink and slightly move his mouth. The Grand Azura God King did not even manage to sense his opponent's attack when he was powerlessly bound. From this, he was able to tell how powerful his opponent was. You wish to become an exalted celestial? Luofan, it is not that easy for one to become an exalted celestial. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial smiled indifferently and then took a step into the entrance of the relief sculpture tunnel. Many of the sage emperors had seen the exalted celestials before. As for the Azura God King Luofan, he had only seen the unfettered exalted celestial before. As for the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial and the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial, he had never seen them before. Could it be that he's the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial or the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial? Luofan was quaking in fear. Luofan suddenly recalled the time 6 quadrillion years ago. During that battle of the Exalted Celestial Mountain, at the final moments, the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial secretly joined and helped the unfettered God King, who could not be considered as being powerful. thus allowed the unfettered God King to become an exalted celestial. Could this time be the same as last time and that the exalted celestials are going to interfere at the final moments? Luo Fan felt a burst of helplessness. Who the new exalted celestial would be was not something that Luo Fan and them could determine. In the Purple Mystic Mansion, many of the Qin descendants had their eyes wide open as they looked to the purple-gowned and silver-haired old man swiftly enter into the relief sculpture tunnel. Before this old man, the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen were unable to move at all. "Dad, who is this old man? How is he this powerful?" Qinzi gulped and said with a gasp of shock. "Third brother, this silver-haired old man's strength seemed to be shockingly powerful." Qin Feng also gasped in surprise. Everyone knew of the status that the Azura God King held in the divine realm. However, before the silver-haired old man, the Azura God King appeared like a child. As Qin Yu looked to the water screen, his gaze shined. A slight smile appeared on his face. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial has finally acted. Qin Yu muttered in a low voice. Qin Yu had seen the unfettered Exalted Celestial before. As for the identity of the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial, Qin Yu also had a rough idea. Only the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was someone that he had never seen before. When a super expert that he had never seen before appeared, Qin Yu naturally determined him to be the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Other than the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, Qin Yu could not think of any other individual with such strength. Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial! Zhang Lan cried out in surprise. Why did this Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial join the fray? Brother Zhang Lan, you said he is the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial? Do you know him? Beside him, Yifeng was a bit surprised. The appearance of the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had caused all of the people watching the battle at the Purple Mystic Mansion to become tense. This included the God Kings. Zhang Lan lightly nodded his head. That's right, Zhang Fan and I have once met the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial before. Never would I expect for an Exalted Celestial to appear for the All-People Seal. It would seem that the owner of the All-People Seal would be determined by the Exalted Celestials. Oh, that's not for certain. Qin Yu's voice sounded. Zhang Lan, Yifeng, Zhuqiulin, Heiyu, Zhangli, and the large group of other people in the surrounding all looked to Qin Yu with a surprised expression. They were surprised as to why Qin Yu would say such a word. When Qin Yu saw the confident expression on the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial through the water screen, he had also observed the expressions of the God Kings on the Exalted Celestial Mountain. Especially that Zhang Fan, the absolute joyous expression of his eyes was unable to deceive Qin Yu. The appearance of the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, the excitement that Zhang Fan displayed combined with what had happened at the utmost North Sage Emperor's palace where Zhang Fan selected Zhou Xian to be his son-in-law without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu was able to guess what was written on the Zhou clan's betrothal gift list. No wonder Zhang Fan was able to not care about my first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure and select Zhou Xian. Perhaps only this Exalted Celestial's spiritual treasure portion was able to make Zhang Lan do such a thing. When a person who is at the peak level of excitement and joy reaches the depths of despair, I wonder how it will look. Qin Yu thought in his heart. After that, he lightly smiled and continued to watch the scene of the Exalted Celestial Mountain through the water screen. The rules of the relief sculpture tunnel were something that even the Exalted Celestials could not go against. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was walking through the relief sculpture tunnel one step at a time. His eyes were filled with respect as he looked to the relief sculptures carved through the tunnel. Faced with these relief sculptures that went from simple to containing the Great Tao, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial did not dare look down upon them in the slightest. After exiting the relief sculpture tunnel, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's back seemed to be even straighter. His aura also seemed to be even sharper. The golden all-people seal was still floating before the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial swept his sharp gaze through the surrounding. Before him were many God Kings standing in the air. Merely, none of those God Kings were currently able to move. Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial! Huang Fuyu cried out in surprise. Many of the Sage Emperors present were shocked. They were all people who have seen the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial before. Seeing the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial appearing now, their hearts were naturally shocked. An ice-cold smile appeared on the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's face. He felt a bit disappointed in his heart. Unexpectedly, that Qin Yu actually did not come to contest for the All-People Seal. If he was present, then I would have been able to seize this opportunity and kill him. It would seem that I could only wait until after the birth of the new Exalted Celestial to kill him. Lord Father. Zhouhua flew over from afar. Of the 20-plus God Kings present on the Exalted Celestial Mountain, only Zhouhua, Zhou Xian, and Zhang Fan were not restricted. Other than the three of them, the others were all bound and unable to move. Zhou Xian and Zhang Fan had naturally also flown over following Zhou Hua. When they reached a distance several tens of meters from the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, Zhou Hua, Zhou Xian, and Zhang Lan stopped. They respectfully greeted the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial with a bow. When Zhang Fan raised his head and looked at the All-People Seal before the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, his gaze began to glow with passion. The greater the price one paid for the treasure, the more nervous one would be when obtaining the treasure. All-People Seal, All-People Seal. It is finally mine now. In an instant, Zhang Fan went through grievance, excitement, pain, joy. All kinds of emotions rushed into his mind. For the All-People Seal, he had renounced the number one candidate for his son-in-law, Qin Yu. He had abandoned his daughter and his brother. He gave up all of that for today. Today, the most precious All-People Seal of the Exalted Celestial's spiritual treasures 3 portion was now his. Never had I expected for the Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial to act personally. Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial naturally ought to be the one to decide who shall obtain the All-People Seal. Although that Huangfuyu was unable to move at all, he still said that with a smile on his face. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial took a glance at Huangfuyu. He then glanced at Putai Hong, Mu Qin, and the other Sage Emperors. He lightly smiled and nodded. Even these Sage Emperors didn't dare to play any tricks. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was completely confident. Whoosh! The sound of the movement of space was heard. The other Sage Emperors felt that the binding on their bodies had instantly disappeared. The Sage Emperors were all able to move now. However, Huangfuyu, Duanmu Rufeng, Putai Hong and the other Sage Emperors all possessed a sense of propriety. They did not approach the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Instead, they stood far in the distance and respectfully bowed to him. After that, they spoke no more. Zhang Fan, this All-People Seal ought to be yours. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial said with a light smile. The other Sage Emperors all became jealous in their heart. Merely, although they were jealous, they were all displaying smiles on their faces. Congratulations brother Zhang Fan on obtaining the All-People Seal. Zhou Hua also said with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Fan's face was smiling so wide that it almost appeared as if it was blossoming. He immediately lightly clasped his hands to Zhou Hua and the other Sage Emperors not far from him. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. At this moment, there was no need for Zhang Fan to tell others about how excited he was. This All-People Seal, you can accept it. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial waved his hand. The golden All-People Seal immediately began to fly toward Zhang Fan who was not far away from him. Zhou Hua and Zhou Xian who stood beside Zhang Fan both had smiles on their faces. As for Zhang Fan, he was so excited that his hands were shivering slightly. Thank you Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Zhang Fan once again voiced his thanks. Only after that did he proceed to grab the All-People Seal that was floating toward him. When the All-People Seal reached his hand, Zhang Fan felt that his heart was immediately relieved. The material of this All-People Seal felt a bit cold. However, in his hand, it gave him an extremely peaceful feeling. Finally, I've finally obtained it. At this moment, Zhang Fan felt that his eyes were a bit moist. He had given up that many things, he had invested in it that hard. At the moment when he grabbed the All-People Seal, Zhang Fan felt as if everything was worth it. This moment was the happiest moment since the date when he publicly announced the groom search. However, right at this moment. Stop! A mild voice was heard. Immediately after, the sound in the area where Zhang Fan, Zhou Hua, Zhou Xian, and the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was it completely disappeared. The flow of time instantly ceased. Time stop. And at this moment, a cyan-gowned Qin Yu appeared out of thin air. Qin Yu. In the distance, Huangfuyu, Duanmu Rufeng, Mu Qin, Shen Tuyen, and the other Sage Emperors were all shocked. However, none of them dared to act nor did they want to act. At this moment, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was present. Thus, there was no need for them to act. Qin Yu acted? Duanmu Yu who was still bound in the distance was also shocked. Not only the many God Kings on the Exalted Celestial Mountain, even the God Kings and Qin clansmen in the Fog City's Purple Mystic Mansion had their eyes open wide in shock. Qin Yu who was originally watching the show together with them had actually suddenly appeared on the Exalted Celestial Mountain. Qin Yu, Zhang Fan felt that he was unable to move. Zhang Fan, this All-People Seal is mine now. Qin Yu's voice sounded in Zhang Fan's mind. As for Qin Yu himself, he directly grabbed the All-People Seal that was in Zhang Fan's hand without the slightest hesitation. Although he was extremely unwilling to let go, Zhang Fan was unable to move at all. In a state of time stop, he was unable to even speak. For the all-people seal, oh how much had Zhang Fan abandoned. This all-people seal could be said to be Zhang Fan's life. No, Zhang Fan snarled in his heart. However, the all-people seal still ended up in Qin Yu's hand. When the all-people seal disappeared from Zhang Fan's hand, he felt as if his heart had been ripped apart. It was extremely painful. He had schemed all the way till now for naught. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 32. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 32, Time Reversal. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. When describing it, it seemed to be slow. However, in actuality, Qin Yu's speed was extremely fast. Once he appeared, he immediately snatched the all-people seal from Zhang Fan with lightning-like speed. Qin Yu. Zhou Hua and Zhou Xian's eyes were opened wide and round like a ball. Within their eyes were anger and fear. At this moment, the two of them were unable to move at all. Qin Yu, you finally come. When the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial saw the arrival of Qin Yu, he was instead extremely excited. According to the rules, he could only act once. If he were to kill Qin Yu within this one time that he was allowed to act and attack, then it could not be considered as a violation to the rules at all. Time stop, merely a child's play. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was extremely proficient in the temporal laws. With an intention, he was planning to eliminate Qin Yu's time stop. Man? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial who was trapped by the time stop was unable to contain his surprise. What sort of time stop is this? Why isn't it subjected to my control? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial immediately grew anxious. This time stop, it was created through using the new cosmos temporal energy to stop the flow of time. How could the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial possibly be able to control the new cosmos temporal energy? There were only two methods to remove time stop. The first was through the comprehension of time stop itself. The second was to break it apart by force. However, breaking time stop by force generally required one to use some time. Not good, not good. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial immediately grew nervous. Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, I'm sorry. Qin Yu's ice-cold voice sounded in the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's mind. After Qin Yu snatched the all-people seal from Zhang Fan's hands, a simple and unadorned black spear appeared in Qin Yu's hand. On the shaft of the spear circulated dark and yellow energy. It was the divine spear waning snow. Whoosh! Qin Yu's body suddenly moved. Like an arrow, his body was shot forward rapidly. The spearhead of the divine spear waning snow was closest to Zhou Hua. The distance between them were only several meters. It was truly too small of a distance. No. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had already activated his origin energy in order to activate the power of the Exalted Celestial's spiritual treasure origin Sin Sword. The flow of time seemed to have turned into a string that was pulled to its extreme and could snap apart at any moment. However, no matter how strong the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was, it would still take him a bit of time in order to break the new cosmos time stop. That short period of time was sufficient enough for Qin Yu to kill Zhou Hua. No, Zhou Hua stared at the spearhead that was coming closer and closer to his face. His heart was filled with unwillingness. At this moment, he recalled the utmost South Sage Emperor Duanmu Yun who had died earlier. Duanmu Yun also had his head pierced through. He, Zhou Hua, would also have the same ending. Father! Pucci! At the moment before his death, Zhou Hua was still hoping for his father to save him. However, it was too late. Ruthlessly, the ice-cold divine spear waning snow directly pierced into Zhou Hua's head. The frightening energy within the divine spear waning snow easily ripped apart the layer of origin energy that covered Zhou Hua's soul. Bang! Zhou Hua's true spirit was directly shattered. The Blood Sea Queen's Blood Fork's attack power was inferior to even first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures. It was completely incomparable to Qin Yu's divine spear waning snow's attack power. The divine spear waning snow combined with time stop, killing Sage Emperors was simply of no difficulty. Whoosh! At the moment when the divine spear waning snow pierced through Zhou Hua's head, its speed did not reduce in the slightest. Once again, it was rapidly thrust forward. Bang! The divine spear waning snow's auxiliary effect, body break, was immediately mobilized. Zhou Hua's body directly exploded on the spot. It turned into a large amount of blood, minced meat, and shattered bones. As for the black gown Qin Yu, he appeared like a god of death as he continued to thrust forward his divine spear waning snow. The divine spear waning snow merely slightly changed its direction. Whoosh! The divine spear waning snow directly proceeded to thrust forward Zhou Xian, who was beside Zhou Hua. The speed of the divine spear waning snow was still that fast. Qin Yu's hand was extremely steady, there was not the slightest amount of hesitation. His gaze was fixed deadly upon Zhou Xian's eyes. No, no. Zhou Xian looked at the divine spear waning snow that was thrust toward him with a rapid speed. His heart was filled with fear. At the moment before, his father, the Northwest Sage Emperor Zhou Hua, had been turned into mincemeat and had his true spirit shattered. He, Zhou Xian, possessed strength much inferior to the Northwest Sage Emperor. There was no need to doubt what sort of conclusion it would be if the divine spear waning snow were to pierce through his head. No, Zhou Xian's heart was filled with unwillingness. Seeing the black gown and ice-cold Qin Yu before his eyes, Zhou Xian only felt that the heavens had played a huge joke on him. The brat from the mortal realm back then, when Zhou Xian first saw him, Zhou Xian had only felt that he was a powerless ant, someone he would kill with a flip of his hand. However, in less than 20,000 years, this Qin Yu had become the divine realm's new craftsman god, a very influential person. Furthermore, in the few years after, Qin Yu's strength continued to increase at an astonishing rate. Before he became a god king, he was already able to defeat Zhou Tong. After he became a god king, he killed Zhou Wulian and Zhou Tong. His might was so powerful that it was a tier above the Azura god king. And now, before his grandfather, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, Qin Yu was actually planning to kill him. Grandfather, At the moment when the divine spear waning snow was only several tens of centimeters from Zhou Xian's eyes, filled with unwillingness, Zhou Xian snarled in his heart. Bang! The new cosmos temporal energy that blocked the flow of time suddenly collapsed. Time once again returned to normal. Time stop had been broken. Qin Yu's expression changed. This Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, what powerful strength! He broke it even faster than I anticipated. Qin Yu began to increase the speed of his thrust. However, Qin Yu was unable to thrust his divine spear waning snow forward anymore. Time reversal. A voice that sounded dull, but actually contained a boundless amount of anger, sounded in Qin Yu's mind like the thunders from the ninth heaven. Qin Yu's mind felt a burst of rumble. At the same time, Qin Yu felt an extremely strange matter occurring to him. The time surrounding him started to change irregularly. His divine spear waning snow actually grew further and further away from Zhou Xian. He was moving backwards. No, it's not moving backwards, it was returning to the past. Qin Yu. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's sharp gaze was firmly fixed upon Qin Yu. The shock in his heart was something that couldn't be described with words. At this moment, he had many questions. For example, how come Qin Yu could directly teleport onto the Exalted Celestial Mountain without going through the relief sculpture tunnel? Even Exalted Celestials were required to go through the relief sculpture tunnel. On the Exalted Celestial Mountain, the Divine Realm's spatial energy was under restriction. Thus, no matter who it was, they could not directly teleport into the Exalted Celestial Mountain. Other than this, he was also puzzled by Qin Yu's time stop. Why was it different from ordinary time stops? Why was he unable to eliminate the time stop and could only force it apart? However, no matter how many things he was puzzled by, it was still unable to stop the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's hatred and anger toward Qin Yu. A thick and broad gigantic sword appeared in the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's hand. This gigantic sword was precisely the legendary Exalted Celestial's spiritual treasure, Origin Sin Sword. The Origin Sin Sword merely slightly moved and a ray of sword energy shot toward Qin Yu. The speed of the Origin Sin Sword's sword energy was truly too fast. While Qin Yu was still in the state of time reversal, he was hit by the sword energy. During the battle against the Thunder Punishment City's four great god kings, Qin Yu killed Zhou Wulian and Zhou Tong. At that time, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had attacked twice. The first time he used the single aura 8 elements. However, the single aura 8 elements was unable to break apart the spatial freezing. His second attack was the sword energy that originated from the original Sin Sword. Like a knife cutting apart part, that sword energy easily cut apart the spatial freezing. The might of the sword energy was much more powerful than the single aura 8 elements. Dead for sure. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial removed time reversal. He was extremely confident. Even an Exalted Celestial would be heavily injured if they were to receive a sword strike from the Origin Sin Sword. As for God Kings, they would die for sure. PFFF. When the sword energy entered his body, Qin Yu appeared like a mortal being struck by lightning. His body started to violently shiver and twitch. PFFF, like an open dam, Qin Yu was unceasingly vomiting blood from his mouth. He was in the air and continued to tremble non-stop. Blood continued to flow out from his eyes and nose without stopping. His complexion turned pale like paper. It was extremely frightening. Having received the attack of the Origin Sin sword energy, death was certain. Flew. Xinyu, who was bleeding from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, suddenly disappeared. Before the eyes of the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, the Sage Emperors, and the various God Kings, Xinyu disappeared from the Exalted Celestial Mountain. Grandfather, quickly, we got to chase after him. We have to kill that Xinyu. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with rage and grief. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial nodded and said coldly, "This Xinyu does indeed possess some powerful abilities. He was actually able to directly teleport out of the Exalted Celestial Mountain without going through the Relief Sculpture Tunnel. One was required to go through the Relief Sculpture Tunnel in order to exit the Exalted Celestial Mountain. This was an established rule. However, Xinyu had violated this rule twice in a row. Whoosh, dot. The spiritual pearl that had thunder and lightning revolving around it suddenly flew out from the shattered flesh and directly flew toward Zhou Xian. This spiritual pearl was precisely the Zhou clan's clan protection spiritual treasure, the Thunder Origin Spiritual Pearl. As the Zhou clan currently only had a single God King left, this Thunder Origin Spiritual Pearl would naturally land in the hands of Zhou Xian. Xiener, first drip your blood on it to become its master. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial said. Zhou Xian knew very well in his heart. He immediately dripped a drop of blood from his fingertips into the Thunder Origin Spiritual Pearl. After that, the Thunder Origin Spiritual Pearl directly flew toward Zhou Xian's head and started to float at the top of his head. The new Northwest Sage Emperor Zhou Xian. Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, that all people seal is in Xinyu's hands. Quickly, we need to chase after him. Zhang Fan said impatiently. He had given everything he had for the all-people seal. The all-people seal was literally his life. Xinyu had snatched the all-people seal from him, thus he naturally had to snatch it back. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial nodded indifferently. Rest assured that Xinyu received a sword strike from the Origin Sin sword. His soul's true spirit is definitely shattered. He is certainly going to die. He had merely escaped before his death. I reckon that he is dead with his soul shattered by now. I'll accompany you, all right. Marshal, younger brother. An ice-cold voice sounded in the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's mind. You have already acted per the assignment that Zhang Fan had requested you to do. You have acted and attacked once and thus cannot act again. Right now, you are not allowed to participate in the contest between the God Kings. Return right away. The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial's voice did not even contain the slightest margin of discussion. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's expression grew solemn. Yes, eldest martial brother. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial immediately replied through Divine Awareness voice transmission. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial did not dare to go against the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial's command at all. If he were to go against it, then although the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial had not mentioned what the result would be, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was able to imagine it. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial suddenly looked to the surrounding Sage Emperors and God Kings. Indifferently, he said. That Xinyu is dead for certain. You all merely need to go to the Fog City and snatch the All-People Seal back. In the current Fog City, the only expert there is Jiang Lan. The Azura God King and that little girl are both individuals who have comprehended time stop. The two of them can easily defeat Jiang Lan if they join hands. If you all were go to the Fog City, it is certain that you would snatch the All-People Seal back. There is no need for me to participate in this. After the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial finished saying that, he nodded to Zhou Xian and then flew toward the Relief Sculpture Tunnel and exited the Exalted Celestial Mountain through it. Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. The Azura God King bowed respectfully. At this moment, the binding on all the God Kings was removed. Furthermore, the words spoken by the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial were clearly heard by the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen, who were outside too. Xinyu had died. The only remaining threat was Jiang Lan. What was there to fear anymore? HFFF, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial directly teleported away before everyone present. As for the 8 great Sage Emperors, the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen, their eyes all shine coldly. Xinyu had died. The All-People Seal was extremely easy to obtain. Outside of the Fog City, Xinyu appeared here. Xinyu did not immediately teleport back into the Purple Mystic Mansion. He feared that his relatives would be worried. PFFF. Xinyu once again vomited a mouthful of blood. The might of the attack from the Exalted Celestial Spiritual Treasure was truly terrifying. Qin Yu gasped in admiration. If his body was damaged, it would only take a blink of an eye's time to recover. What greatest harm to Qin Yu was the injuries to his soul. Inside Qin Yu's mind. At this moment, the nascent soul that had 8 different kinds of light flickering about was currently growing dim and faint. When he received the attack from the Origin Sin Sword, it was as if his nascent soul received a huge cut. At that moment, Qin Yu was truly feeling that he was approaching death. Fortunately, after the 8 great origin energies completely fused with his nascent soul, his recovery ability had reached an unprecedented level. Furthermore, Qin Yu's soul had completely fused with the new cosmos. The new cosmos' cosmic origin immediately started to unceasingly send forth origin energy to assist Qin Yu's soul. Huff. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yu had a trace of smile on his face. This thunder punishment exalted celestial's attack power is not small. I reckon that they all think that I'm dead by now. Oh, all of those god kings have arrived? I should properly greet them. Qin Yu waved his hand. The all-people seal that everyone was fighting over appeared in his palm. After that, with a smile on his face, Qin Yu moved and returned to the Purple Mystic Mansion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 33. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 33, Muyu. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Within the Fog City's Purple Mystic Mansion. The appearance of Qin Yu bleeding from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth while twitching had greatly shocked the people from the Purple Mystic Mansion. They did not dare to believe that their pillar, Qin Yu, was actually about to collapse. Mom, is Dad okay? Dad will be fine, right? Qin Shuang, who had already grown up into a graceful youngster, asked Jiang Li anxiously. At this moment, Jiang Li, Jiang Lan, Zuoqiulin, Yifeng, Heiyu, and all the other people were in a state of confusion. They saw on the water screen that Qin Yu was stuck by the attack from the Origin Sin Sword and started bleeding from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. After that, the scene on the water screen that Qin Yu controlled instantly became vague and fuzzy. In the end, the water screen directly collapsed and turned back into ordinary water and fell into the lake. Seeing this scene, all of them started to panic. Second brother, do not panic. Qin Si said to Qin Shuang. However, although this was what Qin Si said, his eyes were also filled with worry and fear. Don't worry, your dad is fine, he's fine. Jiang Li said with certainty. As Jiang Li and Qin Yu's souls were in dual cultivation, they were naturally connected with one another. Although Jiang Li could sense that Qin Yu was gravely injured and his soul had almost collapsed when he received the sword energy strike from the Origin Sin Sword, she was still able to sense Qin Yu's existence and know that Qin Yu was still alive. Heavily injured but still alive. Jiang Li consoled her 2 sons and also consoled the Qin clansmen that have already become a bit frantic. However, Jiang Li was also extremely worried in her heart. Brother Yu, where are you? Come back quickly. Jiang Li, Heiyu, Zuoqiulin, and the other god kings were all a bit worried. Little Yu, his injury this time is very serious. Jiang Lan had an ugly expression on his face. He was extremely worried. The Origin Sin Sword was an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. The strength of exalted celestial spiritual treasures was astonishing by itself. Furthermore, it was an exalted celestial who used it. Its strength would be unimaginable then. In Jiang Lan's heart, if an exalted celestial were to act, then god kings would definitely be killed. Moreover, this time around, the thunder punishment exalted celestial was in immense anger and had immediately used his exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Thus, one could imagine how powerful that sword strike was. However, Jiang Lan was confident of Qin Yu. Jiang Lan, who had watched Qin Yu grow up step by step, possessed a special confidence for Qin Yu. Big brother, he's still alive. Everyone, rest assured, my big brother is definitely alive. He will return soon. Heiyu said to the surrounding people with extreme certainty. His gaze of certainty was cast towards the surrounding people. The Qin clansmen who were worried and in a panic also started to calm down after seeing how calm Heiyu was. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black-gowned figure appeared above the inner lake. That familiar figure caused the Qin descendants, Jiang Li, Heiyu, and them to be slightly stunned. However, immediately after that, they began to be excited. Dad! Qin Si and Qin Shuang's loud and clear voices were the first to sound. Qin Si and Qin Shuang looked at that familiar figure. Their eyes had turned a bit moist. Big brother. Ho Fei and Heiyu also looked at Qin Yu. Little Yu. Qin Feng and Qin Zhang both displayed a pleasantly surprised smile on their faces as they looked at Qin Yu. His brothers, his relatives, Xinyu looked at this large group of people. From the resplendent gazes that these people were displaying, Xinyu was able to clearly sense the concern and worry that his brothers and relatives had for him. Xinyu felt a burst of warmth. I am okay. Xinyu firmly held back the emotions in his heart as he said to the group of people. Immediately after, Xinyu flew over to Jianli, Xinxi, and Qin Shuang. Immediately, the several hundred people gathered here all began to laugh happily. Seeing that Xinyu was fine, they were all extremely happy. Brother Yu. Jianli, who had been quiet the entire time since Xinyu appeared, finally called out at this time. Xinyu held Jianli's hand. Jianli's palm was filled with cold sweat. Lear, I am sorry. Xinyu consoled her. He was capable of sensing Lear's worry and fear for him. Jianli lightly leaned against Qinyu's chest. She remained there without moving. When she saw the scene of Xinyu being struck by the sword energy and began to bleed from his nose, eyes, ears and mouth, she was truly scared. She did not dare to imagine what she would do if Xinyu were truly dead. Their two sons, Qin Shuang and Xinxi, were mumbling beside them. They would even point at Xinyu and Jianli while laughing. After a long time, Jianli turned around and glanced at Qin Shuang and Xinxi. Little Si, little Shuang, you two mischievous children, go away. Jianli scolded with a smile. Yes, mother. Xinxi and Qin Shuang giggled as they answered. Currently, the atmosphere of the Purple Mystic Mansion had turned extremely festive. Oh, that's right, brother Yu, what's happening on the Exalted Celestial Mountain now? Will that Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial come to chase after you? Jianli suddenly looked at Xinyu and asked in worry. Hearing that, Xinyu smiled and waved his sleeve. Whoosh, dot. A lot of the water from the lake directly flew toward the sky and stopped in midair. After that, they turned into an enormous water screen. The water screen was clear like a mirror. On the water screen was the scene of the Exalted Celestial Mountain. Even the voices of the various god kings were being transmitted over by Qinyu's ability. Immediately, this large group of people grew completely quiet. They all looked toward the water screen. On the Exalted Celestial Mountain. God kings, that Xinyu is already dead now. The only person who poses a threat in the Fog City is Jianglan now. If we were to go there, we would be able to easily snatch away the All-People Seal. Zhou Xian said in a loud voice. At this moment, Zhou Xian's heart was filled with rage. Earlier, his father Zhou Hua was killed before his very own eyes. He wished deeply of hacking Qinyu into pieces and tormenting him in order to avenge his father. It's still not certain whether that Qinyu is truly dead. The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan said coldly. At this moment, both the Blood Sea Queen and the Azura God King had arrived on the Exalted Celestial Mountain through the relief sculpture tunnel. This large group of God Kings were currently discussing about the matter of snatching the All-People Seal. You even dare to suspect what the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had personally said? Duanmu Ruffing shouted coldly. The gazed Duanmu Ruffing looked at the Blood Sea Queen with a boundless amount of killing intent and resentment. The Blood Sea Queen had killed Duanmu Yun. This was something that they had all seen. However, it was truly too hard to kill the Blood Sea Queen. This was especially because the Blood Sea Queen could turn into the boundless Blood Sea and escape in an instant. Although the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial said that Xinyu still escaped the Exalted Celestial Mountain through a teleportation. For him to be able to use teleportation, it means that he was still alive at that time. Sun Lian of the Azura Sea calmly said. Many God Kings all nodded. Naturally, this only meant that Qinyu was still alive while he escaped. From the appearance Qinyu displayed after he was struck by the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's attack, he ought to be extremely wounded. It was very possible that Qinyu had used teleportation at death's door. Even if Qinyu was not dead, his soul would also have received an unprecedented injury. There is no need to doubt that. Sun Lian continued on. The 8 great sage emperors and the other god kings all nodded. They agreed with what Sun Lian had said. It was the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial who personally attacked. Furthermore, he had also used his Exalted Celestial's spiritual treasure. Its attack was so astonishing that even the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial said that Qinyu was dead for sure. From this, one could imagine how powerful the sword strike that Qinyu received was. Everyone, why are we still hesitating? Even if that Qinyu did not die, his soul would have received an unprecedented injury. Thus, he would be in no state to fight us. It is merely a single handicapped person. If we do not attack him now, when should we? That Zhou Xian said impatiently. Zhang Fan's expression was gloomy. The All-People Seal had been so close to him. How much had he given up for the All-People Seal? However now, the all-people seal was gone. Brother Shintu, various sage emperors, there is no need for us to bother with them. We 8 great sage emperors shall set off first. Jiang Fan directly said. Let's go. Once Jiang Fan said those words, the other sage emperors immediately answered. The 8 of them were not afraid of a single Jiang Lan. As for Qinyu, they reckoned that he was already a dead man. Even if he wasn't dead, he would likely be unable to do anything. What is there to fear then? Mu Qin, why are you still fighting? Could it be that you want the god kings of the Forest Ocean City to all die out? A voice that contained anger sounded. The Northeast Sage Emperor Mu Qin turned his head around. By Big Brother. Mu Qin looked to the person who spoke with shock. The person who spoke was originally a very ordinary middle-aged man. However, his appearance soon changed. It turned into the mysterious old man that Qinyu had encountered on the Eastern Sea, Mu Yu. Green Leaf God King. Jiang Fan, Shintu Yan, and them all cried out in shock. The name of the Green Leaf God King of the Mu clan was once renowned through the entire divine realm. This time around, old man Mu Yu had changed his appearance and remained at the sidelines quietly. From start to finish, he had only been following the crowd and never had a great ambition. Mu Qin, the Mu clan only has a single God King left, and that is you. I wish that you consider things over before doing anything. Why are you going? Could it be that you wish to obtain the all-people seal? Old man Mu Yu said coldly. No. Mu Qin immediately shook his head. Old man Mu Yu humped coldly. You don't? If you do not wish to obtain the all-people seal, then why are you risking your life? Big brother, as a sage emperor, how can I retreat by myself? Mu Qin justified. Old man Mu Yu coldly laughed and said. Fine, I do not wish to waste my time speaking with you anymore. I merely wish for you to take caution in the things you do. After all, you are the only God King remaining from the Forest Ocean City. After he finished saying that, old man Mu Yu directly flew towards the relief sculpture tunnel. Big brother. Mu Qin shouted anxiously. What is it? Old man Mu Yu's figure stopped. Can you return to the Forest Ocean City? Mu Qin said in anticipation. Old man Mu Yu laughed indifferently. He then flew toward the relief sculpture tunnel with an even faster speed. Mu Qin, I will not change the decisions that I have made. As for you, look after yourself well. After he finished saying that, old man Mu Yu entered the relief sculpture tunnel. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 34. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 34, Black Channel. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by me. Seeing his big brother the Green Leaf God King leaving, Mu Qin's expression changed. Brother Mu Qin, you can't be giving up, right? Jiang Fan looked to Mu Qin. Even Zhou Xian had looked to Mu Qin. What they feared the most was this Mu Qin giving up at the final moment after being affected by that Green Leaf God King that appeared suddenly. In that case, the 8 great sage emperors would become the 7 great sage emperors and the situation would not be that good. Rest assured. Everyone, I would not retreat by myself. Mu Qin nodded to the other sage emperors and said. Only then did Jiang Fan and them feel relieved. Blood Sea Queen, should we go? The Azura God King suddenly said to the Blood Sea Queen. The Blood Sea Queen Shui Yun and the Azura God King Luofan exchanged glances. They both displayed a smile on their faces. Let's go. The Blood Sea Queen and the Azura God King were extremely straightforward in their actions. They directly proceed to fly toward the relief sculpture tunnel. Immediately, the other 2 God Kings of the Azura Sea, Sun Lian and Lu Lian, also followed suit. We cannot allow them to snatch away the all-people seal. Jiang Fan shouted. Immediately, he also flew toward the relief sculpture tunnel. The other 7 sage emperors followed suit. The departure of the 8 great sage emperors, Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen had caused the 5 other God Kings from the 8 great divine families, Jiang Xing, Shintuyin, Putai Tu, Huang Fulei and Tang Xiang to follow. Auntie, I would not be joining this battle. Duanmu Yu's divine awareness voice transmission sounded in Duanmu Rufing's mind. Duanmu Rufing, who had flown to the relief sculpture tunnel's entrance, turned her head around and took a glance at Duanmu Yu. After that, she nodded and said via divine awareness voice transmission. You can return to the Light Lens City. Duanmu Rufing believed that since Duanmu Yu's strength was not powerful, he would not be of much use even if he were to join. Thus, it was better for him to return. Big Sis Yun, 5 hidden God Kings have already been killed. Are you truly still planning to go to the Fog City? If we were to actually fight with our lives on the line, we might end up losing our lives. Old brother Muyu had already returned. Let's also return and forget about this, said Feng Xin as she looked to her good sister Yunyin. Yunyin was silent for a while. Brother Ma Tian, what about you? Yunyin looked to Ma Tian. The only hidden god kings that remained on the exalted celestial mountain right now were Feng Xin, Yunyin, and Ma Tian. Ma Tian took a deep breath. With a passionate gaze, he looked to the relief sculpture tunnel. Yunyin, Feng Xin, the two of you should return. As for I have lived for countless billions of years. To continue to live boringly like that, I would rather die in a battle. I still want to risk my life and try it out. Who knows, perhaps I might be able to become that new exalted celestial. After all, no one knows who would become the new exalted celestial. Ma Tian's words had caused Yunyin and Feng Xin to grow silent. Whoosh! Ma Tian also turned into a ray of light and flew toward the relief sculpture tunnel below. Feng Xin, let's return. Yunyin sighed lowly. It had only been close to 30 years since the descent of the exalted celestial mountain. However, the amount of god kings that had died was truly too numerous. Yunyin and Feng Xin were unable to sense any hope for themselves in becoming the new exalted celestial. Thus, they decided to give up. Xin, to be honest, I do not believe that little brother Qinyu would die. Come, follow me and have a look. The Blood Devil Queen Yucha said with a smile. The god kings from the Azura Sea and Mount Blood Devil had all set off. Currently, only the two god kings from the Dual Domain Island remained dead. They were the Floating Mist God King and the God King Puyin. Puyin, should we go or not go? The Floating Mist God King looked to Puyin. Puyin lightly laughed and said. Floating Mist, of our Dual Domain Island, only I remain from the Buddhist domain and only you remain from the Immortal domain. It's better for us to return and stay in our Dual Domain Island. Otherwise, it might be possible for the Dual Domain Island to collapse and fall apart. This time, the 8 great sage emperors, the Blood Sea Queen, the Azura God King, Sun Lian, Lu Lian, Tang Xiang, Jiang Xing, Huang Fulei, Putai Tu, Shintuin, Ma Tian, Blood Devil Queen Yucha, and Zixian, a total of 20 god kings, all proceeded toward Fog City. As for Muyun, Yunin, Feng Xin, Duan Muyu, Floating Mist God King and Puyin, the 6 of them had all given up. 20 god kings. From the Purple Mystic Mansion, Qinyu watched as the god kings exited the relief sculpture tunnel and disappeared with teleportations one after another. A smile appeared on his face. Uncle Lan, I suspect that the 8 great god kings have already arrived at the outside of Te Fog City. Let's prepare ourselves to leave for the new cosmos. Qinyu had already made preparations to face the attack of the 8 great god kings, Blood Sea Queen, Azura God King, and the other god kings. Okay. Zhang Lan said with a smile. Zhangli, Heyu, Zuoqiulin, Yifeng, Hofei, and the others all displayed smiles on their faces. The situation was completely within their control. The 8 great sage emperors, Blood Sea Queen, Azura God King, and the rest of them might have thought that Qinyu had died or was seriously injured and incapable of moving. Unfortunately, they were incapable of imagining that Qinyu's soul had absorbed the 8 great origin energies and possessed an astonishing recovery ability. Furthermore, Qinyu's soul was connected with the new cosmos's cosmic origin. The cosmic origin energy is truly mystical. Qinyu exclaimed in admiration in his heart. For the 8 great sage emperors, they were only able to indirectly use the cosmic origin energies through the 8 great spiritual pearls. As for exalted celestial level experts, they were only able to use the cosmic origin energy. They too were incapable of absorbing the cosmic origin energy with their soul. In a cosmos, only the creator of the cosmos was capable of absorbing the cosmic origin energy. After one's soul absorbed the cosmic origin energy, it signified that one's soul was connected with the cosmic origin. As long as the cosmic origin remained existing, Qinyu's soul would never be shattered. Whoosh! In the vast sky, the boundless dense fog was all dispersed to the side. A large group of god kings led by the 8 great sage emperors, the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen all entered into the Fog City. As Qinyu knew that a large amount of god kings were coming, he had opened the gates of the Fog City. Qinyu, Zhang Lan and them are located in that Purple Mystic Mansion. The All-People Seal is definitely also there. Zhou Xian pointed to the Purple Mystic Mansion floating in the sky and coldly said. The Azura God King Luofan looked to the Purple Mystic Mansion. After considering for a moment, he lightly smiled and proceeded to directly fly toward the Purple Mystic Mansion. Once the Blood Sea Queen saw that, she immediately followed suit as to not fall behind the Azura God King. Trying to snatch away the All-People Seal? Zhang Fan's eyes shrank. Led by Zhang Fan, the 8 great sage emperors also flew towards the Purple Mystic Mansion. Immediately after, the other 10 god kings also flew up following them. However, right at this moment, an enormous black hole with a circumference of 1,000 miles suddenly appeared in the sky above the purple mystic mansion. This enormous black hole was so deep that one cannot see the end. No one knows what was on the other side of this black hole that had appeared out of nowhere. The purple mystic mansion that was originally immobile turned into a ray of light and directly flew into the black hole. It's one thing for the thunder punishment exalted celestial to act, yet you all actually dared to chase over here. Truly overbearing, truly intolerable. John Land's voice sounded from the purple mystic mansion in the distance. After that, the entire purple mystic mansion entered into the black hole. The large group of god kings flew to the location before the enormous black hole. They were stunned. What exactly was on the other side of this enormous black hole with an end that cannot be seen? At this moment, the 20 god kings became hesitant. Humph, where's there to be afraid of? Within this purple mystic mansion were god kings and heavenly deities, there were even some deities present. For those people to dare to go into that black hole, how could we not dare? The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan sneered and then turned into a crimson-colored ray of light. She was the first to fly into the enormous black channel. The black channel appeared as if it was capable of devouring everything. This Jiang Lan is pretty powerful. He was actually able to directly create a spatial channel that connected the divine realm with the lower realm. Let's go. The Azura God King Luofan laughed and then also flew into the black channel. God King Sun Lian and Lu Lian also followed behind him. At this moment, the 8 great sage emperors also suddenly came to a realization. At the moment when they saw this black channel, they were a bit nervous. However, after hearing what Luofan and the Blood Sea Queen had said, they suddenly came to a realization after thinking about it. Ah, that's right. Where exactly could this black channel lead to? A spatial channel that connects the divine realm to another cosmic space. The other cosmic space could only be a lower realm. Shen Tuyen burst into loud laughter and said, "Entering into the lower realm is nothing more than a trifle matter." Quickly, that channel is rapidly shrinking. Jiang Fan shouted. Immediately, the 8 great sage emperors turned into 8 rays of light and flew into this black channel. Behind them, Huang Fulei, Jiang Xing, Shen Tuyen and the other god kings also followed suit. Henceforth, all 20 god kings had flown into the black channel. New Cosmos. On the purple mystic star. The purple mystic mansion was floating in the sky. Xinyu, Jianglan, Zuoqiulin, Yifeng, Heiyu, Hofei and many others were all standing in the air. They all had a smile on their face. The black channel was spatial channel that Xinyu had created. It led to the new cosmos. They had deliberately lured those god kings into the new cosmos. Little you, this move of yours is truly ruthless. Jiang Lan said with a smile. Beside them, Hofei was laughing with a gaga sound. Hee, what's ruthless about it? None of those god kings were merciful or lenient toward Big Brother. This group of god kings had long since given me an adverse feeling. Big Brother, let me go and devastate them. Haha, monkey, you want to devastate those god kings? Isn't it too despicable to trample upon those god kings in the new cosmos? Hey, you started to laugh out loud. Hofei was someone that Xinyu had passed on the new cosmos' spatial laws to. Currently, he had completely comprehended those spatial laws. Within the new cosmos, Hofei was easily capable of controlling the new cosmos' spatial energy. However, what about those god kings? In the divine realm's cosmos, they were god kings. However, after they reached the new cosmos, the spatial laws that they had comprehended would be completely useless. They would not be able to use time acceleration. The time stop that the Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen knew would also be useless. They would also be unable to teleport. In the new cosmos, they could only give in to fate and allow themselves to be trampled upon. Enough, let's stop talking about this, they're about to arrive. Xinyu said with a light smile. Immediately, everyone looked forward. Whoosh! 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 The Blood Sea Queen was the first one to appear. Following her was the Azura God King, Sun Lian and Lu Lian. After them, the 8 great sage emperors and the other god kings. One by one, they have all arrived. The 20 god kings stood in the air. Xinyu, you're still alive? Seeing that Xinyu was lightly smiling as he stood in the middle of the air, the Blood Sea Queen was unable to contain her shock. The Azura God King, Jiang Fan, Zhou Sen and the other sage emperors and god kings were also shocked by Xinyu who stood in the distance. In their hearts, they believed that Xinyu ought to be dead. Even if he didn't die, he should be seriously wounded to the point of death. However, from the appearance of Xinyu before them, he seemed to not be injured at all. Ha ha! Xing Yu smiled as he looked to the 20 God Kings. Welcome to my world, God Kings. Your world? Luo Fan, Shui Yun, Jiang Fan, Zhou Xian and the other God Kings were all confused. Even the spaces that God Kings created could only be considered as a space. It cannot be considered to be a world. What does Xing Yu mean by that? Jiang Fan and them started to frown. Xing Yu, enough of your rubbish. You have received an attack from Senior Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Even if you're not dead, you'll still be seriously wounded. Do not pretend before us, quickly hand over the All-People Seal. Duanmu Ruffing was the first to shout at Xing Yu. Why are we bothering to speak rubbish with them? We merely need to directly catch them. Zhou Xian coldly shouted. Zhou Xian was the first to rush forth. Jiang Fan, Shin Tian, Mu Qin, Tang Lan, the 8 great God Kings all followed. Fuck, scram! Ho Fei shouted violently. After that, holding the Dark Cyan single aura stick, Ho Fei ruthlessly smashed Zhou Xian's body as if he was pounding a sandbag. Zhou Xian only felt that his body had suddenly been restricted and unable to move at all. He could only watch as the Dark Cyan single aura stick smashed onto him. Teleportation. Zhou Xian wanted to teleport away. However, he suddenly discovered that he was unable to sense the movement of the spatial energy at all. He was unable to teleport. Bang! The Dark Cyan single aura stick smashed onto Zhou Xian's body. The following 7 Sage Emperors were met with the same fate as Zhou Xian. They were unable to teleport and also met with some sort of restriction binding their movements. They could only watch as the Dark Cyan single aura stick smashed onto their bodies. The Dark Cyan single aura stick then smashed onto Jiang Fan, Shin Tuyen, Duanmu Ruffing, Mu Qin, Pu Tai Hong and the other Sage Emperors in succession. Like sandbags, the 8 Sage Emperors were smashed flying by Ho Fei without the slightest ability to resist. The Azura God King, the Blood Sea Queen and the other God Kings were all stunned. How is this possible? From afar, the 8 great Sage Emperors flew back here one by one. However, on the corner of their mouths was blood and on their faces were expressions of shock. How come we are unable to teleport? Why are we unable to sense the movement of space and the flow of time? The 8 great Sage Emperors began to lose their heads out of fear. All of you, shut your mouths. Otherwise, Granddaddy Ho here shall give you some more beatings with my stick. Ho Fei shouted angrily. Immediately, the 8 great Sage Emperors grew quiet. They all remembered that it was Ho Fei that smashed them like sandbags earlier. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 35. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 35, The Doomsday of the God Kings. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. The clouds were drifting in the sky above the purple mystic star. Xing Yu, Jiang Lan, Zhang Li, Zhuqiulin, Yifeng, Heiyu and them were all standing in the distance with smiles on their faces as they looked at the 20 God Kings who had entered the new cosmos. What are you looking at? Even now you all still do not know of your own situation. Ho Fei held the Dark Cyan single aura stick over his shoulder as he shouted to the 20 God Kings complacently. The current Ho Fei was extremely arrogant. In the history of the Divine Realm, who could possibly point to the 8 great Sage Emperors, the Azura God King, the Blood Sea Queen and all the other God Kings and scold them? Furthermore, this group of God Kings were incapable of resisting. Where is this? Zhou Xian was the first to shout out. Within Zhou Xian's eyes was a boundless amount of confusion, anger, and unwillingness. He angrily said in a low voice. How can such a place exist? Why is it that in here, neither the spatial laws nor the temporal laws work? There are countless cosmic spaces in this enormous cosmos. However, none of the spaces should act like this, none of them. Huangfu Yu's brows were deeply creased. His expression had turned bitter. Once these God Kings became unable to use their spatial laws and temporal laws, what else could they do other than be trampled upon? Jiang Fan, Shin Tuyen, Duanmu Ruffan and the rest all displayed extremely ugly expressions. Even the Azura God King Luo Fan, who had been extremely calm and confident, possessed uncoverable shock and worry in his eyes. The 20 God Kings were all shocked, terrified and filled with worries. When the spatial laws and portion of the temporal laws that they had relied on the most were actually rendered completely useless by a place, how could they not be terrified? At this moment, the 20 God Kings' frame of mind was in extreme chaos. Lear, what exactly is happening? Jiang Fan suddenly turned to Zhang Li and asked. Zhang Li was startled, she was about to reply, but Ho Fei immediately grew angry. He pointed to Jiang Fan and scolded. Old fart, how dare you talk to my big sis Lear like that? Fei, come over, let's allow those God Kings to calm themselves. I suspect that they are all in an extremely confused and chaotic state right now, Qin Yu said with a smile. Ho Fei nodded. He then pointed at the 20 God Kings. Humph, all of you, could it be that even now, you still do not understand your current situation? Think about it clearly. All of you, think about it clearly and then figure out exactly with what sort of tone you should be speaking to us with. After that, Ho Fei flew over to Qin Yu's side. The surrounding clouds were drifting in the sky. The air was also fresh, clean, and pleasant. Merely, the 20 God Kings discovered that they were all trapped in a small area of 100 meters range. They were incapable of flying out of that area at all. When they reached the edge, they would feel an invisible wall blocking their path. Spatial prison, it's an extremely ordinary spatial prison. Zhang Fan sighed and said. How could the 20 God Kings not manage to determine that this was a spatial prison, a technique that they had frequently used to trap and ravage heavenly deities with? As long as one had not completely comprehended the spatial laws, one would not be able to exit from the spatial prison. And now, the 20 God Kings were trapped within the spatial prison. In the past, had someone told the 20 of them that they would be trapped by spatial prison, they would definitely not believe it. However, right now, reality was before their eyes. Spatial prison, this truly is, at this moment, Zhou Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For them to be able to make a spatial prison, it indicates one thing. The Azura God King was extremely calm. That is, in this place, it is actually possible to use the spatial laws. However, why are we unable to use them? The surrounding God Kings all nodded. Their opponents were able to use the spatial laws, why were they unable to do so? Could it be that this Qin Yu possesses a special ability that causes us to be unable to use the spatial and temporal laws? This shouldn't be likely, right? Putai Hong frowned and said. This group of God Kings had reached a dead end. Currently, they were still under the impression that the reason why their opponents were able to use the spatial laws while they could not, was because Qin Yu had used some special ability. Say, how do you think we should handle these God Kings? I have a simple suggestion, how about we directly kill them all? Ho Fei's loud laughter were heard from afar. In an instant, the sound of the 20 God Kings' discussion stopped. They are discussing how to execute us? At this moment, God King Jiangxing also became worried. All the God Kings became silent. This spatial prison is completely isolated from the outside world. The voices from outside definitely cannot be transmitted into here. The Azura God King Luo Fan said indifferently. That brat Ho Fei, he deliberately let his voice in here to allow us to hear it. The Azura God King Luo Fan and Ho Fei actually possessed a master and disciple relationship. Back then, when Ho Fei had just come to the divine realm, he was immediately taken away by Sun Lian. After that, the Azura God King became the instructor for Ho Fei. Actually, the Azura God King Luo Fan did not fear what Qin Yu might do to him. This Ho Fei, he's actually deliberately scaring us? Zhou Xian said angrily. Zhang Fan's voice was a bit downcast. No, he is not scaring us. I think Qin Yu and them are really thinking about how to execute us. In here, we simply do not have any means to resist. The God Kings immediately grew silent. Taking the same action without prior consultation, they all looked to the distance. In the distance, Qin Yu, Jian Lan, Zhuo Qiulin and them were chatting about something. All 20 of these God Kings wanted to know what they were chatting about. However, they were unable to hear it. Let's kill that Putai Hong. Oh, that's right, big brother, what about that Duanmu roughing? Ho Fei's voice was once again heard in the spatial prison. Hearing that, the 20 God Kings felt their hearts ferociously twitching. As for Putai Hong, his expression had suddenly took a huge change. Brother Putai, do not worry about it. That Ho Fei is deliberately playing with us. Huangfu Yu immediately consoled Putai Hong. Putai Hong laughed bitterly and said, Brother Huangfu, I too know that Ho Fei is playing with us. However, it is also possible for Ho Fei to be actually speaking about the details of their discussion. Sigh. Putai Hong's long sigh had caused the other God Kings to grow silent. That long sigh contained a boundless amount of powerlessness and unwillingness. However, what could he possibly do? At the beginning, the 20 God Kings became confused from discovering that the spatial laws and temporal laws couldn't be used by them. As for now, they had all come to understand their situation. They were fish. As for Qin Yu, he was the knife. Whether he wanted to kill them or to punish them, it was all determined by Qin Yu. The 20 God Kings all looked at Qin Yu and them. There were even some God Kings who were hoping to figure out what Qin Yu and them were discussing from the movement of their lips. After all, Qin Yu and them currently controlled their life and death. The feeling of having one's life be controlled by another was truly painful. However, no matter how painful it was, they were unable to change the reality. They were all confused about one thing within their hearts: where exactly was this place? Why would such a place exist? This place was a place that God Kings believed should not exist. However, such a place existed. For it to exist, there must be a reason. The existence of such a place had caused the God Kings to be unable to resist Chinyu at all. This Chinyu, oh, how many miracles has he created? Thought the Azura God King Luofan as he looked at Chinyu in the distance, who was chatting and laughing. To be able to use spatial freezing, to be able to teleport under spatial freezing, to be able to directly teleport onto the exalted celestial mountain. Chinyu had created numerous miracles. And now, Chinyu had brought them to this place. Yet now, this Chinyu who had created miracles after miracles now controlled their life and death. Within the clouds, Chinyu and them were currently discussing whether and how to execute these God Kings. Big brother, Uncle Lan, there is no need for you all to deliberate so much about it. If you all do not have the hearts to kill them, I shall kill them. As the Azura God King is my master, I naturally cannot kill him. Sun Lian is a senior of my ape and monkey clan, I also cannot kill him. As for that Zhang Fan, although his conduct is truly bad, he is still Big Sis Lear's father. Thus, we shall spare his life. As for the rest, let's kill them all. Ho Fei's eyes were flickering with an ominous glint. Once he thought about being able to kill all those God Kings, Ho Fei became extremely excited. Fei, stop screaming and shouting. Zhang Lan berated Ho Fei. Zhang Lan had become a bit angry. This Ho Fei had been suggesting to Chinyu to kill the God Kings the entire time. According to Ho Fei's words, it seemed that it would only be good if majority of the God Kings were killed. Yes, Uncle Lan. Ho Fei curled his lips and then became silent. Zhang Lan, you should also not be soft-hearted. From my standing, I think what that Ho Fei said was very reasonable. Humph, that group of God Kings, they had all come over to kill us, how could they possibly possess any hint mercy towards us? For them to be able to treat us like so what if we were to kill them? Zhuoqiulin's hoarse voice sounded. At the same time, she looked at Zhang Lan with her cold gaze. After Zhuoqiulin said those words, Zhang Lan became silent. If one must name a God King from the divine realm that could bring about fear to Zhang Lan, then it must be Zhuoqiumei's blood sister, Zhuoqiulin. Chinyu, if you do not wish to kill them, then I can do it for you. Zhangli, you also do not have to think too much about it. That Zhang Fan long ago renounced the father and daughter relationship with you. I can also help you take care of him. Zhuoqiulin started to emit killing intent. As the God King of Death, Zhuoqiulin did not care about killing others. Chinyu smiled indifferently. Enough, Senior Zhuoqiulin, you also do not have to try to persuade me anymore. I already have a method to handle them in my heart. As he said that, Chinyu waved his sleeve. Fu! That spatial prison dissipated. The 20 God Kings all felt the movement of the air surrounding them. Right away, the group of God Kings began to worry. Their gazes were focused onto Chinyu and them. They knew. Chinyu and them had most likely already come to a conclusion as to how to deal with them. Big brother, you've made your decision? How many are you going to kill? Ho Fei immediately asked. Hearing Ho Fei's words, those God Kings' complexions instantly turned pale. Afterwards, they firmly stared at Chinyu. They wanted to know Chinyu's decision. Chinyu did not speak. Instead, he flew towards the 20 God Kings. Ho Fei, Heiyu, Zhang Lan, Zhuoqiulin, Yifeng, Zhangli and them also flew over following Chinyu. They flew all the way to several tens of meters away from the 20 God Kings before stopping. Chinyu, we 8 great sage emperors are people conferred with status by the world. You cannot kill us. Zhou Xian immediately shouted. However, at this moment, Zhou Xian was not confident either. Conferred with status by the world? Chinyu laughed. Zhou Xian, do you still remember when we first met? Zhou Xian was slightly startled. I remember that when we first met, you destroyed a city with a wave of your hand. I still clearly remember the gaze the child eating the sugar-coated hawthorn had as he died before me. I had never forgotten that gaze of hope. However, when I asked you if you wouldn't fear the wrath of heaven after killing this many people, you replied me with I understand heaven better than you. Chinyu took a long sigh. What about it? What's wrong with killing some mortals? Are you telling me that I can't? Zhou Xian's gaze was cold. He displayed a righteous and confident appearance. You believed that you understood the heavens. However, in my world, I am the heavens. The gaze Chinyu looked to Zhou Xian with was extremely cold. And now, I declare that you shall receive the wrath of heaven, the punishment of heaven." Zhou Xian started to laugh. He coldly looked at Qin Yu. "It is true that you possess the ability to kill me. However, how could the wrath of heaven nor the punishment of heaven be something that you could decide upon? Furthermore, my Zhou clan controls the power of thunder and lightning, the punishment of he." Boom! A lightning strike that was pitch black like ink struck down from the sky. It ruthlessly struck onto Zhou Xian's body. Zhou Xian's body started to violently twitch and jerk. However, he still managed to raise his head up and look toward the sky in shock. "I'm impossible, how could the thunder and lightning not receive my control? Die." Qin Yu had an indifferent expression. Golden, green, and various other color lightnings surprisingly mixed together and violently struck down upon Zhou Xian from the sky. Zhou Xian was directly struck into dust. Only the Thunder Origin spiritual pearl remained floating in the air. "Now that I've handled that Zhou Xian, it's time to deal with you all." With a light smile on his face, Qin Yu looked at the 19 God Kings present. The God Kings who had seen Zhou Xian being struck dead by lightning all started to worry. Seeing the expressions that the God Kings had on their faces, Qin Yu lightly smiled and said, "There were people suggesting that I kill all of you. However, I am not that heartless. Of you 19 people, there are indeed 4 to 5 of you that can leave here without receiving any punishment. For example, Brother Luo Fan and my father-in-law Jiang Fan." Qin Yu's gaze was cast towards Jiang Fan. Hearing this, Jiang Fan was startled. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 18, Chapter 36. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 36, Unfettered Exalted Celestial. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. Jiang Fan had watched as Qin Yu killed Zhou Xian without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Fan had thought that even if Qin Yu did not kill him, he would humiliate him. However, unexpectedly, from what Qin Yu had said, it seemed that he was planning to let him leave this damnable place safely. "Qin Yu," Jiang Fan looked at Qin Yu. He did not know what he should do. Qin Yu swept his gaze to the surrounding God Kings. He could tell the nervousness and fear in the hearts of all the God Kings present. He then directly announced, "Among you all, Azura God King Luo Fan, Jiang Fan, Huang Fuyu and the Blood Devil Queen Yucha, the 4 of you can safely leave this place." The 19 God Kings present were all displaying extremely wondrous expressions. This Huang Fuyu was both delighted but also angry. He was delighted because he managed to save his life. He was angry because Qin Yu was not letting his brother, Huang Fu, lay off. The 4 people that were safely let off by Qin Yu all possessed their respective powerful background. Luo Fan was Ho Fei's master. Jiang Fan was, after all, Jiang Li's father and Jiang Lan's older brother. Huang Fuyu had shown grace and kindness to Qin Yu in the past. As for the Blood Devil Queen Yu Cha, Qin Yu had heard the conversation between all the God Kings through the water screen. He remembered what the Blood Devil Queen had said. "Zxin, to be honest, I do not believe that little brother Qin Yu would die. Come, let's go and have a look at it." The reason why the Blood Devil Queen Yu Cha chased over was not to kill Qin Yu at all. Instead, she didn't believe that Qin Yu would die so easily and had only come to watch. Qin Yu waved his sleeve. Immediately, a black channel appeared in a place not far from them. The 19 God Kings all looked to this black channel. They all understood that this black channel was likely the channel back to the Divine Realm. This channel leads to the Divine Realm. "Brother Luo Fan, the 4 of you can enter through it," Qin Yu directly said. "Qin Yu, what about my brother Sun Lian and my younger sister Lu Lian?" The Azura God King Luo Fan did not leave. He instead stared at Qin Yu. He was incapable of giving up Sun Lian and Lu Lian. Jiang Fan also did not leave. Instead, he looked at Qin Yu and said, "Qin Yu, what about our floating snow city's Jiangxing? Although not by blood, he possesses a relationship with Lear like that of siblings." At this moment, Jiang Fan could only try to relate Jiangxing with Jiangli. "Qin Yu, what about my big brother Huang Fu Lei? You won't be killing him, right?" Huang Fu Yu looked to Qin Yu. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu understood that this group of God Kings, many of them were related to one another. It was likely impossible for him to let a few of them off by themselves. "Humph, fine, in that case, Brother Luo Fan, Brother Huang Fu, I shall tell you all how I plan to punish these God Kings." Qin Yu's tone had suddenly turned cold. The 19 God Kings present immediately grew tensed. Qin Yu's gaze swept past the 19 God Kings. Coldly, he said, Other than Luo Fan, Zhang Fan, Blood Devil Queen Yucha and Huangfuyu, for the remaining 15 God Kings, there are only two options they can choose. The first option is to die, whereas the second is to become servants of my purple mystic mansion. Xin Yu said with an expressionless face. The 19 God Kings were all startled. Even Hou Fei, Jiang Lan, Jiang Li, and them were surprised. Earlier, they had been discussing who to kill and who not to kill the entire time. Unexpectedly, Xin Yu actually wanted them to become the Purple Mystic Mansion's servants. Sage Emperors as servants, not bad, not bad. From the side, Hou Fei's eyes started to shine. Death? Servant? Shen Tuyen frowned. He looked at Xin Yu. Xin Yu, if we choose to become your Purple Mystic Mansion's servants, how long must we be your servants? Could it be that we are to be servants forever? It cannot be considered as being forever. It would only last until the descent of the next exalted celestial mountain. At that time, you all can have your freedom back. Xin Yu lightly smiled and said. Of course, whether the exalted celestial mountain will descend in the future is still an uncertainty. In other words, it will be 6 quadrillion years. The 15 of you, the majority of you will become servants to my Purple Mystic Mansion for 6 quadrillion years. After 6 quadrillion years, you shall have your liberty back. The majority? The Blood Devil Queen Yucha looked to Xin Yu. Xin Yu, are you saying that there are distinctions between the 15 of them? Xin Yu smiled and nodded. That's right. Of these 15 individuals, Huang Fulei, Duanmu Ruffing, Shen Tuyen, Jiang Xing, Zixian and the Blood Sea Queen, these 6 individuals only need to be servants of my Purple Mystic Mansion for 100 million years before they can have their freedom back. Huang Fulei, Shen Tuyen and them heaved a sigh of relief. To the God King level experts, 100 million years cannot be considered a long time. After all, Huang Fulei and Shen Tuyen had lived for 12 quadrillion years already. To be a servant for only 100 million years, it was not something that they could not bear. Come, everyone, please follow me into the Purple Mystic Mansion. Let's slowly talk about this after we reach the Purple Mystic Mansion. What do you all say? Xin Yu said with a light smile. The surroundings of the Purple Mystic Mansion were extremely beautiful. The God Kings followed Xin Yu and them and were walking in the Purple Mystic Mansion. Their hearts also slowly calmed down. Bringing this group of God Kings with him, Xin Yu led to them a garden. This is the Flowing Water Garden. There are several tens of pavilions located in the Floating Water Garden. In the future, some of you will be living here. Many God Kings suddenly started to think that being a servant at the Purple Mystic Mansion was not too hard to accept. Servant? Xin Yu, what do you want us to do as your servants? Putai Hong suddenly said with his big voice. I, Putai Hong, am after all the Southeast Sage Emperor. No matter what, don't you think you can bring about humiliation to me, dot. Immediately, Tang Lan, Mu Qin and many other God Kings looked at Xin Yu. To God King level experts, they would sometimes rather die than to be humiliated. Xin Yu looked to these God Kings and said with a light smile. Rest assured, I am not that despicable of a person. Once you all decided to become the servants of my Purple Mystic Mansion, you would only be required to reside in the Purple Mystic Mansion and occasionally provide guidance on the training of the younger generations in the Purple Mystic Mansion or defeat and drive out some people who dared to provoke the dignity of the Purple Mystic Mansion. Other than this, you all are not required to do anything else. Furthermore, to the ordinary people within the Purple Mystic Mansion, I would say to them that you are some people that I have invited over. What do you all think? Tang Lan, Mu Qin and the other God Kings looked at each other. Their eyes were all filled with joy. If Xin Yu were truly to do such a thing, then they would be able to retain their faces. Only the few people present right now knew that they were the Purple Mystic Mansion's servants. The outsiders did not know about it. Tang Lan and them were also certain that the other people would not spread such a scandal out. Of course, some people within you all are still Sage Emperors. Sometimes, you still need to show yourselves. Being the servants of my Purple Mystic Mansion does not mean that your freedom will be completely restricted. How about this, every 10,000 years, you will have an opportunity to leave the Purple Mystic Mansion for a year. As for the other times, you are all required to stay within the Purple Mystic Mansion. Xin Yu continued. Tang Lan, Mu Qin and them felt loosened. Generally, Sage Emperors rarely needed to show themselves. Since Xin Yu said that in every 10,000 years, they would be able to have a year of freedom. To them, it was already sufficient. Good, I'll accept. Duanmu Ruffing was the first to voice her acceptance. Among the 15 people, 6 of them only need to be servants for 100 million years. Duanmu Ruffing was one of the 6. She knew that she did not show any mercy towards Xin Yu. For Chinyu to treat her like so still, it was most definitely because of Duanmuyu. Thus, Duanmu Roughing naturally knew when to come and when to leave. I also accept. Mu Qin also voiced his acceptance. One by one, the God Kings voiced their acceptance. Even the Azura God King, Jiang Fan, Huangfuyu and them felt relaxed. Chinyu merely wanted those God Kings to be in the Purple Mystic Mansion and be servants. Furthermore, he was not going to make it public. This had caused them to be extremely satisfied. Blood Sea Queen, only you remain. The Azura God King looked at the Blood Sea Queen and said. Indeed, at this moment only the Blood Sea Queen had not voiced her standing. Blood Sea Queen, it's merely 100 million years. It can't be that you can't even agree to something so slight? Beside her, Ma Tian said. The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan looked at Chinyu and said with a downcast voice. Chinyu, is it possible for me to speak with you alone? Oh, you want to speak with me alone, sure. Chinyu was silent for a moment and then nodded and agreed to it. Chinyu and the Blood Sea Queen walked to a little secluded courtyard. The Purple Mystic Mansion with a circumference of close to 1,000 miles possessed many quiet secluded locations. Blood Sea Queen, go ahead and speak. Chinyu looked at the Blood Sea Queen. I do not wish to be your Purple Mystic Mansion's servant. The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan looked at Chinyu and firmly said. Chinyu was slightly startled. Blood Sea Queen, you must know that you have never shown any mercy toward me. Right now, I am only asking you to be my Purple Mystic Mansion's servant for 100 million years. Are you telling me that even this cannot do with you? You refused to choose the path to life and yet decided to choose the path to death? Chinyu's voice grew cold. It seemed that he had been too merciful. The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan immediately shook her head and said. No, that is not my intention. Merely, if you do not have me become your Purple Mystic Mansion servant, I would tell you why I gave up on the first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure at the final moment. Hearing that, Chinyu became a bit interested. In the past, the Blood Sea Queen had used the lives of Zixia and Hong Yun to threaten Chinyu for a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. At the final moment when Chinyu was about to agree to her demand, this Blood Sea Queen suddenly let the whole thing go. Why was that? Good, I'll accept. 100 million of years being a servant, it was not lacking to not have her. Chinyu directly accepted her proposal. The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan displayed a joyful expression. She was only trying this, never did she expect it to succeed. Blood Sea Queen, it's better for you to tell me about it faster. Chinyu frowned. The Blood Sea Queen Shuiyan took a deep breath and then said. It was because at the final moment, someone had directly sent me a divine awareness voice transmission telling me not to threaten you, Ho Fei and them. Someone sent a divine awareness voice transmission to you? You actually did what that person told you? Could it be that it was an exalted celestial? Chinyu immediately managed to deduce what happened. Was it the Floating Feathers exalted celestial? Chinyu immediately thought of the Floating Feathers exalted celestial. Chinyu had already come to a speculation that this Floating Feathers exalted celestial was likely the silver-haired silver-eyed youngster. If it was him, then everything could easily be explained. That's right, it was an exalted celestial. However, it was not the Floating Feathers exalted celestial. Instead, it was the unfettered exalted celestial who possessed a bit of a friendly relationship with me back then. At this moment, the Blood Sea Queen was extremely straightforward. She had directly spoken out what had happened. Unfettered exalted celestial? Hearing this, Chinyu was slightly surprised. It was not the Floating Feathers exalted celestial that he had anticipated, but instead the unfettered exalted celestial? This unfettered exalted celestial could be considered someone who had shown consideration for Chinyu. Back then, on the Mountain Sea Palace, this unfettered exalted celestial had directly appeared before Chinyu and given him a Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Why did the unfettered exalted celestial help me? Help Fei Fei? Chinyu became confused. Blood Sea Queen, how much do you know about this unfettered exalted celestial? Chinyu looked at the Blood Sea Queen. Do you know the reason why he helped me in Ho Fei? The Blood Sea Queen muttered. Before the unfettered exalted celestial became an exalted celestial, he had a friendship with me. However, ever since he became an exalted celestial, I have only seen him a couple times. Thus, I also do not know why he helped you in Ho Fei. Chinyu lightly nodded. Unfettered exalted celestial, Chinyu became puzzled. Divine Realm. The Purple Mystic Mansion once again returned to the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm appeared exactly the same as before. Merely, not many people in the entire Divine Realm knew that the many of the God Kings, the people standing at the paramount of the Divine Realm, had actually become the servants of the Purple Mystic Mansion. Inside the Purple Mystic Mansion, Big brother, just stay here for 100 million years. It's merely 100 million years, it'll pass by very quickly. Huangfu Yu consoled Huangfu Lei. Sun Lian, Lu Lian, just stay here and train yourselves. With me in the Azura Sea, no one will be able to do anything to it. The Azura God King Luofan consoled them. One by one, the God Kings consoled each other. Afterwards, Zhang Fan and the Blood Sea Queen flew away from the Purple Mystic Mansion in succession. As for the other God Kings, they remained in the Purple Mystic Mansion and began the period of their life as servants of the Purple Mystic Mansion. Brother Luofan, please wait a moment. When the Azura God King was about to leave, Qinyu called out for him. Qinyu, is there something that you need? Luofan looked at Qinyu. Luofan did not harbor a grudge against Qinyu. After all, they had not shown any mercy towards Qinyu. For Qinyu to show so much mercy towards them and also retain the faces of the God Kings, it was the best they could ask for. Brother Luofan, I knew that you started to instruct Ho Fei because you were entrusted by someone. Is it possible for you to tell me who that person is? Qinyu promptly asked. The Azura God King was startled. You ask who he is? After being silent for a moment, the Azura God King nodded and said. Okay, I'll tell you. The person who had entrusted me with the task of instructing Ho Fei was the greatest support of our Ascender powers, one of the three great exalted celestials, the Unfettered Exalted Celestial. Unfettered Exalted Celestial, it's indeed him. Qinyu's eyes shined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 37. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 37, The New Layout. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip Anolomog. After bidding farewell to the Azura God King, Qinyu returned to the Purple Mystic Mansion with various things in his mind. Qinyu had already managed to guess that the Unfettered Exalted Celestial ought to possess some sort of relationship with Ho Fei. No matter how that Unfettered Exalted Celestial is connected with Ho Fei, it is useless for me to let my imagination run wild here. Only through having the two of them meet each other can I figure out what exactly is going on. Qinyu frowned slightly. This Unfettered Exalted Celestial is not a God King. It is also hard for me to find out where he's hiding. With an intention from Qinyu, his new cosmos' spatial energy began to cover the entire divine realm like the boundless ocean. Everything that was happening in the divine realm was within Qinyu's observation. 3 exalted celestials, I cannot find a single one. Qinyu felt a bit helpless. Suddenly, Qinyu started smiling. Although he did not discover the 3 great exalted celestials, he managed to discover the God King servants of the Purple Mystic Mansion. They had all spread their divine awareness and were communicating with the experts underneath them. The 8 great sage emperors of the divine realm, only my father-in-law that wished to become an exalted celestial and Huangfu Yu returned. Among the rest, Zhou Xian has died. Of the remaining 5 sage emperors, Shin Tuyen and Duanmu Ruffing have to stay here for 100 million years. As for the other 3, they are required to stay here for 6 quadrillion years. When he thought of this, Qinyu began to smile. Back when he lured the group of God Kings into the new cosmos, Qinyu had been vexed by how to handle these God Kings. However, after he thought about it, killing these God Kings would only bring about a moment of joy. Instead, if he were to make them into his family's servants, it would be even more joyous. Currently, of the 8 great sage emperors who possessed the highest status in the divine realm, 5 of them were his family's servants. Who else had managed to obtain such a glory before? Now that Zhou Xian is dead, the Thunder Punishment City have any God Kings? As for high-level heavenly deities, the Zhou clan does possess quite a few of them. Who should I give this Thunder Origin spiritual pearl to? Qinyu began to think as he walked. Light Lens City. In the Light Lens City, the only God King who truly lived in Light Lens City was Duanmu Yu. However, when compared to the other 7 great sacred lands, the Light Lens City was relatively better off. Never would I expect that currently, of the 8 great sacred lands of the divine realm, only the Floating Snow City, Mount Dazzling Gold and our Light Lens City has a single God King. Of the remaining 5 sacred lands, even if their God Kings were alive, they still ended up being servants in the Purple Mystic Mansion. It was so much that all of the God Kings from the Thunder Punishment City were dead. Duanmu Yu smiled bitterly inside. At this moment, Duanmu Ruffing was communicating with Duanmu Yu through divine awareness voice transmission. Duanmu Ruffing did not conceal what had happened in the new cosmos from Duanmu Yu. Of course, Duanmu Ruffing also didn't know that the place that they were sent to by Qinyu was the new cosmos. Duanmu Ruffing had only told Duanmu Yu that it was Qinyu's world. Duanmu Yu, as your aunt I can also be considered as being lucky. As you and Qin Yu are friends, he only made your aunt be his servant for 100 million years. As for Tanglon, Mu Qin and Putai Hong, they were required to be his servant for 6 quadrillion years," said Duanmu roughing through divine awareness voice transmission. Although these god kings were required to stay in the purple mystic mansion, their divine awareness had covered the entire divine realm. Even without leaving the purple mystic mansion, they were still capable of communicating with their people through divine awareness voice transmission. "Duanmu Yu, as aunt will be remaining here, I'll be leaving all the matters of the Light Lens City to you," Duanmu roughing continued. "Qin Yu, that friendship that you have with that Qin Yu, you must maintain it. This Qin Yu's strength is too frightening. Furthermore, the speed at which his strength increases is even more astonishing. In the future, no one will be able to rebel against this Qin Yu in the divine realm. As long as the relationship we have with Qin Yu is good, the foundation of our Light Lens City will be even more stable." "I understand this, aunt." It was not only Duanmu roughing, Shintuyen, Tanglon, Mu Qin and Putai Hong were also contacting their troops through divine awareness voice transmission. However, the targets that they were chatting with were all palace masters of their respective sacred lands, merely high-level heavenly deities. After all, there was not a single god king remaining in their sacred lands now. "Fanner, I, your father, need to undergo seclusion training for 100 million years. In this 100 million years, the matters of our Mount Blazing Flame will be left to you and your uncles. Fanner, make sure to consult your uncles about the matters in our Mount Blazing Flame." "Yes, father." Shintafan also received his father's divine awareness voice transmission from Mount Blazing Flame. Shintafan didn't know that his father was actually grateful to him. Had it not been for the friendship that Shintafan had with Qin Yu, how could Shintuyen possibly be able to only need to stay in the Purple Mystic Mansion for 100 million years? 100 million years and 6 quadrillion years, the difference between them was 60,000 times. The 8 great sacred lands began their days of unprecedented peacefulness. Of the Ascender powers, the Azura Sea, Mount Blood Devil and Dual Domain Island were also extremely peaceful. Neither of them started any fights with one another. That was because regardless of whether it was the Divine Realm's 8 great sacred lands or the 3 great Ascender powers, they all understood one thing thoroughly. The Divine Realm's current center was the Fog City. No one dared to infringe upon the dignity of Fog City. Inside the southeastern region's subterranean city. What happened to our imperial father and second uncle? Why are they not going to handle the affairs anymore? Furthermore, they even said that from today until 6 quadrillion years later, they would only occasionally show up and would be handing all the matters regarding the subterranean city to me. Putai Fenyan frowned and said, "Big brother, what's the most strange is that our imperial father and second uncle said they're not going to return to the subterranean city," said a burly man beside him with a frown. "I truly wonder where our imperial father and second uncle are now, but..." The Divine Realm had entered into a period of time with an unprecedented lack of god kings. There were actually only 3 god kings among the 8 great sacred lands. The Azura Sea only had a single one. It was the same with Mount Blood Devil. Only the Dual Domain Island had 2 god kings. The overwhelming majority of god kings 9 inches the Divine Realm, over a dozen of them were all in the Purple Mystic Mansion. Compared to the time before the descent of the exalted Celestial Mountain when the Divine Realm had over 40 god kings, the gap was truly too great. The lack of god kings had caused the high-level heavenly deities to control a greater amount of power. Gradually, it became even more difficult for the heavenly deities to see god kings. This had caused the god kings to be even more mysterious in the eyes of ordinary heavenly deities. Inside the Purple Mystic Mansion, the dozen-plus god kings all followed the rules very well. They would all frequently instruct the training of the Qin clansmen. As for the other times, they would generally be quietly training or chatting with one another in the flowing water garden. Those heavenly deities of the 8 great sacred lands were all confused as to where all the god kings had gone to. All of the god kings are here. Ho Fei entered into flowing water garden. The god kings here were all in groups of 2s or 3s. They began to display complacent smiles on their faces. In the entire Divine Realm, where would one find this many god kings in a single place? At this moment, Qin Zhang was also in the flowing water garden. Furthermore, he was currently asking a god king, "Senior, what you taught me days ago. These things are things that can be understood but not described. You merely need to slowly train. Do not bother me." At this moment, Putai Hong was currently playing chess with Shintuyen. Before Qin Zhang could finish what he wanted to ask, Putai Hong grew a bit impatient and directly said that to him. "Yes, senior." Seeing Putai Hong acting like this, Qin Zhang just patiently stood at the side and prepared to ask again after he finished his chess. Ho Fei, who had just walked into the flowing water garden, his eyes immediately displayed anger when he saw this scene. In a couple steps, Ho Fei reached Putai Hong and violently smashed his hand onto the chessboard. Bang! The chessboard was violently shattered. That Putai Hong and Shen Tuyen were shocked. In anger, Putai Hong raised his head and looked to the person who had came. At this moment, Ho Fei was pointing at Putai Hong and scolding. Putai Hong, did you truly believe that my big brother had invited you over as guest? Fuck, just because he gave you some face, you actually truly began to believe that you're someone great? Ho Fei extended his hand and the dark cyan single aura stick appeared in his hand. Putai Hong and Shen Tuyen immediately flew backwards. Ho Fei, what are you planning to do? Putai Hong said angrily. Ho Fei, you must be courteous toward the seniors. Beside him, Qin Zheng was trying to console Ho Fei. Hearing that, Ho Fei immediately grew angry, his eyes opened wide as he looked to Putai Hong. Putai Hong, listen carefully. Since you've come here, you're the servant of the Purple Mystic Mansion. As a servant, you must have the awareness of a servant. Just because my big brother gave you face, it's best that you do not think that my big brother is soft. Fuck, we should have just directly killed you all. Right away, all of the god kings of the Flowing Water Garden grew quiet. They all understood that they were the Purple Mystic Mansion's servants. However, Xinyu had said to the people of the Purple Mystic Mansion that all of these god kings were guests that Xinyu had invited over. Thus, Qin Zhang and them were very courteous toward them. Merely because they were always treated with such courtesy, this had caused Putai Hong to regain his arrogance as a sage emperor. Servant? At this moment, Qin Zhang looked to Ho Fei with a confused expression. Ho Fei's gaze swept through the god kings present. He coldly humped and said, just because my big brother had boasted you all actually truly thought it was real. All of you, remember carefully. Big brother has given you all some face, thus you must also be conscientious of it. Do not think that you all are still the extraordinary sage emperors. Putai Hong, come over and properly explain to second brother Qin Zhang. Ho Fei coldly looked to Putai Hong. Putai Hong frowned. Beside him, Mu Qin instead clasped his hand and said to Ho Fei. Ho Fei, we were indeed a bit excessive these couple days. From today on, we would definitely not act like that again. Putai Hong. Mu Qin looked to Putai Hong. All of the god kings present knew very well that Qin Yu was much more powerful than them. Ho Fei, I'm sorry, my attitude was indeed a bit too excessive. At this moment, Putai Hong also voiced his apology. That's more like it. Ho Fei coldly humped. The number of people in the Purple Mystic Mansion who know that you all are servants were extremely few. However, if you all do not know of your current standing and still believe yourselves to be someone great, then at that time, not only would the people from the Purple Mystic Mansion know that you're servants, all the people from the Divine Realm would know that too. The expressions on those God Kings all changed. If this matter was known to the entire Divine Realm, then those God Kings would likely feel even worse than dying. Such a thing would not happen again in the future. Putai Hong immediately said. While Ho Fei was putting those God Kings in control, Qin Yu was actually in the Thunder Punishment City. The current Qin Yu wore a blue gown and was walking through the streets of the Thunder Punishment City with a light smile on his face. Qin Yu, thanks. There's no need. Actually, I am sorry for creating troubles for you, second brother, for killing the final God King of the Zhou clan. While Qin Yu was walking, he was talking with Lin Meng through Divine Awareness voice transmission. It's fine for you to kill them, it's nothing alarming at all. Even if you killed all of the 8 great sage emperors, there would still be successors to them. Those 8 spiritual pearls all contain spatial laws within them. You merely need to give the Thunder Origin spiritual pearl to anyone who contains the Zhou clan's bloodline and he would be able to easily comprehend the spatial laws in a short period of time, becoming the new sage emperor of the Thunder Punishment City. But in that case, second brother, who do you think I should give the Thunder Origin spiritual pearl to? While Qin Yu was chatting through Divine Awareness voice transmission, he had walked to the entrance before the Thunder Punishment City's Imperial City. Merely, the Imperial City did not allow for outsiders to enter. Who to give? Currently, around 100 steps from you is a child. From the way I see it, it would be fine for you to give it to him, said Lin Meng through Divine Awareness voice transmission. Oh? Qin Yu looked to his surroundings. He saw that at the corner of the street was a cowering child. Qin Yu was able to tell with a single glance that child's strength was extremely weak. He was merely a mid-level deity. He ought to be a Zhou clansman. Otherwise, deities are not allowed to enter into the Thunder Punishment City, thought Qin Yu in his heart. With a smile on his face, Qin Yu proceeded to walk toward that child. When this child that was cowering at the corner of the street saw someone coming toward him, he raised his head and looked at Qin Yu. Why are you at the corner of the street? Could it be that you do not fear your parents punishing you? Qin Yu said with a smile. Who are you? That child appeared to be relatively cautious. Didn't you know that you're supposed to announce your own name before asking for another's name? Qin Yu said engrossingly. This child grows silent for a moment before saying. My name is Zhou Qing. Oh, in that case Zhou Qing, why are you here and why are you curled up on the ground? Qin Yu asked with a smile. That is because I am about to leave the Thunder Punishment City. Thus, before I leave, I wanted to familiarize myself with the land of the Thunder Punishment City. The response from this child called Zhou Qing had caused Qin Yu to be slightly shocked. Why are you leaving the Thunder Punishment City? Qin Yu asked with a smile. I am the slowest training descendant among my generation of Zhou clansmen. Thus, I am naturally required to be banished out of the Thunder Punishment City. Zhou Qing said naturally. Qin Yu suddenly realized. The majority of the 8 great divine families had this rule. However, the rule was there to make the clan descendants to train faster and bring about competition between them. Zhou Chang, as we were brother together by fate, I shall gift you an item. Qin Yu said with a smile. Gift me an item? Zhou Qing looked to Qin Yu with a confused look. Qin Yu flipped his hand. The Thunder Origin spiritual pearl began to float above Qin Yu's palm. With an intention from Qin Yu, Zhou Qing's finger was cut open. A drop of blood flew out from his finger and dropped onto the Thunder Origin spiritual pearl. The Thunder Origin spiritual pearl directly entered into Zhou Qing's body. Little Zhou Qing, farewell. Qin Yu stroked Zhou Qing's head and then turned around to leave. At this moment, Zhou Qing was currently receiving the information that was being sent forth by the Thunder Origin spiritual pearl unceasingly. He strived his best to open his eyes. He looked to his surroundings. However, Qin Yu had already disappeared. Zhou Qing shouted in a loud voice. You have still not told me who you are. My name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu's voice sounded in Zhou Qing's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 38. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 38, Cyan Bearded Old Man. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Fog City. Purple Mystic Mansion. John Lon and Yifeng were currently chatting while drinking tea. That Ho Fei was truly tyrannical. Those dozen-plus God Kings were all scared by him and became much more well-behaved. Currently, they are all extremely modest. Yifeng said with a laughter. The scene of Ho Fei berating the various God Kings was something that was known to Yifeng, John Lon, Zhuo Jolin and the other Purple Mystic Mansion's God Kings. Merely, none of them bothered to stop Ho Fei from berating those God Kings. Jiang Lan nodded. Ho Fei's berating is good too. That's right. Yifeng nodded. Qin Yu is disinclined to bother with those God Kings. He also do not have much request for them. These dozen-plus God Kings have truly began to think that the Purple Mystic Mansion was a place for leisure. One by one, they began to play chess and discuss cultivation methods with one another in the flowing water garden. One by one, they began to put off the airs of a high-standing senior. Humph, even if Ho Fei did not berate them, I would also have gone to find Qin Yu to discuss about this matter afterwards. Yifeng had already been unable to continue watch the way things had been happening. After losing the battle, Qin Yu had spared the lives of those God Kings and had them become the Purple Mystic Mansion's servants. However, those God Kings instead began to put on airs. Uncle Yifeng, Uncle Lan, so you're here. Qin Yu's voice sounded. Qin Yu had just returned from the Thunder Punishment City. After Jiang Lan and Yifeng saw Qin Yu, they immediately replenished their own teacups and then poured some tea into a teacup for Qin Yu. Qin Yu, sit down and have tea together with us. Qin Yu indeed had something to talk with Uncle Lan about. Thus, he sat down. Uncle Lan, do you still remember this? After Qin Yu took a sip of tea, he flipped his hand and took out the golden all-people seal that he had snatched away right before the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's eyelids. Seeing the little golden seal in Qin Yu's hand, Jiang Lan and Yifeng's eyes started to shine. All-people seal? Jiang Lan displayed a curious expression in his eyes. Qin Yu directly gave the all-people seal to Jiang Lan. Uncle Lan, you already have the back earth seal. This all-people seal shall be given to you too. This way, the possibility of you becoming an exalted celestial would be greater. Becoming an exalted celestial? With a light smile on his face, Jiang Lan shook his head and said, had it been before, then I might still want to become an exalted celestial. However, ever since I've gone through the peaceful days on the Purple Mystic Mansion where I would leisurely accompany Qin Shuang and Qin Si or chat with Brother Yifeng and your father. These days are extremely carefree and comfortable. The current me no longer has any desire to become an exalted celestial. Qin Yu was startled. Uncle Lon didn't want it? In that case, who should he give the all-people seal to? Brother Jian Lon, Qin Yu merely had good intentions. Just accept it. Beside him, Yifeng advised. Qin Yu also looked to Jian Lon with anticipation. Qin Yu had always felt that he had owed Jian Lon a lot. If he were to be able to help Jian Lon, he would feel more comfortable. Jian Lon looked to Qin Yu. He then took the all-people seal. He smiled and said, I am indeed a bit curious of the contents regarding time reversal in the all-people seal. It is also good for me to try to comprehend it a bit. However, it is not long from the birth of the new exalted celestial. I truly wonder who the new exalted celestial will be. Not long from the birth of the new exalted celestial? What do you mean by that? Qin Yu frowned. From those words, Qin Yu managed to obtain a hint of something. Uncle Lon, wasn't there only two methods for one to become an exalted celestial? The first was to obtain the 3 portions of the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure and the second was to completely comprehend the temporal laws. Uncle Lon, if neither you nor the Azura God King were able to completely comprehend the temporal laws and also unable to gather all 3 portions of the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure, then how could the new exalted celestial be born? Confused, Qin Yu said. According to Qin Yu's understanding, if neither Jian Lon nor Luofan were able to comprehend the temporal laws and also unable to gather all 3 of the seals, the new exalted celestial's birth should continue to be delayed. Ha ha. Qin Yu, did you think that if Luofan and I were to be unable to comprehend the temporal laws for eternity, then the birth of the new exalted celestial would be delayed eternally? Jian Lon looked to Qin Yu with a smile on his face. Qin Yu was slightly startled. Jian Lon smiled and continued. That is not going to happen. Like last time, when all the God Kings were unable to determine who the victor would be, the exalted celestials began to join the battle in the shadows. At that time, the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure directly flew to the unfettered exalted celestial, causing him to become the new exalted celestial. I believe that if Luofan and I are to be unable to comprehend the temporal laws for a long period of time or unable to gather all 3 portions of the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure, those exalted celestials would once again interfere. Jian Lon said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Yu began to think in his heart. Exalted celestials interfering? I'm afraid it is not the other exalted celestials that have the privilege to select the new exalted celestial. I reckon it is second brother Lin Meng who would secretly interfere in the end. Currently, the 3 portions of the Living World Seal, Blue Sky Seal, Back Earth Seal and the All People Seal have all been born. The birth of the new exalted celestial would also be soon. After Jian Lon obtained the All People Seal, he returned to the new cosmos. That was because in the divine realm, even Qin Yu would find it difficult to maintain a space with a time accelerated to 100,000 times. However, in the new cosmos, Qin Yu was able to accelerate time by 1,000,000 times easily. The dark curtain of night faded away. The light of daytime arrived. It was a new day. Qin Yu and his wife Jian Li walked out from their room. The two of them began to eat breakfast with their 2 sons, Qin Si and Qin Shuang. Much less for someone at Qin Yu's cultivation level, even ordinary cultivators were not required to eat food to survive. Merely, to Qin Yu and them, eating meals was not something to fill their bellies. Instead, it was an enjoyment of the culinary delicacies. Dad, Mom, I want to discuss something with the 2 of you. Right after Qin Shuang finished his meal, he immediately said to Qin Yu and Jiang Li. Qin Yu and Jiang Li glanced at one another. They were curious as to what little Shuang was up to. Qin Yu then smiled and said, Little Shuang, if there's something you want to say, go ahead and say it. Qin Shuang took a deep breath and then said, Dad, Mom, I know that the Purple Mystic Mansion has a tunnel that connects to the new cosmos and that the new cosmos possessed many tunnels that leads to cosmic spaces like the immortal, devil and demon realm and the mortal realm. I want to go to the immortal, devil and demon realm and the mortal realm to play around. Go to the immortal, devil and demon realm and the mortal realm to play around? Jian Li started to frown. Little Shuang, you currently do not even possess the strength of a deity yet. It's better for you to not be anxious on going out to play. Let's wait till after you've gone through the divine tribulation and reached the low-level deity stage. At that time, Mom will allow you to go out and play. Jian Li said. Qin Shuang immediately displayed a bitter expression. I need to reach the low-level deity stage. Sigh. Qin Shuang voice dragged. Second brother, do not worry, it's very easy to reach the low-level deity stage. Beside him, Qin consoled him. Humph, big brother, you've reached the high-level heavenly deity stage not long after you were born. Furthermore, with your current strength, I reckon that even if you've encountered a god king, you'll be able to fight against him. The two of us cannot be compared, Qin Shuang said with slight anger. After that, he stood up and left. This child. Zhongli shook her head inside. Qin Yu, however, started to frown. Qin Yu knew that Qin Shuang had always felt a trace of unfairness in his heart. Although Qin Si had been extremely good to him, Qin Shuang's cultivation speed was truly too slow. Little Si, leave us first. I have something to discuss with your mom, Qin Yu said with a smile. Yes, Dad. Qin Si immediately stood up and left. After that, only Qin Yu and Zhongli remained in the room. Confused, Zhongli looked to Qin Yu. Brother Yu, is something the matter? It's regarding little Shuang. Didn't you sense it? Qin Yu frowned. Little Shuang is our son. Both you and I are god kings. Logically, little Shuang's talent is at the very least comparable to the children from the 8 great divine families, right? Even for the children of the 8 great divine families, they would generally have passed the divine tribulation when they're 5 or 6 years old and become low-level deities. Not long ago, when I had gone to the Thunder Punishment City, I encountered a child by the name of Zhou Qing. That child was only around 11 or 12 years old. His cultivation level was that of a mid-level deity. However, he was the weakest among his generation. As for little Shuang, he is currently 20 years old. Yet, he still has not reached the low-level deity stage. Qin Yu shook his head and sighed. He had 2 sons. His eldest son Qin Si's talent was exceptionally well. However, his second son's talent was exceptionally bad. Brother Yu, in that case, what do you think we should do? Zhongli was at a loss. Qin Yu grew silent for a moment. He shook his head and said, to change someone's talent involves the essence of the soul. It is something that even exalted celestials cannot accomplish. Let's wait. After my new cosmos completely forms, I reckon I'll have a method then. For the new cosmos to completely form? Zhongli's eyes shined. Brother Yu, how much longer would it take for your new cosmos to complete? I had originally thought that it would only take 5 to 6 years for the highest layer, the divine realm layer, of the new cosmos to form. However, only now did I find out that the divine realm layer actually controlled the energies of the countless cosmic spaces underneath it. Thus, the speed at which it forms is a bit slower. According to my estimates, it would require about 10 years. Qin Yu had a figure in his heart. It will be completed in around 10 years' time? Zhongli nodded. She then looked out of HTE room. Sigh, this little Shuang, he can only continue to wait for 10 more years. After 10 years, Brother Yu, you'll be able to help him. Children and the worries of their parents. Because Qin Shuang was feeling pained by his extremely slow cultivation speed, Qin Yu and Zhongli were also pained by it. Merely, they too did not have the means to do anything now. 10 years, after his new cosmos completely formed, his abilities would increase greatly. Time passed. At the second year after the Zhou Qing obtained the Thunder Origin Spiritual Pearl, the sign of the birth of a God King once again appeared in the divine realm. Once again, a God King was born. A God King that could only be considered as a youngster. The new Sage Emperor of the Thunder Punishment City, Zhou Qing. He had henceforth become a peak individual in the pyramid of the divine realm. After becoming the Thunder Punishment City Sage Emperor, Zhou Qing also gained more knowledge of the several major battles that had occurred after the descent of the exalted Celestial Mountain. Zhou Qing also understood that Qin Yu had returned the Thunder Origin Spiritual Pearl. From that, he knew that it was likely that the Northwest Sage Emperor before him, Zhou Xian, had been killed by Qin Yu. On top of that, the previous God Kings of the Thunder Punishment City, Zhou Ran, Zhou Wulian, Zhou Tong and Zhou Hua were all killed by Qin Yu. Zhou Qing began to admire Qin Yu's strength. However, he did not possess any hatred for Qin Yu. Humph, Zhou Xian? Zhou Hua? Zhou Qing did not possess any feeling for the previous Sage Emperors and God Kings. In the past, Zhou Qing was merely a lowest-tier member of the Zhou clan. It was so much that he had nearly been banished from the Thunder Punishment City. In the depths of Zhou Qing's heart, he was instead extremely grateful for Qin Yu, who had allowed him to be born again and transformed his status rapidly. After Zhou Qing became a God King, the entire divine realm once again grew peaceful. Roughly 3 years after Zhou Qing became a God King, on the streets of the Yuqi city to the eastern region of the divine realm. Yuqi city? The city that Qin Yu was from? A long-bearded old man wearing a light cyan-colored gown was walking through the streets of the Yuqi city with a smile on his face. This long-bearded old man had a rosy complexion on his face. His skin was sparkling and translucent like that of a baby. On his face was an amiable smile. His smile would cause the surrounding people to feel a burst of warmth. Never would I expect that in merely several tens of thousands of years, this Chinyu would be able to create such a major spectacle. Not bad, not bad. The cyan-bearded old man nodded with a smile on his face. His foot moved. In a couple steps, this cyan-bearded old man exited the Yuchi city. With a wave of his sleeve, a seven-colored auspicious cloud appeared underneath his foot. Standing on the seven-colored auspicious cloud, this cyan-bearded old man's speed was extremely fast. He directly flew toward the fog city. Crossing through the foggy marsh, he soon reached the outside of the fog city. Oh, there's even guards at the city gates of this fog city? The cyan-bearded old man looked to the fog city in the distance. He shook his head and gasped in admiration. The current fog city was not a place that anyone could enter as they wished. This cyan-bearded old man's figure suddenly started to become fuzzy. In the end, he disappeared. When he reappeared again, he had already entered into the fog city. The fog city was extremely flourishing. Man? Low-level heavenly deity Yu Xian winked in amazement. Earlier, he had only felt a bust of fuzziness before a cyan-bearded old man appeared before him. Am I seeing things? Yu Xian felt extremely confused. Excuse me, is the city master of this fog city living in the floating city up above? This cyan-bearded old man asked Yu Xian with a smile on his face. Yu Xian was unable to see through this old man. He immediately smiled and said, Senior, the city master of our fog city, Lord Chinyu, would generally be residing in the Purple Mystic Mansion. Merely, I, a nobody, do not know whether he is currently there. Oh, thank you. The cyan-bearded old man nodded with a smile. After that, the cyan-bearded old man raised his head and looked to the floating Purple Mystic Mansion. What an enormous mansion house! It's actually entirely a low-quality heavenly divine artifact. Extraordinary, extraordinary. The cyan-bearded old man directly soared to the sky and began to fly toward the Purple Mystic Mansion. After a short moment, the cyan-bearded old man arrived outside of the Purple Mystic Mansion's entrance. This is the Purple Mystic Mansion, outsiders are not allowed to enter. The Purple Mystic Mansion's guard immediately shouted. The cyan-bearded old man shook his head with a smile. Have your master Chinyu come out? At this moment, the housekeeper of the Purple Mystic Mansion, Uncle Fu, had also heard the shout from the guard. Hearing the words from the person who had come, he became shocked. He wants to see Master Chinyu? Who is the person who has come? Uncle Fu directly walked to the gates. Upon seeing the person that had arrived. Old master. Uncle Fu was completely stunned. Phew. Seeing Uncle Fu, the cyan-bearded old man's eyes shined. His face displayed a joyous expression. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 39. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 39, Cheho Yuan. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. When the cyan-bearded old man arrived at the entrance of the Purple Mystic Mansion, Chinyu was at a pavilion in the Purple Mystic Mansion's inner lake with Jiangli. The two of them were playing chess while chatting. As for Qin Shuang, he was at another pavilion far away quietly sitting by himself. Little Shuang, that child. Jiangli took a glance at Qin Shuang in the distance and shook her head helplessly. Soon after, she turned to Qin Yu and asked, Brother Yu, when are we going to meet Lil Sis Yenner and Granny Inhua? It's been a long time since I've last seen them. I truly want to see Yenner again. Ever since Qin Yu's relationship with the Floating Snow City turned bad, Jiangli had rarely interacted with the people from the Floating Snow City. It's also not well for us to directly go to the Floating Snow City. How about this, in the future, let's have you and your sister find a city to meet. Qin Yu thought for a bit and said. Saying till this, Qin Yu also felt a trace of guilt. When he participated in the public groom search, he ultimately was defeated. Thus forced Lear to elope with him, alienating herself from her large group of relatives on the Floating Snow City. Let's find an opportunity to do that in the future. Jiangli also nodded with a smile on her face. Merely, the trace of hope in Jiangli's eyes was something that Qin Yu could sense. This caused Qin Yu to feel even more guilty. Jiang Fan, Qin Yu began to ponder. The reason why he was antagonistic toward the Floating Snow City was essentially because the relationship between him and Jiang Fan had turned bad. Although he had set Zhang Fan free this time around and caused their relationship to be slightly better where Zhang Fan would no longer shout about killing him. However, Zhang Fan would still not greet Qin Yu if he saw him. For Lear, it is also nothing for me to be soft. Qin Yu thought for a bit and came to a decision. Right at this moment, Uncle Fu rapidly walked in from the flagstone pavement to the distant. He displayed an extremely happy smile on his face. Qin Yu was unable to refrain his confusion as he looked to Uncle Fu. Once Uncle Fu walked over, he immediately said excitedly and respectfully, Master has come." "Old master?" Hearing that, Qin Yu was slightly startled. However, in merely a short moment, he managed to react. "Old master? Uncle Fu's old master, wasn't he the legendary craftsman god Che Ho Yuan? Senior Che Ho Yuan has come?" Qin Yu said in shock. At the same time, he began to spread his new cosmos' spatial energy out. Qin Yu easily discovered the cyan-bearded old man that was outside of the entrance to the inner lake. That calm and graceful temperament, that amiable smile. He is Senior Che Ho Yuan? Qin Yu was surprised. That was because Qin Yu discovered an issue. This cyan-bearded old man was actually a God King level expert. According to what Qin Yu knew, Che Ho Yuan was only a high-level heavenly deity. When did he become a God King? Old master is right outside of the entrance. Old master was not willing to enter without permission from Master Yu. Uncle Fu said respectfully. Quickly, invite him in and I'll personally go and welcome him. Qin Yu immediately stood up. Brother Yu, Senior Che Ho Yuan has come? At this moment, Zhang Li also stood up in amazement. If Senior Che Ho Yuan came, I'll go and greet him together with you, Brother Yu. Qin Yu nodded. It's indeed Senior Che Ho Yuan. Earlier Uncle Fu said he's outside of the entrance. However, the person outside of the entrance was a God King. Could it be that Senior Che Ho Yuan had become a God King? Zhang Li was surprised. If he became a God King, why is it that there was no sign of the birth of God King happening? Qin Yu was startled. That's right, if he became a God King, why did no sign of the birth of God King happen in the Divine Realm? Whenever the sign of the birth of God King appeared in the Divine Realm, all the other people would go in identity who the newly born God King was. There had never been a sign for the birth of Che Ho Yuan as a God King. Lear, could it be that you've forgotten? I've told you before that Senior Che Ho Yuan had been crafting his spiritual treasure in other cosmic spaces the entire time. When he became a God King, I reckon it must have been when he was at a lower realm's cosmic space. It was likely that the sign of the birth of God King happened in a lower realm's cosmic space. Qin Yu came to such a speculation. The reality was exactly as Qin Yu had imagined. Che Ho Yuan had managed to achieve enlightenment and became a God King in a mortal realm's cosmic space. At that time, that mortal realm's cosmic space was rumbling with lightning and covered with boundless amount of auspicious clouds. However, the number of people in the divine realm that knew about this matter was extremely low. Qin Yu and Zhang Li walked alongside on the flagstone road. They followed the winding path on the lake and walked toward the shore. Becoming a God King at the lower realm would cause the sign of the birth of God King to appear in the lower realm. Zhang Li was frowning. If this was the case, then if some experts that were about to become God Kings, if they were to hide into the lower realm, then wouldn't this make it very hard for people of the divine realm to know of their becoming of God Kings? Qin Yu started to smile. Lear, you're being foolish. To go to the lower realm from the divine realm, how could it be done so easily? Even high-level heavenly deities would find it very hard to go to the lower realm. Furthermore, who would know when they would become a God King? Zhang Li smiled and then nodded. Becoming a God King was too hard. Qin Yu and Zhang Li's eldest son, Qin Si, possessed an astonishing talent. On top of that, because he possessed the Fire Origin Spiritual Pearl and that first-rate Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure Golden Spear, he had reached the high-level heavenly deity when he was a child. However, even till now, Qin Si had still not reached the God King stage. When he reached the shore, Qin Yu saw the cyan-bearded old man that was appreciating the flowerbed beside the entrance. Qin Yu's footsteps immediately hastened. With a couple steps, Qin Yu had arrived beside the cyan-bearded old man. His eyes were displaying a cheerful look. Qin Yu was about to speak, but that cyan-bearded old man who had been sizing Qin Yu spoke before him. You are Qin Yu? Junior is indeed Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu had lowered his status deeply. Once Che Ho Yuan heard that, he immediately displayed a smile on his face. Qin Yu, there is no need for you to address yourself as Junior before me. Although I've only returned to the divine realm not long ago, I had came to understand majority of your deeds from my conversation with the Azura God King brother Luofan. With your current strength and status, it is sufficient enough for you to address me merely with Che Ho. The grace that Senior had bestowed is something that Junior would never dare forget. Chinyu was very stubborn. The bewitching god temple had brought a great amount of help to Chinyu. For example, there was the divine spear waning snow and the artifact crafting techniques. All of these had helped Chinyu's strength to increase greatly, allowing him to rapidly gain a firm foothold in the divine realm. Brother Yu, Senior Cheho Yuan had arrived. You can't just have him standing at the entrance the entire time. Let's go to our place. Uncle Fu, quickly go and have people prepare a table of the best banquet. Zhongli smiled as she instructed Uncle Fu. Yes. At this moment, Uncle Fu was filled with smiles. Now that his old master had come here, Uncle Fu also felt extremely happy. Senior, please. Chinyu allowed Cheho Yuan to precede before the others. Walking side by side would suffice. Otherwise, no matter how thick-skinned my old face is, I would still be unable to bear your magnificent hospitality, said Cheho Yuan with a smile. Chinyu was also smiling. Zhongli, Chinyu and Cheho Yuan proceed to walk side by side toward Chinyu's residence. When they had only chatted for a little bit while walking. Ha, Chinyu, I've sensed that a God King had arrived to the Purple Mystic Mansion. However, I am unfamiliar with this aura of this God King. The Divine Realm's God Kings, I have seen the majority of them before. Who might this be? God King Yifeng walked over with a smile on his face. Chinyu immediately said with a smile on his face. Uncle Yifeng, this is the late craftsman God Cheho Yuan. Cheho Yuan? God King Yifeng looked to the cyan-bearded old man in amazement. Brother Yifeng, could it be that you do not recognize me? Cheho Yuan blinked and said with a smile. God King Yifeng was startled. Cheho? When did your aura take such a huge change? You're completely different from the you from the past. Hearing this, Chinyu was surprised. It seemed that this God King Yifeng was acquainted with Cheho Yuan. Furthermore, the change Cheho Yuan had compared to the past was extremely major. Aura took a huge change? Ah, that's right. Whether it was you or Brother Luofan, neither of you managed to recognize me with a single glance. Only Afu managed to recognize me right away. Cheho Yuan smiled and said. Afu had followed Cheho Yuan through the divine realm for countless hundred of millions of years. Thus, it was natural for him to recognize Cheho Yuan easily. Ha, Cheho, compared to back then, the current you is better. The you from back then had that cold appearance where strangers cannot approach you. However, the current you is much easier to approach. God King Yifeng said with a smile. Chinyu, Cheho Yuan, Yifeng continued to chat and laugh while walking. Right after they walked for another short period of time. Why are there this many God Kings here? Cheho Yuan suddenly looked to the flowing water garden in amazement. As Cheho Yuan was currently also a God King, he was able to sense that there were many God Kings in the flowing water garden. Senior Cheho Yuan, you didn't know? Brother Luofan did not tell you about this? Chinyu said in surprise. Earlier, Cheho Yuan had said that he had chatted with the Azura God King Luofan and Luofan had told him about Chinyu's achievements. Chinyu had thought that this Cheho Yuan would know that he had a group of God Kings become the Purple Mystic Mansion servants. Brother Luofan? He didn't mention anything about this. He only told me about your several major battles. What's wrong? Is that related to why there are so many God Kings here? Cheho Yuan displayed a face filled with confusion. Chinyu, Yifeng, and Zhangli exchanged glance and started smiling. Evidently, it was likely that the Azura God King Luofan had felt that the matter of the 20 God Kings being caught by Chinyu where he was then released by Chinyu while over a dozen God Kings had ended up becoming Chinyu's servants was too much of a scandal and thus did not tell others about it. Since the Azura God King did not say it, Chinyu also do not wish to pierce through this window paper. It's nothing, I merely had over a dozen God Kings come to my Purple Mystic Mansion as guests and help instruct our younger generations. Chinyu lightly smiled and said. Have over a dozen God Kings instruct the younger generations? Cheho Yuan was stunned. When the Azura God King was talking to him, he had told him the matters of a couple great massacres. The Divine Realm had already lost over a dozen God Kings. Currently, there were only that many God Kings left in the Divine Realm. However, the Purple Mystic Mansion gathered more than half of all of the God Kings. This was truly a bit too frightening. Cheho, don't think about it anymore. Either way, those people have voluntarily decided to be here. Yifeng also said with a smile on his face. Yifeng was also able to tell that Chinyu did not wish to piece through that layer of window paper and wanted to give those God Kings some face left. Right at this moment, the voices of conversation sounded from afar. Hey, big brother Chinfeng, did you see that? How is the attitude that these God Kings had toward you now? Their attitudes are indeed extremely good. If I have any question, they would definitely answer me. They would even guide me on how to comprehend those concepts with my soul. In merely a short moment, my soul's level had increased by a bit. Originally, I did not believe what my second brother had said. However, after coming to check it out today, it is indeed the case. That's more like it. We have to make these God Kings remember that they're the Purple Mystic Mansion's servants. We must come and frequently remind them about it. Only through that would they be more earnest and careful in their conducts. Otherwise, they would begin to put on airs again. The voices of Ho Fei and Qin Feng was transmitted from afar. Big brother. Seeing Qin, Ho Fei immediately ran over with a smile on his face. When Qin Feng beside him saw Qin, his eyes also shined. Third brother. After that, he also ran over. Merely, while he was running over, he asked to Ho Fei beside him. Ho Fei, you said earlier about Purple Mystic Mansion servants, what do you mean by that? How come I didn't know that? Fei, you're wantonly spreading this again? Qin frowned. Ho Fei giggled and said, Big brother, it's alright. I have not told many people about it. Since your second brother Qin Zheng already knew about it, it's nothing major for me to tell big brother Qin Feng now. Those God Kings are the Purple Mystic Mansion's servants? How did that come about? Beside them, Che Ho Yuan had a dumbstruck expression. Ho Fei took a glance at Che Ho Yuan. He did not know who Che Ho Yuan was. However, seeing that Qin, Zhongli and Yifeng were accompanying him, he determined that it ought to be a noble guest. He immediately laughed and said, Oh, those dozen-plus God Kings are our Purple Mystic Mansion servants. In a daze, Che Ho Yuan turned around and looked to Qin. Senior Che Ho Yuan, it's nothing much. Merely, those God Kings had lost the battle to me. I spared their lives and decided to have them stay in our fog city to instruct the younger generations as their punishment. Qin lightly smiled and said. Che Ho Yuan was stunned for a long while before calming down his chaotic frame of mind. Qin status in Che Ho Yuan's heart instantly soared much higher. To have over half of the God Kings from the entire divine realm be here as servants, how astonishing was Qin's current strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 40. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 40, Exalted Celestial Spiritual Treasure. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. In Qin and Jiang Li's serene and elegant courtyard manner. Qin, Zhongli, Che Ho Yuan and Yifeng sat down on the seats. On the side was only Uncle Fu standing by himself and waiting upon them. As for Ho Fei and Qin Feng, they did not sit. After all, Ho Fei and Qin Feng did not have any interaction with Che Ho Yuan. Thus, it was not good for them to be present. After I obtained the bewitching God Temple in the immortal, devil and demon realm, I directly ascended to the divine realm. After that, I become the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold's Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master. Finally, I participated in the Floating Snow City's public groom search. When recalling those things now, it all seems to have just occurred yesterday. Qin drank a cup of wine and said with a smile. Beside him, Zhongli also started to smile. She too began to remember Qin's life events. In merely 20,000 years, you've managed to stand at the apex of the divine realm. This sort of accomplishment is something that no other person has managed to achieve since the birth of the divine realm. God King Yifeng said with a smile on his face. Che Ho, that bewitching God Temple you've left behind also added momentum to Qin's legend. The assistance that Che Ho Yuan had given Qin was indeed extremely great. The knowledge of formation arrays was left to Qin by him. In the end, it allowed Qin to achieve enlightenment and create the formation array universe. In terms of artifact crafting, Qin ended up becoming the new craftsman god. Furthermore, there were the treasures that Che Ho Yuan had left for Qin. For example, the divine spear Waning Snow. Of course, the reason why the divine spear Waning Snow was so powerful now was mainly because it had absorbed the dark and yellow energy. Otherwise, the original divine spear Waning Snow merely possessed the might of a second-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. How could it possibly be able to reach its current strength of surpassing that of a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure? The path of artifact craftsmanship requires one to have innate talent. Furthermore, it also requires the accumulation of time and experience. In merely 20,000 years, even if you've trained in a region where time was accelerated 10,000 times, it was still extremely unbelievable. Exclaimed Che Ho Yuan in admiration. Qin said humbly. In terms of artifact crafting, Junior is still very much inferior to Senior Che Ho. That's not for certain. Beside him, Yifeng smiled and said, "You've also managed to craft first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Furthermore, it's more than a single one that you've crafted. As for Cheho, he only crafted a single one. Your artifact crafting ability might even be better than Cheho." God King Yifeng had a friendly relationship with Cheho Yuan in the past. Thus, he did not care much about the other when speaking. "Yifeng, truly, you," Cheho Yuan shook his head while smiling. "Had it been back when I first left the divine realm to the immortal, devil and demon realm, I would truly not dare to say that my artifact crafting ability was better than Qinyu, yours. However, now," Cheho Yuan stroked his cyan beard contentedly. "Oh? What about now? Could it be that you've achieved a major improvement and managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure?" God King Yifeng said with a smile on his face. Qinyu's heart was moved. Back in the bewitching God Temple, Qinyu had already discovered from the contents that Cheho Yuan had left for him that Cheho Yuan was searching for the pinnacle of artifact crafting and would not give up unless he managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Qinyu looked to Cheho Yuan, who was smiling contentedly. He was startled in his heart. This Cheho Yuan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the God King level. Based on what Uncle Yifeng had said, this Cheho Yuan's aura and temperament had also taken a huge change. Could it be that this Cheho Yuan has really managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure? The might of an exalted celestial spiritual treasure was something that Qinyu had experienced for himself. A single sword strike from the Origin Sin sword had caused Qinyu suffering of all kinds. "Cheho, that expression you're displaying, could it be that you've truly managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure?" God King Yifeng looked to Cheho Yuan with amazement. Currently, Cheho Yuan was stroking his beard and smiling. He was displaying a very content appearance. Qinyu looked to Cheho Yuan and said, "I remember that Senior Cheho had said before that you were going to search for all kinds of materials to reach the pinnacle of artifact crafting and would not give up unless you've managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure." Senior Cheho had now returned to the divine realm. Could it be that Senior has truly managed to successfully accomplish your goal? For Yifeng and Qinyu to say such things in succession, Zhongli beside them also looked to Cheho Yuan with an amazed expression. At this moment, Cheho Yuan laughed. His gaze was cast toward Qinyu, Zhongli, and Yifeng. He then said in a low voice, feigning a mysteriousness, "This old fool had exhausted all my soul. In the end, the heavens truly did not turn its back on me." Ha ha ha, saying till this part, Cheho Yuan once again started to smile. "You've truly managed to craft it?" God King Yifeng cried out in surprise. Beside them, Qinyu and Jiangli glanced at each other. They were both filled with shock. First-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures were already extremely hard to craft. Even for Qinyu, he also required for all sorts of conditions to reach the peak to be able to craft a first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. As for exalted celestial spiritual treasures, although Qinyu had an idea in his heart, he was unwilling to use up the dark and yellow energy. "I reckon that only through using the dark and yellow energy could I be able to create an exalted celestial spiritual treasure." This was what Qinyu had thought. Qinyu knew that as he possessed dark and yellow energy, he was able to increase the quality of the spiritual treasure that he crafted. However, what about Cheho Yuan? Cheho Yuan did not possess dark and yellow energy. How would he be able to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure? "Qinyu, I believe that my crafting of an exalted celestial spiritual treasure could be compared with the legends that you've created, right?" Cheho Yuan smiled mockingly to Qinyu. "When I think of the dozen-plus God King servants in your purple mystic mansion, my heart is still slightly quaking in fear." Cheho Yuan had personally admitted it. It would appear that Cheho Yuan had indeed managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Exalted celestial spiritual treasure. A God King managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. "Cheho, you really managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure? Hugh, come, take it out and broaden my horizons with it. To be honest, I've never truly seen an exalted celestial spiritual treasure before." Of course, that back Earth seal and all people seal cannot be considered as one. Years ago, when the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial attacked Qinyu, the movement of his Origin Sin sword was too quick. I only managed to see the sword energy and did not even manage to see the shadows of the Origin Sin sword. Pity, truly a pity. Yifeng was sighing. Qinyu and Zhongli also looked to Cheho Yuan. "Senior Cheho Yuan, allow us to see that exalted celestial spiritual treasure of yours." Qinyu was also extremely looking forward to it. He wanted to know very much what sort of appearance an exalted celestial spiritual treasure that was crafted with only materials would be. Cheho Yuan looked to Qinyu, Yifeng, and Zhongli. In the end, he smiled. Very well, since you all want to see it so badly, I shall allow you all to see this treasure that had cost me countless years of my existence. Che Ho Yuan flipped his hand. Suddenly, a pitch-black spiritual pearl was floating above Che Ho Yuan's palm. This spiritual pearl was not large at all. It was about the size of a quail egg. When Qin Yu saw the appearance of this black spiritual pearl, he felt that the surrounding space had burst into a slight tremble. Qin Yu even felt a burst of oppression in his heart. This oppression was brought forth by this black spiritual pearl. As expected of an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Qin Yu's heart was trembling. Beside him, Zhang Li and Yi Feng also managed to sense the extraordinariness of this ordinary-looking black spiritual pearl. Che Ho Yuan's gaze was focused on the black spiritual pearl above his palm. Within his gaze was pride. This exalted celestial spiritual treasure was something that I've only managed to craft after scouring several millions of mortal realm cosmic spaces, gathered countless amount of peculiar materials, spent an endless amount of expenditure and even risked my soul shattering. Its name is Fix Elemental Pearl. Fix Elemental Pearl? Qin Yu and them all remembered this name. This was the first exalted celestial spiritual treasure that a resident of the divine realm crafted through their own strength. The previous exalted celestial spiritual treasures were all bestowed by the world. They were not something that anyone could craft by themselves. Senior Che Ho, you said earlier that you risked your soul shattering. What do you mean by that? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Che Ho Yuan began to laugh. Qin Yu, when you saw the message that I left behind in the Bewitching God Temple, do you remember that I said that I had a feeling that the moment when I managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure, it was likely the moment when my soul shatters? Qin Yu nodded. Che Ho Yuan sighed and said, those words were not something that I spoke without thinking. Instead, it was a sensation that suddenly came to me after I had vowed to the heaven and earth that I would not give up unless I managed to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. However, the sensation that I had was extremely vague. It was only later when I truly managed to craft the exalted celestial spiritual treasure that I understood everything. Che Ho Yuan was smiling. In order to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure, one's soul must fuse with it. At the time when I was crafting it, I had only wanted to craft an exalted celestial spiritual treasure and did not even care even if I was to die doing so. Che Ho Yuan sighed and said. Qin Yu, Zhang Li and Yi Feng started to admire Che Ho Yuan's strong dedication. Merely, this Fix Elemental Pearl is truly extremely fantastic. I had originally thought that I would definitely die. However, who would have thought that this Fix Elemental Pearl actually fused together with my soul? I ended up surviving. Furthermore, this Fix Elemental Pearl did not go through any refinement and directly became my weapon. Che Ho Yuan smiled helplessly. I am simply unable to gift the exalted celestial spiritual treasure to others. That was because my soul had been fused together with this exalted celestial spiritual treasure. If I forced this Fix Elemental Pearl into an ownerless item, my soul would shatter on the spot. Qin Yu nodded. It was unable for him to say whether Che Ho Yuan's crafting method was good or bad. However, I am extremely confident that this Fix Elemental Pearl's strength is truly great. It is so great that I would not fear even if I faced off against the exalted celestials. Che Ho Yuan was extremely confident. Qin Yu and them were surprised. Che Ho, you're exaggerating, right? You said you don't even fear the exalted celestials? You must know that the exalted celestials are people who possess exalted celestial spiritual treasures. Furthermore, they would be able to stop your mobility with a single time stop. Yi Feng said with a smile on his face. Che Ho Yuan lightly smiled and shook his head. No, you all do not understand this Fix Elemental Pearl of mine. Che Ho Yuan had an expression of absolute confidence. Qin Yu and them began to carefully listen to Che Ho Yuan. The offensive ability of the Fix Elemental Pearl is extremely ordinary. It's merely smashing, said Che Ho Yuan with a smile. This Fix Elemental Pearl is extremely fast. Regardless of what it is, if it is hit by this Fix Elemental Pearl, then it would likely shatter on the spot. Smashing? Qin Yu, Zhang Li, and Yi Feng all grew silent. Using a black pearl to smash? Would it truly be powerful? Yi Feng frowned and said. Che Ho, I had said earlier, if an exalted celestial was to use time stop and then attack you with their exalted celestial spiritual treasure, how would you defend against that? Didn't you say that you do not fear the exalted celestials? Che Ho Yuan smiled and said. Regarding this, we would have to talk about the Fix Elemental Pearl's second ability. The Fix Elemental Pearl's offensive ability is smashing. As for the second ability, it was allowing one to hide inside it. Hide inside it, like a spatial spiritual treasure? Zhang Li said in amazement. Che-Ho Yuan shook his head and said. It's very similar to the spatial spiritual treasures. However, it could not be considered as a spatial spiritual treasure. Furthermore, inside the fixed elemental pearl, one cannot use spatial laws. Inside it is only the starry sky, stars, dark stars, and stuff like that. Qinyu, Jiangli, and them were all stunned. The inside of this fixed elemental pearl was actually a cosmic space? Furthermore, one could not use spatial laws in it? Could it be that this is the same as the new cosmos? Qinyu was unable to contain his suspicion. Senior Che-Ho, is there another set of spatial laws within the fixed elemental pearl? Qinyu promptly asked. Another set of spatial laws? Slightly confused, Che-Ho Yuan shook his head. What do you mean by that? This fixed elemental pearl is merely an extremely large cosmic space. Inside it, the spatial laws are useless. Thus, there naturally would not be another set of spatial laws. Senior Che-Ho, what are the ways for one to enter into the fixed elemental pearl? Qinyu once again asked. Che-Ho Yuan smiled and said. Others are simply incapable of entering into the fixed elemental pearl by themselves. Only I can teleport into it. As for the others, as long as they do not resist, I am capable of bringing them in with me. As for when I said that I do not fear the exalted celestials, it was precisely because this exalted celestial spiritual treasure fixed elemental pearl is fused with my soul. Even under time stop, my soul would not be stopped. I have a feeling that as long as I have an intention, I would be able to return into the fixed elemental pearl. The fixed elemental pearl could be considered as being my home, my world. Che-Ho Yuan smiled and said. Qinyu suddenly had a sensation. Why was Che-Ho Yuan's fixed elemental pearl so similar to his new cosmos? If one were to list the differences, then it would likely be that this fixed elemental pearl was only a single cosmic space, whereas the new cosmos contained countless cosmic spaces and also possessed cosmic origin, its own spatial laws and temporal laws. Furthermore, the new cosmos was capable of establishing passage channels with the divine realm's cosmos. However, the fixed elemental pearl could not. This fixed elemental pearl can be considered as an enormous cosmic space. It is much greater than even the divine realm. A single smash from it would shatter even a first-rate grandest spiritual treasure. Che-Ho Yuan said confidently. If I hide into the fixed elemental pearl through teleportation and then control it to smash others, say, who would I fear? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 41. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 41, Bestowment. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Of course, this only signifies that I would not be afraid of the exalted celestials. It does not mean that I am able to match the exalted celestials. After all, they would not stand there for me to smash them. However, my fixed elemental pearl's defense ought to be extremely powerful. Che-Ho Yuan smiled and said. In the end, Che-Ho Yuan had said some humble words. Exalted celestial spiritual treasure, exalted celestial spiritual treasure, God King Yifeng gasped in admiration. He nodded and said with a smile. Brother Che-Ho, the admiration that I have for you right now is something that cannot be described with words. Come, I salute you with this cup of wine. God King Yifeng smiled as he raised his cup of wine. Just because one managed to obtain an exalted celestial spiritual treasure did not mean that one would be able to fight against the exalted celestials. After all, regardless of how good one's weapon was, there was still a need to look at who was using the weapon. For example, although Qinyu possessed the divine spear Waning Snow, he would still not have much hope in fighting against the Thunder Punishment exalted celestial head-on. After the feast, Che-Ho Yuan was persuaded by Qinyu and them to stay in the Purple Mystic Mansion. After all, in the Purple Mystic Mansion was Afyu, who Che-Ho Yuan was familiar with, and Qinyu, who could be considered as his disciple. There was also his old friend Yifeng, as well as the many sage emperors and god kings in the flowing water garden that he knew. After Che-Ho Yuan stayed in the Purple Mystic Mansion for roughly a year. A major event occurred in the Purple Mystic Mansion. No one knew how it came to be, but that Ho Fei actually ended up marrying again. Last time around, he had married Zi Xia. As for this time, he ended up marrying that Hong Yun. The entanglement that Ho Fei had with Hong Yun was something that Qinyu knew about. However, he did not meddle into it. These two rivals had fought each other for so many years and had finally gotten together now. Among the three brothers, Qinyu, Ho Fei, and Heiyu, only Ho Fei had two wives. The matters regarding that happened in the date of the marriage shall be excused for now. Merely, a very strange thing happened. This Zi Xia and Ho Fei had been married for many years now. However, she did not get pregnant in all these years. Surprisingly, Hong Yun had just married Ho Fei and had become pregnant right away. Furthermore, not only was Hong Yun pregnant, even Zi Xia became pregnant. This matter is truly unusual. Heiyu laughed. At this moment, Xingyu, Heiyu, and Ho Fei were chatting and drinking. Fei, you're truly amazing. Xingyu also laughed and gave a thumbs up. Ho Fei did not become embarrassed. Instead, he started to laugh complacently. Nearly so, Big Brother already had 2 kids. It cannot be considered as anything extraordinary for me to have 2 kids too. Furthermore, Mixed Hair Bird even had grandsons and granddaughters now. Oh, that's right, Big Brother, Mixed Hair Bird, I reckon that those 2 children of mine would be born in about 8 to 9 months' time. Say, what do you think their names should be? Names? Let me think about it. Heiyu immediately started thinking. At this moment, Xingyu suddenly started frowning. That was because Xingyu suddenly sensed that Uncle Lan had came out from the new cosmos. It was one thing for Uncle Lan to exit the new cosmos, but the surprisingly matter was that he did not return to the Purple Mystic Mansion and instead went somewhere else. Uncle Lan had only obtained the All-People seal not long ago. He should still be undergoing seclusion training. How come he has come out from the new cosmos so soon? Xingyu became confused. Anything that happened in the new cosmos cannot escape Xingyu's detection. Xingyu knew right away when Jianglan exited it. Men, I got it. If it's a boy, his name shall be Hoin, Silver, and if it's a girl, Hoin, Sound. Heiyu's voice sounded. Xingyu also stopped thinking about the matter regarding Jianglan, as his uncle Lan had the freedom to do whatever he wished. Xingyu would not meddle with it. Xiaohei, to be honest, the names you've decided upon are truly ordinary. Xingyu laughed and joined the conversation of the 3 brothers thinking up names for the 2 children that was about to come. Utmost Northern Region's floating snow city. This black city was bathed by an endless amount of snowflakes. However, it contained a poignant and romantic beauty. The heavenly deities in the floating snow city lived their lives like they did in the past. The consecutive battles of god kings did not cause much of an effect to the lives of heavenly deities. Floating Snow City's Imperial Palace. In the exalted Celestial's palace. The utmost northern sage Emperor Jiang Fan's wife, Chunyu Ro, was standing outside of the study room. She pondered for a long time before lightly knocking on the door. Her husband Jiang Fan was in the study room. Ever since about 4 years ago when Jiang Fan returned to the floating snow city, he had been in the study room by himself the entire time. In normal times, he would rarely speak. Even his sons and daughters would not be able to see his face. In the entire floating snow city, only Chunyu Ro was able to speak some words with Jiang Fan. Creak, that wooden door opened. Light shined into the study through the open entrance. However, the inside of the study seemed to be a forbidden area for light. The entire study was enveloped with a layer of gloom and cold oppressive aura. Jiang Fan's figure was also within the dark study room. Chunyu Ro sighed in her heart. However, a smile emerged on her face. She directly walked into the study room. Right after she walked in, the door to the study immediately closed by itself. Husband, there is no need for you to be so remorseful every day. Actually, when compared to other places, our floating snow city is already much better off than them. I've heard that most of the god kings from the other cities have died and that many of them do not even have a single god king present. Our floating snow city is truly much better off than them. Chunyu Ro said with a smile. Jiang Fan, who was silent for a long time, displayed a slight smile after hearing what his wife had said. My wife, you truly know how to make my heart feel a bit better. You're right, when compared to the other cities, our floating snow city could indeed be considered as being fortunate. I could also be considered as one of the taller ones among a group of dwarfs. Jiang Fan smiled a self-mocking smile and said. Chunyu Ro rejoiced in her heart. After her constant days of coming to chat with Jiang Fan and tell him jokes, Jiang Fan was no longer as silent and isolated as he was when he first returned. My wife. Jiang Fan raised his head and looked to Chunyu Ro. Say, did I made a mistake back then? Was I mistaken to choose Zhou Xian as Lear's husband? Jiang Fan's heart was no longer resolute now. Husband, you've already made your decision. Even if you regret it now, nothing can be done. Why must you still cause yourself to be vexed and suffer? Regardless, husband, you are still the utmost North Sage Emperor and did not suffer much of any loss. Chunyu Ro comforted him. Jiang Fan nodded. Sigh, it's just that I had always had that trace of unwillingness in my heart. Jiang Fan thought of the all-people seal that could be considered as something that was already in his pocket being snatched away by Qingyu before his eyes, and began to feel a sharp pain in his heart. He had dreamed of becoming an exalted celestial for all those years. In order to become an exalted celestial, Jiang Fan was willing to give up that much. He even did not hesitate to fall out with his own brother and break apart the relationship with his own daughter. All of this was so that he could become an exalted celestial. When he had given that much, when his anticipation had reached such a high degree, at such a time, when he failed, it had brought him immense pain. I had originally thought that nothing would go wrong with the help from the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. I was filled with confidence. However, little did I imagine that Chin would say, when one's anticipation is extremely high, one would fall down even deeper when failed. Once he thought of this matter, Zhang Fan began to feel his heart twitching and aching. It was truly painful. Husband, if you cannot become an exalted celestial, then so be it. That Chin could also be considered as being lenient toward you already. In the future, as long as we do not go and provoke him, I believe that he would likely not come and create troubles for us. Chunyu Ro consoled. Zhang Fan smiled bitterly. He, the utmost North Sage Emperor. Oh, how high was his status? Who would have expected that he would fall to a level where he required Chin Yu's pity in order to live comfortably? My wife, when I appeared in the divine realm back then, I managed to comprehend the spatial laws faster than my second brother Jianlan. Because of that, I became the utmost North Sage Emperor. I had been the utmost North Sage Emperor for a total of 12 quadrillion years now. Zhang Fan laughed at himself. My wife, did you know what I was thinking about in the depths of my heart all these years? What is it? Chunyu Ro frowned. According to what she knew, her husband wanted to become an exalted celestial the most. This was something that Chunyu Ro already knew. She did not know why Zhang Fan would ask the question again. You ought to know that in these countless years, I had wished to become an exalted celestial. However, in the depths of my heart, what I truly wanted to know was, who my parents were and where exactly did I originate from. Zhang Fan shook his head and sighed. Chunyu Ro looked to Zhang Fan in a daze. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and said, 12 quadrillion years ago, when the divine realm was born, I, my second brother, my third brother and them had all appeared in the divine realm together. Merely, at that time, none of us possessed the memories of our childhood. All we know was that we are all blood brothers. Other than that, we did not know anything else. It had been 12 quadrillion years now. During this time, I had been thinking the entire time, who are my parents? How was I born? Could it be that I was birthed by the heaven and earth? I had been thinking the entire time exactly how would I know about my birth. Afterwards, I thought of becoming an exalted celestial. The exalted celestials were much more powerful than god kings. They ought to know more than god kings. I reckoned that after becoming an exalted celestial, I would be able to know where I and the rest of the first generation of the 8 great divine families had originated from. Zhang Fan smiled a self-mocking smile. Chunyu Ro had also pondered about it. The first generation of the 8 great divine families, other than the Thunder Punishment City that possessed the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial as someone with an even higher seniority, the other first generation of the divine families all seem to have appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Fan, Zhang Lan, Huang Fuyu, Huang Fulei, Huang Fuliuxiang, Shin Tuyen, Shin Tuyin, who exactly were the parents to this large group of 8 great divine families' first generations? Could it be that they had appeared out of nowhere or were birthed by the heaven and earth? This question was a known puzzle to the higher echelons of the divine realm. No one knew how exactly the first generation of the 8 great divine families came to be. This was a question that they were unable to investigate and pursue. Husband, didn't you manage to have an interaction with the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial? Couldn't you have asked him? Chunyu Ro asked in confusion. Zhang Fan smiled a self-mocking smile. Humph, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial? How could he possibly tell us about it? I had once tried to ask him about it, but he merely berated me and even ordered me to not ask about it again. I have a feeling that he knew about how we came to be. However, he refused to tell us. That's why I wanted to become an exalted celestial so strongly. Chunyu Ro lightly nodded. Suddenly. Why did you come here? Zhang Fan suddenly frowned as he looked to this man who had suddenly appeared in the study. The man wore a blue gown. It was precisely Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan looked to Zhang Fan. His gaze was tranquil. Big brother. Zhang Fan was startled. You called me big brother? Zhang Fan was truly shocked. Ever since he chose Zhou Xian as his son-in-law, Jiang Lan could be considered as having broken his relationship with him. It was practically impossible for Zhang Fan to call him big brother. Chunyu Ro, who stood beside Zhang Fan, was also filled with shock. Jiang Lan lightly smiled as he looked to Zhang Fan. Big brother, no matter what, we have grew up together and have been brothers for the past 12 quadrillion years. Although I harbor a grudge against you, but little you and Lear are also together now. I believe that there is no need for us to continue to be antagonistic toward each other. There is also no need for you all to be in such a deadlock with little you and Lear. Zhang Fan displayed a cold expression on his face. Oh, so you've come to persuade me? Zhang Lan coldly laughed. Second brother, it is impossible for me to take back when I had said. Back then, before all those sage emperors, I had publicly announced Zhou Xian to be my son-in-law. No matter what, it is impossible for me to face Qinyu now. There is no need for you to continue to try to persuade me here. Why are you this stubborn? Zhang Lan grew a bit angry. Zhang Fan frowned as he looked to his second brother Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan stared at Zhang Fan. Big brother, all these years, Lear has had a home that she cannot return to. She is unable to see her sisters, brothers, relatives, and friends. Do you know how difficult it was for her? Could it be that you believe your daughter to be inferior to your face? Zhang Fan was startled. He became speechless. Zhang Lan was frowning. He flipped his hand and two floating seals appeared above his hand. One was a gray-colored seal whereas the other was a golden-colored seal. These are, Zhang Fan's eyes immediately shined. These are the Back-Earth seal and the All-People seal. I know that you deeply want to obtain them. I am able to give them to you right now. I merely wished for you to be able to be better to Lear in them and stop being antagonistic toward them. Zhang Lan flipped his hand, the Back-Earth seal and All-People seal in his hand flew toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan blankly watched this scene. Xunyu Rou beside him was astonished. Oh, how precious the Back-Earth seal and All-People seal were. How could Zhang Fan possibly not know about it? For these two seals, how many god kings had died? However now, Zhang Lan was actually giving these two seals to him. Second brother, Zhang Fan became speechless. After receiving them, your desire should be satisfied. I wish that you stop being antagonistic toward Lear and little you. Zhang Lan looked to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and looked to Zhang Lan. Second brother, could it be that you've forgotten that it was me who stopped you from going to save Zhuozhome? Don't you resent me for that? Why would you be willing to part with the hopes of becoming an exalted celestial and give them to me? The shock of Zhang Lan giving the Back-Earth seal and All-People seal was truly too great to Zhang Fan. Resentment? Of course I have. Zhang Lan laughed indifferently. Merely, big brother, you must understand that those who are dead are already dead. What is important is to allow those who are alive to be happier. I merely wish for Lear and them to be happier. With only that, I, as their elder, would already be extremely happy. Zhang Fan's expression changed. My wife, tomorrow, bring Yenner, Juner and them to the Fog City and meet with Lear and them for me. Zhang Fan suddenly said to Xunyu Rou beside him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 42. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 42, This is Fate. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Yes, husband. At this moment, Xunyu Rou was delighted. She was someone who cared very much about her children. She had actually been concerned about Lear the entire time. Now that they resolved this matter, she naturally became happy. Furthermore, Zhang Fan obtained the Back-Earth seal and All-People seal. She was also happy for Zhang Fan. Tomorrow? This fast? Zhang Lan was a bit shocked. Facing Zhang Lan, Zhang Fan currently had an immense level of guilt and shame. It's not fast at all, not fast at all. Your sister-in-law has been thinking about Lear frequently too. It's all because she was concerned about me that she did not go to see Lear in all this time. I have also hurt the hearts of Lear and her husband Xinyu. For now, I do not think I have the face to see them. It's better that I don't go. It's enough for your sister-in-law, Yenner, and them to go. Zhang Lan also lightly nodded. When he thought that Zhang Li would be happy, Zhang Lan also felt extremely gratified. On the same day, Zhang Lan returned to the Purple Mystic Mansion. After he returned to the Purple Mystic Mansion, Zhang Lan happily chatted with Che Ho Yuan for a long time. Zhang Lan was also an old friend of Che Ho Yuan. On the second day, Xinyu was sitting with Ho Fei, Heiyu, Lear, Zixia, Hong Yun, and Bai Ling. Right when they were happily chatting, a heavenly deity maid ran in. Master, there's a group of people outside. They said they have came from the floating snow city. The words from the heavenly deity maid had caused Xinyu and them to stop their chat. Floating snow city? Xinyu frowned. Ho Fei, Heiyu, and them also looked to each other. They were all bewildered. Lear was the first to stand up. Excitements covered her face. People from Floating Snow City, brother you, quickly, quickly. In excitement, Zhongli immediately pulled Qinyu and rushed toward the entrance. Anxious, Zhongli teleported with Qinyu and immediately arrived before the front yard of the Purple Mystic Mansion. Jiang Yan and Xunyu Ro, Qinyu's new cosmos' spatial energy was immediately spread out. He immediately discovered who it was from the Floating Snow City that had arrived. This group of people were practically all members of the Jiang clan. They were all people who possessed deep relationships with Zhongli. Qinyu became confused. From these years of interaction, Qinyu was able to determine Jiang Fan's character. Jiang Fan was not a person who would easily acknowledge his mistake. Furthermore, Qinyu had contradicted him greatly. This Jiang Fan, as a sage emperor, he ought to care about his face deeply. Logically, he likely would not allow these people from the Floating Snow City to come over. Why? While Qinyu was pondering, Zhongli beside him immediately called out. Brother you, quickly, come. Stop being distracted at the side. My mother, you know her, right? Qinyu exited his thoughts. He immediately smiled and slightly bowed. Mother-in-law. Qinyu was thinking in his heart, no matter what this Jiang Fan is thinking, he at least managed to do a great thing. Zhongli had been thinking of her relatives and friends the entire time. Because of that, Qinyu had been feeling guilty the entire time. And now, his heart was feeling much better than before. Qinyu, hello. Seeing Qinyu, that Xunyu Ro also felt a bit concerned. Back then, she had tried to make Zhou Xian become her son-in-law through every possible means. However, what was the ending? All of the 4 great god kings of the Thunder Punishment City, including Zhou Xian who later became a god king, were killed. Currently, the Thunder City had reached a state where a youngster from a younger generation called Zhou Qing ended up becoming the Sage Emperor. Back when they were at the utmost North Sage Emperor's palace, she was able to willfully comment upon Qinyu. However now, in terms of status, Qinyu's status was greater than the 8 great Sage Emperors and became the #1 absolute character in the Divine Realm. Perhaps only the 3 great exalted celestials were able to surpass Qinyu by a tier. Big brother Qinyu, I believe you know majority of these people, right? This is our older brother, Jiang Jun. This is our older brother, Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Yan had become much more lively. She was constantly making introductions to Qinyu. Among all the people that had came, Qinyu knew majority of them. After all, he had stayed in the Floating Snow City for a long period of time. Even for people that he didn't know, Zhongli had mentioned them to Qinyu before. With the introductions from Jiang Yan, Qinyu immediately knew who they were. The arrival of the group of people from the Floating Snow City had caused the entire Purple Mystic Mansion to be bustling with noise and excitement. As for who was the most happy in the entire Purple Mystic Mansion, it would likely be Zhongli. As for Qinyu, he was puzzled by something the entire time. Qinyu arrived at Jiang Lan's residence by himself. Yesterday, Jiang Lan had chatted with Cheho Yuan for a long time. As for today, he had however been resting the entire time and had not even left the Fog City. He had merely welcomed the guests at the beginning and returned to his residence not long after. Uncle Lan, it's me. Qinyu walked to the entrance of the Courtyard Manor's entrance and spoke. Little you, come on in. Jiang Lan's voice sounded from within the Courtyard Manor. At the same time, the entrance door to the Courtyard Manor opened by itself. Qinyu walked into the Courtyard Manor. At this moment, Jiang Lan was sitting by himself beside the ancient tree and drinking wine. Upon seeing Qinyu walking in, he looked over and smiled. Come, drink some wine with me. Qinyu smiled and sat down. He accompanied Jiang Lan and casually chatted and drank a couple cups of wine. Uncle Lan, I have a matter that I wish to ask you about. Qinyu placed down his wine cup and looked to Jiang Lan and asked. Jiang Lan smiled and nodded. I knew that you had something to ask from the expression that you had when you arrived. Go ahead, tell me what it is. Qinyu nodded and said. Uncle Lan, the temporal laws contained within the All-People Seal are extremely profound. You had merely trained in the new cosmos for 4 years. Even if the time was accelerated by 1,000,000 times, it was merely 4 million years. To comprehend the temporal laws with merely 4 million years is distantly insufficient. Uncle Lan, you've come out now, could it be that you've succeeded? Oh? Jiang Lan started to laugh. Little you, according to your words, could it be that I cannot come out if I have not comprehended the temporal laws? No, of course not. Qinyu promptly said. Uncle Lan, you know very well that is not what I meant. Seeing Qinyu's expression, Jiang Lan laughed. I was merely joking with you. I know what you meant. That's right, to train for only this short amount of time was indeed a bit too short. In terms of the temporal laws, I did not manage to attain much improvement either. Uncle Lon, I wish to know, was the coming of those people from the floating snow city related to you? You've gone to the floating snow city to persuade him, right? Qin Yu asked. John Lon looked at Qin Yu. He did not say anything. I am able to guess. Uncle Lon, right after you exited the New Cosmos, you went to the floating snow city. The next day, these people from the floating snow city had come. I can't help but think of you. Qin Yu smiled and said. Uncle Lon, you've done a great thing. However, I am very confused how you managed to persuade that father-in-law of mine? I merely moved his heart and reasoned with him. John Lon said casually. After that, he drank a cup of wine. Moved his heart and reasoned with him? That easy? Qin Yu was completely unconvinced. Qin Yu knew very well of the Zhang Fan's character. In order to obtain the chance to become an exalted celestial, he refused to take pity upon his own daughter and broke his relationship with his own blood brother. Such a resolute person, how could he be persuaded that easily? Uncle Lon, do not try to deceive me. Qin Yu stared at John Lon. John Lon was stared for a long time. He then smiled and shook his head. Truly, fine, I'll tell you. It's actually nothing major either. I had merely gifted the Back Earth Seal and All People Seal to Zhang Fan. That big brother of mine had sought for the Back Earth Seal and All People Seal for who knows how long. I had given the two of them to him. Naturally this caused him to be immensely thankful. Thus, it was also natural for him to do such a thing. Qin Yu was stunned. Uncle Lon, you said you've given Zhang Fan the Back Earth Seal and All People Seal? At this moment, Qin Yu didn't address Zhang Fan as his father-in-law, but Qin Yu was able to guess that Uncle Lon most definitely had paid a price in order to persuade Zhang Fan. However, never did he guess that the price was the 2 portions of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure which contained the opportunity to become an exalted celestial. Uncle Lon, if you had the Back Earth Seal and All People Seal, it might be possible for you to become an exalted celestial. As you possess 2 seals, your chance of becoming an exalted celestial would be much greater than that Luo Fan. Why would you? Qin Yu was feeling a burst of unwillingness. John Lon smiled indifferently. It's merely a Back Earth Seal and an All People Seal. They do not contain much use for me. I also do not possess any longing for the status of an exalted celestial. To become an exalted celestial or not doesn't matter to me. Uncle Lon, Qin Yu was frowning. Oh right, little you, that All People Seal was something that you had given me. You wouldn't be angry that I give it to someone else, right? John Lon said to Qin Yu with a smile. At this moment, Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Zhang Fan. Qin Yu felt resentment and anger. Back then, for the slight opportunity of becoming an exalted celestial, this Zhang Fan had disregarded the relationship of brothers with you, Uncle Lon. He disregarded the relationship of father and daughter with Lear and even disregarded the immense superiority that I possessed in the groom search. He resolutely determined Zhou Xian to be his son-in-law. Not long ago, he had been antagonistic toward me repeatedly. He even tried to kill me. Back then, when those god kings and sage emperors were caught in the New Cosmos, I controlled his life and death. In the end, because of Lear, I've set him free. I had originally thought that he would be grateful of that. However, never would I expect that even with Uncle Lan's persuasion, he would not agree and had only agreed after you presented the Back Earth Seal and the All People Seal. This sort of person. Qin Yu began to look down upon Zhang Fan in his heart. Originally, Qin Yu still considered him as his father-in-law. Yet now, Qin Yu didn't even want to consider him as his father-in-law. Back Earth Seal, All People Seal, he dared to accept them without feeling any burn to his hand? Uncle Lon, had he tried to decline them? Qin Yu looked to Zhang Lon. Zhang Lon was slightly startled. Zhang Lon indeed did not try to decline them and directly accepted Back Earth Seal and the All People Seal. Little you, Zhang Fan, he truly wanted to become an exalted celestial. He would naturally not be willing to give up on the All People Seal and the Back Earth Seal after he obtained them. It's nothing serious. After all, I do not wish to become an exalted celestial. Let's just allow my big brother to achieve his desire, said Zhang Lan with a light smile. Zhang Lan's had a very good attitude toward this. He did not mind at all. Become an exalted celestial? Qin Yu started laughing. Him, becoming an exalted celestial? Uncle Lon, even if he obtained the All People Seal and the Back Earth Seal, he would still be unable to become an exalted celestial. This is destiny. And he does not have that destiny. Zhang Lan was startled by Qin Yu's tone. Qin Yu's tone contained an absolute confidence. Little you, you are that certain? Zhang Lan said in doubt. Qin Yu lightly smiled. He recalled the conversation he had with his second brother Lin Meng. At the 100 Days ceremony when little C was born, Lin Meng had said that all the god kings that were on the exalted celestial mountain at that time, none of them were able to become an exalted celestial. And at that time, the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan was one of the god kings on the exalted celestial mountain. Uncle Lan, you will know when the new exalted celestial is born. As for Jiang Fan, it is impossible for him to become an exalted celestial. Qin Yu said indifferently. However, the current Jiang Fan contained an endless amount of hope. He was currently earnestly comprehending the temporal laws in the Back Earth Seal and the All-People Seal. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, 8 more months had passed. In the Purple Mystic Mansion, a large group of people were gathered outside Ho Fei's courtyard manor. Over 1,000 people from the Purple Mystic Mansion were currently whispering with each other. In the courtyard were Ho Fei, Qin Yu, and them. Ho Fei's 2 wives, Zixia and Hong Yun, have gone into labor together. At this moment, Ho Fei was anxiously outside the room's entrance and walking back and forth incessantly. His 2 fists were firmly clenched. Occasionally, red light would shine through his eyes. His entire body's energy was faintly trembling. Fei Fei, come sit down. Don't worry too much about it. Qin Yu said. Ho Fei glanced at Qin Yu and said. How can I possibly sit? Immediately, the group of people gathered in the courtyard started to laugh. Merely, they were all very conscientious and their laughter were done in a very low voice in fear of disturbing the 2 soon-to-be mothers. Man? Qin Yu frowned. Whoosh. Qin Yu disappeared from the courtyard manor. Heiyu, Zhongli, Yifeng, Cheho Yuan, and the others were all startled. At this moment, Qin Yu appeared on one of the Purple Mystic Mansion's passageway. A purple-gowned middle-aged man was currently walking before this passageway. His figure was a bit thin. However, this man appeared very proud and aloof. His pair of eyes that occasionally flickered with a red light swept through Qin Yu. For Senior Unfettered Exalted Celestial to honor the Purple Mystic Mansion with his presence, this junior is unable to contain his joy. Merely, this junior does not know what might have brought Senior here? Qin Yu slightly clasped his hand and said. The person who had came was precisely the Unfettered Exalted Celestial. At this moment, Qin Yu already had a feeling that the reason that brought this Unfettered Exalted Celestial here was most likely related to Ho Fei. In the airspace above the Divine Realm, at a very high up location was a space. This space was completely isolated from the other places in the Divine Realm. The other God Kings were simply unable to discover this place. In this space that could be considered as an independent space located above the Divine Realm floated auspicious clouds of all kinds of colors. In the depths of the clouds was a palace. At this moment, outside of the palace's entrance stood a man. His eagle-like eyes were cast toward below. This man was precisely the person that Qin Yu possessed hatred with, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Humph, younger martial brother has finally gone to see his precious son. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial sneered. However, it's soon now. 5 years, it's only 5 years now. In 5 more years, the new Exalted Celestial would be determined. After that, I would be able to go and kill that Qin Yu without any concern. Qin Yu. I shall allow you to live for 5 more years. Cold light flickered through the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 43. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 43, Father? Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. At this moment, the Purple Mystic Mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Rows upon rows of people had surrounded the outside of Ho Fei's courtyard manor. Men, women, young and old, they were all happily chatting with each other. Quickly, step aside. It's the utmost supreme third elder, quickly, step aside. Seeing Qin Yu walking over with a middle-aged man, the 1,000+ people gathered outside the courtyard manor immediately moved aside and created a path wide enough for 3 people to walk for them. With a smile on his face, Qin Yu led the Unfettered Exalted Celestial into the courtyard manor. Right when Qin Yu and the Unfettered Exalted Celestial stepped into the courtyard manor, right when Heiyu, Cheho Yuan, Zhang Lan, and them looked over to them. Wah! 2 baby cries sounded in succession. All the people present displayed cheerful expressions. Qin Yu took a glance at the Unfettered Exalted Celestial beside him. No matter how calm and unflustered he was, the current Unfettered Exalted Celestial also contained excitement in his eyes. His gaze was completely fixed upon Ho Fei, who was outside of the room. Creak! Once the door opened, Ho Fei immediately rushed inside. Qin Yu, He Yu, Zhang Lan and the rest remained outside and began to chat and laugh. Truly rare. Never would I expect Ho Fei's two children would be born one after the other and practically at the same time. He Yu exclaimed. At this moment, Zhang Lan's gaze was on the unfettered exalted celestial. His expression slightly changed. Little Yu, who might this be? Although Zhang Lan was asking this, his expression had shown that he was able to guess who it was. During the first descent of the exalted celestial mountain 6 quadrillion years ago, the unfettered God King was one of the participants. In the end, he became an exalted celestial. As for Zhang Lan, he had naturally come to know this unfettered God King from the last exalted celestial mountain. Merely, compared to back then, the unfettered exalted celestial's appearance was slightly different. The most important thing was that his temperament was different from back then. Zhang Lan, it's been 6 quadrillion years since we last met. Surprisingly, you actually do not recognize me. The unfettered exalted celestial lightly smiled and said. At this moment, Qin Yu took the initiative to wave his hand and close the entrance door to the courtyard manor. He had determined that it was best for the unfettered exalted celestial's identity to be unknown by the younger generations outside. Otherwise, who knew how noisy it would be then? Uncle Lan, this is the unfettered exalted celestial. Qin Yu said. Unfettered exalted celestial? Beside them, He Yu, Bai Ling, Zhuqiulin and the rest all displayed shocked expressions. One must know that the exalted celestials were people who were extremely hard to encounter. Even for the thunder punishment exalted celestial, many people had only seen him through the water screen. There were not many people in the entire divine realm who would be able to have such a good fortune of being able to chat with an exalted celestial. Why did the unfettered exalted celestial come over here? At this moment, Zhang Lan was confused. However, Zhang Lan still respectfully greeted the unfettered exalted celestial with a bow. Never would I have expected it to be Senior Unfettered Exalted Celestial. Senior, please sit. The group of people who were originally sitting had all already stood up. With the exalted celestial standing, who would be impudent enough to sit? The unfettered exalted celestial displayed a smile on his face. He lightly smiled and waved his hand. Zhang Lan, there is no need for you to be so courteous. The purpose for my coming today is for. Big brother, I got a son and a daughter. Quickly, come and see. Ho Fei's voice sounded through the entire courtyard manor. Everyone looked toward the entrance of the room. They saw Ho Fei running out with a baby on each hand. He was so excited that his eyes were flickering with a red light. A boy and a girl? He Yu was the first to charge forward. Immediately after, Zhang Li, Bai Ling and the rest of the people all went up too. Seeing the two babies, they were all extremely happy. All of the people in the courtyard manor were displaying joyous smiles on their faces. The unfettered exalted celestial has most likely come for the birth of Ho Fei's two children. Qin Yu thought in his heart. He took a glance at the unfettered exalted celestial beside him. The excitement that the unfettered exalted celestial had right now was something that even Qin Yu's youngest son, Qin Shuang, could tell. The unfettered exalted celestial's gaze was moving back and forth through the two babies. His gaze was filled with excitement. However, the unfettered exalted celestial had restrained himself and did not rush forward right away. Big brother. Ho Fei raised his head and looked over. He saw that Qin Yu did not went over, frowned and said. Big brother, what are you doing standing so far away? Come over, quickly, come over and have a look at these two babies. Ha ha. Ho Fei's gaze merely swept past the unfettered exalted celestial. Although he was surprised by this person that he had never seen before, he did not care much about it. Hong Yun and Zi Xiao walked out from the room. As they were both heavenly deity-level experts, the birthing process did not affect them much. That Hong Yun even directly called out. Monkey, give me Xinger. Ho Sheng? That name doesn't sound good. Oh my wife, why would you want to name such a cute daughter as Ho Sheng? It's better to listen to me and name her Ho Tian Tian. Tian Tian, oh how much better that sounds. Ho Fei immediately said. PFF. Immediately, everyone started laughing. Qin Yu and He Yu also felt helpless. Before the birth of the babies, they had already chatted about it before. They had proposed many names but this Ho Fei didn't want any of them. In the end, he even showed off shamelessly and decided on the name Ho Tian Tian. Might it be possible for me to name this child? The unfettered exalted celestial who had been extremely excited and hesitating whether to speak finally roused up his courage and spoke. Ho Fei's eyelids was raised. He looked to this unfettered exalted celestial. Who are you? Why would I let you name my child? The unfettered exalted celestial was startled. As for the large group of people gathered in the courtyard, they were shocked. They all knew that the person who came was the unfettered exalted celestial. However, Hofei actually dared to speak to the unfettered exalted celestial in such a way. Oh, how outrageous, Fei, this is Senior Unfettered Exalted Celestial, don't be rude. Jiang Lan immediately shouted. Unfettered Exalted Celestial? Hofei was startled. Oh heavens, he had stepped on a hornet's nest. Hofei immediately bowed cleverly. This junior is honored to have Senior Unfettered Exalted Celestial here. Merely, this child is my child. Thus, it is sufficient for her father to name her. There is no need for Senior to trouble himself. There's a nice play to be seen now. Xinyu remained silent. Hofei had neither father nor mother. He was an orphan that Jiang Lan discovered. Xinyu had guessed that this unfettered exalted might perhaps be related to Hofei's identity. The unfettered exalted celestial's mouth didn't move. He said via divine awareness voice transmission. Hofei, I am your father. Boom! Hofei only felt that his entire brain seemed to have exploded. Everything had went blank. He only managed to become clear-headed after a very long time. He was completely stunned. The excitement that he had with the birth of his son and daughter was completely gone. All he had was shock. Hofei looked to the unfettered exalted celestial with a sharp gaze. As for the unfettered exalted celestial, he looked to Hofei with a kind and anticipating expression. He was anticipating for Hofei to call him father. Hofei suddenly started laughing. He handed the two babies in his hand to Zixia and Hongyun. He then pointed to the unfettered exalted celestial. With an expression of not knowing whether to cry or laugh, he said. Senior Unfettered Exalted Celestial. You said you're my father? Stop joking around. I, Hofei, have neither father nor mother. Although I also wanted to have parents, I have yet to reach a state where any random person coming to me and telling me that he's my father would cause me to accept him as my father. The entire courtyard manor had grew silent. Father. Practically everyone were shocked by this word that came from Hofei's mouth. It was likely that the unfettered exalted celestial was worried for the effect of the word and thus decided to only say it through divine awareness voice transmission. However, Hofei had spoken and shocked everyone. This unfettered exalted celestial is Hofei's father? Xinyu was not very surprised. Monkey, do not talk drivel here. This is not a joke that you can say. Hey, you immediately warned Hofei. However, Hofei raised his lips. He took a side glance at the unfettered exalted celestial and said. Mixed hair bird, it is not I who is joking. Instead, it is this unfettered exalted celestial that is playing a joke on me. At this moment, although Hofei was smiling, his gaze was very strange. The unfettered exalted celestial slightly frowned. He said. Hofei, is it possible for us to chat alone? This unfettered exalted celestial did not wish to make his family matter be known to everyone present. After all, he was an exalted celestial who possessed a revered status. Thus, he wanted to save his face. Chat alone? We're neither friend nor relative, what is there to talk about? If you want to talk, we can talk here. All the people here were my friends, family, and brothers. If you want to say something, then say it. Otherwise, then forget about it. I still have to accompany my two children. Hofei's tone of speech was completely rude. Xinyu was able to sense that Hofei's frame of mind was greatly fluctuating. The current Hofei was completely different from the usual Hofei. Had it been the usual Hofei, how would he dare to speak like this to the unfettered exalted celestial? Let's all go out first and don't create disturbance here. Xinyu immediately said to the surrounding people. Jiang Lan, Yifeng, and them also felt that the atmosphere between Hofei and the unfettered exalted celestial was unusual. Tactfully, everyone bowed to the unfettered exalted celestial and then left the courtyard manor one after the other. In the end, even Zixia and Hongyun left with the two babies. Fei, have a proper and frank chat with Senior Unfettered Exalted Celestial. Make sure to clarify the matter. Xinyu advised Hofei. I got it, big brother. Hofei nodded to Xinyu. Xinyu slightly bowed to the unfettered exalted celestial and then left the courtyard manor. After Xinyu left, only the unfettered exalted celestial and Hofei remained in the courtyard manor. On a stone bench not far from the courtyard manor, Xinyu sat down. Big brother, is Monkey truly related to the unfettered exalted celestial? Hey, you also sat on a stone bench beside Xinyu and immediately asked him. Don't be anxious, we'll know later. There is no use for us to guess about it now. Qin Yu frowned. At the same time, he began to spread his new cosmos' spatial energy and covered the entire courtyard manor. The other god kings did not dare to use their divine awareness to probe in fear of the unfettered exalted celestial discovering them. However, Qin Yu did not fear it. His new cosmos' spatial energy was clearly observing everything that was happening. As Qin Yu was observing everything, he thought in his heart. Unfettered exalted celestial, it is fine for you to speak, but it's best that you do not start fighting. No matter what, Qin Yu would not tolerate his brother being bullied. Inside the courtyard manor, Hou Fei and the unfettered exalted celestial were both standing. Actually, just by their appearances, Hou Fei did look similar to the unfettered exalted celestial. They were both relatively thin. Merely, Hou Fei possessed a tyrannical aura whereas the unfettered exalted celestial appeared very calm. What is it that you want to say? Quickly speak. Hou Fei directly said. The unfettered exalted celestial did not take offense at all. He said, Hou Fei, I am your father, this matter is for certain. Since your birth till now, in all these years, I know practically everything that has occurred to you. I shall replay these things that have occurred to you with images. Hou Fei, had I not frequently watched over you, how would I be able to know what had occurred to you in the past? After all, even the exalted celestials do not possess the ability to see to the past and the future. The unfettered exalted celestial said with a smile. Had you not been related to me, why would I, an exalted celestial, frequently pay attention to you? Hou Fei was startled. He must admit that what the unfettered exalted celestial had said was very reasonable. The things that had happened to him in his childhood, only Zhang Lan and Zhang Li knew about them the best. As for afterward when he journeyed with Qin Yu, the things that he had done were something that Qin Yu and He Yu knew the best. If the unfettered exalted celestial wished to search the things that had happened in the past, the only possible way would be for him to use soul searching on Qin Yu, Zhang Lan and them. The events from the past? Who knows what know of ability the exalted celestials have? It's not like I'm an exalted celestial. From this, it cannot be proof that you're my father. Furthermore, whether you're my father or not, this has no relation to me. Hou Fei had a slight smile on his face. Senior unfettered exalted celestial, since my childhood till now, I have experienced a lot of things. With my big brother in mixed hair bird, I have fought through the mortal realm's seafloor, fought through the immortal, devil and demon realm. One battle after another, I have walked to the divine realm from the mortal realm one step at a time. In my entire life, there has never been father in my memory. Whether I have a father or not, it does not hold any importance to me. I have always considered myself as being born from the eruption of a rock. After hearing Hou Fei's words, the unfettered exalted celestial's complexion grew pale. Well then, senior unfettered exalted celestial, you are an exalted celestial, a high and above exalted celestial. There is no need for you to continue to tease me here. To be honest, for you to suddenly come to me and tell me you're my father, I was truly a bit put off. I do not like having someone control me. I like to be able to move about leisurely. Without a father watching over me, without a mother raising me, such a life is not bad at all. Hou Fei laughed to the unfettered exalted celestial and then proceeded to walk toward the courtyard manor's entrance. Hou Fei! The unfettered exalted celestial shouted. Enough, didn't you hear what I had just said? Let me say it again, whether if you're my father or not, it doesn't matter to me. After he finished saying that, Hou Fei opened the entrance door and walked out. Ah, my son, my daughter, let your father embrace you. Hou Fei's loud voice sounded again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 44. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 44, He's the Exalted Celestial? Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, close to 5 years had passed since the birth of Hou Fei's 2 children. In this close to 5 years period of time, that the unfettered exalted celestial had come to the purple mystic mansion several tens of times. Senior unfettered exalted celestial, Fei Fei is in the garden to the back accompanying his 2 children. Qin Yu said to the unfettered exalted celestial with a smile. Thanks. The unfettered exalted celestial lightly smiled to Qin Yu. Seeing the back view of the unfettered exalted celestial as he entered past the garden's entrance, Qin Yu sighed in his heart. In this period of time close to 5 years, the unfettered exalted celestial had never given up. However, no matter what he did, Hou Fei would refuse to pay any attention to him. Contrary to him, Hou Fei's 2 children liked the unfettered exalted celestial. Brother Yu, don't bother thinking about it anymore. Fei Fei also knows what he is doing. Beside him, Zhongli smiled to Qinyu and said. Qinyu smiled and nodded. Oh, that's right. Brother Yu, your new cosmos ought to be almost complete, right? Zhongli suddenly mentioned this matter. Hearing that, Qinyu smiled. He had been monitoring the development of the new cosmos the entire time. I reckon there's still another year till the new cosmos finishes forming. Qinyu said with a smile. Zhongli displayed a joyous smile on her face. When Brother Yu's new cosmos is completed, there will likely be a way to assist Qin Shuang. Sigh, that child is more and more rebellious now. Qin Shuang's cultivation speed was too slow. Furthermore, both his father and mother were god kings. On top of that, his older brother's cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Thus, Qin Shuang's heart was naturally feeling very unwell. Over the course of a long period of time, it was also normal for Qin Shuang to become rebellious. Merely, there was nothing Qin Yu and Jiangli could do for the rebellious Qin Shuang. It will all be well in another year. Qin Yu thought in his heart. After about an hour, the unfettered exalted celestial finally walked out from the rear garden. At this moment, the unfettered exalted celestial had a joyous smile on his face. However, Qin Yu knew very well that the unfettered exalted celestial was only happy because he was playing with the two children. Over the course of nearly 5 years, the unfettered exalted celestial had practically given up on trying to make Hou Fei recognize him as his father. Qin Yu, I shall take my leave, farewell. The unfettered exalted celestial said with a smile. With the unfettered exalted celestial's ability, it was extremely easy for him to come and go about the Purple Mystic Mansion. However, every single time he came to the Purple Mystic Mansion or was about to leave from it, he would always offer words of greeting or departure to Qin Yu. That was because Qin Yu was, after all, the master of this place. Qin Yu and Zhongli immediately stood up. Oh, that's right. Qin Yu, there is a matter that I must inform you. The unfettered exalted celestial suddenly remembered something. He looked to Qin Yu and said with a smile. In roughly 3 to 4 months, the new exalted celestial will be born. The new exalted celestial will be born? In 3 to 4 months? Qin Yu and Zhongli were startled. Qin Yu immediately thought of a lot of things. For the time to be this certain while the 3 portions of the living world seal in the hands of Zhang Fan and Luo Fan. It was difficult for either of them to obtain all 3 seals. Could it be that this new exalted celestial would be determined by the person standing behind the exalted celestials? Qin Yu thought in his heart. That is all that I wish to inform you. Well then, farewell. After that, the unfettered exalted celestial directly teleported away from the Purple Mystic Mansion. As for Qin Yu and Zhongli who had obtained this information, they were both extremely excited. Qin Yu immediately decided to gather Uncle Lan, Zhuqiulin and them. This information was something that he must tell them. The news of the new exalted celestial's birth being only a short 3 to 4 months away had indeed shocked the god kings in the Purple Mystic Mansion. However, compared to them, the other god kings of the divine realm, for example the Azura god king, did not even know about this. Regardless of whether it was the Azura god king Luo Fan or the utmost northern region's floating snow city's Zhang Fan, they were both wholeheartedly studying the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure portions. In the misty space that Zhang Fan had created, time was accelerated by 5,000 times. To Zhang Fan, maintaining a space that accelerated time by 5,000 times for a long period of time was also relatively hard. Sitting cross-legged in the air, 2 seals were floating before Zhang Fan. One was gray and the other was gold. After training for all these years, Zhang Fan had merely managed to attain a slight improvement in time acceleration. As for time stop, it could be said that he did not obtain any comprehension of that. To become an exalted celestial through comprehending time reversal could be said as being impossible for Zhang Fan. Months passed. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Inside the Purple Mystic Mansion. Big brother, according to what that unfettered exalted celestial had said, the birth of the new exalted celestial should be soon. It might even be possible for the new exalted celestial to be born today. Hey, you said in the side. Qin Yu and Zhongli smiled. Xiao He, could it be that you wish to become the new exalted celestial? Qin Yu looked to He Yu with a smile on his face. I am not interested in becoming the new exalted celestial. I am merely curious as to who the new exalted celestial would be after all these god kings have died through the years. Hey, you said with a smile. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble was heard. After the rumble, suddenly, sound disappeared. The sound throughout the entire divine realm had disappeared. For those who have not reached the God King level, even the movement of their soul stopped. Only the God Kings and the exalted celestials were capable of thinking at this moment. Suddenly, a beautiful musical sound played in the minds of the God Kings. All of the God Kings in the divine realm appeared to have been hypnotized by the music. One by one, they soared to the sky. After that, they all flew toward the direction of the exalted celestial mountain. No, there was still a God King in the divine realm that remained sober. Xin Yu. Xin Yu's soul that had fused with the cosmic origin energy and also the new cosmos's cosmic origin was extremely clear-headed. Although the music was peculiar and beautiful, it was unable to shake Xin Yu. Strange. Xin Yu's new cosmos's spatial energy had covered the entire divine realm. The entire divine realm seems to be under time stop. Only the God Kings were not restricted by it. Xin Yu discovered that the wind, the waves of the ocean, all the deities, heavenly deities and demonic beasts of the divine realm had become motionless. Even their gazes had turned lifeless. It was clear that their souls had stopped moving at this moment. They no longer had any ability. Xin Yu saw Zhongli, Zhuqiulin, Heyu, Yifeng, Zhonglan, Chehoyuan, Zhongxing, Tanglan, Putaihon, all of the God Kings of the Purple Mystic Mansion had actually soared into the sky. All of the God Kings are being controlled? Xin Yu was astonished. Xin Yu immediately decided to feign being controlled too. He followed the various God Kings and also flew into the sky. Under the observation of Xin Yu's new cosmos's spatial energy, he discovered that the other God Kings in the divine realm, the utmost northern region's floating snow cities Zhongfan, the depths of the western seas Blood Sea Queen, the Azura seas Azura God King, the eastern seas Muyu, and various other God Kings also started flying into the sky from their various locations. Whoosh! Practically simultaneously, all of the God Kings teleported to outside of the exalted celestial mountain. Xin Yu followed them and also teleported to the outside of the exalted celestial mountain. He looked to the millions of mile-tall scarlet exalted celestial mountain before him and thought in his heart. The entire divine realm appears to have been under time stop. However, none of the God Kings are aware of it. They are even capable of teleporting. Why is this? What was that music that wondrous and was able to control even the God Kings? Xin Yu was puzzled. At this moment, all of the God Kings in the divine realm, a total of over 30 of them, were gathered outside of the exalted celestial mountain. Other than Xin Yu, all the other God Kings were hypnotized. Buzz. The red membrane, the God King's prison, that covered the entire exalted celestial mountain suddenly disappeared. All of the rest of the God Kings began to fly toward the ravine where the spiritual treasure origin cauldron was located at. Xin Yu naturally also followed them. Once all of the God Kings flew into the ravine, the scarlet membrane once again appeared and covered the exalted celestial mountain. Right at the moment when the scarlet membrane reappeared, the music that was sounding through the minds of the God Kings suddenly faded away. The 30-plus God Kings present had all become sober. What is happening? Many God Kings cried out in surprise. What a great method! Xin Yu gasped in his heart. All of the people in the divine realm that have not reached the God King level had all been put into a state of time stop. Furthermore, even the movement of their souls stopped. In the entire divine realm, it was likely that only these God Kings and the exalted celestials were awake. This is the exalted celestial mountain. It would seem that, like last time, all of us God Kings have been brought here. This also signified that the new exalted celestial is about to be born. Sneered the Blood Sea Queen Shui Yun. The 30-plus God Kings were standing at various locations through the ravine. The God Kings from 6 quadrillion years ago have all experienced this before. Soon, all of the God Kings calmed down. Exalted Celestial, Big Brother, who do you think will be the new Exalted Celestial? At this moment, Heyu was also extremely excited. We'll know soon. Xin Yu said with a smile. However, at this moment, the amount of God Kings that were capable of smiling in the ravine were extremely few. That was because practically all of them were feeling tense. They were all hoping that it would be they who would be the new Exalted Celestial. The millions upon millions of deities and the several hundred thousands of heavenly deities were all in a state of silence. On the enormous mountain of several million miles high that floated in the center of the divine realm, on the scarlet-colored exalted celestial mountain, all of the God Kings were eagerly waiting. The spiritual treasure origin cauldron was motionless like before. Blue Sky Seal. Luo Fan suddenly shouted out impatiently. All of the God Kings in the ravine looked over to Luo Fan. A cyan-colored seal flew out from Luo Fan's body and started flying toward the direction of the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. There was a God King who had a fast reaction and immediately flew toward the blue sky seal and grabbed it. Bang! Right after he touched the blue sky seal, that God King was immediately jolted by it and started to vomit blood. Luo Fan also rushed over. He also grabbed at the blue sky seal. However, after a low and downcast voice, Luofan was jolted flying backwards by the seal. His complexion turned deathly white and blood started to drip down from the corner of his mouth. What is happening? I have already refined the blue sky seal. Luofan was completely at a loss. All of the god kings present were in a state of confusion. The blue sky seal that had been refined by Luofan, why was it not accepting his control? This was something that they had never seen before. During the descent of the exalted celestial mountain last time around, the unfettered God King had received the secret assistance of the floating feathers exalted celestial and directly obtained the various portions of the exalted celestial's spiritual treasure. Thus, he naturally ended up becoming the new exalted celestial. However, this time was different. The 3 portions of the exalted celestial spiritual treasure were in the possession of 2 individuals. This is interesting. Shinyu looked to the blue sky seal that was floating above the spiritual treasure origin cauldron and started smiling. The floating blue sky seal would faintly give off a cyan light. However, it would not allow any god king to touch it. Back Earth seal. A gray seal flew out from Jiang Fan's body. How could Jiang Fan possibly accept his treasure flying away? Even with the lesson taught by the precedent of the Azura God King, Jiang Fan still eagerly grabbed the Back Earth seal. Bang! Without exception, Jiang Fan was seriously injured with a jolt. The other god kings did not do anything. They merely watched as the Back Earth seal flew toward the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. In the end, the Back Earth seal also started to float above the spiritual treasure origin cauldron beside the blue sky seal. Brother Jiang Fan, I truly never would imagine that the Back Earth seal actually ended up in your hands. Shen Tuyen exclaimed. All that's left is the all-people seal now. Many people looked toward Qinyu. That was because they knew that Qinyu had obtained the all-people seal. Whoosh! The all-people seal that was giving off a golden light flew out from Jiang Fan's body. This time around, he did not try to go and grab it. That was because he already knew that he cannot stop it. Many god kings were shocked to find out that both the Back Earth seal and the all-people seal were actually in Jiang Fan's possession. Blue Sky Seal, Back Earth Seal and the all-people seal. These 3 seals were beside each other and floating above the spiritual treasure origin cauldron while emitting brilliant light in all directions. It has been close to 40 years since the descent of the exalted celestial mountain. Now, the exalted celestial spiritual treasure, living world seal, is about to be born. The new exalted celestial will also be born. A cold voice sounded through the entire exalted celestial mountain. All of the god kings were startled and became silent. Big brother, who is it that's speaking? Heiyu asked Qinyu through voice transmission. It was not only Heiyu, the other god kings were also puzzled. However, they all knew that the person who spoke was likely related to how they were all brought to the exalted celestial mountain without their knowledge. The gathering of the 3 seals, living world seal, be born. That voice was extremely cold. Buzz. The light being emitted by the 3 floating seals soared. Cyan, gray and golden color lights were spinning about non-stop. In the end, they gradually fused together. All of the god kings present had their eyes fixed upon these 3 seals. In the end, the light gradually grew weaker. A palm-sized seal appeared above the spiritual treasure origin cauldron. The palm-sized seal was quietly floating, only a faint layer of hazy light surrounded its surface. Living World Seal. Exalted Celestial Spiritual Treasure, Living World Seal. The eyes of the god kings present had all become slightly red. The Living World Seal is born. The new exalted celestial shall be born too. Among all the god kings present in the divine realm, the person who possesses the most qualification to become the new exalted celestial is. All of the god kings held their breaths. They were all nervous and started trembling. Their palms were also sweaty. They were all waiting for the announcement of the name. God King Cheho Yuan. The cold voice said the name. However, this name had shocked Luofan, Jiang Fan, Blood Sea Queen and the many other god kings present. Cheho Yuan, how could it be him? Jiang Fan, Luo Fan, the Blood Sea Queen and them were unable to believe it. We have fought with our life on the line for all these years, how could it end up being him who would become an exalted celestial in the end? They fought for that many years, it was even that many god kinds had died. However, in the end, the person who was to become the new exalted celestial was someone who did not participate in the battle? Why did they fight for all these years then? Everything was a hopeless illusion. In the end, everything was for naught. At this moment, Cheho Yuan was still in a state of shock. However, the living world seal directly flew to the top of Cheho Yuan's head. 3-colored light was emitted from the living world seal and enveloped Cheho Yuan's entire body. At the same time, all of the God Kings were able to sense that the location where Che Ho Yuan was undergoing a time acceleration. What an astonishing time acceleration! It's at the very least 100 million times. The rate of the time acceleration had caused Qin Yu to quake in fear. All of the God Kings were looking at Che Ho Yuan, who was enveloped by the three-colored light. They had fought for that many years, but the person who ended up becoming the exalted celestial was Che Ho Yuan, the last person to return to the divine realm. At this moment, Qin Yu did not know that in the space above the divine realm, the thunder punishment exalted celestial was waiting. He was waiting for Che Ho Yuan to completely become an exalted celestial. The moment when Che Ho Yuan becomes an exalted celestial would be the moment when he shall attack Qin Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 45a. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 45, Grand Mist Golden Banner. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. The three-colored light enveloped Che Ho Yuan. At this moment, the gazes of all the God Kings present on the Exalted Celestial Mountain were fixed upon Che Ho Yuan. All of them had very complicated expressions. There was jealousy, envy, and even deep unwillingness. The battle for the Exalted Celestial had lasted for so long. More than 10 God Kings had fallen in the struggle. Many God Kings had also become the servants of the Purple Mystic Mansion. However, in the end, the new Exalted Celestial was this Che Ho Yuan. Buzz. The three-colored light which originally enveloped Che Ho Yuan suddenly shot off in all directions. In an instant, the entire Exalted Celestial Mountain was covered by the three-colored light. The dense aura of the Exalted Celestial's spiritual treasure had caused the various God Kings to quake in fear. Che Ho Yuan has become an Exalted Celestial, said Zhang Lan, who stood beside Qin Yu in a low voice. Zhang Lan had experienced the last Exalted Celestial Mountain. Thus, he knew very well that this scene meant that in the short amount of time earlier, Che Ho Yuan had managed to completely comprehend the temporal laws. Although others might think that it was merely a moment, but the time at the location where Che Ho Yuan was at had been accelerated by 100 million times. It had already been countless years for Che Ho Yuan. After opening his eyes, Che Ho Yuan had a faint smile on his face. Buzz. The scarlet-colored membrane that covered the Exalted Celestial Mountain disappeared. After that, the spiritual treasure origin cauldron and the floating slate on the summit of the Exalted Celestial Mountain both soared to the sky and began flying upwards. Qin Yu spread out his new cosmos' spatial energy to follow these two items. He wanted to know where the spiritual treasure origin cauldron and the floating slate would fly to. It was not only Qin Yu, many other God Kings had also spread out their divine awareness to follow the two items. However, after merely a short moment, Qin Yu's new cosmos' spatial energy felt the peak height of the divine realm. After reaching that point, the spatial energy was unable to proceed forward. However, this spiritual treasure origin cauldron and the floating slate actually ignored the membrane at the utmost limit to the top of the divine realm and continued onward. Where did those two items fly to? What is up above the divine realm? Qin Yu was puzzled. And at this moment, many God Kings were making their greetings and offering good gestures to Che Ho Yuan. Exalted Celestial Che Ho. One by one, respectful voices sounded in the air. Back then, Che Ho Yuan, who had become the craftsman god, was merely a high-level heavenly deity. However, now, Che Ho Yuan had already become an Exalted Celestial. As an Exalted Celestial, Che Ho Yuan was someone high above these God Kings. Exalted Celestial? New Exalted Celestial? Zhang Fan looked to Che Ho Yuan. In his heart was a deep sense of unwillingness and jealousy. He had obtained 2 of the 3 portions of the Living World Seal. Why was it that in the end, it was Che Ho Yuan who became the new Exalted Celestial? Che Ho Yuan, quickly follow me to go pay your respect to Master. That cold voice directly sounded in Che Ho Yuan's mind. As for the other God Kings, they did not hear the voice. After Che Ho Yuan became an Exalted Celestial, he managed to know a lot more too. He knew that above the first Exalted Celestial, the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial, the second Exalted Celestial, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, and the third Exalted Celestial, the Unfettered Exalted Celestial, was an even more powerful person, the Master of all the Exalted Celestial. Master Lin Meng. Yes, eldest martial brother. Che Ho Yuan replied through divine awareness voice transmission. Che Ho Yuan swept his gaze across the surrounding God Kings. He then looked to Qin Yu and them. With a smile, he said, Qin Yu, Yifeng, Jianglan, farewell. We shall meet again. After that, Che Ho Yuan disappeared into the air. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion capable of shocking the soul was heard. Suddenly, that exalted celestial mountain disappeared. Once again, the entire divine realm had returned to normal. Air started to move, waves started to surge, and the countless deities and heavenly deities returned to normal. They continued to do what they were doing. Those who were chatting continued to chat. Those who were training continued to train. It was as if that the period of time earlier did not occur at all. The sudden disappearance of the exalted celestial mountain had caused the God Kings to be standing in the sky. After battling for several tens of years, after the death of all those God Kings, I have only made a wedding dress for another. In the end, all was naught. In anger, Jiang Fan laughed out loud. After that, he directly teleported back into the floating snow city. The Azura God King and the Blood Sea Queen both had complicated expressions. In the end, they also teleported and returned to their respective places. Uncle Lan, Uncle Yifeng, Lear, let's return too. Qinyu said to Jiang Lan and them after seeing the God Kings leaving one by one. It was not only Qinyu and them, the dozen-plus God King servants had also returned. After they returned to the Purple Mystic Mansion through teleportation, Qinyu immediately made his decision. I reckon that only 7 to 8 months remain till the completion of the new cosmos. Men, I will immediately enter seclusion training. Qinyu knew very well that at the final moments before the completion of the new cosmos would undergo a lot of changes. It would also benefit him if he were to go there right now and carefully comprehend what was happening. Inside the Purple Mystic Mansion, Qinyu said his farewell to his relatives and brothers. After that, he directly entered into the new cosmos and began the final seclusion training and comprehension before the completion of the new cosmos. In the sky above the divine realm, Qinyu as well as the other God Kings had all thought this to be the highest place of the divine realm. However, in reality, there was another space above this highest place. This place contained a boundless amount of auspicious clouds. On the end of the auspicious clouds was a beautiful and illusion-like palace. Eldest martial brother, why are you so urgent? Although Master is going to gather us because of the birth of the new exalted celestial, it will only take me a brief moment to kill that Qinyu. I would be able to make it back in time to see Master in the White Cloud Palace after killing Qinyu. Eldest martial brother, why did you stop me? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial said to the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial with an angry tone. At this moment, the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial and the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial were flying, one ahead and one in the rear. As for the new Exalted Celestial Cheho Yuan and the Unfettered Exalted Celestial, they had likely already arrived at the power center of this cosmos, the White Cloud Palace. As for the reason why the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial was slower, it was because he had gone to intercept the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Second martial younger brother, is Master's matter more important or is your matter more important? The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial's voice was cold. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's heart immediately began to palpitate with fear. Earlier, he was only full of anger because he was obstructed by the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial when he was about to attack Qinyu. It was only now did he recall the strength of the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial and his influence before their master. With great difficulty, he restrained the anger in his heart and said in a humble and respectful tone. Eldest martial brother, thank you for pointing that out to me. Master's matters are indeed much more important. Had it not been for eldest martial brother pointing that out to me, I was nearly blinded by hatred, but it's good that you know. After we finish seeing the master, whatever you plan to do later does not concern me. The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial had a cold expression on his face. Yes, eldest martial brother. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial strongly contained the anger in his heart. Qinyu, I shall allow you live for a little longer. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had wanted to kill Qinyu for a long time now. However, because of the rules which were set by his master and the fear from his eldest martial brother's threat, he had no choice but to restrain himself. However, now that Cheho Yuan had become the new Exalted Celestial, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was able to go and kill Qinyu for revenge. Yet, right when he was about to attack, he was stopped. How could he not be angry? We've reached the White Cloud Palace. The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial lightly said. Before their eyes was the White Cloud Palace located within countless auspicious clouds. It was the center at which the control of the divine realm, countless immortal, devil and demon realm level cosmic spaces as well as the countless mortal realm cosmic spaces was located. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial immediately exercised restraint on his aura and, at the moment when he set foot onto the steps of the White Cloud Palace, he appeared much more modest. One following the other, the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial and the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial entered into the White Cloud Palace. The entire White Cloud Palace was extremely strange. The flow of time within the White Cloud Palace was changing unceasingly. Sometimes, the time would be accelerated by several times, whereas other times it would be several million times or even hundreds of millions of times. Essentially, the flow of time in the White Cloud Palace was changing constantly. Inside a large hall within the White Cloud Palace, the unfettered Exalted Celestial and Exalted Celestial Cheho were respectfully standing there. In the center of the hall was a sturdy-looking youth wearing a gown and had his hands behind his back. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial immediately called out respectfully, "Master! Master!" The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial also said respectfully. At this moment, the gowned youth turned around. He had long dark brown hair, a pair of abstruse eyes and an amiable smile. However, this gowned youth displayed a frightening power that brought about fear to others. This youth was precisely the person that Qin Yu called second brother, Lin Mang. When he saw his master, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial immediately buried the hatred he had for Qin Yu into the depths of his heart. He did not dare to act disrespectful in the slightest before his master. That was because he knew that while his master was able to make him into an Exalted Celestial, he was also capable of making him lose everything instantly. Inside the divine realm of the almost completed new cosmos, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the air. The divine realm of the new cosmos was currently desolate. There was no living thing there at all. Qin Yu's soul had fused together with the new cosmos. Thus, he knew very well about the developments throughout the entire new cosmos. Within Qin Yu's mind was the development model for the new cosmos. The divine realm is the highest layer of the entire cosmos. It controls the power of the five elements, the power of yin and yang, and the power of thunder and lightning. The cosmic origin is also required to fuse together with it. Qin Yu was feeling the development of the new cosmos. Buzz. The entire divine realm suddenly started shaking. After that, the entire divine realm became stable. Qin Yu displayed a cheerful expression. The third layer, the divine realm, was finally complete. Even though the divine realm is completed, there is still a small step before the entire new cosmos is complete. I reckon there is still a need for a month or two. Qin Yu knew very well that what the new cosmos needed to do now was to make the three layers of the new cosmos form into a single organic entity and make the cosmos be even more perfect. At this moment, the speed at which the entire new cosmos was absorbing the grand mist spiritual energy was relatively slow. That was because the entire new cosmos had reached its final state before completion. Time passed, the new cosmos gradually grew closer to perfection. Huff! A burst of grand mist spiritual energy was absorbed into the new cosmos. Boom! The entire new cosmos started to quake violently. Qin Yu immediately displayed an ecstatic expression. His new cosmos was finally completed. However, after that, Qin Yu's expression grew serene. Within Qin Yu's mind, in Qin Yu's ceramic glaze-colored nascent soul, because of the completion of the new cosmos, streams of peculiar and profound energies were unceasingly entering into Qin Yu's soul. Qin Yu's nascent soul started to emit a scarlet light. After that, it turned into a golden light. After that, it turned hazy purple. And after that, his entire soul became hazy and started to radiate all kinds of colors, enveloping his entire mind. Buzz. Qin Yu's hazy soul suddenly separated itself and then disappeared. Ha, so this was it. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Within his eyes was the circulation of the nebula and the development of the cosmos. Qin Yu stood up. Half of my soul had actually fused together with the entire new cosmos. In that case, as long as the new cosmos continues to exist, I will be able to exist forever, but with the completion of the new cosmos, Qin Yu's soul had advanced by leaps and bounds. After that, his soul directly split into two. Half of his soul directly fused with the new cosmos, whereas the other half fused with Qin Yu's corporeal body. For the current Qin Yu, his soul had turned into nothingness. It was simply impossible for others to harm him. As for his physical body, with a smile, Qin Yu waved his hand. Immediately, a burst of dark and yellow energy flew to Qin Yu. The completion of the new cosmos actually did not require the usage of this dark and yellow energy to stabilize the five elements. When the new cosmos was completed, Qin Yu naturally came to know many peculiar abilities. From the birth of the cosmos, the most wondrous element was the dark and yellow energy. Only 60% of these dark and yellow energy is required in order to create the indestructible dark yellow body with an intention from Qin Yu. The majority of the dark and yellow energy entered into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's body immediately started to emit a boundless amount of dark and yellow golden light. Qin Yu extended a finger. Exalted Celestial Spiritual Treasure? From the way it seems now, they are merely ordinary weapons. Once the indestructible dark yellow body is formed, I can destroy an exalted celestial spiritual treasure using a single finger. Qin Yu was lightly smiling. The completion of the new cosmos not only gave him such a remarkable ability, it also gave him many other remarkable abilities. Among them was the most important life creation ability. This newly formed divine realm is truly desolate. Qin Yu smiled and looked to the newly formed divine realm. Immediately, countless amount of ocean water appeared in the newly formed divine realm. 5 enormous floating islands had also appeared in the 5 directions of east, west, south, north and center. Compared to Lin Meng's divine realm, the amount of land in Qin Yu's divine realm was much more larger. There's too little life. Qin Yu looked to the ocean. The ocean started to roll about. An enormous dragon with a length of 10,000 miles was swimming through the ocean. One by one, underwater demonic beasts appeared in the ocean. After that, countless amount of other kinds of demonic beasts started to appear. Qin Yu had only created some demonic beasts before stopping his creation. The process of making this new cosmos filled with life and civilization was a very complicated task. For the time being, Qin Yu did not have the energy to do that. As the creator of the new cosmos, I possess truly a large amount of peculiar abilities. Qin Yu was not urgent to return to the divine realm. Instead, he began to experiment with his numerous abilities. Huff! After walking out from the White Cloud Palace, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial heaved a long sigh of relief. Every single time I see the Master, I feel a large pressure. Right after that, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial remembered Qin Yu. Qin Yu? Fortunately, the flow of time in the White Cloud Palace this time around could not be considered as being too fast as a whole, only a single year had passed in the outside world. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial looked down. His gaze was cast through the boundless amount of auspicious clouds. It appeared as if the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had managed to see the purple mystic mansion. Qin Yu, you have killed 3 of my sons and 2 of my grandsons. Right now, it shall be the time of your death. The anger and resentment that the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had contained in his heart immediately flooded his chest. He immediately started to rush toward the purple mystic mansion. The purple mystic mansion was still as peaceful and quiet as before. A purple-gowned silver-haired old man appeared in the purple mystic mansion. At this moment, the red mark in the center of the silver-haired old man's eyebrows were shining with an unprecedented level of brightness. It was like a drop of blood. He's not here? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial frowned. He had cast his divine awareness through the entire purple mystic mansion but, to his surprise, he didn't manage to find Qin Yu. This caused the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial to burst into rage. Not here? Well, that's simple too. You've killed my sons and grandsons, I shall return that to you with some interest now. A cruel smile appeared on the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's face. Qin Yu, come out here. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial suddenly shouted. Qin Yu, come out here. Qin Yu, come out here. Qin Yu, come out here. Like a myriad of thunder, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's voice echoed through the purple mystic mansion. All of the people in the purple mystic mansion, including even those god kings, were enveloped by the frightening pressure. After that, they were all brought to the plaza before the purple mystic mansion's entrance. Over 1,000 people were brought here. Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Jian Lan, Zuo Qiulin and them immediately recognized who it was. Their expressions immediately turned extremely ugly. Many Qin clansmen also managed to recognize the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial as they had all seen the appearance of the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial through the water screen. Speak, where did Qin Yu go? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial stood in the sky above the plaza like a devil god. The hearts of the god kings below were all palpitating in fear. There was no need to mention the fear that the heavenly deities and deities. As for the Qin clansmen who were still only immortals, they were extremely scared. Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial, what do you want here? He Yu was the first to shout at him coldly. MN? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial coldly humped. PFFF. As if his chest had been firmly hit by a fist, He Yu started to vomit blood and directly fell to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 45b. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 45, Grand Mist Golden Banner. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. PFFF. As if his chest had been firmly hit by a fist, He Yu started to vomit blood and directly fell to the ground. Immediately, his complexion turned pale. The strength of exalted celestials was simply not something that god kings could resist. I shall ask again, if no one answers me, then I shall start conducting soul search. The thunder punishment exalted celestial said coldly. Mom, when will Dad return? Qinzi asked Jiang Li through voice transmission. Jiang Li lightly shook her head. Mom doesn't know either. However, he should be returning soon. Little C, no matter what, we cannot allow you Dad to be caught up in danger. Over 1,000 people from the Purple Mystic Mansion were standing on the plaza. Adding on the God King servants, there was close to 20 God Kings present. However, when faced with the murderous-looking thunder punishment exalted celestial, the God Kings also do not have the slightest ability to resist him. I shall ask one last time, where is Jinyu? The thunder punishment exalted celestial's expression was extremely cold. Ha ha. Thunder punishment exalted celestial, with what you're doing, how could you be worthy to be an exalted celestial? If you wish to kill us, then kill us. As for my big brother, you can forget about finding him. By the time you find him, my big brother will have the strength to kill you. Hey, you said coldly. Hey, you had grown up together with Qin Yu. In terms of their relationship, it was likely that even Qin Feng and Qin Zheng could not compare to He Yu and Qin Yu. Thunder punishment exalted celestial, the unfettered exalted celestial is Ho Fei's father. You also know the relationship the exalted celestial Cheho has with our purple mystic mansion. If you were to kill us, I'm afraid that those two exalted celestials would not let you off that easily. Jiang Li loudly said. Good, good. In anger, the thunder punishment exalted celestial started laughing. The unfettered exalted celestial? Exalted celestial Cheho? The people from the thunder punishment city didn't know at all that the thunder punishment exalted celestial did not fear the two of them at all. The only exalted celestial he feared was the floating feathers exalted celestial. Huff. The thunder punishment exalted celestial extended his hand and lightly pressed downward. The 1,000+ people present all felt a frightening pressure and were all pressed down into a single kneeling position by it. It seems that you're the one who has the tightest lips. I shall use soul searching on you. The thunder punishment exalted celestial looked to Heyu with a cold smile on his face. He extended his hand and Heyu started to float toward his hand. Mixed hair bird. Ho Fei immediately grew anxious. As for Heyu's wife Bai Ling, she was so worried that she was about to cry. However, it was all useless. You want to kill me? Humph, if you kill me, then you should prepare to die later on too. Heyu looked to the thunder punishment exalted celestial without the slightest amount of fear. Thunder punishment exalted celestial, stop. A voice that contained anger sounded. The 1,000+ people present, including the thunder punishment exalted celestial, all looked to the source of the voice. What they saw was a black-gowned Qin Yu walking toward them one step at a time. Qin Yu's expression was very gloomy as he stared at the thunder punishment exalted celestial. Qin Yu? For some unknown reason, when he saw Qin Yu, the thunder punishment exalted celestial felt that his heart was violently twitching. Surprisingly, he felt fear from Qin Yu. Why would I fear him? He's merely a god king. The thunder punishment exalted celestial gathered his resolution. Haha, stop. What a joke, I insist on killing him today. After that, I'll kill you. Suddenly, the Origin Sin sword appeared in the thunder punishment exalted celestial's hands. The Origin Sin sword turned into a blur as it was swept toward Heyu. The speed of the Origin Sin sword was so fast that those god kings were simply unable to block it in time. Moreover, they did not dare to block it either. Big brother, farewell. Heyu did not look at the Origin Sin sword. Instead, he had turned his head around and was looking at Qin Yu. His gaze was fixed on Qin Yu. Xiao He, you won't die. Qin Yu's voice sounded in Heiyu's mind. As for Qin Yu, he had suddenly appeared before Heyu. That Origin Sin sword directly slashed onto Qin Yu's body. It was like a wooden sword slashing a diamond. Qin Yu was not injured in the slightest. How could this, the thunder punishment exalted celestial was dumbstruck. The god kings below were also stupefied. The thunder punishment exalted celestial's Origin Sin sword was an exalted celestial's spiritual treasure. The might of an exalted celestial spiritual treasure was something that they all knew. However, when the slash landed on Qin Yu's body, it actually was unable to harm him. Qin Yu extended his index finger and middle finger and held the Origin Sin sword between them. Impossible, impossible. The thunder punishment exalted celestial was snarling. He was unable to believe what was happening. He started to unceasingly control the Origin Sin sword, trying to move it. However, this Origin Sin sword was unable to move at all after being held together by Qin Yu's two fingers. All it did was incessantly making a buzzing noise. Is it that surprising? Chinyu smiled coldly. He moved his 2 fingers and bang. A crisp sound was heard. The Origin Sin sword had been snapped into 2. Chinyu relaxed his fingers and a broken section of the Origin Sin sword directly fell to the ground. This scene had caused the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial to become stunned. This is the Exalted Celestial spiritual treasure that my master had bestowed me. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial didn't dare to believe his eyes. Exalted Celestial spiritual treasure? Chinyu's middle finger lightly pointed at the damaged Origin Sin sword. Immediately, the entire Origin Sin sword began to break apart. It turned into several tens of pieces and fell to the ground. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was standing there motionlessly. His strongest weapon, the Origin Sin sword, was this easily destroyed by Chinyu. The psychological shock this had brought him was truly too great. However, after merely a short moment, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had managed to recover. It's impossible, this is definitely impossible, impossible. The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had become hysterical and started shouting. After that, he moved his hands and a frightening energy was immediately formed between his hands. This was precisely the single aura 8 elements. Martial younger brother, do not act rude. A large shout was heard. The silver-haired silver-eyed youth flew over from the sky. When he saw that the person who had came was his eldest martial brother, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial immediately frowned. However, he still continued to brandish the single aura 8 elements toward Chinyu. Impudent. The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial shouted coldly. He waved his hand and a black blur flew past. The single aura 8 elements was directly dissipated by it. Eldest martial brother, why did you stop me? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was unable to contain his anger. He pointed to Chinyu. Eldest martial brother, this Chinyu had killed 3 of my sons in succession and also killed 2 of my grandsons. This hatred, I cannot live under the same sky as him. Furthermore, the Origin Sin sword that master had bestowed to me has also been destroyed by him. This hatred, eldest martial brother, say, how can I not take my revenge? The corners of the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's eyes started to tear up. His eyes had also turned deep red. As for the red mark between his eyebrows, it had become distorted and was trembling unceasingly. The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial did not care about the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial at all. Instead, he respectfully flew over to Chinyu. After that, he bowed and said, Martial Uncle. Congratulations on Martial Uncle's success. Master has ordered this disciple to invite Martial Uncle to the White Cloud Palace. Martial Uncle? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial who was furious and wanted to kill Chinyu earlier had become completely stunned. Chinyu said with a smile. Oh, I understand. Clayweg, please wait a moment. I will go and see second brother with you right away. Second brother? The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial felt that his mind was blown. Martial Uncle, this second younger martial brother of mine had been extremely disrespectful toward you. However, Martial Uncle, please be magnanimous and allow my master to punish him personally. The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial respectfully said. Chinyu lightly nodded. Good. As he is second brother's disciple, I shall allow second brother to handle his punishment. After that, Chinyu turned around and waved his hand. A surging life energy flew into the bodies of all the people below. The injuries of all the people were immediately recovered. Compared to the life elemental energy from the God King of Life, this was much more magical. Big brother, you've completed it? Heiyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Chinyu looked to Heiyu. A strong brotherly affection surged in his heart. Momentarily, Chinyu didn't know what to say. He merely patted Heiyu's shoulder. Brother Yu. Zhongli had also flown over. Zhonglan, Qinxi, and them had also flown over. Earlier, everyone had seen Chinyu displaying a frightening strength that surpassed even the Exalted Celestial. One by one, they were truly shocked. There was no other way to explain it, there was only a single possibility. Chinyu's new cosmos was finally completed. Lear, Uncle Lan, everyone, please rest here for the time being. I shall go out for a bit. Chinyu said. Earlier, they had all heard that Chinyu was going to go to meet the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial and the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's master. Just thinking about it caused them to feel terrified. The Exalted Celestials actually had a master? Brother Yu, go ahead. Zhongli immediately nodded. Chinyu smiled to everyone. He then turned around and looked to the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial. Clayweg, let's go. The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial nodded. He then turned to the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial and shouted, "Second Marshal young brother, immediately follow us back to the White Cloud Palace." "Marshal uncle?" "Second brother, dot." At this moment, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial still felt that everything was that strange. Chinyu was a god king, how did he manage to suddenly become his master's brother? "Quickly!" The Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial shouted. "Yes, eldest martial brother." The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial immediately started to follow the Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial and Chinyu. The three of them began to fly upwards. Soon, they disappeared from the sight range of the 1,000+ people from the Purple Mystic Mansion. "Brother Jianlan, did I miss here earlier?" That Floating Feathers Exalted Celestial had addressed Chinyu as marital uncle? The Exalted Celestials actually have a master? In that case, who is the Exalted Celestial's master? The shock God King Yifeng received was also very great. Not only him, those God King servants Tang Lan, Putai Hon, Shin Tuyen, Huang Fulei, and the rest all felt as if they were dreaming. They were all thinking. The Exalted Celestials were already this powerful. Then, how powerful was the Exalted Celestial's master? Jianlan, Zuoqiulin, and them looked at the ground. The several tens of pieces of fragments of the Origin Sin sword were on the ground. All of them felt that their hearts were quaking in fear. The scene of Chinyu shattering the Origin Sin sword into several tens of pieces with an effortless snap of his finger appeared in their minds. What sort of strength is that? The hearts of the God Kings were all palpitating with fear. In the depths of the boundless auspicious clouds, within the White Cloud Palace. At this moment, Lin Mang was standing outside of the entrance of the White Cloud Palace. Standing behind him was the unfettered Exalted Celestial and Exalted Celestial Cheho. When Lin Mang saw the arrival of Chinyu, he immediately chuckled and called out, "Chinyu, we finally meet again." Chinyu also smiled and nodded. "Second brother. Come, let's go into the palace hall." Lin Mang immediately started to lead the way in the front. Whether it was Cheho Yuan or the unfettered Exalted Celestial, they were both shocked. It turned out that the martial uncle that Lin Mang mentioned to them earlier was actually a god king, Chinyu. Within the White Cloud Palace's palace hall. "Chinyu, sit." Lin Mang and Chinyu both sat above the palace hall side by side. Several maids in the palace hall immediately brought forth all kinds of exquisite dishes. As for the four Exalted Celestials, they were respectfully standing in the palace hall. "Chinyu, before this, let's settle the matter with Zhouan." When Lin Mang saw Chinyu's expression, he immediately said, "Zhouan is this Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial's name." Only then did Chinyu understand. "This disciple is guilty, master, please punish me." The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial Zhouan directly kneeled to the ground. Chinyu looked to the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial below the palace hall. The forehead of Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was drenched with cold sweat. Evidently, he was extremely scared. This Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial possessed a lot of sons and daughters. There was not only those from the Thunder Punishment City, there were also those that he had left behind in the lower realms. Actually, to him, losing a couple sons was also nothing major. Merely, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial had held the high position of an Exalted Celestial for a very long time. For Chinyu to offend him, he naturally needed to make reprisals. And now, he was scared. "You also know that you're guilty?" Lin Mang said indifferently. "Good. In that case, Zhouan, I would not give too great of a punishment to you. From now on, I shall strip you of your Exalted Celestial status and destroy all of your martial cultivation prowess, allowing you to reincarnate. As for whether you'll be a man or an animal and what sort of accomplishment you'll make after your reincarnation, it will all depend on your luck." Once these words were said, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was immediately stunned. Chinyu sighed in his heart. According to second brother's intent, this Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial would lose all of his martial cultivation prowess. In that case, he would likely experience countless calamities in the future. "No, master, didn't you said back then that our Zhou clan is destined to always have an Exalted Celestial? How could you strip me of my Exalted Celestial status?" "Why?" The Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial was unable to accept it. Lin Meng's expression turned cold. "Your Zhou clan is indeed destined to always have an Exalted Celestial. However, it does not signify that it would forever be you. You, Zhouan, only possess 2 grand kulpas worth of fate to be an Exalted Celestial. Now that 2 grand kulpas have passed, your fate of being an Exalted Celestial has already reached its end." After the new cosmos finished forming, Chinyu came to know a lot. Grand Culpas was a method of time calculation. Every 6 quadrillion years was a single Grand Culpa. Lin Meng continued. As for your Zhou clan, not long after you fall, that youth Zhou Qing will become the first person who managed to comprehend time reversal by himself in my Lin Meng cosmos. Comprehend time reversal by himself? No wonder second brother had me give the Thunder Origin spiritual pearl to him. Beside him, Xinyu was also shocked. Xinyu knew very well that the creator of the cosmos controlled everything that happened in the cosmos. The creator could figure out even the fates of everyone in the cosmos. However, because this was Lin Meng's cosmos, Xinyu was unable to determine the fate of that Zhou Qing. Yet, Lin Meng was able to. Zhou Qing? No, how could it be him? The Zhou clan's exalted celestial ought to be me. The Thunder Punishment exalted celestial was unable to accept it. Humph. Lin Meng coldly humped and waved his hand. No, right after the Thunder Punishment exalted celestial's terrified voice sounded, he was immediately turned into dust. Only a dot of light disappeared into the heaven and earth. The 3 exalted celestials below were all quaking in fear. Actually, to people of Xinyu and Lin Meng's level, the exalted celestial could not be considered as anything. The 2 of them were both capable of making anyone into their cosmos' exalted celestial. After the matter with the Thunder Punishment exalted celestial was settled and they finished eating, Xinyu and Lin Meng proceeded to walk alongside each other in the White Cloud Palace. Xinyu, now that your cosmos was completed, it should be about time for you to go see Big Brother. Lin Meng said with a smile. Xinyu had also frequently thought about it in his heart. Second brother is Lin Meng, who is the big brother. There was a lot of things regarding the outside world that Xinyu did not know about. However, based on what Lin Meng had said, this big brother ought to be living in the Grand Mist space. In the past, Xinyu was unable to enter the Grand Mist space at all. Now that the new cosmos was completed, Xinyu was able to easily enter the Grand Mist space. Inside the Grand Mist space, countless amounts of Grand Mist spiritual energies were slowly moving about. Xinyu and Lin Meng were flying alongside each other. Wherever they moved to, the Grand Mist spiritual energies naturally opened up a path for them. The Grand Mist space is boundless. As for Xinyu and Lin Meng, they were talking cheerfully and wittily as they flew. Second brother, I know that when I reached the black hole stage in the immortal, devil and demon realm, I had heard someone say, little friend, we're waiting for you. Is that you and Big Brother? Furthermore, there's that my path is not alone, Xinyu said with a smile. This question was something that Xinyu was thinking for the entire time. Lin Meng started laughing. You're talking about that? That's right, it's indeed something that Big Brother and I had made. Back then, the 2 of us were truly too overjoyed. Neither Big Brother nor I had ever thought there to be someone that was capable of connecting with the Grand Mist space. When you manage to connect with the Grand Mist space, even if your martial technique ended up in an imperfection, Big Brother and I would still be able to help you. However, you were amazing. Step by step, you've walked over with your own strength and attained the most perfect state. Xinyu smiled. Xinyu, it is impossible for you to imagine how overjoyed Big Brother and I were. The amount of time I've waited could still be considered as being brief. It was merely a bit over 2 Grand Culpas. As for Big Brother, he had waited over 1,000 Grand Culpas. The 2 of us had both hoped there to be more kindred spirits. After all, we have been lonely for too long. Lin Meng said with a sigh. Xinyu quaked in fear. Over 1,000 Grand Culpas? A single Grand Culpas was 6 quadrillion years. Over 1,000 Grand Culpas, how long was that? That Big Brother, he had been alone for a truly long time. Second brother Lin Meng, according to what you had said, there ought to only be 3 cosmos in the entire Grand Mist space? Xinyu said. Lin Meng nodded and said. That's right. There are only 3 cosmos. The cosmos Big Brother created was the oldest. The cosmos I've created was 2 Grand Culpas old. As for yours, hee. I reckon you have yet to create even life on there, right? Xinyu nodded. That's right, I still didn't have the time to do that yet. There's no need to worry about that. However, Xinyu. To be honest, both Big Brother and I deeply admire you. Lin Meng gasped and said. Oh? Admire me? Xinyu was a bit shocked. Lin Meng smiled and said. You don't know about this, but back then I had managed to attain a Grand Mist body through cultivation. After that, I broke through the membrane separating the cosmos I was from through my attack power and charged into the Grand Mist space. After that, I encountered Big Brother. Only through the guidance from Big Brother did I manage to create my cosmos. As for Big Brother, he is the first life in the entire Grand Mist space, a life created by the Grand Mist space. A very long time after his birth, he managed to learn how to create a cosmos in life. Big Brother possessed immense talent and was the first life in the Grand Mist space. Thus, it is also nothing special for him to be able to create cosmos. However, what about me? I am merely someone who had managed to rush out from my original cosmos. Yet you, without the assistance from Big Brother and I, you managed to perfectly create a cosmos on your own. Say, for you to be able to do such a thing, how could Big Brother and I not admire you? Shinyu smiled. However, Shinyu also knew that the Grand Mist space was extremely dangerous. Only through managing to train one's body into a Grand Mist body, in which case one's body would be fused together with the Grand Mist spiritual energy, one would not be harmed in the Grand Mist space, since the body would be the same as Grand Mist spiritual energy. The other method was to obtain an indestructible dark yellow body. With such a body, one could resist the oppression from the Grand Mist space. Even the exalted celestials did not possess the ability to enter into the Grand Mist space. Currently, in the entire cosmos, the people that were capable of entering into the Grand Mist space were only Qinyu, Lin Meng, and that Big Brother. Oh, that's right. Second brother, when the exalted celestial mountain descended in the Lin Meng cosmos, why did you select Cheho Yuan as the new exalted celestial? Could it be that he possessed a very high amount of virtue? Qinyu asked. Qinyu did not understand why Lin Meng had selected Cheho Yuan. Cheho Yuan. Sigh, mentioning of Cheho Yuan, to be honest, he was greatly wronged. Lin Meng sighed. Wronged? Qinyu was surprised. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 45c. Volume 18, Exalted Celestial Mountain, Chapter 45, Grand Mist Golden Banner. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Lin Meng nodded and said, Qinyu, you didn't know about this, but this Cheho Yuan had already reached the apex of artifact crafting. The fixed elemental pearl that he managed to make in the end is essentially the model of a cosmos. Qinyu recalled the fixed elemental pearl. The inside of the fixed elemental pearl was a cosmic space. Model? Second brother, what do you mean by that? I know about that fixed elemental pearl. Although it is peculiar, there is no spatial laws and temporal laws in it. Qinyu said in confusion. Lin Meng smiled and shook his head. Big Brother and I have carefully observed this Cheho Yuan for a long time. Actually, the process by which Cheho Yuan created the fixed elemental pearl was practically the same as the process in which Big Brother used the Grand Mist spiritual energy to create the cosmos. The same? Qinyu looked to Lin Meng. Yes. Unfortunately, Cheho Yuan was unable to enter into the Grand Mist space at all. The materials that he had used were merely things originated from the various mortal realm spaces. In the end, those materials managed to complement each other and achieve an effect comparable to the Grand Mist spiritual energy. However, no matter what, those materials did not possess Grand Mist spiritual energy. Thus, this caused him to be only able to create a fixed elemental pearl in the end. Lin Meng shook his head and said with a sigh. This Cheho Yuan, had he spent his talent on cultivation, then it might be possible for him to create a new cosmos. Merely, he had spent all of his expenditure on artifact crafting. Due to the fact that he was unable to utilize a large amount of Grand Mist spiritual energy, no matter how talented he was, that fixed elemental pearl that he created was greatly inferior to an actual cosmos. Qinyu nodded. He came to understand it a bit. It's truly a pity. Someone who was originally able to be the same as us. However, he had taken the wrong path. Thus, I decided to give him some compensation and allowed him to become an exalted celestial. Merely. I still feel very regretful for him. Lin Meng shook his head and sighed. Qinyu also felt regretful. Back then, when Qinyu saw the fixed elemental pearl, he had sensed that it was very similar to the cosmos. Within the fixed elemental pearl, one could not even use the spatial laws. With merely this, one could tell that it was the model of a cosmos. Unfortunately, in order to create a cosmos, a large amount of Grand Mist spiritual energy was required. This Cheho Yuan, even though he had journeyed through several millions of mortal realm cosmic spaces and gathered all kinds of materials, the effect of those materials, no matter how good they were unable to match up to the primitive Grand Mist spiritual energy. As Qinyu and Lin Meng walked and chatted, every step they took was the distance of an entire divine realm. After chatting for a short period of time, Qinyu and Lin Meng had arrived at their destination. In the depths of the boundless Grand Mist spiritual energy was a floating thatched cottage. A little thatched cottage. Before the cottage was a thick and short cassia tree. Underneath the cassia tree was a stone table, with 3 benches beside it. This was Big Brother's residence. In the surroundings, a boundless amount of grand mist spiritual energy was flowing about. In the center was a floating dry land with a circumference of several tens of meters. Chinyu took a step onto the floating land before the thatched cottage. His gaze was immediately cast toward the middle-aged man sitting beside the stone table. This middle-aged man wore a simple and unadorned sackcloth gown. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulder in a scattered manner. His appearance was like that of someone who didn't care about appearance. At this moment, he was drinking wine from his wine cup. However, his eyes were fixed upon a golden book before him. Big Brother! Lin Meng immediately shouted. Only at this moment did this middle-aged man raise his head. When he saw Lin Meng and Chinyu, he was immediately overjoyed. Ah, this is third brother Chinyu, right? Ha ha! This is truly great. I finally get to meet you, third brother. This middle-aged man was extremely enthusiastic. He immediately stood up to welcome Chinyu and Lin Meng. Chinyu and Lin Meng immediately sat down. Quickly, have a seat, try out the wine that I made. This wine is something that I brewed after gathering a lot of the materials from my cosmos. It's extremely good. The middle-aged man waved his sleeve and 2 wine cups appeared before Chinyu and Lin Meng. Lin Meng turned to Chinyu. He smiled and said, Chinyu, Big Brother is an extremely nice individual. There is no need for you to be reserved. Oh, that's right. I have yet to tell you Big Brother's name. His name is Hong Meng. Hong Meng? Chinyu was startled. Hong Meng smiled and said, Is there something you're confused about? To be honest, because I am the very first life in this space, I decided to name the entire space as Grand Mist Space. TL, Hong, Grand, Meng, Mist. Chinyu suddenly understood. Chinyu, I have waited for over 1,000 grand kulpas till the appearance of Lin Meng. However, never would I expect that after only 2 grand kulpas, you've appeared. I am truly too happy. Hong Meng started to laugh loudly. The first life in the Grand Mist space was currently extremely excited. Only by creating a cosmos would one be able to be considered as a living thing at the same level as Hong Meng. For there to be 2 such individuals now, Hong Meng was naturally extremely happy. Chinyu, there is another thing that I must tell you. That cosmos of yours is still not completed yet. Hong Meng said with a smile. After that, he waved his hand and a water screen mirror appeared before them. 3 enormous cosmos appeared on the mirror. Chinyu turned around and looked. What is this? Chinyu was startled. Chinyu was able to immediately distinguish that the cosmos to the right was the one that he created. The other 2 cosmos were cosmos that Lin Meng and Hong Meng had created. You know the difference now, right? Lin Meng and my cosmoses, other than the main cosmos in the center, there are 4 other subsidiary cosmoses. The size of the subsidiary cosmoses are only 1/10 of the main cosmos. However, these subsidiary cosmoses would allow the main cosmos to be even more stable. This state is also the most perfect state. Hong Meng waved his hand and then a leaf fell down from the cassia tree beside them. Hong Meng handed this leaf to Chinyu. Chinyu, the method to create the 4 subsidiary cosmoses is contained within this leaf. There is also no need for you to be anxious about the creation of the 4 subsidiary cosmoses. You merely need to work on them when you're free after you return. Thank you, Big Brother Hong Meng. Chinyu immediately took the leaf. Chinyu, I reckon that you only have the ability to figure out the fates of the people from your cosmos, right? Hong Meng said with a smile. Chinyu nodded. Confused, he asked. Big Brother Hong Meng, is there something strange about this? For Lin Meng and I, we are able to determine the fate of every creature in any cosmos. When your cosmos has living creatures, the 2 of us would also be able to figure out their destiny. Hong Meng said mysteriously. Why is that the case? Chinyu was confused. Lin Meng smiled and said, Big Brother, stop teasing Chinyu anymore. Just summon out the Grand Mist Golden Banner. Grand Mist Golden Banner? Chinyu heard a name that he had never heard before. You'll understand soon. Hong Meng waved his hand. Chinyu clearly saw that in the 100 million miles distance far away, a golden banner appeared and was floating through the boundless Grand Mist spiritual energy toward their location. That golden banner had flown to the front of Chinyu, Hong Meng, and Lin Meng's location. Huff! Chinyu clearly felt that this golden banner had a special kind of oppressive pressure. It had actually caused even his heart to throb. Xinyu carefully looked to the golden banner. This Grand Mist golden banner was 6 meters long and half a meter wide. The entire Grand Mist golden banner was gold in color. Behind the Grand Mist golden banner was a faint yet enormous writing the size of the Grand Mist golden banner. This writing was extremely peculiar. Xinyu immediately recognized that it was the same sort of handwriting as the one written on the All-People seal. Although he did not recognize the words, the meaning of this writing immediately appeared in his mind. That enormous writing was Meng. On the Grand Mist golden banner itself were 2 words. They were also written in that complicated writing. Xinyu managed to easily recognize those 2 words. They were respectively Hong and Lin. Xinyu, this is the Grand Mist golden banner. As long as one's name is on the Grand Mist golden banner, one would be a Grand Mist controller. As a Grand Mist controller, everything in the Grand Mist space, regardless of which cosmos it is, one would be able to determine the fate of every living thing in there. Furthermore, that person would be able to use the energy in any of the cosmoses. Hong Meng said with a smile. Grand Mist controller? Xinyu was shocked. The Grand Mist space is boundless. As time passed, naturally more cosmoses could appear. This Grand Mist golden banner was also something that the Grand Mist space gave birth to, much like myself. This Grand Mist golden banner is used to control the entire Grand Mist space. Hong Meng said with a smile. Lin Meng also nodded. Xinyu, you merely need to imprint a trace of your soul into it to become a Grand Mist controller. This Grand Mist banner, the words Hong and Lin had only occupied half of the space for the first row. 2 more words could be written on it. Xinyu said with a smile. With an intention from Xinyu, a trace of his soul's energy flew over and assimilated into the Grand Mist golden banner. The Grand Mist golden banner immediately started to shine brightly. Golden light was shot out from the Grand Mist golden banner. Instantly, it covered the boundless space. Even those 3 cosmoses were covered by the light. After a while, the Grand Mist golden banner returned to its former state. On the first row of the Grand Mist golden banner was the words Hong, Lin, and Qin. Instantly, a countless amount of information rushed into Qin Yu's mind, including the information regarding the Grand Mist space. It also included the information of his big brother and second brother's cosmoses, the Hong Meng cosmos and the Lin Meng cosmos. Sure enough. As a Grand Mist controller, he knew the information from every cosmos and was able to calculate the fate of anyone. So this was it. At this moment, Xinyu realized why there could be 4 words written on the first row of the Grand Mist golden scroll. Never would I expect that the Grand Mist controllers are separated into different ranks. Third brother, Xinyu smiled and gasped. That's of course. Big brother Hong Meng nodded and said. Those on the first row of the Grand Mist golden banner are the first-class Grand Mist controllers, the highest-level Grand Mist controllers. Other than these 4, the others are all ordinary Grand Mist controllers. Xinyu also understood. After time passed, more people who created cosmos would appear. Thus, a hierarchy would naturally form. The first 4 cosmos creators were the first-class Grand Mist controllers. As for the people following, they would all be ordinary Grand Mist controllers. These people would be administered by the first-class Grand Mist controllers. The Grand Mist space is boundless, however, for the stability of the Grand Mist space, the Grand Mist golden banner still had rules to it. In the entire Grand Mist space, only 4 largest cosmoses were allowed. Xinyu, your cosmos is the same size as my cosmos and big brother's cosmos. Only 4 such size cosmoses were allowed. As for the future, even if someone managed to create a cosmos again, their size would only be 1/100th of our cosmos. Lin Meng said with a smile. Xinyu nodded. Xinyu also understood that the strength of cosmos creators were directly proportional to the size of their cosmos. The greater their cosmos, the stronger their abilities would be. There are only 4 first-class Grand Mist controllers. Now, there are already 3 first-class Grand Mist controllers. I wonder who would be lucky enough to become the 4th first-class Grand Mist controller. Xinyu said with a smile. Xinyu also understood that after having his name written on the Grand Mist golden banner, he now had an additional name, Qin Meng. As Qin Meng. Xinyu's cosmos was also called Qin Meng cosmos. Those who could create cosmos, they ought to all be originated from people who have fates that we cannot determine. Hong Meng lightly smiled and said. Xinyu also nodded. After becoming a Grand Mist controller, Xinyu was able to calculate the fate of practically everyone in all the cosmoses. However, it was only practically. In a single cosmos, there were always several tens of people with fates that he could not determine. For example, there's you, Xinyu and Lin Meng. Back then, I was unable to determine the fates of either of you. And now, the two of you both managed to successfully become Grand Mist controllers. Of course, there would always be over 10,000 individuals who I could not determine the fates of in every Grand Culpa. However, those that are able to successfully create a cosmos are extremely rare. Hong Meng smiled as he shook his head. Eh? Hong Meng suddenly cried out in surprise. Lin Meng, there's a mortal realm cosmic space in your cosmos that surprisingly has 6 individuals with fates that cannot be determined. It was practically unimaginable. In a Grand Culpa, there would only be over 10,000 individuals with fates that cannot be determined. Generally, at any given moment, only several tens of individuals had fates that cannot be determined in a cosmos. Furthermore, the amount of mortal realm cosmic spaces in a cosmos numbered greater than 10 million. Among the 10 million mortal realm cosmic spaces, there were actually 6 individuals with fates that cannot be determined. Furthermore, they were all from the same mortal realm cosmic space. Oh. I have also discovered that mortal realm cosmic space. Oh, that's right. That cosmic space is a science and technology cosmic space. It's the hometown of Qin Yu's master, Lei Wei. Lin Meng said with a smile. Qin Yu also managed to determine. His master Lei Wei's hometown, that science and technology cosmic space was extremely developed right now. In that mortal realm cosmic space, there were surprisingly 6 individuals with undetermined fates. Furthermore, 3 of those individuals were on Earth. I shall give it a push and see if there would be a Grand Mist controller born from this cosmic space. Hong Meng said with a smile. After that, he picked up his cup of wine and casually sprinkled it around. The wine from the cup of wine immediately streaked across the Grand Mist space and directly flew into the science and technology space. In the end, it landed on Earth. Although it was only a cup of wine, it was wine that Hong Meng had carefully brewed. Although it might not mean much to Qin Yu and Lin Meng, but that cup of wine was extremely useful to God Kings and exalted celestials. Big brother, second brother, I have yet to properly tell my wife and sons of my success in the cosmos creation. As for that Qin Meng cosmos, I have also not created life in it yet. I shall take my leave first. After I finish all my matters, I will return and properly gather with big brother and second brother. Qin Yu said with a smile. Hong Meng and Lin Meng both nodded with smiles on their faces. The amount of time we have in the future is boundless. There is no need to rush. Hong Meng said with a smile. Qin Yu immediately left. With a single teleportation, he had disappeared from the Grand Mist space. As for Hong Meng and Lin Meng, the two of them continued to remain in the Grand Mist space and continued to drink and chat before the thatched cottage. Purple Mystic Mansion. A group of people were gathered in the courtyard. What, you still haven't found him? Jiang Li had become anxious. At this moment, the entire Purple Mystic Mansion was in an upheaval. Many people had gone out to find Qin Yu's youngest son, Qin Shuang. No one had imagined that Qin Shuang had secretly left by himself. Mom, don't worry. Second brother might have gone to some place to play. He would likely return soon. Qin Si was consoling Jiang Li beside her. Lear, don't worry. A lot of the God Kings had gone to find him. They will be able to find him. Zhang Lan consoled. At this moment, both He Yu and Ho Fei were also here. The sudden disappearance of Qin Shuang had turned the entire Purple Mystic Mansion upside down. As Qin Shuang's strength was too weak, everyone naturally became worried. Sigh. Little Shuang, that child. I had merely mentioned that to him, yet he actually ran away. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Jiang Li blamed herself. Lear, what's wrong? A black-gowned Qin Yu walked in from the entrance of the courtyard. When they saw Qin Yu, the large group of people gathered in the courtyard were immediately stunned. As Qin Yu had arrived, this matter might be resolved very quickly. Brother Yu. After seeing Qin Yu, Jiang Li almost cried. Little Shuang disappeared. I had merely told him that Brother Yu has managed to complete his martial technique and would be able to help him increase his cultivation speed greatly. But that child, he said in a revolt that he would be fine by relying on himself. At that time, I also didn't take note of it. However, surprisingly, with only a turn of my head, he disappeared. Seeing Jiang Li's almost crying appearance, Qin Yu said. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Little Shuang is fine. He has gone to a mortal realm cosmic space. With a single intention, Qin Yu knew where his son had went. Mortal realm cosmic space? Jiang Li immediately felt her heart loosening. In the mortal realm, that Qin Shuang could still be considered as being safe. Qin Yu also knew himself that this youngest son of his, perhaps because of the fact that his father's, mother's and older brother's cultivation were all extremely high, had been feeling oppressed. This ended up causing him to have a rebellious attitude. Lear, Little Shuang is currently in the hometown of my late master Lei Wei, that's science and technology cosmic space. Qin Yu smiled and looked to Qin Si beside him. Little Si, you must also properly put your heart into cultivation training. Little Shuang's accomplishment might be even higher than yours in the future. Oh? Qin Si was a bit surprised. Qin Yu, however, knew very well himself. His youngest son, Qin Shuang, was one such individual with an undetermined fate. Furthermore, Qin Shuang had gone to the science and technology mortal realm cosmic space that contained the most people with undetermined fates. Even Qin Yu was unable to determine what sort of path his youngest son would end up walking in the future. Lear, Xiaohei, Bai Ling, Fei Fei, Zixia, Hong Yun. My Qin Meng cosmos is now completed. All that I'm doing now is creating life on it. When I'm creating the various living things, you all should come with me to watch it and give me some ideas on what to create. Qin Yu said with a smile. Ho Fei and He Yu's eyes started to shine. Wow, creating life? Ho Fei was so excited that his body started shivering. Even He Yu was overjoyed that he started smiling. Uncle Lon, Qin Yu was about to speak. Zhang Lan said with a smile. It's okay. I'll go and enjoy tea with your father and them. Those kind of exciting things, it's better for you all to go and do it yourselves. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Gaga, let's go. Ho Fei shouted in excitement. Qin Yu, Jiangli, Heiyu, Bai Ling, Ho Fei, Zixia and Hong Yun, the three brothers and their wives, entered into the new cosmos and began creating life and civilization on the new cosmos. After entering the Qin Meng cosmos. Big brother, why is this cosmos called the Qin Meng cosmos? Ho Fei asked. Oh, this is because, Qin Yu wanted to answer but he suddenly recalled a matter. That child Qin Shuang is also an individual with fate that cannot be determined. If he ended up becoming a Grand Mist controller and ended up on the Grand Mist Golden Banner, then wouldn't there be two Qin Meng cosmoses? Wouldn't he be renowned together with his father, me? When he thought of that, Qin Yu started to smile. He also began to look forward to Qin Shuang's journey. After that, Qin Yu and his brothers Ho Fei and He Yu along with their wives began their interesting days of creating life on the Qin Meng cosmos. As for Qin Yu's son Qin Shuang, he had also begun a journey on Earth that was no less marvelous than his father's. Translation Nations, how do we not have a novel about his son? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.